Sunadazinci. Even after becoming a man, your chest muscles are this big. Truly a gift of nature, aren't they? You should worry about yourself. Can your stamina hold up? Naruto's slender arms looped around your neck from behind. Don't just talk to the old hag. I've got big boobs now too. When you two are done, turn into a boy and hold me, okay? It was just an ordinary RPG game. Why did it suddenly turn into an orgy? Your mind traced back to the source of sin and memory. Bro, come and slash me. Pinduoduo1/. Will you slash or not? You don't disturb me. New game arrived. I need to taste it. Image. The player logged into the holographic game, whose promotion was fiercer than hot and spicy. For options appeared on the map: no literary masters, wild dog village battle royale, fight in the small land, 300 forwards, hot accommodation life. The player frowned, removing the two ambiguous maps, leaving village battle royale as the most likely newbie village map. After all, a village brawl wouldn't have tanks and rocket launchers, right? As for 300 forward, the player glanced at the time in the upper left. 2 p.m. Oh, still early. I'm vulgar. Lewd. The player was completely uninterested. Selected village battle royale map, started character customization, loaded player data, and set hair color to white. Eyes cerulean blue. One of the promotional poster boys had this eye color, and the player was instantly captivated. Such a dazzling color must belong to the player. Copied it. Name: Master, I love you. Tisk contains forbidden words. Then foolish milk dragon running with a ball. Forbidden. Apologize to the cute little creature. Gosh. My big belly is really cool. Exceeded character limit. The damn game designer doesn't understand games. Players should be allowed to have names of any length. Having NPCs chant the player's true name would be so epic. The player finally compromised with the damn designer. Named Sato Misaki. Name accepted. Rumor had it the game was developed by a Japanese company, so the player wondered if they could combine Sato into a great fusion in the game, eventually claiming the entire map as their territory. Easy sovereignty. Attribute allocation: Constitution 01000, Agility 01000, Spirit 01000, Charm 01000. Available points 100. The player dumped all into Constitution. As a veteran gamer, the player knew the tank build never fails. Stats can be respect, but without enough HP, how can you survive the early game? As for Charm, the player's customized face was already a masterpiece. Why waste points on it? Goodbye to NPCs who don't appreciate the player's superior taste. Age selection. The player dragged the slider to the minimum 6 years old. New account start from childhood. Character creation complete. Beginning prelude animation. Next time he'll throw it to the other side. Skip. Curse your unfortunate destiny for not having the Sharingan. Skip. Do you want to dance too? Skip. The naturally evil brat of the Uchiha. Skip. 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 This animation was quite long. The player took a rough look. The village brawl was pretty intense with special effects exploding everywhere. Enter character. Yes, no. No. The player decided to log out and check the forum first. Huh. A friend sent something. You? Finally. Fell. Into. The. Pit. I've been praying to Buddha for 3 months. Hey, race a good thing. Baidu NetDisk. The player downloaded it directly. Gender swap mod. Interesting. Let me see. Trigger condition: bodily fluids. Cough cough. The player accidentally installed the mod. The player lurked into the game forum. Does anyone have the root-based distribution map? I'm going to blow up all those bastards today. Willing to pay for explosive experience. Farming stream veteran teaching how to select high-talent offspring. Fellow villagers want a Sharingan. NPC Danzo Shimura is suspected to be a Sharingan merchant. Win a battle to get it for free. Infinite power cheat. Click here. Beautiful NPC collection. This game has such a great harem. Entering China. Brothers who understand join. Oil 6888 for proxy daily support. Keep your mouth shut, and you can become a big shot. The player critically examined the beautiful NPC collection for half an hour. Indeed beautiful. As for cheats, not needed yet. The player is an experienced purist. Farming stats yourself is the real deal. Enter game. Loading. You spawn in a simple room. Looks like this is the base camp. Decorations will cost in-game currency later. You can faintly hear noise from outside, maybe near a commercial street. The damn designer really goes all out to lure players into spending. You open the game panel. A red dot on the mail icon. Clicked. Dear player, congratulations on logging into the game. Thank you for your support and love for this game. Please freely explore the main storyline, unlock more plots, and trigger special Easter eggs. We have prepared a rich newbie gift pack. Sign in daily to receive ultra-value special prizes. Wishing you a pleasant adventure in Second Life. Click to fill in the survey to claim. You open the survey, quickly selected very satisfied for everything, and claimed 100 Rio. You don't know the local prices, but knowing the damn designer 100 Rio is definitely not enough. Inflation must be severe here. Check-in. A spinning wheel appeared. 10 slots, 5 green, 3 purple, 2 gold. Below, free draw, count 1. Draw. Oh, gold. This account is this lucky. Talent no limit. The player's attributes are not restricted by the main bloodline, can be infinitely improved until reaching the game's maximum value. The player's attribute growth has no bottleneck. Practice inevitably leads to strength. Oi, this talent is quite hot. Getting a bit excited. You start worrying about your liver's health. Luckily, you chose zero pain mode. No fatigue or pain from grinding in game. Synchronized pain. No way, you're here to play the game, not to be played by it. Maybe when you're in the mood to be an M, you'll consider it. You bounced around the house, then bounced around the streets as if no one was watching, and finally bounced around the forest. In the end, you obtained the most efficient exercise plan. You completed 100 push-ups, physique 0. 1. You swung through the woods, agility 0. 1. You ate the homemade dish, spirit 0. 1. You rummaged through the villagers' homes, charisma 1. Tisk, a bunch of stubborn villagers. Can rummaging through a villager's cabinet really be called rummaging? It's called exploring. Warning. Please restore your stamina as soon as possible. You felt no fatigue, so you kept exercising. Exercise. Warning. Please restore your stamina as soon as possible. Your vision went dark. Player stamina too low, forced into rest. WH. You got angry. You had replenished your hunger bar with ingredients found in the trash while exploring. How could eating food still make you pass out from exhaustion? That's ridiculous. It's definitely a bug. You waited with extreme patience for the main character's corpse to respawn. You woke up. The home system has updated. You inspected your territory. The layout had completely changed, even more shabby than before. There were piles of trash scattered everywhere on the floor, table, and bed. Trash game. Definitely leaving a bad review. Please return the player's clean initial home. You're awake. Great. So noisy. Is the volume bugged too? You turn to examine the yellow-haired NPC who had somehow barged into your home. Why are you in my house? What? This is my house, the yellow-haired NPC exclaimed. The player's respawn point is obviously the player's home. A mere NPC trying to take over the nest. Ridiculous. But maybe it's some special quest. Like an exploration task. XXX is lost, please help him find his way home. You open the map to track the quest target. Naruto Uzumaki's home. 6 big characters shown on the player's icon. What the heck? Isn't this the player's home? You casually close the map. It's you. I found you passed out in the forest and carried you back. The yellow-haired NPC's voice rang out untimely. Trash game. The player can't even respawn directly at the revive point after passing out. You completely ignored the yellow-haired NPC's words and issued the player's great command, I want food. Give me food. You wouldn't apologize to an NPC. It's an honor for an NPC to save the noble player. When you passed out, this NPC dragged you back. Could he be a Redan blue potion merchant? Then he would definitely sell stamina recovery items. The yellow-haired NPC looked at you flustered. Are you hungry? I only have instant noodles. He busied himself with boiling water. It seems the smart player guessed right. I wonder how much stamina recovery items cost. Well, the starter money should be enough. Otherwise, you'd really complain about this money-grubbing trash game. You began exploring the Redan blue potion merchant's base. Obtain socks not washed for a month, X1 under the bed. Biochemical weapon. Interesting. Stored in backpack. Obtained expired milk that can cause diarrhea all day, XN in the fridge. Poison. Collected. Obtained rusty shuriken that causes tetanus if stabbed, X1 on the wall. Enchanted weapon. A mere NPC actually has such good stuff. The players now. You were fully loaded. It seems this NPC's background is an assassin or witch warlock. Maybe you can find a side quest to become an assassin here later. The yellow-haired NPC handed you a bowl of slightly clumpy instant noodles. You began to eat. Naruto Uzumaki sat across from this strange girl, eating his own portion of instant noodles. She was very quiet while eating. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help sneaking a glance at her. Her clothes looked brand new as if never worn before. Her hair was a glossy white. Her skin was fair and rosy, completely different from Naruto's own malnourished sallow skin. Her eyes were a beautiful blue. Naruto didn't know how to describe it. That unique color reminded him of the sky he saw when lying alone on the grass. The sky wouldn't reject him, wouldn't loathe him, wouldn't hate him, only silently embracing. Naruto had never eaten with anyone at home before, although she ordered him around without hesitation. She rummaged through his things as if she were at home, naturally taking away his remaining milk. But Naruto didn't dislike her. Naruto couldn't help breaking the precious silence. Hey, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. You, what's your name? His voice grew quieter. You savored a bowl of slightly clumpy instant noodles. The game's taste system is pretty good. The flavor was very realistic, but maybe a bit too realistic. This item is exactly the same as a bowl of slightly clumpy instant noodles. Maybe you can become a master chef in this map. Defeat enemies with glowing dishes. You were a bit thirsty. It seemed the yellow-haired NPC initiated a conversation. Was it an introduction? The voice was too soft to hear clearly. We'll trigger the interaction later. You know the NPC will keep that dialogue until you respond. So thirsty. Why can't thirst be blocked even with pain set to 0? This game is being realistic in all the wrong places. I want water. The yellow-haired NPC's expression seemed a bit disappointed. Maybe more than a bit. You ignored it. Why would a player read an NPC's face? Anyway, he still brought you water. Glug, glug, glug. Your body seemed to change. Your limbs grew a bit thicker. You touched your face. Your features didn't seem to change much. You already had a relatively androgynous appearance. You remembered the trigger condition for the mod. You, the NPC, actually gave you a cup he used. So unsanitary. You looked at the yellow-haired NPC. He was looking down, not meeting your eyes. He stirred his noodles with his chopsticks, but didn't eat. Stop stirring, buddy, it's getting even clumpier. You handed the cup to him. Drink. Your voice didn't seem to change much. Right, the main character is still a kid now. He looked up at you in confusion. Are you telling me to drink? I'm not thirsty. Drink. What was this NPC thinking? Of course you weren't asking him to drink because he was thirsty. Just a tiny act of revenge. Oh, okay. He drank. You watched mercilessly as his face softened and his limbs became slender. With a wicked grin, congratulations, you're now a girl. Huh, my voice. What's going on? He fumbled up and down like a monkey scratching itself. You watched the NPC's antics and casually opened the previous story recap. It turned out to be asking for the player's name. Although the game didn't allow you to play abstract with naming, it didn't specify that you had to introduce your real name to the NPC, right? Perhaps. You recalled a few discarded names and felt a bit eager. The NPC kept jumping. It seemed that if you didn't interrupt this scene, he would keep jumping indefinitely. Considering he didn't take your instant noodle money, you decided to be merciful and tell him the player's real name. Sato Misaki. That's my name. It sounds quite classy to introduce oneself like that. Clearly it indicates an important character, which is completely different from those random passers-by who just say, I am XXX. The NPC stopped jumping. He inexplicably became a girl. What was going on? Uzumaki Naruto felt a bit desperate and also a bit unreal. It was too strange to have him believe he turned into a girl just from drinking a cup of water. But little OO was gone, oh dear. Sato Misaki. I got at that girl's name. If I could make friends. Even if it meant having Uzumaki Naruto squatting gracefully, he would be okay with it. Uzumaki Naruto's affinity 20, current affinity 30. There's an affinity system. The shy little NPC wants to join the player's friend list. You are also quite pleased for the player. Do you want to be my friend? You smiled crookedly, I agree. Uzumaki Naruto looked genuinely moved to tears. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to cry. The panic of suddenly becoming a girl, the disbelief of suddenly having a friend. Misaki actually called him a friend. Not an ordinary friend. And the sudden memories of loneliness surged together, leaving Naruto's mind in a dizzying whirl. When emotions peak, people often want to cry. Tears are an outlet for feelings. Happiness, sadness, and anger all come out through tears. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to cry now. You watched curiously as Uzumaki Naruto shed tears. He cried in a most unattractive manner, his face all scrunched up. Why would he cry after you agreed to his friend request? He should be laughing joyfully instead. Is this an emotional bug? The NPC crying because he became friends with the player is quite embarrassing. You were relieved this is a single-player game. Could it be that he cried because of the gender bend mod? You kindly, though it was you who made him cry, told him, the gender change will revert in 12 hours, just sleep, and you'll be a boy again by tomorrow. Stop crying. You picked up Uzumaki Naruto's short-sleeve shirt that hadn't been washed in a month from the back of the chair to wipe his tears. A bit disgusted. Oh well, cyber garbage isn't really garbage. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have to learn how to squat gracefully anymore. Uzumaki Naruto finally stopped crying. The all-knowing player was indeed correct. You mercilessly teased the emotionally stabilized child. Actually, I'm a vampire. I must drink blood from time to time to avoid dying. You are my friend now, so I will come to find you to drink blood in the future. You plan to find a tool that could reliably trigger the mod. However, saliva is absolutely out of the question. The method of obtaining tears is too troublesome. The NPC's tears are just too spicy as a snack in that tone. Uzumaki Naruto nodded solemnly. You can drink as much blood as you want. I will work hard. I will definitely not let you die. White ticket success. You returned to the player's little house. You decided to continue training. Perhaps the training effect for the male body would be different. Speaking of which, you still didn't know your friend's attributes. Even if they are weak as the player's blood bag, you will cherish them. You open the affinity list and click to view Uzumaki Naruto. What's going on? Physique 586. This must be a trick. This must be the kind of plot NPC that has inflated stats but gets defeated in one hit on the battlefield and requires a powerful player to rescue them. The player had to allocate all emphasis initial attribute points to physique just to reach 100 right. You stared at 586 for 3 seconds without a hint of jealousy before closing the list. You know that even if the player's initial value is negative, they will definitely become the world's strongest. So you didn't care at all. Not at all. You trained at home. This was to prevent running out of stamina and collapsing outside, allowing rogue players to steal your starting skin outfit. You have completely understood the game's realism. Training. You closed your eyes and opened them again, waking up on the floor of your home. Open attribute panel. Physique 101, agility 0. 5 spirit 0. 1 a charm 2 talent unlimited. You nodded in satisfaction. The male body seems to have a 1 bonus when training physique, while the female body has a 1 increase when training agility. At this rate, you only need to train non-stop for 485 in-game days to surpass Naruto. Charm 1. You remember your charm decreased by 1 due to the rogue players in Konoha. Could it be that these rogues realized their mistakes? Game log. Uzumaki Naruto affinity 30, Oi player charm 3. So it was the friend. Thank you, little friend. You are a good NPC. You climbed onto the roof. You began to parkour on the roof. You fell. Agility attribute insufficient. Damn, where are you supposed to go to earn money if players aren't allowed to run around on the rooftops? You went to the woods. You tried to find wild monsters. White-eyed monster. You charged up excitedly. Let me take on the monster. You dashed back in disappointment. The NPC can also deceive. There were no monsters at all. Only a small NPC surrounded by a group of passerby-faced NPCs. A bit cute. The little cutie's name above its head was. You confidently used the identification function on the passerby. You charged up again. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto was an unexpected surprise. How could an NPC be stronger than a player just like that? These passerby NPCs certainly worked hard to have attributes not exceeding 25. First battle victory. Money 1,000. Experience 1,000. Achievement 1 against many achieved. Player awarded the title Lone Brave. Wow. Are you okay? Thank you for saving me. The sweet voice was indeed adorable. You admire the cute face up close. Even cuter. The timid expression resembling that of a little rabbit is quite delightful. Staring, the cute one's head is steaming. The cute one lowered her head and handed you a red scarf. Scarf of love infused with the girl's gratitude and vague affection, wearing it grants 10 charm. A nice side quest reward. You put it on without hesitation. It carries a sweet scent of shower gel. I'm Sato Misaki. You feel a bit embarrassed trying to show off in front of the cute one. But even such ordinary lines cannot hide your protagonist aura. Because you heard the prompt sound. Hinata, Hyuga, current affection level 50. Here it comes, a classic trope used to attract players destined for a love at first sight with the assigned wife. My name is Hinata Hyuga, just call me Hinata Misaki. The cute one said, earnestly blushing. Is my name as pure as a seedling? What a beautiful name. You also make an effort to raise the affection level of the pretty NPC. Misaki's name is also very nice. Really, thank you so much. Such a shy and polite child. With such a personality, it's easy to be bullied if lacking strength. You opened Hinata's attribute panel. Constitution 50, Agility 60, E-Spirit 20. Isn't this almost stronger than the player? How could a mere passerby with under 25 stats bully her? Hinata doesn't need to say thank you if you really want to repay me, just take me out for a meal. You don't want to eat from the trash can anymore. Even if it increases spirit, it's not acceptable. Alright, let me treat you to a meal, Misaki. You took Hinata's little hand. So soft. Let's go. You smiled gently at Hinata. Oh, she turned red. But she didn't let go, just silently held your hand back. You arrived at the shopping street. You are completely unfamiliar with this place. Hinata seems to be unfamiliar with it too. So you lead her into the restaurant with the most people. Ichiraku Ramen. You each ordered a large bowl of miso chashu ramen for 90 coins. You are curious about this most expensive dish. Which ramen shop's taste data is being gathered? It must be better than a bowl of slightly soggy instant noodles. Indeed, it's delicious. The waitress is also very pretty. You finish quickly, watching Hinata eat slowly. Hinata noticed your gaze and shyly sped up her eating. Misaki, I'm full. You are a bit puzzled. Your constitution is double Hinata's, right? Doesn't she have the same appetite as you? You identified Hinata's status. Hunger. Is this boss another bowl? Now you're really curious about Hinata's appetite. Eat up. You smiled. Hinata turned into a circle-eyed, nervous mess. Misaki, I'm full. Eat up, the player said decisively. Hinata, blushing, finished that bowl. Hunger. Another bowl. Hunger. One more. Hunger. The 8th bowl. Hunger finally disappeared. You looked at Hinata in amazement. As expected of a game character, her figure and appetite are completely disproportionate. Does she have a stomach like Doraemon's pocket? However, Hinata's constitution subtly increased by 20. You fully understood. Hinata being bullied was due to being hungry. She doesn't look like someone who can't afford food. Why don't you eat enough? Hinata lowered her head and said nothing. With your rich gal game experience, you could tell this was leading to a revelation of psychological trauma. You grasped Hinata's hands, gently pulling them together both to comfort her and to prevent her from avoiding it. Tell me, aren't we friends? Hinata began to confide. Well, in short, due to various reasons, Hinata's unfilial father only let her eat a little. She has never been full, and she has always lost to her cousin, so she feels very inferior. The player understood. You evaluated Hinata's wallet from what you just saw and made a decision. I can feel that you, Hinata, possess outstanding talent. One day Hinata will definitely become a confident and radiant powerhouse, never inferior to anyone. I look forward to that version of you. I hope Hinata can have the power to protect herself. Don't let hunger be your obstacle, alright? In the future, let's eat together. That's right, you plan to find a long-term meal ticket. Tears sparkled in Hinata's eyes. No one has ever said such words to her. It's not about expecting Hinata to bear the responsibilities pressing from all sides, nor pushing her forward forcefully, but simply looking forward to Hinata herself, believing in her future. Misaki. Okay. Hinata trembled, her voice responding to Sato Misaki's expectations. The plan worked. Farewell to the trash. The player will now be someone who gets to enjoy a soft meal. You and Hinata set a time and place to meet every day, watching her leave. Seeing Hinata turn back, while walking, you waved the part of the scarf that extended out. Hinata suddenly turned her head, finally no longer looking at you. You noticed her suddenly quickening pace and realized she seemed very happy. Before she reached the corner of the road, Hinata suddenly turned around, her voice trembling as she called out, "See you tomorrow." Misaki. After saying that, she turned and ran out of your sight. You couldn't help but laugh. See you tomorrow. The next day, wash your hands. Sign in. Green talent. Tisk, has your luck been drained by the golden legend of the first day? Wait a minute. This green talent seems interesting. You clicked on its description. Your efforts will never go unnoticed. When you persist in the impossible, the chance of being seen by important NPCs increases by 500 with a 1 chance of acquiring the NPC's exclusive ability. This seems not too bad. You speculate that the reason this talent is classified as green is that the NPC's exclusive ability is too unstable. Perhaps after grinding for 10 days, that 1 chance led to a worthless ability like never being discovered while peeping in the bathhouse, which seems somewhat interesting. Ahem, of course you have no interest in the bathhouse. You open the title you previously obtained, Lone Hero. Lone Hero, you have triumphed against many with a hero saving a beauty. When you fight alone, your charm increases by 200. Useless ability. Why not increase attack? Does increasing charm in battle mean you have to charm your enemies? You disappointingly close the panel. You prepared to head out for exploration. As you open the door, a cold wind hit your face. You realize the game time is winter. Your starting skin consists of a white top and white pants. No wonder Hinata Hyuga wanted to give you a scarf. You arrived in the forest. You gathered some unknown fruits. Experience 0. Num 1. You sheared the wild boar's fur. Experience 0. Light injury 1. You took 3 eggs from the bird's nest. Experience 0. You acquired bird mother's grudge. You made the following remark: this farming system is truly terrible. You arrived at the riverbank. You made a fishing rod from branches. Fishing. No fish on the hook. An environmentally friendly creature ran past you upside down. It ran back. Oh. A girl. Do you still insist on fishing even in winter? Truly youthful. You have quite the discerning eye. You turned to look at the environmentally friendly creature. Surprisingly, it was a named uncle. You politely complimented, you are also quite youthful, uncle. The uncle shed 2 streams of tears while upside down. I am the azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Girl, let's celebrate youth together. The uncle left while upside down. Even tears shed while upside down must obey gravity. Haki Kai, how much did you pay for the game's physics engine? You continued to celebrate youth. The uncle passed by for the 2nd time. Celebration. The uncle passed by for the 3rd time. You grabbed the fishing rod and smashed it into the water. You realized that such a unique character design for the uncle is definitely that of an important NPC. The talent Shiro High Jump must have activated when you weren't aware. The probability of encountering Might Guy is too high. Damn it, is fishing considered an impossible event by the game? You angrily opened Might Guy's panel. Constitution 567. Agility 456. Spirit 134. You gracefully retrieved your fishing rod. Who says humans have no great emperors? Today the player will fish alone through eternity. The uncle passed by for the 500th time. Congratulations, player, you have acquired Might Guy's exclusive talent. You were overjoyed. Bright white teeth. You wore a blank expression. Bright white teeth. Your teeth are so white they reflect light. You broke the fishing rod. The imperial path has been severed. Go home, child, go home. The uncle passed by for the 500th and first time. The uncle gifted you youthful tight clothing. Youthful tight clothing, Might Guy's exclusive item. It has excellent breathability and moisture retention, boasting a perfect line for extreme convenience. Once worn, it becomes addictive, and you will want to wear it at all times. Wearing it increases your training efficiency by 150. This is youth. Girl, you were deeply moved as you accepted the green outfit that twisted in the wind. This outfit shone with a radiant, colorful sheen, and you decided to wear it even while sleeping. A player's clothes are, of course, permanently clean. Upon returning to the player's home, you immediately changed into youthful tight clothing, and indeed felt 150 more youthful. You just wanted to train until you fainted. However, it was time to meet Hinata for dinner, so you decided to mooch a meal. You encountered Hinata. She seemed a bit surprised by your new outfit. Misaki-kun, you look very handsome today. Really? I think this outfit suits me well too. You smiled widely, showing off your newly acquired bright white teeth. Hinata was indeed dazzled by you. You took her hand. Misaki-kun, today your hand seems smaller than yesterday. Is it just my illusion? Hinata asked hesitantly. You remembered that you had chosen the initial gender as female during character creation, but when you first met Hinata you were in male form. Actually, this is my bloodline limit. I usually look like a girl, but sometimes I turn into a boy. I also find it quite troublesome. Does Hinata dislike me for being a girl? You leaned pitifully against Hinata's shoulder slightly, tilting your head to look at her. Bloodline limit. This was a setting you learned about in the game shop. Those wild abilities truly opened your eyes, so having a mere gender transformation as a bloodline limit seems quite normal. My face is getting hot. Misakikin's eyes feel like sinking into a clear lake. Sinking. Hinata was unable to react. Misakikin being a girl seems not to matter much. I still really like Misakikin. No matter if Misakikin is a boy or a girl, I don't dislike you. You heard Hinata speak with such determination for the first time, and you couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the NPC is trying to win you over? You found it somewhat amusing. Anyway, it was great that your affection level did not drop. The routine continued a visit to Schwanwa Mingren's house to fetch some blood, a spell of fishing, an unexpected meeting with Meitikai, living off Kyushin's hospitality, some training, then fainting. The next day dawned. A month of in-game time later, you opened the game interface. Constitution 128, Agility 24, Spirit 6, Charisma 18. Talents Wu Shangxian no upper limit, Women Reng Wei Jidao Na Tian Yu Duo Shao Renzai, Can Shirlang Tiaogao. We still do not know how many people watched Shirlang jump. That day, A Liang by Yachi Bright White Teeth, Tian Xing Nyoma, Innate Beast of Burden. Skills My Xianfeng My Whirlwind, My Gongli Xianfeng My Force Whirlwind. Yes, after all you finally farmed a useful ability from Uncle Kai. That move was truly impressive. Tian Xing Nyoma was the final reward of the 3-day newbie sign-in, a purple tire talent, yet you believed its potential rivaled that of Golden Legends. Tian Xing Nyoma, like an ox or a horse that labors with full force, in its final moments you remain at your peak until your health bar drops to 0. Yes, this one was splendid. You challenged Chutian to practice fights repeatedly, for she was the only person you knew whose overall attributes matched yours. Only then did you realize her condition actually shifted with the length of the sparring and the expenditure of stamina. How could you possibly lose now? The Ninja Academy opened. Chutian presented you with a small backpack she had carefully chosen. It was only then that you discovered the game even required attending school. Is it the same model as Kyushin's? You asked with a smile. Kyushin's face flushed crimson. Adorable. Hand in hand you went to school, hearts light. There you encountered Schwanwa Mingren, so each of you slipped an arm through a hand. The distinguished player had arrived at her school. An elderly man looking oddly like a caricature delivered the opening address. The Hokage. Is that Schwanwa Mingren's dream? An appraisal followed. In your estimation, he did not compare to Mui's Azure Beast. The class was assigned. Chutian sat to the left, Mingren to the right, and you in the middle. Isn't that a demonic fox? Can someone like that attend school? It would be a disaster to let such a person become a shinobi. A demonic fox. Who? Such a fashionable persona must be an important NPC. You were about to ask Mingren, who knew the village better, when you noticed he had somehow pulled his goggles down. Mingren, do you know that demonic fox? I don't know. Hey, don't lie, you rascal. Aren't you the demonic fox yourself? I mean, you two actually sat with that kind of monster. The unnamed passerby NPC could not finish his line, because you had already slapped him wielding the peerless force granted by your 128 constitution. He was sent flying. You lot. You and you come here and line up. You commanded the chattering rabble. Why should we listen to you? Hey, stop talking. Do you want to be sent flying too? The gaggle of troublemakers lined up. If you don't want to take flight every day, listen carefully. From now on, every morning and every evening you will line up and receive a slap. If one person is missing, everyone gets sent flying. Understood? They exchanged bewildered glances. You waved your small hand with apparent kindness. I understand. Keep your spirit, don't lose face. Understood. You felt satisfied. Astute players had already deduced Schwanwa Mingren's backstory. Surely the fallen young scion of a Yukai clan, ostracized for his oddly charming fox ears and tail. So fashionable. No wonder he was the first NPC to notice the player. Mingren, I want to touch the fox tail. There is no such thing. You felt a pang of disappointment. I have whiskers, would you like to touch them? Mingren, you reached out eagerly. The whiskers felt like a cat's. What does it feel like to have your whiskers touched? A cat's whiskers have many blood vessels and nerve endings at the root and are extremely sensitive. You found yourself curious whether Mingren's whiskers shared the same anatomy. Would trimming them affect his sense of balance? You were dangerously tempted. For the dignity of the cat, or fox, you reluctantly abandoned the experimental plan. My face. It's a little itchy. Mingren obediently tilted his head, letting your hands roam. You began to perceive the innocent charm of this NPC. So handsome, Zhuozhu. You looked toward the doorway with displeasure as a haughty NPC strolled in with hands in his pockets. What a show-off. The player's avatar was clearly handsomer. Did he think he was strutting a runway? The center of the world was plainly the player. An appraisal followed, weaker than the player, and even weaker than a well-fed Chutian. Bored, you averted your gaze. I am your teacher, hey Yuluka. Self-introductions commenced. My name is Skip. I am Skip. It was the player's turn. I am Zwitting Meishi. I will freely explore this world, make more interesting friends, behold more beautiful vistas, and become a powerful being who lives by my own will. So handsome. The 6-year-old NPCs were struck by the player's mature, carefree proclamation. Humph. Adolescent grandiosity truly belongs in a game. Clapping wildly, Xuanhua Mingren applauded. Meishi, you are indeed very dashing. Keep it up. Chutian tightened her grip on the end of your scarf. You suppressed a modest smile. An NPC is asleep. To waste the lines you had carefully crafted. Do they have no shame? An appraisal. Naoyang Luan then. Player notes you. The resting Luan suddenly shivered. Winter. Such a nuisance. In a daze. You discover that simply remaining in the classroom during class will be deemed as studying, or knowledge will automatically be recorded in the exploration journal, allowing you to retrieve it at any time. That's more like it. Do players really have to learn the things fabricated by the game? Surely not, right? Just idle until school is over. The player briskly dealt with the troublesome citizens, holding one by each hand as they prepared to head home. Suddenly they stopped. Hey, you. That chubby kid, remember to wash your face before taking a hit next time. Yes. Big sister. What on earth is big sister? Not cool at all. The player's title should at least be something like Supreme Leader. Indeed, this game has become real in all the wrong places. You got your hands sweaty just to smack that chubby troublemaker. Disgusting. Naruto Uzumaki, the player has sacrificed a lot for you, choked up. The player's efforts must be rewarded. Naruto, wait until we get to my house. I'm not ready yet. What are you preparing for? Mickey's house I want to go to. You wrap your arm around Hinata's shoulder. Let's all go. A kind player would not neglect any NPC. This is Mickey's house. Hinata clasped her hands together, her cheeks blooming with a pink hue. Naruto Uzumaki unusually did not shout loudly. He straightened up inexplicably. You led the two of them to your room. You made a small cut on your finger with a fruit knife. Drink, you commanded Naruto. Why is Mickey hurting herself? Where are the band-aids? Mickey. Hinata was frightened. You skillfully ruffled Hinata's hair and began to persuade her. Naruto, you know I've never had a pet since I was little. Can you become a girl and play with me? What does having a pet have to do with becoming a girl? But Naruto Uzumaki still drank. Naruto-kun has changed. You took out the dog ears headband from the wardrobe. Mini skirt. Dog tail belt. Yes, ever since you found Hinata as your pet owner, you haven't spent a dime on food. Hinata even gives you pocket money. You have nowhere to spend money. Thus you arrived at the evil commercial street. Money lost N. Obtained interesting items N. Now is the moment to test the value of the merchandise. Naruto, I want to see. This is not right. I'm not really a girl. I don't want to wear a skirt. You pitiful. JPG Naruto Uzumaki still wore it. He'll only wear it this once. The rarely bashful Naruto. Oh wow. It fits perfectly. You've never seen anyone look so harmonious in a Beast Girl outfit. Could it be because of the cat whiskers? Can the game store release cat whisker appearances? The dog planner clearly doesn't understand Second Life. You touch them up and down. Don't touch me randomly. This is a fake tail. You kindly reminded. But it just feels really weird. Naruto turned red. You ignored him and continued to play with the dog. A small hand tugged at your sleeve. Meow. Meow. It's Hinata. She didn't know when she put on the small cat headband you had dug out. I can also be Mickey's pet. Also pet my head. Your health is depleted. This is an adorable level of cuteness. You pulled out your right hand and messed up Hinata's mushroom hair. Naruto suddenly pressed down on your left hand that was resting on the dog tail. Can I touch? You looked at him, and he turned his head, unwilling to meet your gaze. NPCs are truly capricious. You sighed while petting the fur with both hands. Cat and dog together. At this point the player has become a winner in life. You sent Hinata home. Hinata looked very happy. Did something interesting happen? You were curious. Could it be a side quest? Because Miki has always been wearing the scarf I gave her. It makes me so happy. Because it's Hinata's scarf of love. I really like it. You spoke the truth. Hinata began to steam. Love? And such. This is really. She was already incoherent. It's because Hinata is always like this that you enjoy teasing her. Miki. Hinata looked like she had struggled for a long time before speaking. What is it? Miki's blood can it make boys turn into girls? Then can I also become a boy? Of course, but why would you want to become a boy, Hinata? You were somewhat surprised. Hinata rarely takes the initiative to make requests. She has strong empathy and always considers others. Even if you ask her, Hinata, what do you want to play as, she would only say, you can do what you want, I'm happy just being with you. That's just who Hinata is. However, that's also her endearing quality. Why would such a Hinata actively request to become a boy? She should be resisting such a strange thing, right? Because Miki is a girl, and in the future she will definitely marry a boy. If that happens, I can't be with Miki always. So, you felt Hinata's hand tremble. You hugged Hinata. Hinata, you're very brave. Hinata clutched your shirt tightly. Hinata can be a girl or a boy, it'll always be with Hinata. You sent Hinata home. You encountered Nara Shikamaru, who was buying soy sauce. It's him, the minor villain who ignored the player's show-off scene. He'll give you a chance to challenge me. How troublesome. And who are you? You were quite displeased. If you can't even remember others' faces, what significance does telling you have? I concede. In terms of provoking the player, I would gladly call Nara Shikamaru the strongest. Nara Shikamaru, out of admiration for your unparalleled power, challenges you. Fighting is too tiring. So let's play shogi. You accept the challenge. Shikamaru is sweating profusely over the chessboard. This is really a tough problem. This unknown challenger's shogi level is so terrible that Shikamaru struggles to lose to her. But if he accidentally wins, she'll definitely cling to him like a ghost. Just thinking about it is such a hassle. After all, why did this happen? Shikamaru doesn't remember when he did anything wrong to her. You stare seriously at the chessboard. I don't understand. This is your first time playing shogi. Damn, did the game secretly connect this NPC to AlphaZero? Despicable dog of a game designer. As a believer in fairness, you have to fight fire with fire. AlphaZero activate. Shikamaru feels a suffocating sensation like being coiled by a python. What's up with this guy? This ghostly fluctuating skill level. Shikamaru suspects she is toying with him. She can even move like that. What a brilliant stroke. No, wait, why is he getting serious playing against her? He should just lose to her quickly. But it's rare to meet an opponent of this level. It's quite interesting. You win. In a match between two AIs, you win, showing that your shocking wisdom played a decisive role. Write my name 100 times. We'll check it tomorrow. You issue the victor's command to your defeated opponent AlphaZeros. Why do something like this? That's too weird. You ignore Nara Shikamaru's deflated look and politely explain, the strong must humiliate the weak. Alright, you are satisfied. So who are you exactly? Sato Misaki. I remember. He looks a bit speechless. You think you must have misread. How could a mere NPC understand the player's intention to show off? Really remember. Even if you die, you won't forget. Why so suddenly heavy? Answer me. Look in my eyes. I really remember. You start making reasonable demands. No typos. If there are corrections, rewrite it. The handwriting must be neat and tidy, showing the weak's respect for the strong's true name. Why again? This is getting more and more troublesome. You raise your small palm that convinces with virtue. Understood. Nara Shikamaru believes he will never forget Sato Misaki's name even in death. The next day, start the beautiful day with crisp clapping sounds. You sit in your seat staring at Shikamaru with extreme nonchalance. Shikamaru feels like he wants to drop out of school. What's with that super obvious stare? He's almost becoming the focus of the whole class. So troublesome. Does Sato Misaki want him to bring the trophy over now? How much trouble will follow? Shikamaru feels exhausted just thinking about it. If he sends it now, he'll bear the trouble from everyone. But if he doesn't send it, he'll face Sato Misaki's trouble. Damn, his head hurts. After all, Sato Misaki is more troublesome. Shikamaru finally chooses to surrender. You see Shikamaru walking over. Here, you graciously accept the trophy. Nanny nanny, is it a love letter? Love letter? Who is sending a love letter to whom? It's that troublesome guy sending a love letter to Lady Misaki. What? To the boss. He's asking for death. Shikamaru holds his forehead in pain. He knew it. Hey, this paper is covered with Misaki's name. You pineapple head. Why are you giving Misaki something like this? Uzumaki Naruto, you loudmouth. Please shut up. Shikamaru closes his eyes in despair. Sure enough, the classroom erupts like a bomb. Obtain item name never forgotten. Name never forgotten. Nara, Shikamaru will never forget your name, even in death. Carrying this item permanently increases the affinity of characters who know the player's name by 10. Good stuff. As expected of a side quest that requires outside help. You admire the player's true name written without any corrections for 10 seconds. Confirm that Nara Shikamaru absolutely remembers the player's name, and satisfied, fold it up and stuff it into your sleeve. Although 10 affinity points seem useless, the effect is incredibly powerful in a broader sense. For example, if the player lord wants to rule the world in the future, this item is the strongest popularity buff, and the cost is merely letting people know the player's name. What a great deal, a great deal. You plan to use it as permanent equipment. Now the player's equipment is terrifyingly powerful. There is youthful tights that gives an efficiency buff, loving scarf that gives charm, and name never forgotten that gives reputation. You are already a perfect hexagon warrior. Why stuff it into the sleeve? Nara Shikamaru thought Sato Misaki would throw that paper away. After all, she just wanted to tease him, right? But it was carefully stored away, even though it was forcefully stuffed into the sleeve of the green tights. Forget it, don't think. Trying to understand Sato Misaki's actions only gives him a headache. He needs to find an accessory to hold equipment. Yes, you originally wanted to put it in your pocket, but youthful tights is a tight suit specially for physical training, and you have no pockets anywhere on your body. You're afraid it might fall out if you put it in your coat pocket. In real life, items in the player's coat pocket always mysteriously disappear. Youthful tights and name never forgotten are both your treasures, and you can't bear to part with either. This game is also bad in that aspect. The player doesn't even have a portable bag that never drops items. Shouldn't this be a standard feature? Commercial Street. You visited the accessory shop. Same style goggles as Xuanhua Mingren, same style goggles as UNVG Nai, same style outdated goggles as Yuzibo Daidu. Why are so many people wearing goggles? Still selling outdated goggles, you profiteer. Players don't want to use NPCs' same style items. Except for youth's tight suit. You finally bought a message in a bottle pendant. Never forgotten name can be rolled up and placed inside. You decide to stroll around the commercial street. Three-color dumpling shop. It's that Yuzibo's Weiju whose face barely lost to the player. This NPC is so lame, still loves sweets at his age. Delicious. Bookstore. Found a white-haired NPC. Nice figure. You decide to graciously allow him to use the same hair color as the player. You want to see what good stuff the white-haired NPC is reading. Kids can't look at the books here. The white-haired NPC gently pushed you away. What is there that a noble player cannot see? Stare. The white-haired NPC acts as if no one is there. Stare. The white-haired NPC remains unmoved. Stare. The white-haired NPC yields. Little kid, this is a book only adults can read. If a child sneaks a peek, they'll get a spanking from mom and dad. Also, it's Liu. You lose interest. My mom and dad aren't in this world. The white-haired NPC is choked up. You look with satisfaction at his expression of him, such a terrible person. You plan to come back next time to critique that book. Passionate Paradise. You've already seen the name. You smell a rich floral fragrance. Shanzhong Flower Shop. A flower shop with a surname. Perhaps it's a base for an important NPC. You decide to go in. You're Misaki, right? The one who received a love letter today. Has the player's name become household? Yamanaka Ino from your class. This is my family's flower shop. It's a yellow-haired NPC. Her smile is as bright as a sunflower. These flowers are beautiful, aren't they? She approaches you with familiarity, pretending to hold a white narcissus. Indeed, they are beautiful. You squat beside the flower pot with her. I love flowers. Whether they're blooming unopened buds or withered calyxes, they all bloom in their proper season. I love their courage to bloom. She picks up a small pot of narcissus. I love your dream. Even in the ninja world, you dare to pursue freedom and enjoy the world. I think you like this are as brave as a narcissus blooming in winter. This pot of narcissus is for you. Become my friend. You've been flirted with by an NPC. You feel the player's dignity challenged. Unwilling to be outdone, you hold Ino's hand. Then I want to order cosmos flowers from you next summer. Your smile is as bright and cheerful as blooming cosmos. I want to give it to you next summer. Wishing you always be as happy as the cosmos. Become my friend. You exchange smiles. The player has met their match. You carry the flowers back to the player's home. Set off to the grove. Fishing. Emyaojunggu man. What is that? You encounter an NPC in the grove whose every gesture summons insects following like shadows. His outfit is so stylish it gives you rheumatism. Identify. Oh, it's that same style goggles. UNVG9. You actually know my name. Speak up, I can't hear you. I thought I was also a person without a name. Huh. Did someone say that to you? How mean. Because you call many classmates that person without a name, don't you? I thought you wouldn't remember my name. You're wrong. Those NPCs with generic faces indeed have no names. Dear Rinsheng is a large open-world game. The number of NPCs in it is more than the insects UNVG9 just played with. Just as UNVG9 cannot name every insect, the development team cannot name every NPC. Even you think this demand is too much. Rather, you're surprised that the game has no repeated models. A player remembering 3 or 5 pretty NPC names is already playing with great effort. Sigh, fragile little NPC, it's up to the player to spoil you. You're different from those people without names. I remember your name very clearly. This is a white lie. Oh, sunglasses block his eyes. You can't gauge his emotions, so want to take them off. Encountering this kind of mask type easily makes one curious about the true face underneath. You try to use friendship to trick. Persuade him to take off his sunglasses. Sato Misaki. I know. In fact, I knew it from the first day. The person with the most presence in the class. Everyone probably knows. Very small voice. Blah blah blah, what is he saying? You just assume he knows. Can you take off your sunglasses and let me see? You cut straight to the point. She asked. Just asked so bluntly. Could it be that people with strong presence are all like this? Can naturally make such offensive requests? What if she insists on seeing? Should I agree? Xiao yi hua xiao mi lu wa xiao yi mao xiao mu xiao feng luo xiao jiezi xiao kun. Tell me what to do. UNVG9 is silent. You must see. You're not really that eager, but his hesitation makes you even more curious. You make a pitiful expression. Can't you show me? Aren't we already friends? Why won't you show me? So we're already friends. This is the level of a social butterfly. Truly terrifyingly strong. He seems to sink into his own world again. You poke him. Poke again. Sure enough, the dialogue triggers again. There are insects in my eyes afraid of light. You'd find it disgusting. You're right, but the player is using a super low-end version of the holographic pod, which only retains the fine details of character models, while other unnecessary environmental details are simplified. You can only see his insects as tiny black pixels. If Identify hadn't told you these are UNVG9's Jiweichong, you wouldn't have recognized them as insects. Heh. Poor player, are you scared? I want to see. UNVG9 sighs softly. UNVG9 takes off his sunglasses. You're quite good looking. Black, somewhat narrow eyes. They match his calm temperament. It's a very clean and proper appearance. The player's curiosity is satisfied. You observe young Shizai. You attempt to learn insect manipulation. Your attempt to learn insect manipulation fails. Players in real life are fond of a work called Oh Real Person. If you could master insect manipulation, perhaps you could cosplay as a Goo Master. Insect manipulation seems to be an exclusive ability of the NPC. You decide to harass. Engage with this NPC a few more times. Perhaps a one drop from Shiro's high jump could bring you a surprise. Isn't she bored? Why is she still watching him? Young Shizai seems somewhat troubled. He still prefers to observe insects alone. Perhaps Sato Misaki is just daydreaming. Let's remind her. The pendant exposed beneath her scarf seems to contain something. It's a love letter supposedly written by Nara Shikamaru, filled with Sato Misaki's name. Is the love letter from Shikamaru inside the pendant? Oh no, I accidentally voiced my inner thoughts again. Is the love letter from Shikamaru inside the pendant? Love letter? What love letter? Did Shikamaru ever send a love letter to the player? Ah, is it referring to never forgetting name? It's not a love letter. It's my trophy, my trophy. You proudly share the player's glorious achievements with this NPC who doesn't initiate conversations. He seems stunned by the player overpowering Nara Shikamaru. You wait. Why hasn't he given the player a friendship gift yet? Ino has already presented a pot of daffodils. Budding Blossom, a white daffodil that has just bloomed, carrying Ino's blessings for you. Placing this item in your home will grant the player a growth of 0.01 spirit per hour. This perfectly compensates for the player's lack of spiritual attribute training. The player no longer has to worry about consuming junk food. Perhaps the gift from NPC Yun Shizai requires the player to actively ask for it. You decide to accommodate the NPC's personality. Aren't you giving me a friend's gift? Now we're friends. You have unceremoniously requested a gift. Was mentioning Shikamaru just a way to pressure him into giving a gift? Yun Shizai cannot comprehend. Yun Shizai stops thinking. Yun Shizai decides to let her retreat in defeat. I only have insects. Do you want it? Yun Shizai extends her fingertip on which rests a slightly trembling black pixelated block. It's one I've recently cultivated. I haven't named it yet. Self-named companion. Hooray. You carefully take the pixelated block and cheerfully exclaim, "I'll call it Little Blackie." By the way, it seems this NPC really names each insect. What are you secretly doing with the player's memory? You pointing. JPG. Yun Shizai fell silent again. The black pixel blocks surrounding him are swirling. Little Blackie, a bug gifted by Yun Shizai, which can be used for reconnaissance and communication. Due to your persistent harassment, Yun Shizai decides to scare you away with insects. You perfectly defused the character's prank, and the pet acquired the Intimidate skill. You protest. When did the player ever harass Yun Shizai? You have no recollection of that. The player gently awakens their slumbering spirit, feeling good. Yun Shizai plays a prank on the player. Yun Shizai is naughty. Intimidate Little Blackie can release a special chakra, causing enemies to fall into a state of fear. The player generously forgives Yun Shizai. The next day, you take Little Blackie to school. Hinata slightly widens her eyes. Naruto Uzumaki scratches his head. Yun Shizai pushes up her glasses. Passerby classmates whisper. Nara Shikamaru gazes at you. Gossiping commoner no. One exclaims in awe as expected of the big sister. To think of such a humiliating method as hanging a suitor's love letter on oneself. So creative. Well said, but don't mention it again next time. The player bears the humiliation. Shikamaru, I did not humiliate you. I know. Then don't wear it. I refuse. Shikamaru shows no expression. Not speaking means he agrees. Since the gift giver agrees, you of course will continue to wear it. You can't let down the intentions of a defeated opponent. Misaki-kun. Why do you have Nara's note hanging around your neck? Hinata tightens your scarf. Is it because this item has a strong bonus effect? How should I explain this to the NPC? Because this is proof of my victory over him. Having it reminds me to constantly push myself to become stronger. You start to spout nonsense. Fortunately, Hinata believes you. She breathes a sigh of relief. The grip on your scarf loosens. Naruto Uzumaki scribbles something on paper. Class begins. You start to log out. After chatting with people, you prepare to go home. Naruto Uzumaki hasn't spoken a word the entire way. At the fork leading to his home, Naruto grabs your arm. He stammers as he hands over several pages of paper. Your name is scrawled all over them. The handwriting is terrible. You critique mercilessly but politely refrain from saying it out loud. It seems I haven't given Misaki a gift. So, I wrote your name 1,000 times. Misaki, would you accept this? His voice gets louder when he's nervous. You look at the results of his day's labor. Book of Bonds. Naruto Uzumaki wrote your name 1,000 times in the most serious handwriting, carrying the determination to be friends with you forever. Using this item allows you to check the status of characters with a favorability above 30 at any time. Tearing a page can instantly transport you to the corresponding character. It's very suitable for escaping. This pendant won't fit so many pages, so you plan to fold these papers and store them in your charm. It's a wonderful gift, I will cherish it well. Naruto Uzumaki reveals a smile. You had been fishing near Aburame Shino for several consecutive days. You obtained the skill Phantom of the Zeroth Person. Phantom of the Zeroth Person. During the skill's activation, your presence is reduced to the minimum. As long as you remain silent, you won't be discovered, even if you stand right next to an NPC. Although it wasn't the insect control you initially desired, this skill was also quite intriguing. You activated this skill during class. You stood silently behind Irika. Your teacher Yumino Irika was startled. Sato Misaki, get out and stand in the hallway. Impudent NPC, you'll regret this. You walked out of the classroom. You activated Phantom of the Zeroth person again. You gracefully returned to your seat. Me Misakikin. How did little Hinata notice you? Even Iruka-sensei only discovered you after you deactivated the skill. Shoo. You raised a finger to your lips. Hinata blushed and lowered her head. You opened Hinata's panel and found a new talent, Byakugan. Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. The Eye of Insight, the Eye of X-ray vision. When activated, it grants a 360-degree field of vision, the ability to see through the human body and to perceive the flow of chakra. Chakra. Is this the power system of this map? You were lost in thought. Today we will learn how to extract chakra. Sato Misaki, you may come in and listen. You deactivated Phantom of the Zeroth person. Sensei, I'm right here. Who told you to come in? Sensei, you just told me to come in. Fine, just sit there and listen. Chakra is AFK. Irika finished his explanation. You opened the Exploration Codex. In short, chakra is composed of two attributes, physique and spirit. You opened the attribute panel. Physique 187, 1000, agility 8, 41000, spirit 1, 51000, charm 3, 21000, chakra 0, extractable extract. Wait, what if the player's extraordinary talent caused a heavenly phenomenon? Considering that Naruto, with a physique of 586, was still bullied and abused by villagers every day, this village must be hiding many dragons and crouching tigers. If a hidden master obliterated you, what then? Although the player would definitely respawn, your precious equipment might drop. Activated Phantom of the Zeroth person. Extract. Chakra 94. 5. You decided to turn off your sense of taste later. Trash Benson, you must be quite proud. Perhaps your teacher could provide other training ideas. You decided to make the guide NPC fulfill his duties. Sensei. Eek. Sato Misaki. You again. Get out. What a troublesome middle-aged man going through menopause. Why so jumpy? Congratulations, player. You have made the character Yumino Irika fall for you 3 times in one day. You have obtained the title Dokidoki Heart Hunter. Dokidoki Heart Hunter. During the title's activation, you can designate a target with spirit attribute, less than or equal to the player's, to enter a 15-minute heartthrob state. During this state, the target's spirit attribute is reduced to 0. Poor middle-aged man to have developed such a hopeless taboo love for the irresistibly cute player. No wonder his emotions were so unstable. You decided to kindly protect the middle-aged teacher's fragile nerves. You made a run for it. Nothing happened today. Fishing. 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 Player, oh player, how could you sink so low? Did you come to play just to fish? Have you forgotten the training plans you set earlier? This cannot go on any longer. Fishing. 100 days of empty hooks. You obtained 8 Gates Deadly Formation. 8 Gates Deadly Formation, a powerful special taijutsu. Users other than the player require long-term extreme training to employ it. When all 8 gates are opened, one can temporarily gain dozens of times their strength. Opening the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, will cause the user's life force to burn out, leading to death. It was a trump card technique. You felt overwhelmingly strong. You planned to find a monster to test your skills. The gatekeeper at the quest center refused you entry. 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Don't bully a youth for being poor. You left indignantly. You started a boss battle. 1 hour earlier. Cruel. The despair of the night of genocide, the pride of the Uchihas, fall. The dungeon is open. Do you want to update the game resources now? Update, hurry up. Loading. Previously. Why isn't there a skip button? You watched the cutscene boredly. What a moron, that kid with 2 scars on his face. It gave you a headache. The Uchiha clan was really unlucky to have produced someone like him. And his father, the clan leader who pretended to endure humiliation while watching the entire clan be slaughtered. The clan leader could have died quietly with his longing, but instead he put on a show of forbearance, letting his son slaughter the clan, and even had the nerve to worry whether his son would suffer from killing. It really made you laugh. Alas, Uchiha Sasuke, pray that you can survive until the player arrives. His affinity didn't reach the triggering condition for Bond of Fate. You ran toward the Uchiha compound. My foolish little brother. Leaf hurricane. You leaped and kicked him away. You kicked Uchiha Sasuke. Silly kid, your big brother was about to attack you, and you were still standing there stunned. Who are you? A pair of blood-red, ominous eyes met yours. You have started a boss battle, big brother. Damn, you've been hit. You looked around. This was a strange prison with the sky and earth both blood-red. You opened the exploration codex. Is it Jinjutsu? Total disaster. Your spirit attribute was only 18. Wait. Shouldn't Jinjutsu act on consciousness? You activated the titled Dokidoki Heart Hunter. Target Sato Misaki. The illusion world shattered. That's right. Any living creature with a brain cannot have zero spirit. But the player lives like a life has like a brain. The player character's body is entirely controlled by the player's consciousness. Even if the spirit attribute drops to 0, it does not affect the player's consciousness. It only affects the game's judgment mechanics. Uchiha Itachi stared at you with an unreadable expression. Daring to ambush the player. You were really pissed off now. To be able to resist Tsukuyami. Even without using these Mangekyo Sharingan, your struggles are futile. Enjoy your final moments. You remained expressionless. A crazy NPC showed off right in your face. Do you want to dance too? 8 gates, deadly formation. Gate of death open. You had long wanted to say that line. The Uchiha clan's territory is vast, and the game guidance truly needs optimization. It cannot track NPC locations in real time. You seem to have been bullied by the vast territory of a wealthy family. Fortunately, the character has exceptional performance, and after letting it roam for about 10 minutes, it found the area with the densest chakra, the Uchiha clan leader's residence. 8 gates, death gate open. The player's output is entirely determined by data. With a physique of 187, one can only unleash strength at the 187 level. Unlike NPCs, the multiplicative enhancement of the 8 gates reflects in the data as attribute value multiplied by the multiplier. However, the addition of each attribute is not uniform, but rather exponentially transformative. A physique of 187 yields a tenfold value of 1870, surpassing the map's upper limit of 1,000 points. Physique 18701000, remaining time 257, agility 18701000, remaining time 257. No joke, you can genuinely explode a star with a single punch. Uchiha Itachi felt an indescribable chill. He was a person with high combat intelligence and possessed a comparable level of cultivation talent. Former colleagues in the Umbu commented that he exhibited calmness and sharpness beyond his years, not resembling a mere child still in the ninja academy, but rather like a seasoned veteran with many battles under his belt. Even when facing insurmountable enemies on missions, Uchiha Itachi had never felt fear. Now he finally understood what fear tasted like. This girl, the same age as Sasuke, was supposed to be weak and ignorant. Yet she instilled a sense of death in the invincible Sharingan. The unblinking eyes of the clan members stared at him. You took action. In the Sharingan, your movements appeared agonizingly slow. But it was faster than Uchiha Itachi's thought of dodging. He clearly felt his limbs disappearing in an instant. Congratulations to the player for their first boss battle victory. You threw Uchiha Itachi in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Do you want to kill him? You couldn't find the words to describe Uchiha Sasuke's expression. His facial muscles were as rigid as a statue, yet it gave onlookers the illusion that he had completely collapsed and shattered. You silently gave the modeler a thumbs up. Great attention to detail. And no, brother Itachi. Must. Kill. Mom and Dad, why? The language system had completely collapsed. You're a considerate player for NPCs. You thoughtfully removed Uchiha Itachi's illusion activation device and tossed it to Sasuke, a rusty shuriken that could cause tetanus picked up by Naruto. Take your time to think. He'll just die for a bit. What? Player has died. Watch 5 ads to gain resurrection eligibility. Yes, no, it surprisingly wasn't 3. Don't inflate prices, you jerk. Player has been resurrected. You live again. Sasuke was still frozen, hands tightly gripping the rusty shuriken, hovering above Uchiha Itachi's forehead, hesitating to act. If you don't make a move, he'll bleed out and die by himself. You kindly reminded him. Don't waste the player's kill. Uchiha Sasuke uttered a mournful cry. The eyes of the clan members were fixed on him. Finally, he raised his weapon. Uchiha Itachi felt calm. Slaughter, death, chaos, sacrifice. Peace, responsibility, honor, belonging. Ideals. Shizui's eyes. The eyes of the clan members. The eyes of his parents. The voice of Shimura Danzo echoed from hell. All had receded. All were meaningless. In the face of such power, all human struggles were futile. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi died. You poked Uchiha Sasuke. He showed no reaction. Hey, you felt displeased. The player rode alone for miles braving the night just for you, and he doesn't even reward the player with affection. No task rewards either. This is unacceptable. Are you just going to let your clan die on the ground? You deliberately mocked him. He finally staggered to his feet. There was no time to give each corpse a proper burial. You skipped to the morning. He was still digging. A massive pit. He dragged the bodies inside, including his parents' bodies. Itachi's body. This seems inappropriate. He paused. Putting the killer and the victims in the same pit is too hellish. The victims would rise as vengeful spirits, wouldn't they? He left Itachi's body behind. Another new day? What are you going to do? Itachi, that man committed such sins, I must inform the village. You should just rest. The village doesn't need you to tell them. What did you say? You're so stupid. Didn't you notice that the villagers didn't step outside last night? And the Uchiha guard unit all went home late at night. Isn't there supposed to be night patrol duty? That guard unit seems to follow labor laws quite well. You? His face twisted with rage as he approached you, seemingly wanting to grab the collar of this life-saving benefactor. But he quickly seemed to realize something and once again showed that trembling expression from last night. Lies do not hurt. The truth is the sharp blade. Konoha is truly a heartless enterprise. They don't even spare the second largest shareholder in the startup. The player is still too kind. With daylight breaking, you simply went to school to catch up on sleep. You began to tally the dungeon rewards. Game log. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the title Unnameable Entity. Unnameable Entity Uchiha Itachi views you as an existence beyond human comprehension, the embodiment of fear. Wearing this title increases the fear of hostile entities towards the player by 1,000, granting the player a 1 to spirit per day. Congratulations to the player for gaining experience X 100000. Player's exploration level has risen to LV 5. Unlocking the trustee function. Trustee in response to relevant policy calls and to maintain players' mental health, this platform is introducing a combat trustee function. One-click entrustment, and mom no longer has to worry about me being beaten by NPCs. What a shameless operator. Who taught you to write such copy? Uchiha Sasuke arrived at school on time. Seeing his serious expression, you suspect he didn't go to find the Hokage. He took Naruto's spot. I just went to the Hokage building. NPCs are prohibited from slapping players in the face. I went because I believed in your words. You. What a naturally wicked little brat from the Uchiha. His cunning stunned you. He actually thought of pretending to be ignorant to dispel suspicion. He's no longer the foolish little fool from last night. Thank you. If you want to thank me, give me money. Fine. Anyway, it will be taken away by the village, so if you want to just take it. I hid some silver notes. Also, the ninjutsu from the vault is yours. If they still leave any behind. A naturally wicked old Hokage. You immediately activated Phantom of the O people to collect your possessions. I want revenge. You were counting the scrolls in the warehouse when Yuzebo Zwaiju suddenly spoke. Yuzebo Yu is dead. You killed him with your own hands. It's not revenge against that man. Not against you, but against my village. Oh, then good luck. Father and mother are dead. The Yuzebo clan is destroyed. You is also dead. But the people of my village are still alive. The Huaying and the Umbu. Those people are still laughing and living. Everyone is laughing happily. Be careful, don't crush my scroll. Ever since killing Yuzebo Zwaiju had been in this dazed state. It was as if his last remaining will to live had also departed with Yu's death, and now only a corpse wandered alone in the world. Perhaps he would rather have died last night. You are right to hate Mayu. This is what Mai owes the Yuzebo clan. If hatred can sustain you, then Yuzebo, you can rest in peace. Yuzebo Zwaiju was after all just a 7-year-old little NPC. He wanted to hate his dead brother, but had no way to start, so Mai was a ready-made, no-to-tall, innocent outlet. Although you were not moved by the game's outrageous plot, you kindly encouraged him. You didn't want to kill me. You? For what reason did he die? For justice. Justice. Yuzebo Zuaju fell silent quietly, helping you sort your belongings. Yuzebo, you possessed the highest level of illusionary eyes, yet until the very end he believed he was killing for peace. Justice is truly the strongest illusion. You couldn't help but share your post-game reflections. However, from now on, ninjas no longer need to fear dying for justice, because the player who naturally possesses the highest justice has arrived. Your justice will surpass the false will of fire. Character Yuzebo Zuozu's fate trajectory has been altered. Character Yuzebo Zuozu's future of protecting Mai has vanished. Congratulations, the player has obtained the special skill Reverse Judgment. Reverse Judgment, the player can designate two non-living objects to undergo reversal. Game time passed in an instant. Someone was watching you in Chutian. You calmly bid farewell to Chutian. See you tomorrow. Got you. You smiled amiably and pressed down on the peeper's shoulder. In the 6th year of the game's timeline, your combat attributes were already very high. Now, even without using cheats, you could easily defeat the Yuzebo you of 5 years ago. The peeper was startled, then quickly twisted around and struck a palm at you. This attack style, aimed at the vital points of an enemy behind you, was something you had only seen from Chutian. Could it be brother-in-law? You casually grabbed the attacker's hands and pinned them against the tree trunk. Who is your brother-in-law? This posture brought you extremely close. You could clearly see the other's black hair cascading like silk, delicate features, and tightly furrowed brows. Unlike Zuozu's rootless hatred, his eyes burned with a cold hatred for a certain existence. This hatred was certainly not directed at you. You held his hands with your left hand, and with your right hand you lifted his chin to examine him closely. No wonder he was Shudianshin's cousin. He was so incredibly handsome, damn. He was almost 2/3 as good-looking as you. Let me go. You felt the brother-in-law's arm hairs stand on end. You had just finished physical training and were now in male form. It seemed he wasn't good with close contact with a strange same-sex person. You considerately decided to change into the opposite sex. You lowered your head. Now she was your sister-in-law. Her beautiful eyes glared at you hatefully. What are you? She covered her mouth. I still don't know your name. You suppressed a laugh. Veins bulged around her white eyes as she glared at you, seemingly unwilling to speak with her new voice. You felt a bit regretful. Her voice was so pleasant. If she wouldn't speak, you would just look for yourself. Appraisal. Rishiang Ningzi. Sealed white eye. The white eye sealed by the curse mark technique. Cage bird has a 1-degree blind spot in its field of vision. The caster can destroy the subject's brain nerves at will, and the curse mark will only disappear upon the subject's own death. You were greatly alarmed. Were you schemed against? What a great hatred, treating someone like a dog to be trained. Ningzi completely didn't understand what you were saying. Sister-in-law, you seem a bit silly. Someone put a slave mark on you, and you didn't even notice. It doesn't matter, the player will spoil you. Being silly is also cute. Relax, feeling dizzy is normal. Ningzi hadn't even reacted to your strange words when his thoughts ceased. You activated the titled Dokidoki Heart Hunter. Target Rishiang Ningzi. You certainly didn't know sealing techniques, and even if you did, you might not be able to undo Cage Bird. After all, it said only disappears upon the subject's death. But you didn't need to know sealing techniques at all. For a player, no data is unchangeable. Use skill Reverse Judgment. Reverse target control of the curse mark Cage Bird. 15 minutes later. What did you do to me? She was so angry that she no longer cared about her gentle voice. Don't rush, try using your white eye again. She looked at you suspiciously and activated her white eye. What a good little girl. This? Shocked by the powerful player, right? You raised your head smugly. I rewrote the slave mark on you. Now you are the controller. Do you have any idea who placed the curse mark on you? She looked at you with extremely complex eyes. You? What do you want? You could even choose the reward for a side quest. You decided to first propose the simplest request to test. I want infinite money. Can't do that. I want unparalleled power. If I could do that, I wouldn't have been caught by you. Then I want to become Hoing. Are you messing with me? She started glaring at you again. You can't even do that. You were disappointed. Then be my girlfriend. You knew she would definitely refuse you again. Useless NPC. Okay, you said it casually, but she actually agreed. You put on a serious face. Could it be that she has a secret crush on the player and deliberately refused your reasonable request just to become the player's wife? Rishyong Ningx's current favorability is 70. This. Since the NPC is already deeply in love with the player who has full charm, you shouldn't be too reserved. Now the player also has a formal wife. Let's go to the cinema together tomorrow. Ningxi can remember to wear a skirt. Okay. The next day, you looked at Ningxi wearing a female kimono male version in silence. Ningxi looked at you whose curves were softer than yesterday by more than a little in silence. Forgot you were a boy, so you were a girl. Rishyong Ningxi felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Whenever he used his incomplete buy-in, whenever he was forced to be Kyushin's sparring partner, when subjected to pain from the Longzongyo by Rishyong Rizu, the hatred burned endlessly. The very existence of Rishyong Rizu and his two daughters seemed to prove that his father Richa and he Rishyong Ningxi were a joke. If the main family was determined by ability, why was the cowardly Chutian not branded with the Longzongyo? If it was determined by age, how could the younger Huahua escape? So what was the difference between Richa and Rizu? What was the difference between Richa's child and Rize's child? Rishyong Rizu, this hypocrite who has lived openly to this day at the cost of his father's life. Whenever he said he felt guilty towards his father, Richa Ningxi would hate to the point of wanting to vomit. Rishyong Rizu clearly knew everything. He was merely a beneficiary who changed his own children's fate and was unwilling to pay for the sacrifice of his elder brother and nephew. A naked humiliation. Now it was Rishyong Rizu who needed to beg for others' mercy. You who speak of guilt to the point of wanting to die, why are you so terrified? Ningxi laughed with exhilaration. Prey to fate. The Longzongyo cannot be undone. Rishyong Rizu felt as if falling into an abyss. An inhuman pain spreading from his brain throughout his body. He had always known that activating the Longzongyo would bring extreme torment. But when he saw the hatred in Ningxi's eyes, he still unhesitatingly triggered the Longzongyo. How much pain could it be? Could it be more painful than when he was forced to send his brother to die in his place? Now Rishyong Rizu knew how painful it was. You? Aren't you afraid of facing the siege of the entire Rishyong clan? Ningxi gave a sarcastic smile. Before that, I will kill you first. It's quite a feat that you managed to avoid branding the two young ladies with the Longzongyo. Tell me after you die which one of them will become a branch family member. Choose one. Clan head, sir. Ningxi, your father, died willingly. He said he didn't die to protect the main family, but to protect his brother and the village. I truly feel guilty. Ningxi was unmoved. Did my father have any other choice? When you forced him to die, I was only 4 years old. He said that for my sake. Father was begging for a shred of your guilt for me. And I am already 13 years old now. What have you been doing for those 9 years? You are not guilty, you are just using guilt as a bargaining chip. Trying to use my father's death as an excuse. How foolish. You are not worthy to speak my father's name. Ningxi admired the curse seal on Rishyong Rize's forehead. How hideous. You admired the blushing shame on Ningxi's face. Putting your arm around her neck. Her face flushed even redder. A pair of watery eyes glared at you charmingly. You couldn't help but ruffle her long hair. Are you angry? If you become a girl, you won't be embarrassed by this outfit, right? Youthful tight suit was really useful. Even if you instantly transformed into a male body, it was still form-fitting without the risk of bursting. Let's go in. It's the super popular The Adventure of Storm Princess. You watched a movie inside the game. Second Life actually had real footage for the in-game movie. For someone who had watched countless films, this blockbuster wasn't particularly interesting, but what attracted you was not the movie itself, but the act of watching a movie inside the game. You held Ningxi's hand and watched the movie attentively. But Ningxi seemed uninterested in the film. You felt her hand motionless, the grip halfway between holding and letting go, her whole demeanor radiating restlessness. You sighed softly and pulled her out of the cinema quietly. You have something on your mind. She hung her head in silence. Looking at her from this angle for the first time, you felt the reality that she and Chutian were blood-related. One was shy, the other stubborn, yet the tenderness of that lowered head softened your heart all the same. Tell me, didn't you promise to be my girlfriend? You rarely softened your tone to coax her. She shot you a sidelong glance, a hint of crimson flying to the corners of her eyes. Why did you save me? Cold sweat broke out on you instantly. This was definitely a love battlefield. What to do? Should you tell your newly acquired girlfriend that you helped her because you regarded her as your sister-in-law? Such a cruel thing a player cannot do, sobbing. Oh well. Because I fell in love with you at first sight. You tentatively answered the death sentence. Don't joke. She rubbed her temples with a pained expression. I mean, what should I want to do? You kicked the ball back. The Longzongyo is not something so easy to meddle with. Could it be that you want to obtain the support of the branch family of the Rishion clan and become Hokage? I must remind you, not all branch family members hate the Longzongyo. There are not a few branch family members who have carved the Longzongyo into their souls to defend it. In fact, there are many. Originally, I wanted to give up this filthy form of the Rishion and leave Konoha. But if you need me, I will become the dagger you insert into the Rishion clan. Do you need me? Are you willing? What are you mumbling about? What does the Longzongyo have to do with the Rishion branch family he mentioned? Now it's your turn to have a headache. However, the dagger inserted into the Rishion clan. You understood that. She must want the player to become a Dragon King's son-in-law, collaborating from within and without to seize the Rishion family fortune. What a ruthless viper of a girlfriend. Although the player is eager to try, what about Shutian? Ex-girlfriend, or current girlfriend, you have to choose. You choose money. Ningxiken is truly my wise helper, ex-confidant. That's exactly what I was thinking. Help me, Ningxi. You grabbed her hands and gazed into her eyes deeply. This time she finally held your hands back. Let me see the future you envision. This time, I am of my own will wanting to be used by you. Wife, you sure know how to sweet talk. I will absolutely cherish using you. Although the NPC's words were strange, you still forgave her. You walked arm in arm slowly. Ningxi, big brother. Misakikin. Big crisis. Please select your identity, noble ninja clan, commoner war, orphan ninja clan. Are you logging in? Yes, welcome to Second Life. Feel free to explore your world. You refresh in a cozy little house, and it seems the system has assigned background parents to the main control. Now you are enjoying dinner together. Xiaomei, it seems a bit noisy outside. Are the neighbors arguing? Go see what's going on. You open the door. You have died. What the hell is this first kill at the start? Will you accept this task? The voice of Shimura Danzo seemed to come from hell. Uchiha Itachi put on a mask. 1, 2. Until Itachi could no longer remember how many clan members had perished under his blade. What is the end of slaughter? Itachi remembered that this family had a daughter the same age as Sasuke. She would forever remain at this age. The door opened. An indifferent slash. Along with the splattering blood came an all-encompassing darkness that enveloped the world without warning. The world died from this moment. Dear friend, what do you think will happen to the bad file when a player dies? The player thought carelessly the program will stop running, and then, no new data will be born. The old data will gradually be formatted. Perhaps to the NPCs, it would mean the world has ended. Sounds interesting. First came the loss of light. The sun and stars extinguished. Then humanity could no longer kindle flames. The fire ninjas of Konoha struggled to maintain light for a time. Then they were horrified to find that their chakra could no longer be replenished. People survived in darkness, just like their ancestors 1,000 years ago. Soon the newly born peace completely vanished. Because the land could no longer grow new crops, livestock could no longer bear offspring, and even the old creatures were gradually withering and dying. People resorted to cannibalism. The world descended into chaos. Uchiha Itachi could not understand. His keen sense of crisis compelled him to hide Sasuke at the first opportunity. Kill. 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 Anakin. I don't want to eat human flesh anymore. This kind-hearted child cautiously looked at him. Itachi patted his brother's head, unable even to manage a bitter smile. It no longer mattered whether he wanted to eat or not. Humanity was on the verge of extinction. Why has the world fallen into such a state? Itachi directed the blade towards his thigh. Sasuke must survive. The world shattered. So boring. Let's try another round. The player can't possibly start with a killing spree this time. Uchiha Itachi could not comprehend. After the world was destroyed without warning, it also restarted without warning. Now he stood before Danzo again. Those who can accept this task. Danzo suddenly stopped speaking. He looked at Uchiha Itachi with a face full of suspicion and fear. Itachi then realized that Danzo also shared that nightmarish memory. Itachi proactively confessed. So you mean the world suddenly collapsed after you killed that Uchiha clansman? Damn, the inherently evil Uchiha. They must have secretly prepared their weapons. It must be permanently sealed. Itachi, you are to assist in this task. Uchiha Itachi naturally agreed. All threats to Konoha and Sasuke should be eliminated. You open the door. You have been sealed. Here you're back again. This file can't be used either. Let's reload. Shimura Danzo reported the situation to the third Hokage, and the two were surprised to find many people shared memories of the world's destruction, but the emergence of those memories was completely erratic. For instance, Hinata Hizashi and his two daughters, as well as his nephew Niji, all had memories, while other clansmen regardless of main or branch families had none. But this is not the time to consider that the primary task is to seal that greater threat than the tailed beasts. The greatest evil disaster in history, Uchiha Misaki. Uchiha Itachi could not understand. All the village's fighting strength was gathered, and the elite of the Umbu and Root who had studied the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan lay in ambush near Uchiha Misaki's home. But all these preparations were in vain. Uchiha Misaki was sealed without resistance. How could it be this easy? Even a genin should be more vigilant than her right. Without warning, the world lost light once more. Restarted again. This that hurts. You punched the holographic pod, then immediately covered your fist with your other hand. What a load of crap. Players have never lived to step outside. Should we try another round? This broken game is quite expensive, you know. You hesitated. The world restarted for the 16th time. Konoha tried sealing assassination and inducing coma. Each time the world was destroyed. Then came the involvement of other ninja villages. The ninjas had never rested from fighting for peace, but now they united like never before against destruction. This was the battle of all humanity against the great disaster. Uchiha Itachi could not comprehend the power, wisdom, and ninja arts of all the ninja world. All possible methods were tried. It was utterly meaningless. Uchiha Misaki did not care. She simply fell for the trap without defense, and then the world perished. Restarted once more. Humanity ultimately could not overcome the natural disaster. Let's try again. I refuse to believe this. Money should not be wasted. Not allowing capital to dominate every thread and fiber is your life's creed. Second life, activate. Until the last human's death, the world still did not restart. In the universe, there was a long silence. Then the sun appeared. A new restart finally arrived. People once said Uchiha Misaki was a demon king. Now they say Uchiha Misaki is a savior. Humanity almost instantly decided to submit. The entire ninja world worships her as their master. The third Hokage's voice was deep. We are willing to offer our wealth. This was the nobility. The position of daimyo can be offered to her. This was the trembling lord of the land of fire. Then, you opened the door. A throng of people knelt surrounding your home. In the farthest reaches of your sight, there were people crawling and pressing against each other. We are willing to offer everything, supreme and holy master of the world, please issue this sacred decree. A stunning beauty knelt at your feet, pleading in the most submissive voice. Then do I want infinite wealth? Ningxi brother. Misaki-kun. What to do if the NPC catches us in the act? You remain as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of panic. It's Hinata. Long time no see. What are you talking about? Didn't we just see each other yesterday? In such a critical moment, get yourself together. You sweat nervously, forcing a smile. Just as you finalized a plan to seize the wealth of a wealthy family as a concubine, you were caught by the generous daughter of that family who provides soft support. How could you possibly remain calm? Hinata looks thoughtfully at you and Ningxi in female attire. It really is Ningxi brother. So are you and Misaki-kun friends? I don't even know. You can clearly feel Ningxi's stiffness by your side. If your cousin saw you a girl hand in hand with a boy shopping and remained calm, you truly have to admire him for being quite a man. Although Ningxi is not the kind of rare hero found in the world, he is still a person of dignity. She maintains a composed expression, revealing no signs of embarrassment, and gracefully suppresses her gentle voice. Must we notify you to make friends? Misaki is not your possession, Lady Hinata. How sharp. When children do not get along, it is often due to the parents' lack of virtue. Ningxi mentioned he has had no parents since childhood. It seems Hinata's father is not easy to deal with, and the plan to secretly occupy the nest is a heavy burden. You think solemnly. Should we give this prospective father-in-law a caged bird? A soft voice interrupts your thoughts. Ningxi brother is truly humorous. I've been inseparable from Misaki-kun for 6 years, and this is the first time I've seen Ningxi brother and Misaki together. I assume. You two haven't known each other long, right? Misaki can sometimes be a bit willful, right? Although Misaki's willfulness is also good, Ningxi brother's serious personality must be quite troubling, right? Please take care of her then. Hinata reveals a fresh and pure smile like a lily. Hinata, please stop smiling like that, it's terrifying. You feel a chill run down your spine. For the first time, Ningxi actively wrapped her arm around your shoulder. You don't need to thank me, though I know how to take care of a partner. A partner? Hinata's smile becomes even more affectionate. I didn't know Misaki had a partner. Perhaps Ningxi brother is mistaken. Pressure is placed upon the player. You bravely stand up for your girlfriend who plans to use the entire clan as a dowry. Hinata, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, but now Ningxi is my girlfriend. Let's have a meal together to get to know each other soon. What are you saying? Cousins don't need you to introduce them. Hinata's smile gradually faded. Girlfriend? Is Misaki serious? Please don't joke like that. Hinata's voice trembles. You silently gaze at Hinata. Hinata then understood. Why is it Ningxi brother? Why a girlfriend? If Misaki likes boys, I can be a boy too. If Misaki wants a girlfriend, then why can't it be me? Player, you truly have committed a grave sin. You opened the long and visited affection list. Hinata, Hyuga 92, may we grow old together. Sigh. Unfortunately, Hyuga Ningxi is already registered as a lover in the system, and to fulfill Hinata's wish you must first release Ningxi. Huh. What is this? Lover Hyuga Ningxi pending. You suddenly had a flash of insight. You clever game, secretly setting up an NPC without informing the player. You paused the game and secretly opened the customer service chat box. Why does the lover column show pending? This shouldn't be a dating sim, right? Hello dear customer, our customer service is here to assist you. In response to your question, we explain as follows: sharing link, I am married to 8 men at the same time, but I just don't register. This game's settings fully comply with legal norms. Do you have any further questions? This game's customer service seems suspiciously human-like. Thank you for your support. Now recharging also grants you. Return to the game. How about the 3 of us being together? You sincerely suggest. Since the game allows multiple spouses, it indicates that the NPC's underlying logic acknowledges polyamorous relationships, so they certainly won't refuse your legitimate request. What a perfect solution, just as expected of you. Ningxi looked at you with an indescribable expression. She did not speak. Hinata was stunned. The tears that had gathered in her eyes were stubbornly held back. Hinata fell into deep thought. Hinata completed her contemplation. All right. As expected, the result was predictable. You truly have no flaws in your strategies. Ningxi scrutinized you and Hinata. He can see that Hinata is very fond of Sato Misaki, and Sato Misaki also has no lack of affection for Hinata. Thus, Ningxi could neither comprehend Sato Misaki's proposal nor understand why Hinata agreed. But he respected your choice. He simply gazed at you in silence. Hinata is now very calm. She fully understands what she just agreed to. Of course, Hinata does not wish to share her beloved with others. However, as Hinata said, she is indeed the person who has spent the most time with Sato Misaki. Therefore, her willfulness, her rashness, her gentleness, her ruthlessness. Hinata knows all of it. These traits together constitute the Sato Misaki that Hinata loves. Therefore, Hinata knows that Sato Misaki will not change her mind for her. She won't give up Hyuga Ningxi for her. In the future, she won't give up others for her. Hinata is easy to satisfy. She does not aspire to be the only one for Misaki. As long as she can occupy a place in Sato Misaki's heart, that is enough for her to feel happiness. So Misaki, please stay with me forever and ever. A happy ending for everyone. However, Ningxi, why do you look like you've seen a bizarre creature? You can barely hold it together. In any case, the player is still a lawful citizen adhering to monogamy. How wonderful. If line 1, if the player is a true Calamity continued, then do I want infinite wealth? You said so. Then people presented you with a golden palace. Kazuhana and Koyuki stood up from the place closest to the world's ruler. Edict: the wealth of the world belongs to the Holy Lord. The true order was given. The whole world moved at an unprecedented speed. Feudal lords and nobles emptied their treasuries of gold and treasures. The 5 great ninja villages forcefully swept away the collections of wealthy merchants. The fourth wind shadow Rasha led the construction of the Golden Palace. The treasures of the 5 countries were all brought into the Golden Palace. Finally, Kazahana and Koyuki asked you, Supreme and Holy Most Exalted Sovereign of the world, please name your residence. You never expected there to be so much gold in the world. The endless palaces stretch straight into the distant horizon. Let's call it the Game Palace. Kazahana and Koyuki kneel before you. Please enter the Game Palace called the Supreme and Holy Most Exalted Great Lord. Haha, that would be too embarrassing. But since you all are so sincere, I cannot refuse. You were forced to become the ruler of the world. Working is impossible. You must find a group of capable talents to handle state affairs. Koyuki draft an edict to recruit talents. Oh, I want to gather the world's elites. Edict: the wisdom of the world belongs to the Holy Lord. The most knowledgeable scholars of state policies. The merchants most familiar with the economy. The craftsmen most skilled in manufacturing. The elders most knowledgeable about agriculture. All gathered in the Golden Palace. You were overjoyed. Establish a grassroots team to lead the drafting of edicts. Kazahana and Koyuki shall be team leaders. Establish a planning team to lead the suggestions and advice. Nara Shikahiza shall be chief planner. Establish a programming team to maintain order. Nagato shall be main programmer. Establish an art team to promote virtue and goodness. Tsunade shall be main art designer. Orders were issued one after another. With so many talented people assisting, how could you worry about governing the world? You sighed with emotion. You couldn't help but reminisce about the hardships of starting a business, the toil of rising early and retiring late, the spicy and fragrant experiences, and all the flavors that only you understand. Reporting to the Great Lord, main programmer Nagato requests an audience. Let him in. A long-haired Nagato in golden official robes stepped forward, kneeling to report. Your servant Nagato pays respects to the Supreme and Holy Most Exalted Great Lord. Once favored with your grace, I was entrusted with main programmer to serve the people, oversee the world, and maintain order. But now the wind and fire nations, without regard for your grace, have greatly increased conflict, causing suffering to the people and destroying homes. I, unworthy of my high position, have failed to quell the conflict before it arose, truly unworthy of the Great Lord's trust. Please punish me. You were enraged. The world belongs to you. The wind and fire nations are merely tenants residing in your house. They do not cherish your properties and even dare to harm your cattle and horses, truly shameless. These are no ordinary tenants. A fierce response must be taken. You ordered, tell them to stop fighting. If they continue, they shall face punishment. Indeed, you have uncovered their deep-seated fear of you. Your loyal minister Kazahana and Koyuki informed you of this. But you do not care. Others care. Edict: let the world cease hostilities. Thus all wars and killings ceased. Even street fights disappeared. You issued the following directive: world peace is as simple as eating and drinking. Congratulations, player, for achieving the highest achievement of world peace. You have obtained the divine artifact Sword of World Peace. Sword of World Peace, a holy sword formed from the great virtue of world peace. Inserting this item into the Golden Palace will suppress the spirit of killing in the world. During its effect, anyone except the player who kills will die instantly. Only the player can draw it out. You feel bored. Having infinite wealth and power, the world's treasures pile up like trash in your Golden Palace. What else is there in the world that you lack? You thought of your great sword. You opened the game for him. Oh, are there other so-called divine artifacts in this map? Kusanagi Yada Mirror Tatsuka Sword. They all belong to the player. Edict: all weapons of the world belong to the Holy Lord. Since there are no more wars in the world, ninjas, professions born for war, naturally face extinction. All ninjas were integrated into the planning team for deployment. Agriculture, medicine, construction. This world no longer needs weapons. All weapons of the world were placed in the Golden Palace. Along with the metal weapons came 9 special weapons. Tailed beast jinchuriki. It's the cats. You sealed the 1 tail, 2 tails, 5 tails, and 9 tails respectively as royal ferret, royal cat, royal dog, royal fox, granting them residence in the royal garden. As for the remaining 5, even if you don't pick, this is too bizarre. Seal the border guardian to guard the borders of the 5 countries. Except for murderers, no one is allowed to kill, otherwise they shall face punishment. The tailed beasts shivered in unison. Tailed beasts are pure chakra life forms, and as eternal beings, they have become completely obedient after experiencing the world's destruction repeatedly. You have obtained everything in the human world. What about in the heavens? I want to be the one and only supreme God. Edict: all faith in the world belongs to the Holy Lord. Your statue was erected all over the world. All temples and altars were toppled. It is not difficult for people to convert their beliefs, because the vast majority of people in this world are nameless NPCs. They were granted immunity from the memories of the world's destruction cycle. Therefore they believe that you are indeed the one and only supreme God descending to end the wars of a millennium. And you have indeed achieved this unprecedented great feat. Supreme and holy, most exalted great Lord, your divinity is in the heavens. Your radiance shines upon the world. Now, everything in the heavens belongs to you. Everything in the human world also belongs to you. All achievements have been fulfilled. What else can you do? You ponder deeply. Finally, you summon Kazuhana and Koyuki. I want to establish a harem. That girl is the complete opposite of me. Haruno Sakura thought this. She believed she possessed a wide forehead that made her feel inferior. Her peers thought the same. They laughed loudly and called her bald forehead. Unlike her ghostly, shadowy self, Uchiha Sasuke was born with a strikingly handsome face, instantly garnering the admiration of everyone. If she could earn Sasuke's approval, wouldn't that prove that even she with her mocked forehead could be welcomed by everyone? Therefore Haruno Sakura liked Uchiha Sasuke. Thus she solely desired Sasuke's recognition. Bang! Sakura jumped in surprise. You guys. You line up for me. The tone was unapologetic. Haruno Sakura peeked out from under her bangs. The loud noise was made by one of those bullies. The one issuing commands with an air of entitlement was Misaki Sato. Haruno Sakura thought Misaki Sato's face was incredibly cute, utterly flawless. Someone like her should be as popular as Sasuke, yet hardly anyone approached her. This was because she seemed to have a close relationship with the legendary fox demon. She would be surrounded and beaten by those people. Then they would mock her without restraint, give her nicknames, and ostracize her. Haruno Sakura worried for Misaki Sato. She buried her head even lower. However, before the laughter and the beating came the sound of a loud slap. If you don't want to be humiliated every day, you better listen. From now on, you all will line up for slaps every day after school. If one person is missing, everyone takes off. Got it? Understood. It turned out that those who seemed fearless were afraid of a slap. Haruno Sakura felt confused. I heard Sasuke likes girls with long hair. So Haruno Sakura grew her hair long. Ino Yamanaka became her first friend. Come on, let me introduce my friends to you. It was Misaki Sato. Among the girls gathered in small groups, Haruno Sakura immediately spotted Misaki Sato dressed in a peculiar green bodysuit. She casually leaned on the shoulder of a girl with black hair, looking up at Sakura with a lingering bright smile. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but hide behind Ino. Peeking out shyly, avoiding eye contact with Misaki Sato, she quietly greeted hello. Hello, Sakura. This is the first time Misaki Sato has said her name. She was not that nameless person. Sakura couldn't help but feel delighted. That domineering girl. The unwanted violent maniac. The slap-happy fiend. The weird one who can't catch fish. Those people were gossiping about Misaki Sato again. Would Misaki feel sad? Haruno Sakura hesitated whether to tell her. At this time, Misaki Sato should be fishing. Even though no fish ever took the bait, she still enjoyed. Haruno Sakura walked toward the river. Is that you, Sakura? Do you want to fish with me? Haruno Sakura sat down silently beside her. Misaki didn't mind and continued to immerse herself in her own world. After hesitating for a long time, Sakura finally spoke. Misaki, they are saying behind your back that you are domineering, violent, and not fitting in. Don't you care about that? Oh, did the plot trigger? You focused on the bobber, not looking at her. I have those who love me and whom I love, so how can it be said that I don't fit in? How can those who don't even have names represent a group? They don't even have the courage to express their opinions in front of me. Should I go out of my way to listen to their whispered complaints and willingly change into a weakling that satisfies them? Rather than saying I am domineering, it would be more accurate to say they are cowardly and incompetent. You smiled disdainfully. The strong should harshly humiliate the weak. Haruno Sakura felt her heart racing. It was as if boiling water surged through her veins, almost making her voice evaporate. Suddenly, Haruno Sakura felt an urge to express herself. If it were Misaki, she would surely tell her what to do. Because Misaki Sato never hesitated, never belittled herself, never pretended, never yielded. Haruno Sakura gave in to this impulse. You heard about a foolish elementary school bullying incident. The production team was too perfunctory. How could there be bullying everywhere in a small village? You've encountered 3 already. The non-existent red scarf in front of your chest made you eager to be the vanguard against bullying. Isn't it ridiculous to rely solely on attacking others' uniqueness to pursue fitting in? Isn't it sad that one cannot live peacefully without bullying and clinging to a small group? What value is there in the opinions of such worthless people? It is enough to care for those who truly care about you. You are beautiful. Cherry blossoms remain fragrant even when unappreciated. Their beauty is not diminished by the will of others. Your beauty does not require anyone's approval. You were too sharp with your words. Little NPC, aren't you fascinated by the player as well? You prepared to continue your efforts to completely win over the little fangirl. You set down the fishing rod and took Haruno Sakura's hand. Their barking has polluted my ears. Oh, let's go demand spiritual damages. You dragged Haruno Sakura to the scene of the crime. Be big sister. How could you be still barking? Time to collect you. You grinned savagely. With a double strike, 1 slap for each of them. Big sister, are you satisfied now? Well, leave right away. We absolutely won't offend your eyes. The chubby boy chuckled, bowing low. Let's go, let's go. Stop. The few of them stiffened, reflexively standing straight. Yes. Big sister, please command us. I don't continue slapping because you don't deserve the effort. Did I let you go? Each person gets 50 slaps. You execute them on each other. If you don't slap hard enough, give yourself an extra slap to pump yourself up. You smiled sweetly at them. Yes. The sound of slapping echoed. Haruno Sakura's face turned red, her eyes sparkling as she looked at you. You left together. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't it funny? You smiled at her. I never thought. It turns out they are so weak. Why was I ever afraid of them? Why did I care about their words? Little Sakura pondered. You wrapped your arms around Sakura's neck, resting your chin on her shoulder. It is precisely because they are weak at heart that they band together. They fear being discovered as incompetent, hence they put on a show. Such ridiculous people can only live this ridiculous way. Haruno Sakura could hear her heartbeat. So powerful, so fervent, so exhilarating. Misaki Sato was comfortably leaning against her. Those blue eyes so blue. Oh no, it feels like she is falling for Misaki. Haruno Sakura cut her hair short. You open the game interface. Attributes. Constitution 586, 1000. Agility 534, 1000. Spirit 800, 1000. Charm 327. Chakra 667. Talents. Skills. Leaf Whirlwind. Stellar Transformation LV. 0. Sun Pursuit LV. 0. Conversation LV. 2. Absorption LV. 1. Sun Pursuit LV. 0. Conversation LV. 2. Absorption LV. 1. Absorption LV. 1. Items. Scarf of Affection. Green Straw Hat. Over the years your attributes had steadily increased. Stellar Transformation, Sun Pursuit, Conversation, and Absorption were innate skills spontaneously awakened when your Constitution, Agility, Spirit, and Chakra respectively reached 500 points. Each skill automatically advanced 1 level for every 100-point increment in its corresponding attribute, and upon first witnessing their effects you exclaimed in awe. Stellar Transformation, Primordial Potential, the power to cleave heaven and earth, stirs within your body. At its pinnacle, level 5, your physical form may transfigure into a sentient planet capable of sustaining life, its fundamental laws entirely subject to your will. Sun Pursuit, your speed ascends to the apex of mortal limits. At level 5, you may even surpass light itself and reach the terminus of time. Absorption, you may draw forth and convert any form of energy into chakra. At level 5, even the sun's radiance may be drawn into your grasp. You never intended to cheat, yet destiny ordained you invincible from birth. Conversation. Its name was unremarkable, its description equally plain. Conversation, your words carry spiritual resonance. As this skill advances, your capacity to persuade others grows ever more profound. It seemed like a trivial ability, yet you reasoned, if the first two skills are so extraordinary, surely this one conceals some unique profundity. And so you turned to your underlings. Now they would rather arrive late than fail to assist elderly women across the street. Model students radiating pure, unadulterated virtue. Truly terrifying. As if their very souls had been replaced. Yet upon rigorous interrogation, neither their memories nor habits had altered, and they still addressed you as Big Sis. According to their testimony, they had been profoundly moved by your speech, which resonated with cosmic truth, and thus resolved to reform utterly. Even more terrifying, you resolved never to employ this skill again, unless confronted by an innately malevolent NPC who begged for your judgment. Green Straw Hat, you secretly supplanted Uchiha Sasuke, without his knowledge. The god of Green Hats, astonished by your mastery of subterfuge, bestowed divine blessing upon you. Wearing this item upon another's head allows your soul to enter their body, undetected, unchallenged, and without disturbing their own spirit. You received this morally dubious artifact immediately after beating your underlings alongside Haruno Sakura. But, when precisely had you supplanted Uchiha Sasuke? Defamation, absolute defamation. Your moral integrity stands so high it can redeem even the most incorrigibly wicked underlings. Yet, this effect, you fell into quiet contemplation. Naruto, I have a gift for you. Really, I'm overjoyed. Under Naruto's gleaming, expectant gaze, you placed the green straw hat upon his head. Why give me a hat? The color is so strange. Naruto gingerly traced the brim with his fingers. Strange. It had always been this hue, and clearly he adored it. Is it truly strange? How heartbreaking. This shade was carefully chosen, matching my beloved youthful bodysuit. A matching set, you see. You dabbed at non-existent tears at the corner of your eye. Naruto instantly flustered. No, not strange at all. It's absolutely magnificent. I'll wear it every single day. Please, don't cry, Misaki. You love it that much. Then wear it to bed tonight. Edge. Sleep wearing a straw hat. It's a testament to our friendship. You fixed him with a pointed stare. Okay, I'll wear it. Naruto chuckled, grinning foolishly. Night fell, wind howled. You awoke inside Naruto's body. Kurama recoiled in terror, fangs bared, fur bristling upright. Who the hell are you, brat? Years ago, once Naruto's affinity surpassed 80, your appraisal permission on him had expanded. At last you understood the origin of Naruto's epithet, nine-tailed fox. Disappointment. He wasn't in fact a fox at all. Yet Kurama's presence had already gravely impaired Naruto. His constitution, 586, proved insufficient even against the novice Sasuke. He couldn't even pass the 3-technique graduation exam. Your compassionate heart ached for this NPC. You equipped 2 titles, the Unnameable One and Dokidoki Heart Hunter. Before activating the God of Green Hat's blessing, you instructed Little Blackie to generate as much intimidation chakra as possible. Let us reiterate, chakra arises from the confluence of spirit and constitution. Thus, channeling and directing chakra through spiritual faculties alone is entirely feasible. You directed intimidation chakra upon yourself. Though it evoked no trace of fear within you, your soul did absorb a faint residue of intimidation chakra. The Unnameable One, while worn, this title multiplies enemies' fear of the player by 1,000. Dokidoki Heart Hunter, during activation, designate one target whose spirit stat is equal to or lower than yours. They enter a 15-minute infatuation state, during which their spirit stat drops to 0. You infuse the intimidation chakra into Kurama's overwhelming chakra aura. Then you activated your title. Kurama's spirit has dropped to 0. Detected your spirit stat far exceeds Kurama's. Title effect amplified. Kurama has entered a state of overwhelming terror. Good boy, good boy. You smiled reassuringly at the cowering Nine Tails. Shall we now converse? Calmly and sincerely. You persuaded Kurama. It found your reasoning irrefutable. So profound it stirred deep remorse, prompting tearful vows to fully cooperate with Naruto henceforth and never again impede his chakra usage. What an eminently reasonable little fox. You sighed in admiration, and then indulged yourself thoroughly. Little fox, you grew all this fur just to tempt me into petting you. What a scheming fox. Smooch, smooch, smooch. Kurama lay motionless, utterly spent. It had become a rag doll. Naruto, give me back the hat. But isn't this proof of our friendship? Such a potent artifact shouldn't be used only once. It must be reclaimed. Does our friendship truly require external tokens to prove itself? Hand it over now. Oh. Naruto sniffled reluctantly, removing the green hat. Please treat it well. He murmured, head bowed. Surely not. He's actually crying. You bent down, lifting your gaze to meet his face. Naruto turned away, hiding his expression. I'm not crying. Sigh. You're impossible, Naruto, the crybaby. I'm not a crybaby. You removed a dog-shaped hairband from your own head and placed it gently atop Naruto's. This suits you better. This one, I won't take it back. Oh. Naruto lowered his head further. You caught the faint flush blooming at his ear tips. Naruto, do you have confidence in the graduation exam? Naruto shielded his face with one hand, leaned in mysteriously, and whispered loudly. Misaki, I'll tell you a secret. I'm going to be first in the graduation exam. Yesterday, the third Hokage taught me something super awesome. Why so secretive? You felt a little relieved. Naruto had finally mastered the 3 basic jutsu, so your late-night fox taming wasn't in vain. What could be so super awesome? It really is. You absolutely have to watch me show off. You'll be totally amazed. You were indeed totally amazed. You stared in awe at the countless naked Naruto clones. Truly, gender-bending was a one-way street to addiction. Naruto's parents, I'm sorry. I might have accidentally awakened a rather peculiar hobby in your son. Naruto, in this regard, I declare you the strongest. You were genuinely impressed. I really am amazing. You looked at Naruto with pity. Still laughing. Iruka-sensei is right behind you. Uzumaki Naruto. Shikamaru gazed at the sky with melancholy. Graduated, huh? You also tilted your head at a 45-degree angle in despair. Graduated, huh? Shikamaru, don't copy me. I said it first, didn't I? Forget it, sorry. I forgive you. You waited. Shikamaru gave you a speechless look. Thank you for your magnanimous forgiveness. This should do right. You were satisfied. Naruto squeezed between you and Shikamaru, slinging an arm over each of your shoulders. All right. To celebrate graduation, let's go eat together. I suggest grilled meat. You raised your hand first. Grilling it ourselves is such a hassle. Let's go for ramen. I suggest grilled meat. You exchanged a pleasant look with Shikamaru. I want grilled meat. Shikamaru sighed. Since Shikamaru wants it so badly, let's indulge him. You said with understanding. Then I really thank you. No need, I'm naturally helpful. Shikamaru sighed again. Why does such a young kid sigh so much? After being friends with me for so long, couldn't he learn a bit of my optimism? This Shikamaru is really lame. Shikamaru, since you suggested grilled meat, you should do the grilling. You pushed a large platter of meat towards Shikamaru, who was sitting across from you. Got it. Shikamaru reluctantly took on the grilling duty. We're about to become genin. Let's drink like adults. Kiba suddenly slammed the table. So troublesome. And what does drinking have to do with being an adult? Alcohol. You didn't like drinking in real life because you hated that feeling of losing clarity. But you'd never tried drinking in the game. You were curious. What would it feel like? Shikamaru, if you want to drink, just go get some. You poked Shikamaru, who was covering his ears to block Kiba's rant. When did I say I wanted to? Fine, but how do I get the owner to sell us alcohol? Shikamaru tried to resist. Just transform into an adult, won't you? Your jutsu is called shadow imitation technique, so you can certainly pull off the act flawlessly. That's not what the shadow imitation technique means. Shikamaru transformed into Iruka and left. Hey, Sato Misaki. Misaki, are you okay? What's this fly buzzing around? You raised your glass. Another round. Shikamaru sighed deeply at the table full of howling and crying people. I knew it. Shikamaru waited. The girls' families came to pick them up. Ushino used insects to dispel the alcohol. Oichoji only wanted snacks, not booze. Now only Sato, Misaki, Kiba, and Naruto remained. Choji, you take Naruto home. Shino, can you handle Kiba? I can. I'm not drunk anyway. Shino looked at Shikamaru and Misaki with an unspoken question. I'll take this one back. Shikamaru wanted to sigh again. Why did he have to explain himself to Shino? Oh, take care. Sato Misaki, can you walk? Shikamaru supported your arm with one hand and loosely wrapped the other around your waist as you left the barbecue restaurant. You felt a strange euphoria. Your mind floated lightly, your body as weightless as lying on a cloud. You felt so happy. You pushed Shikamaru away and nimbly jumped onto the railing on the right side of the road. Hey, that's dangerous. You were too immersed in the novel sensation to bother with him. Shikamaru said nothing, only silently held your left hand to keep you from losing balance. You wobbled along like that. She really was drunk. Shikamaru felt his right hand wasn't his own. He dared not use any force, yet he had to tighten his grip. Should he ask her? Hinata Hyuga. Shikamaru didn't know Hinata well, but he knew well how Sato Misaki and Hinata interacted. They had been unnervingly close lately. Though it wasn't the mainstream heterosexual relationship, Shikamaru was clever. Precisely because he was clever, he had to trust his mind's judgment. Are you dating Hinata? She didn't answer. What was he saying to a drunk person? Shikamaru laughed bitterly. Of course, she wouldn't answer. Even if it were true, what did it have to do with him? No, I'm dating both Hinata and Niji. Though you were euphoric, you were actually clear-headed. How could the game really make you so drunk you lost? Are you dating Hinata? Shikamaru asked abruptly. Huh? What plot had you missed? Why was this topic suddenly coming up? Completely baffled, but as a polite player you answered him honestly. Three people. Shikamaru's lazy eyes widened in shock. You were amused. This was the first time you'd seen such an exaggerated expression on his face. You thought he had troublesome permanently etched onto it. Three people. Shikamaru felt his mind reeling. He often experienced such shocks when interacting with Sato Misaki. But this time it was truly beyond imagination. Wait, perhaps Sato Misaki simply lacked common sense in this regard. After all, that girl often did incomprehensible things, didn't she? You've fallen for both of them. I mean, do you actually know what like means? Romantic affection between opposite sexes is exclusive. Shikamaru attempted to teach Sato Misaki about normal romantic relationships, using his own meager experience. You let his words go in one ear and out the other. How many relationships has this little NPC had daring to lecture a player? You used appraisal on Nara Shikamaru. Spouse none. Heh, a little virgin, how laughable. You were about to taunt him when you looked up and saw Nara Shikamaru affection 89, the most troublesome you in the world. Wow, a secret crush on the player. How interesting. Sato Misaki gazed at the sky. This guy clearly wasn't listening. Shikamaru, while earnestly advising her, felt a headache coming on. Why bother getting involved in such troublesome matters? Shikamaru was suddenly yanked off balance. It was Sato Misaki tugging the hand he was holding. The distance closed abruptly. A fleeting kiss like a dragonfly skimming the water. Its force was gentler than a breeze brushing a petal. She immediately pulled back without a hint of reluctance, grinning mischievously. How could I not know what like means? Aren't you in love with me? The warmth and softness of lips still lingered as an illusion. Shikamaru's eyes blurred. Nara Shikamaru affection 90. You found it amusing. A spontaneous prank had unexpectedly yielded results. In the game's affection system, 019 meant strangers, 2039 meant good friends, 4059 meant close companions, 6079 meant deep affection, 8089 meant almost love, and 9099 meant profound love. As for 100, it was a separate tier until death. How did the game define until death? The official explanation was, once it reaches 100, the affection will never change until the NPC dies. You were always curious. Would it change if you killed the NPC's loved ones? Would it change if you twisted their personality? Would it change if you forced them to betray their beliefs and principles? If love could not be worn away, would it be the NPC's soul that eroded? You really wanted to try. Unfortunately, you had no NPC with affection at 100. Shikamaru was still holding your hand. Aren't you in love with me? So this feeling was what they called like. So he liked Sato Misaki. So Sato Misaki knew he liked her. Shikamaru suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Damn it, don't cry. Sato Misaki would definitely mock me if she saw. Why did he like Sato Misaki? She was the most troublesome person in the world. She was completely opposite to his ideal type. She always gave him headaches. Why did he want to always tolerate her? The most troublesome you in the world. He didn't understand it all. Precisely because he didn't know where this feeling came from. Shikamaru also didn't know how to dissolve this sorrow. Even if he understood his own feelings, what did it matter? There were already two people by her side. But, Do you need my feelings? The butterfly struggled to escape his throat. Do you need my feelings? Shikamaru asked you. What did this mean? A confession? It didn't seem like it. Was he trying to join you like Hinata had? You pondered. Do you need my feelings? He asked again, his gaze stubbornly pursuing your eyes. NPCs were so hard to read you decided not to think about it. You chose to reply ambiguously. What if I said yes? Shikamaru tightened his grip on your hand. He looked so happy. Come on, I'll walk you home. Copycat had even learned the player's skill of changing the subject. You were displeased. It was already very dark, you'd talk about it at home. You arrived. Shikamaru released his right hand. You grabbed his retreating hand. Aren't you coming in? You hadn't finished talking, the player would be too curious to sleep. Well, what are you saying, you idiot? Shikamaru's face turned crimson. Aren't you coming in? You persisted. You stood in a stalemate. My parents are home today. What did that have to do with him? It wasn't like he wasn't going back. It's fine, my parents are never home. You rambled. He suddenly frowned and glanced at you. Let's go inside. Shikamaru entered Sato Misaki's home for the first time. It was spotless, devoid of any human presence. Not a speck of dust, not even a trace of oil smoke in the kitchen. It looked completely unused. What do you usually eat? The restaurants on the commercial street, they're quite effective at restoring stamina. Well, what? Can I bring you bento from now on? Outside food isn't nutritionally balanced. A new meal ticket. Good. You readily agreed. You looked around the homestead, trying to find a place for Shikamaru to sit. Since you usually sat on the bed and never ate at home, you hadn't realized there wasn't a single chair. You pulled Shikamaru toward the bedroom. You flopped onto the bed, patted the spot beside you, and warmly invited, come sit down, don't be shy. Shikamaru turned red again. How can you casually invite someone to sit on your bed? Have some sense of boundaries. What a fussy guy. The player's homestead was immaculate. Your bed was undoubtedly the cleanest he had ever seen. How could Shikamaru be someone else? Shikamaru still obediently sat down. Well, they had spoken the same thing at the same time. You looked at Shikamaru in surprise and couldn't help but laugh. You didn't yield and spoke directly. Are we dating now? Shikamaru gave you a strange look, then suddenly leaned forward. Copycat. You wiped your lips and maliciously thought that if he hadn't used his tongue, the person sitting on your bed now would be Narashikako. Do you still have any doubts now? Shikamaru looked at you with amusement. You suddenly wanted to tease him. Even if I'm dating Hinata and Niji at the same time. Yes. He gritted his teeth. Even if you're dating others at the same time. Well, Shikamaru hesitated, fidgeting uneasily. Why aren't you leaving? Didn't you say your parents are home? You asked in surprise. He'll go now. He looked a bit angry. Maybe it was his time of the month. You thought nonchalantly. Suddenly Shikamaru roughly tousled your hair. Hey, this is payback. He laughed and fled. Sorry. Kwanzhonya bowed to apologize with a big bump on his head. He was beaten by his family for instigating us to drink. Ding Si munched on chips, gloating. Wasn't it Lu one who wanted to drink? You don't need to be so dramatic. You kindly tried to mediate. Lu Wan half opened his listless eyes. Hey. As compensation, I'll invite you to my house today to see the ninja dogs. But come to think of it, you are not without fault. It's never too late to mend. You changed your words without leaving a trace. Lu Wan looked at you speechlessly. You covered his mouth with one hand. If you can't speak, then don't. The player is determined to see the dogs today. Chu Tian watched you and Lu Wan. She suddenly smiled at you. You tried to read her lips. Not a problemo. What's okay? Can't the NPCs stop advancing the plot when the player doesn't know? You didn't understand it all, so you had to pretend to be profound and return a smile. Probably nothing serious. Quiet. From now on you are fully fledged ninjas. To balance the strength of each team, I'll make the decision. First team. That child, Zuitung Mei Xiao, is an absolute genius. Her growth speed even surpasses that of Shi from back then. From now on you will be her teacher and nurture the new sprouts of Muyi. The third Hokage gazed at the crystal ball, instructing the masked man standing before him. Surpassing the talent of Senior Kakashi. I understand. It is my honor to teach such a genius. You may carry out this mission with your true appearance. During this time you will be called Dehi. Yes. The door slammed. A gloomy old man with a horse-like face wrapped in bandages barged in as if entering his own home. Monkey, Tuan Song, what are you doing here? Zwat Tung Mei Shao. Give her to me. Impossible. That child is a new sprout of Mu Yi. Tuan Song, do not persist in your delusion. How many geniuses have you already taken into your fold? Are you still not satisfied? Humph. Tuan Song, with an expression of having anticipated this, took the opportunity to propose a concession. Then, one of her teammates must be from Root. I have brought you an excellent ninja. Tuan Song raised his left hand, and a boy with a fake smile emerged from the shadows. His code name is Zhuijing. Lu Wan observed everyone out of the corner of his eye. We are definitely in the same team, Mei Xiao, right? You big idiot Mingren, how could that be? Mei Xiao is the undisputed top of the grade, the best in all aspects. Ming Ren's identity. Surely a teacher who can protect him will be assigned. It would be convenient to place the orphan of the Yuzhibo clan in the same team, both as a powerful teammate, and to solve the teaching problem of Yuzhibo's Wuju. Then to make the teams at least appear balanced, the strongest, Mei Xiao will definitely not become their teammate. More likely is a student with excellent theoretical scores, but average combat ability. Chu Tian also looked at Mei Xiao with a red face, full of expectation. She has no hope either. The Rixiang clan is the strongest ninja clan in Mu Yi now. They are always strict about protecting their bloodline. The fact that Chu Tian hasn't been branded with the caged bird means her Bai Yin could be taken. To make it reasonable for her to avoid the most dangerous front lines, they will probably set up a reconnaissance expert team. There's no way Mei Xiao would become a scout, right? UNVG Nai. His expression was hidden behind sunglasses. Lu Wan paused. Why think so much? Anyway, I definitely have no chance of being in a team with Mei Xiao. The Ino Shikacho alliance cannot be broken. Team 8. Zwa Tung Mei Xiao UNVG Nai as Zhuijing. As expected. Wait, who is Zhuijing? Lu Wan frowned. Who is that? Is there such a person in our class? Ilu Ka listened to the whispers below with a headache. To be honest, he didn't know who Zhuijing was either. However, the third Hokugesima's orders must have their own profound meaning. Quiet. Zhuijing didn't attend school due to personal reasons, but he passed the graduation exam privately. I hope everyone won't exclude him. That's all. This afternoon, I will introduce the team leaders to everyone. Dismissed. You didn't care about whether teammates were strong or not. The player is already strong enough. As long as teammates are good-looking, that's enough. You were quite satisfied with the character model of UNVG Nai and hoped that Zhuijing would be sensible enough to look good. You were surrounded by friends and walked out of the classroom. Big sister. It was the underlings you had personality corrected using conversation LV. 3. You turned around and saw a dozen people stripping off their jackets, revealing the same pirated green tights as yours and bowing in unison. You've worked hard. Thank you for your teachings over the years. Please, take good care on your journey. The classmates were shocked, looking back and forth between you. For the first time in the game, you experienced an awkwardness that made you want to curl your toes. Is this a farewell or a funeral? Do you want to get slapped? You clenched your teeth and smiled, struggling to maintain composure. Whoa, big sister, hit me. Hit me first. After the team division, you'll never feel the affectionate touch of big sister, who hopes you'll become a dragon. Big sister, take me with you. We can't live without you. You politely declined. What have you turned them into? You didn't remember using conversation to turn them into AI Mu. You forced yourself to stay calm and fled the scene. I didn't expect we would be in the same team. UNVG Nai muttered. I did think you might be my teammate. You casually flicked your hair out of habit. I heard you come from a ninja clan, so you should be better informed than me. Do you know what kind of person Zhuijing is? Never heard of him. You suddenly punched through the wall. A blob of ink scattered. UNVG Nai immediately reacted, and a swarm of parasitic insects surrounded the two of you. On the opposite roof. You looked up. A dark figure sat on the roof, like Zhuiju. You were very annoyed. Why sit so high? The player hates looking up at others. You lightly kicked off the ground, and your agility of 534 allowed you to leap behind him before he could react. You maliciously kicked him hard in the butt. This show-off immediately fell flat on his face. You were satisfied. This angle is much more pleasing to the eye. The show-off's waist was so pale it gleamed white. Even your inherited talent from Uncle Kai, the bright white teeth, would have to concede defeat. You stepped on his waist to prevent him from springing up. Dressing so provocatively was just an invitation for you to step on him. Just a sly trick by the dog of a game designer. Yunu Jinai controlled his insects to lift his head. His eyes lifeless as an AI stared at you, not a single muscle in his face twitching. Let me go, you violent, ugly woman. The parasitic insect slammed his head hard into the ground. You remained unmoved. This NPC's intelligence was the worst you had ever seen, and ear-wrenching. Its expressions were so fake you wanted to laugh, too robotic. You kindly stopped stepping on him and used your foot to lift his chin. You began to instruct the AI idiot. Brother, your cursing sounds like a spoiled child. Young people should read more, enrich their vocabulary, so that when you curse you won't suffer from a lack of accumulation. I see you'll remember that. This little AI is interesting. By the way, who are you? If you don't confess honestly, you'll drag you to the Hua-ing building, you know. Im Zwijing, your teammate. You and Yunu Jinai exchanged a glance. You cheerfully laughed and lifted him up. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? This can't be blamed on me, and you started it. I just wanted to greet you, but you never gave me a chance to speak, you violent, ugly woman. You slammed him back into the ground. He stubbornly pulled his head out. Didn't you say it's like a spoiled child? I acted spoiled, so why did you hit me? You remained expressionless. The way you act spoiled is too cute. I have a condition. When I get excited I can't control myself, and I accidentally overreacted a little. To prevent me from accidentally beating you up, you'd better not be so cute in the future. I understand. Then what should I call you? I became a ninja to become an emperor. Just call me your majesty. Emperor. You mean doming. I know that word. Are you a doming? A defeated opponent should obey and not ask too many questions. That's an unspoken rule known to all normal humans. He'll remember. Your Majesty, you experienced the joy of conversing with an AI. Yunu Jinai pushed up his glasses. Do I also have to call you your Majesty? Being called that by a normal person was still a bit embarrassing. However, you kind of wanted to try it. If you're willing. You politely proposed. I understand, your Majesty. You curled your toes in embarrassment, yet felt a secret pleasure. Your Majesty, this is unfair. You stomped Zwijing's head back down. Shut up. Both thunder and rain are the Emperor's grace. Do not question me. What is this all about? Bullying your teammate. A man with full eyeliner walked towards you. That won't do. The most important thing in a team is team spirit. You raised your hand in protest. Sensei, this is how we young people build bonds. Right, Zwijing? So this is how normal people build bonds. I understand. You kindly helped him up and brushed off the dust you had stepped on. Don't touch my waist. I'm not used to others touching me. Hearing this, you touched it again. Then let's start with self-introductions. Im Dahi, your team leader. Im Zwijing Mei Xiao. Yunu Jinai. Zwijing. The atmosphere fell into silence. You surveyed the three people with black hair and black eyes. The white-haired player was isolated from everyone. In a team of 4 there were actually 3 introverts. Only the player could carry this team. Well, as per Kaka Zisenpei's instructions, start the field survival exercise tomorrow. Your opponent is me. Those who pass the exercise become Jinin. Those who fail go back to school. Prepare well. Dismissed. The next day, Daha placed an alarm clock on the open ground. The rule of the exercise is, before 12 noon, you must snatch these 2 bells from my hand. Those who fail won't get lunch. Let's begin. Do you have any plan, your Majesty? Zwijing smiled like a human and asked you. You used appraisal on Daha. With these stats you were afraid you might accidentally kill him. That being the case, you decided not to use skills or chakra this time, and only rely on pure taijutsu to win. The plan is no plan. We don't know each other, and there's no synergy. Just do what you're good at, and don't drag your teammates down. Got it. Okay. Jinai disappeared into the jungle with a few leaps. Zwijing seemed to charge straight ahead. But your spirit stat of 800 allowed you to see through his clone instantly. All sly veterans. You decided to fight openly. Detected that the player has entered combat. Do you want to enable auto battle mode? Enable. Daha recalled the Sandai Moose evaluation of Zwijing Mei Xiao. Not inferior to Kaka Zisenpai. Was Kaka Zisenpai really that strong back then? It couldn't be said that her taijutsu was extremely refined or her tactics were flexible. She was simply just right in every way. Despite having perfect scores in the 3 basic techniques, she seemed to disdain using such tricks, and only fought with pure taijutsu. Every bit of power was never wasted, every movement achieved its effect, and every step precisely blocked a blind spot. All intentions were seen through in an instant. They were even accurately predicted before being executed. Daha was actually quite familiar with this style. After all, he was an elite who had been deeply involved in the Onbu for years. The Onbu and Gunbu specifically cultivated shinobi to suppress emotions and believe in mission above all. So most of their ninjas had this cold and composed fighting style. But Zhuoting Mei Xiao was completely different. This could no longer be called a fighting style, it was her instinct. A born weapon. Staring into Zhuoting Mei Xiao's metallic cold and sharp eyes, Daha thought so. Auto battle is really handy. Haha. Sensei Daha, your mere decades of combat experience. How can they compare to the game's immense computational power? Curse your fate of having no cheats. You stopped auto battle. Daha's kunai pressed against her neck. You smiled. Sensei, the exercise is already over, you know. Daha looked down in surprise. 2 bells lay quietly in your palm. Sorry, Mei Xiao, I couldn't. Yinu Jinai walked out from behind a tree. Zhuojing followed behind. It's fine, I had fun fighting. You tossed 1 bell to Jinai. Thanks. He raised his hand and caught it. Your Majesty, this is favoritism. Zhuojing stared at you. Shut up, how can you compare to my beloved minister? So now I'm supposed to compete with you 2 for the bell. Zoe narrowed his eyes and asked. No need. None of you 3 passes the test. Huh. Fury flared in your chest, you rolled up your sleeves, and stepped forward ready to activate autopilot once more. After painstakingly completing the mission being declared a failure felt intolerable, your teammates suspected you'd lost your mind. A hand settled firmly on your shoulder from behind. Don't act rashly, Misaki. It was Yamanaka Shino. He moved to stand beside you, facing Yamato squarely. Sensei, Yamato wasn't the objective of this exercise, precisely teamwork. Yamato remained silent, observing you all. Misaki chose non-cooperation precisely because she understood your true intent. Misaki is the strongest among us. In the absence of established rapport, forced collaboration would only hinder her performance. Thus, non-cooperation is the optimal form of cooperation. This is the answer our team has delivered. Therefore, it shouldn't be that all have failed, but rather that all have passed. Shino's glasses glinted with quiet, incisive intelligence. So this was Yamato's true intention. You found yourself strangely aware, yet unaware of how you knew. You rested your chin thoughtfully in one hand. Exactly my reasoning. Shino, your insight is remarkable, indeed exceptional. To unify an unfamiliar team through sheer individual strength, achieving seamless cooperation without interference. I see. So it's Sato Misaki. All of you have passed. You waited. Misaki, your Majesty. Your 2 teammates stared at you puzzled. You decided not to wait any longer. Sensei Yamato. Where's my mission reward? Yamato broke into a cold sweat. This was a test for you. What reward could there possibly be? You fixed him with a death stare. What reward would you like? I want the ultimate ninjutsu. There's no such thing. Then I want the multiple shadow clone technique. I don't know it. Sensei, you're truly useless. Even Naruto the Deadlast knows it. You regarded Yamato with undisguised disdain. Yamato's lips twitched. Watch closely. The 4-pillar prison technique. A wooden prison erupted from the earth. Would release. Shino's expression tightened with solemn recognition. Wow. So Sensei Yamato, you're an architect. Coach, I want to learn this. Whoa. Your eyes sparkled with unrestrained excitement. With this technique, constructing entire palace complexes would be effortless. Farewell, humble starter home. Don't aim too high. Would release isn't some trivial secret art. You ignored him completely. In this world, if stats meet requirements, no skill exists that a player cannot master instantly. NPC instruction, player acquisition. This is the unbreakable law of this realm. Sensei, are you afraid I'll surpass you once I learn it? Don't try goading me. Fine. Since you're so determined, I'll demonstrate it once. Learn it if... Do you possess water and earth chakra natures? What was that? Surely the game wouldn't introduce an unlearnable skill. Yes. You shifted your gaze away, feigning nonchalance. Observe carefully. The hand seal sequence is... Take your time learning. It's all right if you fail. Yamato has taught you the technique, 4-pillar prison technique. The technique, four-pillar prison technique, has been acquired. Perform the seals in order or vocalize its name to activate. You crouched low and slammed one palm onto the ground. Four-pillar prison technique. A prison 10 times larger than Yamato's eclipsed the sun. Sweat poured down Yamato's face. Sensei, did I learn it wrong? Why is mine so much larger than yours? You feigned innocent bewilderment while mocking Yamato. Dazed and disoriented Yamato abandoned the three of you and fled. Yamato truly couldn't take teasing. You shook your head dismissively. Zoe, you're treating. Why must I treat? According to the textbook, treating is an initiative-driven act. Because you passed the exercise by riding my coattails. What about him? Zoe pointed at Shino. I'll gladly treat. Shino raised your hand before speaking. You drove Zoe headfirst into the ground. Humiliated, he reluctantly agreed. Shino, what's your favorite food? Shino cast a quiet, measured glance your way. Grilled meat. And so Team 8 entered a yakiniku restaurant. Sato Misaki cheerfully headed to the counter to order. Zoe and Shino sat in mutual silence. You actually dislike grilled meat, don't you? None of your business. Don't misunderstand. I don't care what you like to eat. I'm simply curious why claim you love grilled meat. Is it because of Sato Misaki? None of your concern. The two fell silent again. Midway through your meal, Yamato suddenly burst through the door. Sato Misaki, come with me now. He seized your arm to drag you away. I haven't finished eating. You clung stubbornly to the table, resisting. It's the third Hokage himself who requests your presence. I haven't finished eating. You reiterated firmly. Misaki, go ahead. I'll pack your portion. Shino spoke unexpectedly. No scallions, no garlic, no wasabi. Extra spicy sauce. I remember. Very well. At last you released the trembling table. On the hill above the Hokage rock. Forced here before even finishing lunch to meet this wrinkled old monkey. You were seething with irritation. Such vibrant energy in a young lady. The old monkey grinned. A compliment disguised as banter. Sharpied indeed. You offered a modest smile, and mercifully lowered your chin from its haughty angle. May I call you Misaki? Of course. You were after all a respectful and courteous player. I hear you've mastered wood release. Is that correct? Mike, you demonstrated for me. Humbly you unleashed a prison 3 times larger than your previous one. Oh my, this is truly. The old man's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Misaki, do you know whose signature technique wood release truly is? He recounted its storied lineage, then concluded gravely, studied diligently under Yamato. I believe you will become a wood release master rivaling the first Hokage himself. The future of Konoha rests upon shoulders like yours. The future of this world naturally rests upon players. You bowed your head respectfully. I shall become stronger than anyone, stronger even than the first Hokage. Oh, ho 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 ho. What admirable spirit in such a young girl. I wholeheartedly support you. And thus the special training regimen was sealed. Returning home, you found Shino standing at your compound's gate, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Since someone expressed interest, I've decided to publish it boldly. No canon characters are harmed. This chapter features an original NPC with severe psychological instability and treats that NPC with extreme severity. Graphic blood depiction warning. Readers with high empathy, flee immediately. Those with insufficient moral flexibility, flee immediately. Those who regard NPCs as human beings, flee immediately. Skipping this chapter will not affect the main storyline in any way. Team 8 received a mission to escort a noble from the land of fire. The client had a younger brother, secluded, elegant, and utterly innocent. Sadakin, please take responsibility for protecting the civilian. He is a shy boy. I must speak plainly, your teammates may frighten him. The client droned on in a silken, mellifluous tone. You weren't listening at all. How could such a portly, unrefined man possibly have a brother of such delicate beauty? The character modeler clearly ignored realism. You admired the young lord's slender, graceful figure. He blushed and hid his face behind a book, then unable to resist lowered it slightly to steal a glance at you. You offered him a warm, friendly smile. He promptly buried his face entirely. Current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 75. What an utterly generic name, Ichiro Michibata. You held no interest in the affection level of this background NPC. You averted your gaze. Ichiro Michibata jolted awake on his futon. A pair of cool, slender hands gently covered his mouth. Shoo! Instinctively he turned toward the source of light. A pair of eyes calm as still lakes. It was Sato Misaki. Suddenly fear dissolved. She gave him a soothing, tranquil smile, and with the weightless grace of a falling feather leapt out the window. Silence reigned absolute. Ichiro grew anxious, threw on his outer robe, and rushed barefoot to the window, peering outside with quiet trepidation. Twisted, gnarled roots coiled like serpentine tentacles, crushing assassins' flesh and bone. She even thoughtfully muffled their screams with supple vines, to spare her employer any disturbance. Sato Misaki instantly spotted Ichiro. She strolled forward through the forest of corpses, stepping calmly across pools of blood and silver moonlight, her expression unchanged, serene, unruffled, effortlessly composed. "Why did you come out? Was my noise too loud?" She extended the very hands that had just executed the enemy, now immaculate, and tenderly fastened his robe more securely. Though those hands bore not a trace of blood, Ichiro fancied, he caught the sharp metallic tang of rust. Current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 90. May I know your true name? You concluded the battle effortlessly. How tedious. Such feeble adversaries daring to commit murder. They'd likely fall before even Sasuke's casual scrutiny. Occasionally, after countless one-sided victories, one longs for a fierce, exhilarating clash. Squeak, a faint, delicate sound. You turned your head. Ichiro Michibata stood by the window, gazing at you with unwavering intensity. You suddenly recalled the client's remark, that he was timid. Oh no. If the employer fell ill from fright, would your pay be docked? You guiltily redirected his attention. Current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 90. What's happening? Could it be that this ostensibly timid NPC, Ichiro Michibata, was in truth a bloodthirsty spectator beneath the surface? May I know your true name? So deeply awestruck, your suspicions solidified. Truly appearances deceive, Ichiro-kun. Sato Misaki. Sato Misaki. For some inexplicable reason, the moment he heard that name, his already thundering heart quickened into a frantic, feverish rhythm. The world seemed to warp and invert around him. Distorted, unhinged, yet Sato Misaki's form remained fixed, eternal, immutable. This sensation, current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 100. You froze. You touched the pendant at your chest. An unforgettable name. When an NPC learns the player's true name, their affection permanently increases by 10 points. Misaki-sama. 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 How tiresome. Ever since learning your name, Ichiro Michibata had called you that title 800 times a day. Whenever you appeared, he could utter no coherent request, only urging you to admire flowers, watch clouds, or listen to music. As if you lacked limbs or senses, couldn't you simply observe them yourself? Though irksome, you found yourself undeniably drawn. 100 affection points. You recalled a notion you'd once dismissed, long ago carelessly cast aside. Ichiro-kun. Misaki-sama. Do you love me? Yes, I love you. I see. Yet I intend to kill your elder brother. What shall we do? I'd rather avoid entanglement with my enemy's sibling. Thank you very much. Ichiro's face drained of color. Misaki-sama, he murmured, voice trembling. He severed his sleeping brother's head in a single stroke, yet only halfway through. Nobles' necks were cushioned by layers of fat absorbing the blade's bite. His brother's eyeballs bulged wide open. Terrified, Ichiro drove the blade deeper, until bone locked the edge in place. He couldn't pull it free, so he began sawing slowly, the knife still lodged deep within the flesh. Forgive me, brother, forgive me. There is no escape from Misaki-sama's grasp. Forgive me. His tears dissolved into the thick, foul blood. At last, thud thud, he tapped softly on the windowsill. You leapt down from the roof, and beheld Ichiro Michibata cradling his brother's severed head in both hands. Misaki-sama, now you need no longer hesitate. Current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 100. Words failed you. Just how far would he go? I seek the crimes committed by the nobles of the land of fire. Ichiro swayed unsteadily. Oh dear. This man, so timid in appearance, had truly betrayed his own class. You flipped through the thick dossier in your hands. Another stack lay piled upon your desk. The Ichiro family was among those named. You couldn't help but marvel. What extraordinary diligence, Ichiro-kun. Even a player might be moved by this narrative arc. The game's designers truly knew how to flatter players. Ichiro knelt quietly beside you, resting his forehead gently upon your knee. His hair fine as spun silk wound delicately around your fingers. Current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 100. Misaki, does this pose no danger? Your teammate Yamanaka Shino watched you with quiet concern. You and that noble. Don't worry, I know my limits. You slapped Shino's shoulder with cheerful confidence. Yet Shino's concern was justified. Late that night, Ichiro drifted into your room like a wraith. He placed the dagger, the same one used to slay his brother and enemies, into your open palm. Ikiro-kun. He said nothing, only tightened his grip upon your hand. Moonlight fell cold and pale, just as it had the night he learned your true name. He guided your hand, pressing the blade's tip steadily into his own heart. Current affection level of Ichiro Michibata 100. Warm steaming blood soaked your palms. Me. Misaki, how are you? Shino seized your arm. What is it? Your face looked haggard, worn thin. Damn it. Last night's glitch let Ichiro's blood stain your in-game clothing. Your beloved emerald green bodysuit. And so humiliated you spent half the night washing it. You're safe. That's all that matters. I'll treat you to grilled meat. Will you join me? Yes. End of this side story. Shino, and you wave at him. In here. And he removes the bag hanging from his arm. And, would you like to come in for a moment? Yes, thank you. And your home has only one pair of slippers, so Shino steps barefoot onto the floor. Unfortunately, Shikamaru had remembered to add 2 chairs to the living space. Thinking of Shikamaru, you suddenly recall the bento he delivered this morning, still sitting untouched in the refrigerator since Yamato had forbidden breakfast. Grilled meat sounds far more appealing than vegetable salad. Yet you never waste food. And, Shino, would you like something to eat? No, thank you. And you pretend not to hear and retrieve the bento instead. And here, you enjoy vegetables, don't you? And, you know that. Huh. So you really do love vegetables. Just a casual guess on my part. And you offer a sheepish smile. And Shino glances quietly at the newly renovated kitchen. Was this bento made by Hinata? And no, it was prepared by Mrs. Nara, and I see. Even Shikamaru. And what did you say? Speak up. And no, it's nothing. And you eat in companionable silence. And Misaki, did you meet only the 3rd Hokage this afternoon? Who else would there be? And you blink puzzled. And, that's good. And Shino exhales softly, relieved, but offers no answer to your question. You kick his calf lightly. And riddle speakers be gone from this world. And, what I meant is, thank goodness you didn't encounter anyone from Root. Would release is an unparalleled ability. I feared Root might take notice of you. The leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, once demanded father send me to Root. My elder kinsman Shibi Aburame volunteered in my stead, so I was granted the chance to live beneath the sun. Danzo Shimura? A familiar name. And you open your in-game log and search, only to find he is the very instigator behind the dungeon cruelty. The despair-filled night of annihilation, the fall of the proud Uchiha. Ugh. That gaunt bandaged old man with the horse-like face truly oozes malice. And harming NPCs is one thing, but daring to scheme against players. Unforgivable. He has long sealed his own fate. And I'll eliminate him. And Shino freezes, then hastily clamps a hand over your mouth. Black chakra particles scatter from his body. Silence lingers for a breath. And good. No one's nearby. And he composes himself, then turns to look at you. And I'm sorry, I only meant to. And your warm breath brushes softly against his palm. Shino suddenly holds his breath. And you protest. And he snaps back to awareness, and recoils as if scalded, snatching his hand away. I was merely concerned. Root or ENBU agents might be listening. Uttering "I'll eliminate Danzo Shimura" aloud is dangerous. Please refrain from saying such things before others. There is nothing in this world capable of threatening me. It is the simple truth. And I know Misaki is strong, but I still fear you may be wounded, not by power but by other subtler things. Me's sunglasses obscure his eyes, and you suddenly yearn to see his expression beneath them. And, oh, shall we go buy dog food together? In dog food. Do you wish to accompany me to the Inazuka compound? And, is that not permitted, and you haven't unlocked access to the Inazuka district yet? If Shino refuses, you'll need another guide. Of course I'd be honored. Though I assumed you'd prefer going with Shikamaru or Hinata, and what does Shikamaru or Hinata have to do with this? But Shino, you're right here before me. And, yes, at the shopping arcade you skim the shelves. In premium dog food grants 30 affinity with canines, reduces human affinity by 10 points. Indeed, even dogs possess affinity metrics. Yet the 10 human affinity effect is pure deception. You tested it on Naruto, his affinity remained unchanged. Shino notices your gaze lingering on the product. And he selects 2 bags of premium dog food, and says calmly, "We'll take these. Sir, please ring them up." "Very well, Your Majesty, how wise you are. And you feel a deep paternal satisfaction. And, are you pleased? And yes. And you reply instinctively. So dogs truly are more beloved than insects. And you instantly grow wary. In attempting to sow discord between me and Kuriko, who knew Shino, the earnest, thick-browed boy, would betray me too. You channel a gentle pulse of chakra into Kuriko, smiling warmly. No matter how adorable dogs may be, they aren't mine. But insects, they belong to me, forever. And he seems about to speak, when suddenly weight settles heavily upon your back. And Misaki, what a coincidence, you're buying dog food too. Naruto has flung himself around your neck. And too heavy, get off, and you show no mercy. And, we haven't seen each other all day. Naruto chirps loudly, refusing to let go. And Shino, what are you doing? Don't push me off. Na swarm of parasitic insects lifts him gently from your shoulders. We should depart. And Shino speaks calmly. And you glance at the shop clock. Ah, time has grown late. And congratulations. You've earned the title Dog Sovereign. And, Dog Sovereign. While active, all canines will follow you instinctively. Utterly satisfying. And, why do the ninja hounds adore you so much? Grara. And Kiba seethes with envy. And, if you're weak, train harder. And you recline luxuriously amid a pile of dogs, delivering a merciless blow to Kiba's pride. Ugh. And Hinata watches you with a gentle, knowing smile. And Misaki remains ever so popular, doesn't he? And you flash a triumphant grin, lift one dog from your arms, and offer it to Hinata. Here. Hinata, pet it. It's incredibly soft. And Shino stands apart from the canine heap, observing quietly. A flicker of guilt stirs. You'd nearly forgotten who bought the dog food. And quickly smoothing things over, you ask, Shino, would you like to pet one? And no, I'm rather unaccustomed to warm-blood creatures. Then I'll set that aside. And you truly adore animals, don't you? And Shikamaru kneels beside you. And, is that forbidden? No, not at all. Ah, cough. My family keeps many deer. Would you care to visit? You departed from the fluffy paradise. Mingren, why are you following me? You asked, utterly perplexed. I don't know. Ever since just now I've felt an overwhelming urge to stay close to Meishao. Mingren replied, his voice tinged with grievance and confusion as he lowered his head. The dog-ear headband on his head tilted toward you with the movement. A sudden flash of inspiration struck you. Dog King, when the title is active, canines will automatically follow you. Status active. You were astounded. Could it be that Mingren was actually classified as a dog by the game? You extended your right hand palm up and said woof. Mingren looked at you with a puzzled expression, then obediently bent down to rest his chin on your palm. Woof. Woof. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. You tentatively scratched gently. How that tickles, Meishao, Mingren said, yet he still didn't pull away from your hand. Instead, he lightly rubbed his cheek against your palm. Since that's the case. You glanced at the game panel. Pet's little blackie pending. A restless impulse stirred within you. Mingren, would you be my pet? Am I not already your dog, Meishao? Are you going to abandon me? Mingren's eyes glistened with tears. A memory flashed back. You know, Mingren, I've never had a pet since I was little. You cupped Mingren's face in your hands. I need you to say it yourself, only then does it count. I am willing to be Mikesio's dog. Mingren encircled your wrist. Pets, Uzumaki Mingren, canine family, fox genus, well-proportioned, medium build, skilled in four-legged running. Keen sense of smell, acute hearing, excellent at tracking. Well-developed canine teeth, adept at tearing. Hooray. It actually works. This is so cool. The dog planner deserves a raise. From now on, the player has a dog too. Doghouse, dog food, dog toys, all need to be prepared. Squad 8 began their mission. Protest. Protest. You dragged Da's sleeve, refusing to move. Day, pulled by your nearly 600 points of overwhelming strength, was forced to have his black, tight-fitting suit slip off one shoulder. Zhuotung Meixiao, what's wrong with you now? Veins bulged on Da's stoic face. I don't want to babysit brats. I don't want to plant rice. I don't want to run errands for annoying villagers. You're still a genin with no experience. You should be doing drank missions to gain experience. I don't need experience in babysitting. If you dare make me look after a kid, I'll read them make out paradise. You blurted out a shocking statement. Puff, cough, cough. Where did you learn about that stuff? Day was flushed red from choking. Make out paradise. What is that? Do many people read this book? Zhuojing asked earnestly. You don't need to know. It's a best-selling skill book that all adults must study. You rolled your eyes contemptuously at Day, who was trying to cover up. Pretending to be proper, he knew exactly what that book was. He'll remember that. He'll read it carefully. Zhuojing took out a small notebook and jotted it down. There's a white-haired regular at the bookstore. He's a senior researcher of Makeout Paradise. You can ask him anything you don't understand. Good, I understand, Zhuotung Meixiao. Don't slander Senior Kakaxi. Day completely lost his composure. You looked up disdainfully, trying to look down on him. The middle-aged man was too weak. Fine. What mission do you want to do? Day yielded. I want an rank mission. You opened your mouth, but not too wide. How could I possibly agree to that? Be realistic. You deliberately provoked him. Could it be that Da Sensei simply can't get in rank mission and is too embarrassed to tell us? Day rubbed his forehead, trying to calm down. I've told you provoking me doesn't work. TCH, at most a rank mission considering your strength. Hooray, Da Sensei is the best. You cheered and raised your hand, causing a rip sound as you tore off Da's sleeve. Now his shoulder was truly exposed. Zhuotung Meixiao, anyway you managed to get a rank mission. They did have some connections after all. Attention, this mission is to rendezvous with a ninja dispatched to the Fengji country, deliver the Hokage's orders, and safely bring back the collected intelligence to Mai. Everyone must move covertly and avoid causing a big commotion. Day glared at you sternly. Zhuojing, Da Sensei is calling you out. You immediately responded. Your Majesty, are you really referring to me? I understand. I will reflect properly. Zhuotung Meixiao. I'm talking about you. Don't bully your comrades. Zhuojing, have I been bullying you? No, Your Majesty. You immediately looked at Day with an expression of enduring humiliation. He wore an expression of being betrayed by Zhuojing, Da Sensei. Day took out 3 sets of night attire and ninja vests. Do we really have to wear these? You asked reasonably. Everything must prioritize stealth. Wearing these, any normal person would know we're not up to anything good. Where's the stealth in that? I plan to travel at night and rest during the day. No one will see us. Da Sensei, do you know me? No. What's your problem now? My name is Zhuotung Meixiao. I live in the residential area of my village. I'm unmarried. I work in Day Jonin squad, and I go home at 8 p.m. at the latest every day. I don't smoke and I only drink occasionally. I go to bed at 11 p.m. and ensure I sleep for 8 hours. Before sleeping, I drink a glass of warm milk and do 20 minutes of gentle exercise to warm up, then I sleep soundly until morning. Like a baby, I never leave fatigue or stress for the next day. Even the doctor says I'm perfectly normal. Veins bulged on Da's forehead. So I don't want to work late at night. Day looked like he wanted to punch you. You immediately reminded him kindly, Da Sensei, you can't beat me. Day took a deep breath. Da's face returned to expressionless. What do you want? Da Sensei, I have a brilliant disguise plan. This is your brilliant disguise plan. Why isn't it? You stood tall and elegant with handsome brows and bright eyes. A veiled maiden stood beside you, and a fair-skinned, slender-waisted beauty nestled in your arms. Day clenched his fists. Day couldn't take it anymore. Where is the stealth in this? You argued confidently. Just say, would you recognize us? Day gave up arguing with you. Sex, what's the deal? Hee, it's a bloodline limit. How long can it last? No chakra needed, it only needs to be activated once every 12 hours. Fine. They'll tentatively approve your plan. Da Sensei has good taste. Da Sensei, do you want to play my wet nurse? Da Sensei, I can borrow a kimono from the neighbor aunt. Da Sensei, shut up. Oh. From now on, when we're out on missions, don't call me sensei. The player meticulously critiqued a tentacle tome. How impressive. It was time to stop learning new knowledge and log in. Loading. Why are you staring at me? You sat by the training ground listlessly staring at Shikamaru. Do I need your permission to look at my own What do you mean your things? How can you casually say something so outrageous? You smiled as you watched Shikamaru's ears turn visibly red. Troublesome. Look if you want to, I can't stop you anyway. Even as he said this, his hand seals were noticeably more flustered. Shadow strangulation technique. The shadow-formed hand gripped the wooden dummy's neck. For some reason you recalled the study material you'd seen before logging in. Suddenly feeling a bit thirsty, you jumped onto Shikamaru's back, hooking your arms around his neck. Hey! He instinctively caught your thighs. What is it, Misaki? You leaned close to his ear and whispered, Shikamaru, I want you. Shikamaru caught on and immediately lowered his voice, glancing around. It's still daytime. Don't always think about that kind of thing. You poked his reddening neck. You say that, but don't you want it too? I do. Shikamaru's voice was somewhat gritted. Then, let's kiss. No. Shikamaru blocked your tilted face, seeking a kiss, his smile helpless. I don't want to end up pinned beneath you from the start again. Let me be the one on top, at least once. He knelt, holding both your wrists above your head with one hand, while forming a single-handed seal. Shadow gathering technique. Your wrists were bound by shadows. You've been staring at this in the training ground all along, haven't you? Shikamaru released his grip on your wrists and brushed the back of his hand against your cheek. So hot. You really like shadows. You turned your head and bit his finger, giving him a sidelong glance. What? Are you jealous of shadows too? Shikamaru snorted. I'm not jealous. And if you still have the energy to provoke me, it means I'm not trying hard enough. Cunning bastard. Using shadows to ambush me. Tell me if it's too much. So hot. A clever mind is truly useful. Not only was his observation sharp, always pinpointing the sensitive spots, but his imagination was also exceptional, able to massage unexpected places. Feeling like you were melting. You had to turn the tables. Is it that pleasant? It's just shadows, Shikamaru said calmly. You found it amusing. Why not try it yourself, Shikamaru? Only then can you compare and know the difference. He knew exactly what you were plotting, yet he still lowered his head. Truly dexterous, but it was a completely different sensation. The girl with the pineapple-shaped hairstyle lifted her head. Are you satisfied now? Plan succeeded. You pushed her onto the futon, hovering over her. Your loose, white hair tangled with her black strands. Because I knew you'd indulge me, Shikamaru. It's all your fault. Fine, I brought this on myself. Her eyes curved. You know I'm a fast learner, right? So, I've learned it. Shadow tentacles. Hey, you didn't need to learn that. Thanks to you teaching me massage earlier. Did I imitate it well enough? Really? You don't have to mimic it so accurately, ugh. Looks like I'm a good student. Troublesome. Do you really find it troublesome? Then I'll go bother Niji. Don't you dare. She wrapped her arms around your neck, pulling you closer. Lips pressed together. You propped yourself up on your now sturdier arms. You started this. Don't say unnecessary things. Come on. The next morning, you opened your eyes back to your original gender. Shikamaru lay on his side, facing you, his voice a little hoarse. You really didn't hold back. You guiltily looked away. Massage is effective only when you ignore the client's noise. Next time you can return the favor. Don't be mad. After all, players don't feel pain, and Shikamaru was always careful. Even if you said that he wouldn't go wild like you did. Shikamaru clearly knew what you were thinking, his face full of exasperation. Well, thanks for that. You're welcome. I always believe in reciprocity. You've got me figured out. The technique of wooden escape, 4 pillars of the family. All right, let's rest here for the night. You surveyed the luxurious palace you had crafted with satisfaction. When traveling outside, there's no need to worry about players sleeping on the ground anymore. The wooden escape is the best in the world, bar none. Sleep sudden crisis. 200 meters underground, it seems some creature is spying on you. Mentality 700 triggered. You opened your eyes. You mustn't startle the snake before striking. You click to use the technique Earth Escape, heart-severing technique. Time in the game world suddenly comes to a halt. A series of icons appear before your eyes, and a dynamic sound rings in your ears. You make the corresponding hand seals according to the visuals. The icons shatter with a chime, and once all the icons disappear, the skill is successfully activated, appearing to the outside world as an instant ninjutsu without hand seals. No, this is actually a rhythm game. Run. The earth within 100 meters around you is being compressed by the immense chakra. Uchiha Obito's hair stood on end as he immediately activated the Kamui to become intangible. Black Zetsu, you stay here to draw her attention. He dashed into the alternate space after saying this. Huh, why are you running? It's just a little ghost. Uchiha Obito, hiding in the Kamui space, was still too terrified to breathe deeply. What a joke, how could that monster have such strong perception? Recalling that night, Sato Misaki effortlessly erased Uchiha Itachi's limbs with her Sharingan. Uchiha Obito shuddered intensely. That night, he fled with an unprecedented speed, not even bothering to take out the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. For the next 6 months, he dared not approach Konoha even a step. Later, Obito could not resist sending Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to gather intelligence on her. Sato Misaki, an orphan 8 years old. Both parents were ordinary people killed during the Ninetales incident. She is a friend of the 4th Hokage's son and has befriended many children of ninja clans. Gifted with extraordinary talent both in theory and combat, she ranks first in the Ninja Academy. Though she is exceptional, she appears to be an ordinary civilian genius, with no signs of the terror from that night. Uchiha Obito did not dare to be careless, continuously monitoring Sato Misaki. For 5 years, meticulously studying the scroll, documenting her every word and action, cautiously concluding that she had no intention of using that strange power to interfere with the situation of the 5 great ninja villages. If it weren't for Black Zetsu, who was lurking in Konoha, informing him that Sato Misaki was leaving the village today, Obito would never have set foot within 10 miles of her. Clearly she had not reacted to the surveillance for 3 years, so why today? Obito was on the brink of despair. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground in a daze. You grabbed it. What is this? A bare black lump with 2 yellow dots that seemed like eyes. It felt slippery like slime. Black Zetsu began writhing madly and screamed. It gave you a headache. Conversation LV. Free activated. Stop, why are you barking? I am Black Zetsu, the 3rd son of the great goddess of the moon, secretly plotting for 1,000 years just to rescue my beloved mother. I have waited for thousands of years. Finally, the reincarnation of the previous Indra Uchiha Madara has awakened the Rinnegan. Now all I have to do is wait for that fool Uchiha Obito to collect the 10 tails. Mother, my son can finally resurrect you. Black Zetsu, go draw her attention. That Uchiha Obito bastard left me behind and ran. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Strange, I can still merge into the earth. It should be fine. I have relied on this ability to sneak through the ninja world for 1,000 years without being caught. No matter who it is, I can surely escape easily today. Scaring myself. Oh, slime. Why can't I escape? Stop, why are you barking? Black Zetsu in terror realized it was being choked uncontrollably and began spilling its true thoughts like beans. Dear Mother Black Zetsu, I'm about to die today. I can no longer strive for the greatest cause in the world to resurrect you. Who are you? Congratulations, you have captured the special NPC Black Zetsu. The Moon Eye Plan expansion pack has been activated. Please check in the exploration encyclopedia. Black Zetsu was still self-destructing. Stop talking. Dear Mother, I'm so sorry. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. Shut up. My dear mother loves me the most. Even before sleeping, she exerted all her strength to give birth to me. How could you, an orphan, understand my bond with my dear mother? Good, a player with a chicken and ginseng, right? You couldn't help but laugh. You opened the expansion pack. You were amazed. What a touching tale of a son saving his mother, Ninja World Edition. You were almost moved by Black Zetsu's filial piety. Such a filial NPC must be a servant for the player. Conversation. Good son, open your eyes and see who I am. You displayed a kind smile. Black Zetsu's faceless face showed an empty expression. A second later, dear mother, you actually reincarnated into the ninja world. Woo. You affectionately ruffled Black Zetsu's bald head, which was quite bouncy. Good boy. Black Zetsu is truly a good child of mother. Dear mother, your hands are so warm. Black Zetsu was moved to tears. For the first time in his life, he felt the warmth of familial love. After all, Black Zetsu's mother died right after he was born. He never had a chance to experience any motherly love. However, Black Zetsu was good at comforting himself, believing that his dear mother surely loved him. Otherwise, why would she give birth to him? Now Black Zetsu completely understood that he was the most beloved child of his dear mother. Dear mother, you open the game panel. Relationships, kinship, offspring, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu can be renamed. Haha, what a young mother and her 1,000-year-old son. You couldn't hold back any longer. You tore off a piece of Black Zetsu to squeeze and play with. It was surprisingly stress-relieving. Dear mother, the filial Black Zetsu endured the pain, not questioning your mischievous hands at all. You babbled nonsense. Darling mother has something for you to do. When you're not around, let mother watch over your remains. Your body fragments will miss you. Dear mother, you actually wanted to call him baby, moved Black Zetsu to the point of tears, and he was immediately ready to tear off more to provide you with something to remember him by. Seeing this made your non-existent conscience twinge with pain. Darling, your mother gave birth to you in a hurry and didn't even give you a proper name. Now mother wants to make up for the love you lacked, so from now on you shall be called. The player's wallet was not exactly thick. Dear player, greetings. We have noticed your outstanding performance in Second Life, and our company plans to develop a mobile version of the game. We hereby invite you to become a bug tester for this version. If you are interested, please click the link below to fill in your personal information. Thank you for your support, and we wish you a pleasant life. Alright, earning while playing. Alright. Please enter your nickname. Jungyulizi. Creation successful. You charged into the newbie village with your alt account. Wah. The fruit stand uncle swiftly covered the child's mouth. You little. Do you want to die? Can't you see that? That person is nearby. But. Sobbed dad, she took my meatballs. Shoo. Don't speak nonsense. Don't listen. Don't look. Don't react. Sob. The people tacitly created a vacuum zone for a tiny figure, their movements stiff, but all striving to appear naturally engaged in business. Jungyulizi. This being that had appeared in Konoha at some unknown time. Although her information could indeed be found in the orphan registration forms, no one had any memory of her. Even the house near the commercial street that was registered under her name had never been occupied. Strange. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. She was persistently banging her head against the wall again. The fear in people's hearts grew more intense. But the commercial street still maintained a superficial harmony. You kept banging your head against the wall. The mobile technology was actually quite good. No clipping at all. You jumped onto an NPC's head. The main character's feet actually pressed against the NPC's hair, not floating on an invisible wall. You hopscotched across the heads of NPCs, finding the mechanic remarkably stable. Amazing. A game with such a great physics engine had entered the country. You leaped onto the roof. You slapped the weather vane. It spun violently and retaliated with a descending dragon 18 palms to the main character. You were amused. Even the reverse spin when hitting the main character's face was perfectly realistic. Subarashii. Jungyulizi is here again. She's charging over, shouting incomprehensible things like testing the NPC's intelligence level. The residents' faces stiffened further. Boss, how much for these 3-colored meatballs? 80 taels per skewer, 200 for two skewers. She's coming closer. Then that's quite a deal. Give me 2 skewers. Uncle, you should charge 2 for 1 skewer. She spoke. The shop owner used his lifetime of acting to pretend he didn't hear. Here to skewers, 100 taels, please take your time. She left looking disappointed. The two men took a collective deep breath, exchanged a glance. Everything understood without words. Hey, wait, where are you going? 2 skewers, 200 taels. What the hell, you dare to run? You left in disappointment. The mobile version really couldn't support strong AI. They could only use these dumb bots as NPCs. They couldn't even react to players in real time. You decided to start a new test. You clicked the interaction button for roadside bench. You could sit. You jumped onto the awning. No interaction. Crummy boat, none. A little kid's picnic mat, none. What a shame, you couldn't sit anywhere you wanted. Terrible. Disconnected. Reconnecting. Jungyulizi suddenly stopped after running wildly everywhere. A few children were playing together. One boy named Chuanshang Chioi couldn't help but sneak a glance. Chuanshang Chioi let out a scream like he'd seen a demon. What the hell are you barking at? The children were startled. She. They turned to look. A chorus of screams erupted. There stood Jungyulizi floating motionless about 20 centimeters off the ground, truly motionless. Not even a single strand of hair was stirred by the fierce summer wind. And her upper body from neck to waist was completely transparent. Not gone because her shirt still bulged, as if worn her legs were stretched straight. One stood still, the other was rotating 360 degrees in a way impossible for a human. Most bizarrely, her face was frozen in a relaxed smile. She was actually smiling. The entire street's sound rose and died in an instant. Oh, finally reconnected. So quiet. Did I accidentally press the volume button? No. You were puzzled. Forget it. You went to the commission office. The game gave you an infinite money cheat. You threw money around extravagantly. I want the most expensive ninja here. The mountain of cash startled the commission office chief. An old man in a straw hat came to receive you. Honored guest, what kind of ninja would you like? I want someone good looking. The better looking the better. You answered honestly. The old man clapped and a line of Host Club Boys No Ninjas came out. You picked a black-haired young man with a sunny smile. I'm Jishui, nice to meet you. You took your bodyguard to explore the wild. There's light at the foot of the mountain, so there should be residents. Miss Lizzie, let's rest there for the night. Fine. You jumped straight off the cliff. Hey, Miss Lizzie. You landed effortlessly, knees slightly bent. Jishui hopped through the trees for a while before catching up. He stared at your knees in amazement. Amazing. You arrived at the seaside. Your expression turned serious. Here it comes, the hardest part, the water modeling. Let the player test your mettle. You jumped straight in. Jishui panicked and followed you in. You have died. Deep water warning. Please stay in shallow water. You laughed in disbelief. What the hell? Was the game too lazy to model the underwater world? Just locking mobile players on land. Time to log off and grab some takeout first. Uchiha Shursui felt his worldview being violently violated. When they jumped into the sea, he could feel the surging and pressure of the water, but the moment Zheng Yulizi closed her eyes and opened them, all the seawater had vanished. Hey, I've exploited this bug too. More incomprehensible words. Now they stood on a barren stretch of land. Looking up, they could see the port they had jumped from. There was no buoyancy, and breathing felt as easy as on the surface. But that wasn't the important part. The important thing was that ships were flying overhead. Uchiha Shizui's face crumbled. Miss Lizzie, how can the bottom of the sea be like this? What's going on? To save memory. Zheng Yulizi's tone was utterly matter-of-fact. Don't worry, just die once more, and we'll be back on land. She took Zishui's hand and ran toward the distant horizon. When their heads rose above the original sea level, Uchiha Shursui felt his vision go dark. They were indeed back on land. From now on you shall be called Zwatang Chinxiang. What a beautiful name. 1,000 times better than Yui and Yutsuan. Mother is so kind to me, Wu. Zwatang Chinxiang was moved to tears. You smiled modestly. Offspring. Zwatang Chinxiang, a creation of Daitong Yu Hui, skilled and would release proficient in possession, control, and escape. Born to be a spy. You ruffled Zwatang Chinxiang's head, or maybe what passed for a head. There's a hidden Yuzibo underground. They'll capture him for you. Chinxiang enthusiastically rubbed against your palm while casually betraying his accomplice. Adhering to the principle of never underestimating your enemy, you opened the gate of dew to a small degree. The time limit for Kim Yui's intangibility was 5 minutes. Thump, thump, thump. Yuzibo Data's heart beat faster than ever. She should be gone by now, right? Black Zetsu hasn't made a sound. Black Zetsu's escapability was the best Daitu had ever seen. Zwatang Meishao could never catch him in one go. Maybe she went after him. Dispel the intangibility and take a breather. Yo, taking a squat. You here to drop a deuce. Zwatang Meishao smiled with full affinity. Don't come any closer. Aya. Phantom of the O person activated. With the leap in agility and spirit attributes, this skill also underwent a qualitative transformation. Even if you sneaked into Niji or Hinata's futon in the middle of the night, those Byakugan eyes never detected you. A mere Sharingan, laughable indeed. With a practiced slap, you knocked him unconscious. Hey, this mask looks a bit familiar. Chinxiang, has he been to Muyi before? Mother. Yuzibo Daitu was one of the masterminds behind the Yuzibo clan massacre. That night he was fortunate enough to witness your invincible fighting prowess, and has been spying on you ever since. He even ordered me to spy on you, Mother. Truly malicious, scheming, and unforgivable. Oh, it was him. I thought I'd forgotten something that day. Oh well, he's too weak to cause any real trouble. You casually snapped Data's throat and tossed the corpse to Zwatang Chinxiang. Chinxiang, would you do Mommy a little favor? Put his body in Mommy's big freezer while it's still warm. That's right, your precious big freezer has excellent preservation effects. Back when you gouged out Yuzhibo Yu's Mangekyo, you had already planned ahead. According to info from forum post Sharingan, eyes were probably quite valuable, especially Mangekyo. You worked hard to defeat the boss and wanted to make a profit. You couldn't let them rot. The shop didn't have a place to auction Sharingan eyes, or you would have listed them directly. So you opened the big freezer you'd never used before. Now you can take out the Mangekyo and play with it from time to time. It's still as elastic as if it were alive. So you finally understood where this crappy game's inventory was. In Genshin, food in the backpack still has steam after years, so it's only natural that the freezer can preserve things forever. The downside is that you can't carry it on adventures because the freezer actually needs to be plugged in, and it even deducts your electricity bill regularly. The design is too sloppy. Rip-off. The capitalists are definitely trapping players. You should consider learning lightning release or finding a lightning-type pet. If you could charge the freezer yourself, players would never have to envy the $298 cost backpack in the shop. This is the dignity of us F2P players. In any case, you believe that the ultra-large freezer compartment had more than enough space to stuff one Yuzhibo Daitu. Yes, Mother'll go right now. You grabbed Swattung Chengxiang's tail. Wait, since you're going to Mu Yi anyway, you might as well borrow the forbidden techniques of Mu Yi while you're at it. Love you, baby, see you tomorrow. Mother. Xinxiang will definitely complete the mission before tomorrow. Swattung Xinxiang left with tears streaming down his face. You stretched. Are you done with everything? Yes, I'm done. Jinai, you're awake. You knew Jinai stood in the shadows with his hands in his pockets. Yeah, I placed some parasitic insects for reconnaissance nearby. As soon as you left, I woke up. Don't worry, I used my bugs to knock them both unconscious. You won't be discovered. Oh. So you really didn't notice. You missed some plot again. I told you NPCs aren't allowed to scheme behind the player's back. You knew Jinai's side. Wood release is not a common ability. It's already strange enough that Day, who possesses this ability, came to be our teacher. Moreover, even though he's called a classmate nominally and Irik's squads with Jing, is completely different from us. He's like someone who has never lived among people, and his bloodline limit is a type never seen before. So you said with a grave expression the Hokage set us up. You knew Jinai was speechless. Well, that's not entirely wrong. But not both of us, it's you. Oh well, it makes no difference. I don't have that kind of value. Don't belittle yourself, Jinai. Your keenness is only a hair's breadth away from catching up to me. You comfortingly put your arm around his shoulder, and with your other hand you made a gesture of a tiny universe between fingers. That's quite an honor. Work a little harder, and you might get a chance to see my back. You patted his back encouragingly. Emil, work hard. Then keep it up. You've turned back into a boy. Come, let's replenish your bloodline limit. Okay. You cupped his cheeks. Day gave you, and you knew Jinai a strange look. Damn, could this middle-aged traitor have noticed? Jinai, you're useless. The little traitor walked toward you with a fake smile. How is even the little bot? Your Majesty, what happened last night? Don't pry into imperial movements. Oh, then I want it too. What do you want? Zhuajing held the back of your neck with one hand. He lowered his head. His smile was still fake, but somehow it looked even more punchable. Your hand moved on its own accord, and you slapped him. Zhuajing stubbornly got up from the ground. Your Majesty, why did you hit me? Is it because I found out you two were isolating me, so you flew into a rage? Speculating about the imperial will is also forbidden. Oh. Upon logging in, one dies. As an ancestral spirit, you impart revelations to your clan, whose paramount aim is its continuation. The timeline is the era of Zhujian. You have died. In the war-torn shinobi world, you founded your own clan, seized territory to sustain it, and carved out a measure of renown. Your descendants will offer incense for you for eternity. You have become a peculiar existence, the ancestral spirit. You may influence the present by sending dreams. The clan member who succeeds to the headship can converse with you directly to ensure the clan's survival. The chosen clan name is Jiucai, and the ancestral name is Hizi. Respected Lord Jiucai Hizi, please commence your game. What a terrifying clan, Rixiang Longtao murmured. As a branch of the Rixiang family, we have little standing to criticize others. Rixiang Tailang said gloomily. You do not understand. Rixiang Longtao shook his head. The Jiucai family is different. Different how? At worst they merely enslave their people. No, different, Rixiang Longtao said, staring at the retreating silhouette. The Rixiang family suppresses humanity. The Jiucai family annihilates it utterly. Ugh, why are the player's descendants so devoid of talent? You flare with indignation. Fortunately, aptitude can be improved through genetic optimization. The game's mechanic sets a child's innate aptitude as the midpoint of the parent's scores -1 tier. Each tier is 10 points. 100 is perfection. If the player persists in eugenics and meticulous upbringing, a lineage of prodigies can be forged. Jiucai Feiwu is the clan's third-generation eldest son, and by the game's default primogeniture has been chosen as the young master. What a rotten aptitude. The only attribute above the 60 passing line is his appearance. If such genes are passed down, the player's clan will be doomed. Jiucai Feiwu intends to propose to the Rixiang branch's Rixiang Xiaojia. This line of genes should end with you. You expressionless typed a demand for 10 billion liang from the Rixiang household. The Rixiang family refused Jiucai Feiwu's proposal. You escalated your demands to 200 billion, then 300 billion. Jiucai Feiwu was broken by the rejection. His health fell by 50. Jiucai Feiwu languished and died. Hooray! Miss Rixiang, give thanks to the player. Thanks to that wise decision, she was spared bearing the children of a worthless husband. The young master problem has been resolved. Who to choose next? Jiucai Xianbing, it is decided. Xianbing, Jiucai Jeju said with pity, looking at his beloved third son. That exalted one has favored your aptitude. You will be the clan head of this generation. My father. Jiucai Xianbing's face collapsed into distress. Must I do this? Xianbing. Jiucai Jeju gripped his son's shoulder hard. Do not think, do not question, do not resist. This is heaven's will. But, my elder brother. Feiwu walked himself to his doom. Jia's grip tightened, and Xianbing cried out in pain. This is heaven's will. Everything is for the clan's survival. I understand. The light in Jiucai Xianbing's eyes went out. As the player's third-generation figurehead, Jiucai Xianbing possessed talent unmatched across the clan, though in truth it was merely a tall man among dwarfs. You decide to give him the highest level of cultivation. He must show proper gratitude for the ancestors' benevolence. You arrange for Jiucai Xianbing a series of courses: culture, economics, agriculture, boardcraft, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, disguise, and so forth. You refuse to believe you cannot raise an elite. Yet the funds are nearly exhausted. This is, after all, a newborn clan with little wealth. Jiucai Jiaoji wishes to marry. Weddings must not drain the clan coffers. The request is rejected. Simply forbid those with below-average aptitude from marrying. Send them to take on missions to earn money, so they do not sully the gene pool with their offspring. Hey, you are too reckless. Qinsho Zhujian could not comprehend. The Jiucai clan, though new, was more sought after than many venerable houses. When they accepted missions, they truly threw their lives into the fray, or it seemed were eager to die on the battlefield. Jiucai Jiaoji silently wiped his kunai. Jiucai Kaojiden hurried forward to smooth matters. Don't be angry with him, he's always like this. Zhujian would not hold a grudge against an ally. So why do Jiucai clan members always charge the front lines? Jiucai Kaojiden lowered his head, toyed with a kunai. Because after all, being abandoned by the ancestor is more tragic than dying on the battlefield. Ancestor? Do you mean the current Jiucai head? How could a head abandon clan members for not fighting hard enough? That's monstrous. They are not clan members, Jiucai Jiaoji finally said. Not clan members, consumables. Flesh sacrificed to sustain the clan. Through your relentless efforts, the clan's aptitudes have at last risen above the passing line. Let us see which outstanding descendants this generation holds. The second son, Jiucai Tsilong, has the highest overall aptitude. Very well, then remove the eldest. The current young master, Jiucai Tailang, considers his aptitude insufficient and voluntarily abdicates in favor of the worthy. So sensible. Fine. Jiucai Liangban wishes to marry. Rejected. Wait. You read twice the small line of text at the bottom of the interface. Due to the increased influence of your clan, when clan members marry, you may collect betrothal gifts. Marrying members of other shinobi houses yields substantial gifts. Marry, hurry, and marry. One clan member married 8 times. Lord Jiucai Liangban, are you mocking the Qinsho clan? Jiucai Liangban was so ashamed, he nearly covered his face and wept. I am terribly sorry. 1 million liang in gifts. I will personally repay you after the wedding. All right. Qinsho Taojian comfortingly patted Liang Ban's shoulder. The Jukai clan, a terrifying entity of thousands sharing a single will. Its presence in the shinobi world was an unspoken truth. Only those with supreme aptitude could pass on the bloodline. Core members were bound to form unions with illustrious houses across the shinobi world. Any clan member lacking aptitude was labeled Shinchai, firewood. So long as the reward was high enough, they would complete the most perilous missions. They could marry to collect gifts, but were forbidden to leave offspring. After one Shinchai strangled a newborn with his own hands, no one dared break that rule again. When old and no longer of value, they took on the dirtiest tasks and willingly met death to preserve the clan's reputation. Through generations of flesh consumed, the Jiutsai clan swelled into a monstrous behemoth, lurking like a shadow over the shinobi world, yet no one dared ignore its existence. The Jiutsai clan endured. Under your sagacious leadership, your family sustained itself for 1,000 years. Examinations revealed that after generations of genetic fusion with the Qinsho, Yuziba, Rishiong, and Hui lineages, your family bore the purest Daitongmu bloodline. Your clan gained a commanding claim over the shinobi world. Your people acquired a talent for exploring the heavens. You unlocked the legendary hidden achievement Descendants of Daitongmu. So then, who is Daitongmu? A border town in the Wind Country. Alright, everyone rest at the inn. Be careful not to expose yourselves. He'll scout ahead. Day arranged for you, and then left on his own. It seems he never intended to let you truly participate in the mission. After all, you were still fledgling jin and fresh out of the academy. No matter how strong you were, experience was inevitably lacking. The journey time of this Brank mission was all the training he had prepared for you. If he rashly let you join the intelligence gathering mission, it might cause trouble for the dispatched ninja. That made sense, but you were absolutely bored. You had been looking forward to a scenario like, maybe a cage-level enemy will suddenly appear on the road, then both sides will engage in a life-or-death battle. After some kind of struggle, all comrades will unleash their hidden powers. Idai Sensei will reveal his secret weapon, and finally, the invincible player will show off their skills, carry the team, and earn the admiration of everyone. But there was a reason Brank missions were Brank. Where would so many wild powerhouses come from just for you to show off? You collapsed onto the bed with a disappointed sigh. What's wrong, Your Majesty Misaki? I'm so bored. The book says boredom is feeling restless due to idleness. When I'm idle, I draw, so I don't know what boredom feels like. Yinu Jinai said nothing. The blanket beside him suddenly bulged. Its four corners imitated human limbs clumsily dancing in a flurry. Haha, what's this? You grabbed the blanket person's hand, and a black pixel flew onto your fingertip. Zuiji narrowed his eyes. I never would have guessed you're good at cheering people up. Yinu Jinai ignored him. You played with the blanket person for a while, then had a sudden inspiration. Since it's rare to leave Konoha, and it's a paid trip, let's go find some fun. I have no objections. Where does Misaki want to go? And so they ended up at the casino. Big fat sheep still gambling. How can a gambler lose every time? Again. All in. Sensei, you can't gamble anymore. We'll have no money for food. All in. Where did this gambling addict come from? You followed the sound. A woman with long golden hair was frenziedly throwing herself onto the gambling table, while a black-haired older sister held her waist and pulled her back, and a pink-haired girl rushed around anxiously at their feet. Sensei, have you ever won even once? Accept your fate. Your eyes lit up. Master, please teach me how to gamble. Huh. Kid, you'd better go home. The road ahead is an abyss. Heh. Huh. Finally, someone recognizes my unparalleled talent. Little brat, let me lead you on the path to wealth. All on Big. Yes, master. You casually tossed a Thysandrio chip on Big, secretly giving Yinu Jinai a signal. Jinai understood and placed 100,000 on Small. The 100,000 turned into 1,500,000 at 15 to odds. Damn it. Kid, trust me. Losing is temporary. The next round will definitely bring big wins. I absolutely believe in Sensei's skills. With 1,500,000 worth of skills. You struggled to suppress the smile tugging at your lips. Doubled. Doubled again. Jingyi noticed something suspicious. She looked back and forth between you and Yinu Jinai with a wary gaze. You gave her an innocent smile. Jingyin suddenly understood. She began betting opposite to Gang's Ho. Ah, Indeed, no losses, even a small profit. But why did it feel more heartbreaking? Jingyin put on a pained expression. 3 billion Rio. Gambling god. Gambling god. Gambling god. Yinu Jinai lowered his hat brim and walked toward you amidst the crowd's celebration. The pile of chips was pushed in front of you. You gave a crooked grin and extended one hand. Zuiji, wearing a crop top, obediently allowed you to pull him by the waist, his soft white arms wrapping around your shoulders. Anyone else? Gangzhou stared at you in shock. You little brat. How dare you trick me? You flashed an innocent look. How could that be? It's all thanks to Master's teaching. This 3 billion is half your credit, Master. Really? Gangzhou couldn't help glancing at the mountain of chips. Once, twice. Then looked away. Then give me 1.5 billion. Master is joking. How about you first compensate me for the 100,000 I lost following your advice? Gangzhou rubbed her hands awkwardly. She really couldn't pull out a single coin. The money she had just bet was borrowed from the casino on the spot. Nonsense. That was your apprenticeship fee. You weren't that stingy a devil. Remembering that the black-haired older sister said they couldn't afford food, you kindly suggested, then let me treat Master to a meal. Consider it a welcome banquet for taking me as your disciple. The black-haired older sister shot you a strange, sympathetic glance. How many bottomless bit eater NPCs were there in this game? You watched helplessly as empty bowls piled up on the table. Maybe I should pay, the black-haired older sister said, patting you comfortingly. I also made some money just now. No. It's fine. I can afford one meal. Jingyin, and that over there is my teacher Gangsha-sama. Just as you were about to introduce yourself, Da's corpse-like face suddenly flooded your mind. Don't expose yourself. Don't expose yourself. Don't expose yourself. TSK. Hinata Niji, and they are Haruno Sakura and Hinata. Cough cough. Jinai, did you choke? Then drink more hot water. Kid, I don't recall the Hyuga clan having white-haired, blue-eyed bloodlines. Clang. You jumped onto the table, drew a kunai, and pressed it against Gangzhou's throat. You stared at her warily. Who are you? An ordinary person wouldn't know about the Hyuga clan. Are you a ninja from Sunagate here? It couldn't be a coincidence that you ran into a ninja right after leaving. It must have been premeditated. Maybe they had been following you for a long time. Damn, even your 800 perception didn't detect their tailing. Were you really encountering a wild powerhouse? Misaki. Perfect. Jinai, quickly release your Kikeichu to notify Dai Sensei. These two are dangerous. Your Majesty, Gangsha-sama is a Konoha ninja. You paused in your action. You casually sat back down, cheerfully smashing Zuiji's head into the table. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Misaki, the 3 ninja are figures mentioned in the textbooks. You shut up too. Background: the protagonist is incarnated as a member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Misaki. Her origin parallels that of If Line 1. Players will never forget that fateful day. The day Second Life was struck down by an indescribable entity known only as Shina. What on earth is wrong with your game? My son Zihan came home sobbing after playing your game. He refused to eat, wouldn't speak, and when I asked why, he said he'd been terrified by blood in the game. How dare you include blood? You're corrupting children. My Zihan is only 18 years old, and endear players, and due to unforeseeable circumstances, and in pursuit of enhanced service quality and optimized user experience, Second Life will undergo comprehensive revisions effective immediately. The following adjustments apply. No. You log into the sanitized version of Second Life, heart heavy. Loading, and you have died. Damn it. Uchiha Itachi, you grotesque wretch. Today the player will not let you escape. Uchiha Sasuke will never forget that fateful day. The day Konoha fell under the scourge of an indescribable entity named Uchiha Misaki. On an otherwise ordinary moonlit night, she strolled leisurely through the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Itachi's severed head dangling from her left hand, a katana gripped loosely in her right. Each time someone charged her, another soul perished beneath her blade. Now a river of blood soaked her socks deep crimson, and Uchiha Sasuke collapsed to the ground, paralyzed, utterly unable to react. Uchiha Misaki did not glance at him, and she looked at no one, and she simply raised her katana and gently blew a drop of fresh blood from its snow-bright edge, as though brushing away a delicate petal. Sakura scatter on the wind, in life light as drifting snow and fleeting as blossoms fade. In treading upon Konoha's fallen bodies, Uchiha Misaki mourned the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms. Uchiha Sasuke recoiled in horror. An expansion pack in this is the future of the village I foresaw. Is that so, Sasuke? You remain expressionless. Fool. That fool. Wanted to eradicate the clan. The player has done it for you. No thanks necessary. You lift your blade and step out. Just then Uchiha Itachi arrives, intent on killing you. Bladelight and moonlight entwine. What splashes forth is, notice graphic violence detected, automatically censored for your safety. What splashes forth is a shower of pink blossoms. Your heart sinks deeper still. You raise the pixelated orb, still blooming with tiny pink flowers. Today the player shall unleash carnage. Rustle stirs in the darkness. Faceless mask-wearing cannon fodder surge forward, voluntarily impaling themselves upon your blade. Wherever you walk, petals carpet the path. You follow this floral trail straight to Uchiha Sasuke, sitting cross-legged, stunned, speechless, eyes wide, as he watches the blossoms swirl behind you. Awkwardness prickles the air. You seek words to ease the tension. So you blow the clinging pink blossoms from your gear and murmur, there really are so many flowers. Notice profanity detected, automatically censored. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils contract sharply. Why did you kill my brother? Who killed whom? And who sought death? That remains unspoken. Notice, please maintain respectful discourse, automatically censored. Uchiha Sasuke suppresses an involuntary shiver. Why did you kill my brother? Uchiha Misaki gazes far off, indifferent to the carnage beneath her feet, as she lifts her eyes toward the moon. I did not slay Bo-Ron, but Bo-Rin died because of me. What does that mean? Uchiha Sasuke cannot comprehend. He ponders, until Itachi's head is trampled under Uchiha feet, until Konoha's upper echelons lie decapitated, until Uchiha Misaki ascends as Hokage. His mother Mikoto opens the door to Sasuke's sealed room. Sasuke, let it go. Mother, my brother is dead. Lady Misaki acted solely in self-defense when she slew Itachi on that night. Sasuke hears a story utterly unlike the one he believed. So absurd it compels belief. He resolves to seek truth from the one most likely to know. So, what do you intend to say? You sit enthroned in the Hokage's office, chin resting on interlaced fingers. I ask but one question. What truly do you seek? You yourself do not know. You've endured this over-sanitized world long enough. Before abandoning the game entirely, you'll stir chaos one last time. This save file holds no meaning for you anymore. Kill the daimyo. Seize the throne. Alone shatter this entire world, and his father's legacy along with it. What truly do you seek? Uchiha Misaki's countenance turns solemn. To execute the tyrant, and liberate all humanity. In such audacious words, yet her unwavering sincerity renders them undeniable. Then let me join you, as recompense for taking Itachi's life. Had Itachi stood here today, perhaps even he would find solace in his own demise. Through trials untold you now reign as sovereign of the world. The daimyo's palace of fire country blooms with pink blossoms. You sigh murmuring, who among mortals still deserves death at the hands of an emperor such as I? Uchiha Misaki stands silent, gazing upon the palace walls stained crimson. I seek but one defeat, yet none shall ever grant it. Her tranquil gaze recalls for Sasuke that distant night, her solitary sorrowful grace as she blew blood from her blade's tip. Years spent side by side convinced Uchiha Sasuke he stood closest to Uchiha Misaki, closest of all. Without thinking he embraces her. Do not leave. I will stay with you. Just as you prepared to quit, a beautiful NPC stays your hand. Cunning game designers. Has the player unwittingly fallen into their trap? Could it be, that this relentlessly sanitized world still harbors content meant for adults? A passerby pauses, then reaches for his hot dog. Your blade flashes once. His belt snaps cleanly. You mutter 6. Customer service. Customer service. Tell me, why is my NPC's lower body model invisible? Tell me. Hello, valued player. A live agent is assisting you. Your current action has been flagged for potential influence on minors, automatically censored. To uphold public morality and ethical standards within the game world, please refrain from inappropriate conduct. Thank you for your cooperation. You typed TD and you have lost all faith in this child-oriented world. Why are you silent, Reese Yongning Ci? This time it was Tsunade who laughed. You little brats, have you reached the age to take on missions already? Yes, we are currently on a prank mission. Disguise is very important. In fact, I recognized Master as one of the legendary 3 ninjas from Konoha a while ago. I was just playing along with them. I have my own rhythm. Brank. What's going on? Tsunade frowned. When can a Jinin take on prank missions? Who is your team leader, and how could you be so reckless? It's Teacher Yamato. He is so useless, I really worry about him. Is that so? Then you have truly worked hard. Not hard at all. Shino, why are you poking me? You suddenly realized the voice answering you was a bit off. You elegantly turned your head. Go on, I really want to hear more. Yamato used his deadpan expression to bully the poor player. You casually changed the topic. Teacher Yamato, you're back. Have you eaten? Master Tsunade said she would give you a chance to treat the legendary 3 ninjas from Konoha to a meal. Yamato skillfully ignored your nonsense and walked towards Tsunade, who was still stuffing herself with food. Lady Tsunade, are you one of the old man's subordinates? Yes. I ask you, why did you bring a few Jinin to participate in a prank mission? How could the old man agree to that? Yamato looked at Yamanaka Shino. Shino understood, saying, Teacher, there's no one around. Yamato nodded. Lady Tsunade, these 3 kids are all outstanding. Misaki Sato, although headstrong and self-centered, possesses exceptional talent and is another would-release user after the first Hokage. Praising the player, you restrained the corners of your mouth from curling up. Would release. Tsunade forgot about eating. Her eyes widened as she suddenly grasped your hand tightly. Kid, let me see your would release. You casually conjured a rose for her. So it really is would release. Tsunade's expression was complex, a mix of nostalgia and melancholy. Lady Tsunade, now that a new would release user has appeared, will you consider returning to Konoha? The 3rd Hokage hopes you can teach Misaki Sato. My abilities are not enough to teach such a genius. Let me think about it. You parted ways with Tsunade. Team 8 prepared to return to the village. You held back, but ultimately could not contain yourself. Teacher Yamato, can you say what you just said again? He shot you a sideways glance. What did I say? You put on a serious Yamato-style coffin face and mimicked in a deep voice, my abilities are not enough to teach such a genius. Heh. At your current level, I can easily teach you. You were greatly dissatisfied. You clearly can't beat me. You suddenly slammed your hand down. 4 pillars prison technique. You noticed us. Who? Yamato immediately blocked in front of you. Ninjas from Konoha. You don't think we haven't noticed that spy, do you? As expected, someone is coming to meet him. A tall and short group of 4 emerged from hiding. So much nonsense. Just kill them all already. Hey. Gaara, shouldn't we capture them first and then discuss? Shut up, the affairs of Tsunade here have nothing to do with me. Oh, anyone I see must die. The yellow sand surged. Wow, this guy with no eyebrows and dark circles under his eyes. He is even more arrogant than the player. Yamato held you back from charging forward. Be careful. That red-haired guy gives me a very dangerous feeling. His chakra is very violent. Yamato's expression was serious. Indeed. You seem to ponder. In your perception, his aura was very similar to that of the Nine Tails when you first encountered it, but much weaker than the little fox. Could it be? Identification. Gaara jinchuriki. Insufficient affinity, unable to identify more information. You knew what the term jinchuriki represented. Naruto is the Nine Tails jinchuriki. You felt restless. It was time for a new partner to enter the pet section. I wonder what kind of little animal this one is. Could this red-haired darky guy be a little panda? I want it even more. Today the player will start on the path to becoming a Pokemon master. A sandstorm swept in. Would release would pillar wall. Yamato quickly formed seals to create a protective shield. The ability to control sand. The parasites cannot move in such a strong sandstorm. You are really useless. I will deal with the other ones. Ninja art super beast imitation. Several giant pythons burrowed underground toward the enemy. Yamato quickly assessed the battlefield situation. Using water techniques against yellow sand is of course the most effective, but with so much sand, only large-scale water ninjutsu would be useful. If not careful, it could easily affect your allies. The other 3 opponents have not yet made a move, and depleting chakra without caution is unwise. Earth release, earth flow, city wall. Water release, waterfall technique. The ground trembled, towering mountains rose from the desert, and torrents of water poured down, quickly burying the desert. How could I forget about Misaki Sato? That genius with more chakra than a tailed beast. Yamato exhaled, feeling inexplicably relieved. Well done, Sato Misaki. Yamato felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and everything went black before his eyes. He knew it. Feeling at ease was all a lie. You were not prepared to let the two traitors see you use your tools and skills. You had to let them take a rest. Look how soundly they are sleeping. Do I also need to faint? I can do it myself, Yamanaka Shino said in a melancholic tone. How could that be? I still need you to keep watch for me. I understand. Yamanaka Shino crossed his arms and turned away with bugs swirling around you in a circle. Would release silent binding technique. The four from Sunagakure were bound by branches and unable to move. You approached the prepared pet. What do you want to do to Gaara? There is a treaty between Konoha and Sunagakure. As illegal intruders, you cannot kill my village's jinchuriki. The blonde girl shouted at you. What a clever girl. In such a vulnerable situation, she was still able to articulate such logical statements, and she also had a spirited appearance. I wonder if she would be willing to become your ally after you abandon Konoha. You gently reassured her, don't worry, I have no intention of killing him, nor will I kill you, okay? Sleep. Through the effective conversation, she forced herself to sleep. You bastard. What did you do? So noisy. You mercilessly knocked out the two passerby boys with one palm each. Being ugly is one thing, but how dare they shout and attract the player's attention? All right, now it's just you left. The red-haired guy glared at you fiercely. What are you looking at? You intentionally flicked some residual water from your water release into his eyes. He was forced to shut his eyes. After closing them, the dark circles actually expanded even more. You observed his face in astonishment. Your gaze paused. Huh. Although he was bound by wood release and unable to move, there was no dry sand around to use, yet a thin layer of fine sand flowed across his skin. Is it an automatic defense? This was the first time you had discovered a self-activated ninjutsu in this map. Even a hanging player had never obtained a passive skill. You pinched his chin and rubbed it. The hardness is quite high. The granules are very densely packed together. No wonder it can withstand the erosion of water. Even you had to apply some force to break through this shell. He opened his eyes again. Under the sand shell that had been broken, he revealed a silent, yet exaggerated laugh. You instinctively punched him. His laughter was so creepy, it made you feel physically uncomfortable. He tilted his head from the punch, and the sand shell completely shattered. You punched him again. Now his cheeks were symmetrical. It hurts. It really hurts. So this is what it feels like to be wounded. What, Mom? What a jumble of nonsense. A twinge of guilt crept over you. Could 2 punches have given him a concussion? You hadn't even used any force. You recalled how to fix a broken appliance. You slapped his head a few times in the same manner you tap a watermelon. He fell silent. Fixed just like that. You're a genius. Answer me. What is that thing inside you? The downside of not having a portable bag. If you'd brought the green straw hat, you could have simply entered his body to inspect without all this trouble. It's the sand incarnation. Shikaka. When I was born, my mother died. Father sealed it inside me to create the ultimate ninja. He inexplicably opened the floodgates of his heart. But you're a skip the cutscene type. Skip. So only through killing can I feel my own existence. That's the meaning of my life. You grabbed his chin, forcing his head up. His fringe parted, revealing a vivid red tattoo. Curious, you brushed aside his hair. It was the character for love. No one loves me, and I love no one. I am an Azura who loves only myself. Such a Chinibu line. Your second-hand embarrassment was about to kick in. You decided to defeat Chinibu with Chinibu. With your other hand, you grabbed the hair at the back of his head, interrupting his monologue. Know your purpose in existence is to please me. This world exists for me. After all that talk, he just lacked love. Love. As it happens, you have plenty. Back in chapter 21. Even if I date both Hinata and Niji. Even if you date others at the same time. Congratulations on your first triple timing achievement. Your charm is undeniable. You have earned the 3-legged tripod title. 3-legged tripod, while equipped charm 100. Charm is a stat that can be both easy and difficult to grind. Aside from the initial affection that doesn't count towards stats, the affection of both named NPCs and nameless passersby contributes to your charm growth. including the affection from the name Never Forgotten. However, the affection from ordinary passersby only provides 1/100th of the growth compared to that of major NPCs. After obtaining the name Never Forgotten, your daily routine expanded by one task: introduce yourself to 15 residents every day. By now, there's no Leaf Village resident who doesn't know your name. That means at least 30,000 people know your name, providing you with a total of 328 charm points. Combined with the spontaneous affection from various sources and the affection of major NPCs, your charm stat has already surpassed the 500 mark. Charm 533. You've always wondered, what does the charm stat in the game represent? Your customized face was undoubtedly perfect, and judging by NPC reactions, your appearance hadn't changed. Was charm just a useless filler stat? Now you know what it is. Infection LV. 0. Your every word and action carries immense influence. You can convey any emotion you wish to NPCs, not necessarily your own. When this skill reaches its peak at LV 5, you will have the ability to assimilate others. As one of the 4 core attributes, charm did not disappoint. Though you could never truly love an NPC, you possess the love of NPCs. Want to feel love? Let me grant it to you, as much as you want. Infection LV 0 activated. Target Gaara. Emotion conveyed Naruto Uzumaki's feelings for Misaki Sato. Satisfied. This is the love of a pet for its owner. Gaara could not comprehend. What is this? Loneliness, loneliness, loneliness. It hurts so much. Where lies the meaning of my existence? Misaki. Misaki. I love you, love you, love you so much. So happy. As long as you don't abandon me, I'll do anything for you. I don't mind being a dog, not being the only one, not being favored. Just as long as you look at me. As long as I exist in your eyes. Gaara gasped heavily. What is this? An emotion as painful as hatred, yet shadowed by the joy and happiness of love. Like a poisonous fire blazing in the dead of winter, radiating a fatal warmth essential for survival. What is this? Is love such a painful thing? Is love such a blissful thing? Gaara could not understand. A hand both unfamiliar and strangely familiar pressed against his forehead. Gaara barely resisted the bizarre urge to rub his cheek against it. This is the love of childhood friends. The thick, heavy emotion from before had not yet dissipated when a new one forcibly intruded. His heart beat with a light, joyful rhythm. Just seeing her figure appear in his field of vision made him feel elated. A quiet, gentle, selfless love, yet no less persistent than the first. Is this also love? Gaara had thought the feeling of willingly becoming a pet was already the most humble. But now this heart was content just to love her without asking for anything in return. Amid the collision of emotions, Gaara felt an indescribable rage. Why not fight for her? Why not seize her? Why not instill fear in her, so she would belong to you forever? Precious feelings, the meaning of existence. Shouldn't they be gripped tightly? The heart sighed softly. Because this is love at first sight. The third emotion interrupted the unfinished answer. It was the love of a fish for water. The love of a bird for the sky. The love of a supplicant for a savior. Because you granted me freedom, I willingly place my freedom in your hands. Because you showed me miracles, I believe you can create any miracle. Gaara finally trembled and grabbed the person's wrist. An unprecedented peace nearly brought him to tears. This is the love of adoration. Like a quietly flowing river, it silently occupied his entire mind. Everything he saw, she was adorable in every way. Her willfulness was adorable, her frivolity was adorable. Her fickleness was adorable, her indifference was adorable. Because she was adorable in every aspect, falling for her was inevitable. This was the love of a flower for a flower, the love of a cloud for a cloud, the love of one person for another. I want to protect you regardless of your strength. I want to watch over you regardless of your brilliance. Please let me. No, this isn't right. Gaara struggled in agony. These aren't my feelings. I am an Azura who loves only myself. I am the monster who can never be loved. For different voices whispered sweet nothings in Gaara's mind. Like you, love you, possess me, protect you, look at me, use me. No. Amid the torment of mental chaos, Gaara cried out to the 4 voices. Hate her. Tear her apart. Kill her. Only then can I prove my existence. Through blurred eyes the person cupped his face. Would you be my pet? A distant voice echoed from memory. Your purpose in existence is to please me. Scalding tears fell into the yellow sand, leaving not even a trace of dampness. I am willing. After infecting the red-haired NPC with chicamerous emotions, he suddenly began to writhe darkly and crawl. If not for the wood style binding him tightly, you'd have suspected he would scuttle onto your face like a cockroach. No way. A twinge of guilt crept over you. Had you given him a split personality? Was LV0 infection this powerful? The ambition to become a Pokemon master still triumphed over the player's steadfast conscience. You tried to issue a capture invitation. Would you be my pet? I am willing. Pet Gara. Canine raccoon dog genus nocturnal, generally docile temperament, does not actively attack others unless startled or threatened. Raccoon dogs are monogamous, forming a permanent stable pair bond with one mate. Success. So NPCs with a loveless setting should be redeemed with love. As expected of a player, you're practically an NPC's spiritual mentor. But isn't the pet list a bit overpopulated with canines? You'd rather have a cat. Gara stared at you with bloodshot eyes. Do I have to go to Konoha with you? Of course you do. You found it inexplicable. What if the dog outside gets stolen by some dog thief? Besides, you can't casually pet a Pokemon before capturing it, and even after you still can't just pet it. Wouldn't that make the capture pointless? Do I need to remind you? I am the jinchuriki of the Shine Village. So what? Gagewu even said the player was some wood-release user. There are many jinchuriki, and the only wood-release user alive is the player. Obviously the player's title is rarer. Shine Village might go to war with Konoha even, so do you still want to take me with you? Don't want to go with me, eh? No. Then why think so much? Once you become my pet, you'll be mine for life. Ooh, anyone who wants to take you away should be prepared to face my wrath. You thought for a moment and decided to give him some disguise. The player didn't want to hear Yamato's ramblings. However, kissing your pet still felt a bit too intimate. You didn't have that kind of special preference. You bit your fingertip and offered it to his lips. Lick. He stared at you stiffly. Don't know how. I thought this was a dog's instinct. Gara hesitated and gently held your finger, but made no further move. You have always been patient with small animals. It's normal for a newly adopted pet to disobey commands. You are a responsible owner and will certainly train him well. Do you want me to teach you? You adjusted to Gara's grip on your fingers, supporting his chin with your thumb and middle finger while your index finger curled and slipped into the gap of his lips. Teeth. Relax a bit. You reminded him. You felt the skin your finger touched was somewhat warm. Gara loosened his tightly clenched jaws. You pushed deeper through the gap between his teeth and touched something soft and warm. His tongue trembled in surprise and quickly retracted slightly. Don't hide. You gently ran your other hand through his red hair, trying to soothe him. It's normal for small animals to react to unfamiliar owners. You'll get used to it. Gara obediently stopped hiding. The taste of blood. He frowned slightly. Swallow it. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. You released Gara's face and wiped your saliva on the fabric of his chest. From now on you will be called Aiko, do you understand? She looked at her transformed body in surprise, but did not question you, only nodded. Such a good child. You couldn't help but stroke her fur. Little Aiko is such a good child. A subtle blush appeared on Gara's face. You inexplicably felt a hint of joy from that otherwise expressionless face. You recalled the description from the game panel. Temperament is quite docile. Indeed docile. You led your new puppy towards Aburame Shino. I've finished my tasks, thank you for your hard work, Shino. He glanced at Gara a few times. Are you taking him back to Konoha? That's right. Aburame Shino fell silent. Are you worried about her being a jinchuriki? No, I haven't thought about stopping your decision. I'm just a bit curious. Is he like Shikamaru? How can a pet be compared to a romantic partner? You laughed. How could that be? It should be said he is more like Naruto. So Naruto doesn't have one yet. Doesn't have what? Nothing. I understand now. They will wake up soon. Let's set off. Oh wait. You conjured branches to create a shield for Hanabi to protect her from the wind and frost. As for those two bystanders, let them be. All right, let's go. Hiss. Yamato groggily woke up, pressing his painful head. Sato Misaki. He instinctively yelled even before his eyes were fully open. Yamato-sensei, keep your voice down, we are on a mission. What if you expose us? Yamato had no time to scold her. He was struggling to adjust to the sudden bright light. Now he was lying on a swaying camel cart. That bastard Sato Misaki predictably didn't think to shield him from the light. Aburame Shino might have considered it, but he definitely wouldn't oppose Sato Misaki. Sajui pretended to smile. Every day, no one knew what he was thinking. This class he really couldn't endure for another day. Yamato blocked the direct sunlight with his arm, and before his vision cleared, he quickly distinguished Sato Misaki among the 4 people in front. Wait a minute. 4 people? Yamato's eyes widened suddenly. Red hair, green eyes, dark circles. If that isn't the jinchuriki from Shine Village, head directly calls Sato Misaki teacher. Sato Misaki still wanted to cover it up by using her bloodline limit. What's the difference between using it and not using it? Sato Misaki. Oh, it's so noisy. Yamato started roaring again as soon as he woke up. Seriously, do NPCs have menopause? In real life, there shouldn't be so many things to get angry about. Players live very happily every day. He really needs to learn the calm attitude of life from the players. Yamato should refer to the player as teacher. You cautiously reminded him. Yamato-sensei, do you still remember that the first principle of the mission is to not expose ourselves? Explain to me, Yamato said with a zombie-like face. What do you want to bring the jinchuriki from Shine Village back for? What jinchuriki? Which jinchuriki? You looked up at the sky. Don't play dumb. Yamato-sensei must have lost his memory from sleeping too long. The jinchuriki from Shine Village is a boy. What does it have to do with my obedient and cute little Aiko? To be mistaken for a boy apologized to my little Aiko's self-esteem. Yamato was calmer than he imagined. He learned for the first time that a person could be so angry yet remain calm. After teaching Class 8, he learned a lot of unnecessary knowledge. Now he could face Sato Misaki calmly. Send him back, and I will apply to the Hokage for you to be assigned a new playmate. 2 would be fine. Something nicer than this. Yamato decided to defeat absurdity with absurdity. There was a bit of temptation. Gaara silently locked eyes with you. You awkwardly laughed and pressed her head into your embrace. While abandoning a pet is not acceptable, the player's conscience still stands firm. It's impossible to send him back. Aiko is already mine. If you want me to return Aiko to Shine Village, then he'll go with you there. Anyway, I will plant trees and reforest. The land of wind should welcome me. Yamato-sensei knows he can't stop me, right? I not only want to defect to Shine Village, but I also want to take Shino and Sajui with me. Yamato-sensei, I just go back alone. Yamato turned calmly to Aburame, Shino, and the others. What do you all say? Aburame Shino pushed up his glasses and remained silent. Defaulting to silence was more suffocating for Yamato than expressing an opinion. Sajui smiled, his pupils invisible. Are you asking me? I came to Class 8 just to follow the king, didn't you know, Yamato-sensei? He had a face of being abandoned by everyone. Poor Yamato-sensei. You watched from the side and felt sympathy for him. The peak gives birth to hypocritical support and dusk witnesses devout followers. In the end, it turns out the player still needs to support him. Go for it, Yamato-sensei. You loudly encouraged him to cheer up. Yamato closed his eyes. The camel moved forward slowly under his approval. Red bean paste smite Meisai. Yamato bowed 90 degrees to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's going on? It's all my fault for being incompetent. I couldn't keep an eye on Sato Misaki, which led to such a big incident. Please punish me, Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked his pipe. Get up first. Oh, what trouble can that little girl cause? You don't need to be so nervous. Lord Third Sato Misaki brought back the jinchuriki from Shine Village. Cough, 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 cough. What did you say? How can a person cause such a big trouble? I'm really very sorry. I couldn't stop her. Yamato's head was nearly touching his knees. Since the incident has already occurred, there is no use in assigning blame now. What's important is to minimize the impact of this matter as much as possible. I will personally write to Shine Village. You must hand-deliver it to the Kazekage as quickly as possible. Yes. To the Kazekage, a few days ago, our village's lower ninja team mistakenly brought back the jinchuriki from Shine Village without realizing it. Konoha takes this matter very seriously and has arranged for our village's wood release user to live with the jinchuriki along with elite jonin for protection. The importance of the wood release user is no less than that of the jinchuriki. The two counterbalance each other, and we hope Shine Village can feel somewhat reassured. The Chunin exam will be held in Konoha soon. Our village would never harm your jinchuriki at this time. You may send a certain number of ninja to participate in the protection operation, and after the Chunin exam you can take the jinchuriki back. So does the third Hokage agree to let me raise Aiko at home? You asked while rubbing the red fur of the puppy. Don't be rude. You must respectfully refer to the third as Lord. Yamato frowned. It's not an agreement, it's a temporary residence at your home. You must be responsible for overseeing him. The jinchuriki is very dangerous. Alright, I understand. Is there anything else? Yes, teacher, there is. Speak. The expenses for this mission have not been reimbursed yet. There is no rule that mission expenses are reimbursed. This is to lessen the burden on Konoha. You gave Yamato a death glare. In that case, I'll have to rob the Konoha villagers to lighten my burden. I'll cover the expenses. Will that work? Yage. Gaara moved into the player's home. But of course the player's home is just a one-bedroom apartment. There isn't even a sofa, only 2 chairs that Shikamaru added. Gaara stood still at the entrance. You pondered for a moment. There are no other beds at home. I don't need to sleep. You turned a deaf ear. Dogs can't sleep on human beds without a bath, right? I don't need to sleep. Do I have to teach you how to bathe? I can bathe. Great job, you really are a smart dog. Gaara rushed into the bathroom, as if escaping. He didn't bring any clothes. You truly worried for the dog. You opened the wardrobe. Hinata had bought you a whole closet full of clothes, both male and female. Although you hardly ever wore them. The game doesn't offer outfits that can only be worn for a limited time, so the youthful bodysuit can naturally adjust automatically according to the player's body shape. These outfits without attribute bonuses are completely useless to you. You flipped through them and pulled out a feminine nightgown. Little AI, I've hung the clothes on the door for you. You returned to the bedroom to read. The Dog Care Guide, 50 Essential Tips for Dog Owners. 1. Dogs need adequate exercise every day. The amount varies by breed. So troublesome. Maybe you can take him along when you work out. He should be able to walk himself, right? 2. Train the dog basic commands such as sit, lie down, stay, etc. You had just tried training him to lick your hand, and Gaara was very obedient, so training should be easy. 3. Train with positive reinforcement, such as rewarding with treats and praise. You remembered you should give him some good compliments. Next time, try using treats. 4. Prepare a comfortable, clean, and appropriately sized dog bed for the dog. A bed that size is probably hard to find. Maybe Inuzuka Kiba could provide some suggestions. Gaara barged straight into the bedroom. You lifted your head from the book. He was struggling to pull the nightgown, trying to cover more skin. I'm not a girl. You should knock before entering someone else's room. I'm sorry. Good boy. Why am I wearing a dress? Because that fabric is the most comfortable to hug. I don't need to sleep. Tip 8. Ensure the dog's sleep quality by providing a quiet and comfortable sleeping environment. I can't sleep. What's wrong? That monster inside me. If I fall asleep, it will take the opportunity to control my body and go berserk. Don't worry, you'll stop it. But the dog must listen to its master. You thought for a moment. It seemed the dog only obeyed those it deemed stronger. Do I need to beat you up to prove I'm stronger? No need. You lay down side by side. Get a bit closer, be careful not to sleep awkwardly. Of course, there was only one pillow on the player's bed. He hesitated, moving just an inch. You directly pulled him over. You wrapped your arms around his waist. Sleep now. Gaara closed his eyes. Half an hour later, you opened your eyes. Your breathing rate is off. Can't sleep. I'm sorry. You didn't care about his insomnia's psychological factors. We players must sleep on time. Sleep now. Resolved in a second. Conversation is really useful. Black lines crawled up Gaara's right side. You smiled. You effortlessly persuaded Shikaku. Gaara opened his eyes in the gentle morning light. The completely unfamiliar tranquility made him a bit dazed. Before him was the peaceful sleeping face of Misaki Sato. Misaki Sato lay on her back, her hands flat on either side of her body, perfectly arranged in a sleeping posture. If it weren't for the rising and falling of her chest, Gaara would almost think she was a mechanical puppet. The quilt was covered over them in an inconceivable rigid manner, with Misaki Sato perfectly centered under the quilt. Clearly she was the one who asked to sleep while hugging him, yet now she was sleeping so properly alone. Gaara leaned in closer. It was still not fully bright. Sleep program completed. The player opened their eyes. Oh my! The dog stared with 2 panda eyes fixed on you. Could it be that he wanted to lick the player's face? This method of waking up is a bit too advanced. You slapped Gaara's face. No licking me. I didn't intend to lick you. You went out for breakfast. Gaara observed Misaki Sato. He could feel at least 20 ninjas watching them around. But Misaki Sato seemed oblivious. Did she really not notice? Impossible. She was strong. Given that she noticed, why was she still so calm and relaxed? The crowd on the street was completely unaware of the spying in the shadows. Every person encountered so far could call out Misaki Sato's name. Elders, middle-aged people, youth, children. It seemed everyone recognized Misaki Sato. Gaara felt confused. Even a village head couldn't make everyone know his name. What exactly had Misaki Sato done? People greeted Misaki Sato, calling her name affectionately. Gaara couldn't imagine how one person could possess the goodwill of the entire world. And Misaki Sato just held his hand and walked forward as if the world ought to treat her kindly. She didn't respond to anyone. Gaara equally couldn't imagine how a person could possess the goodwill of the entire world and remain unaffected. Nameless NPCs greeted you. You skillfully ignored the background noise of the snack street. Even if you introduced your name to everyone, why would they all remember you? Haha, because this is a game. Unforgettable name NPCs who know the player's name permanently gain 10 affection points. If NPCs who were informed of the name could forget the player's name, while the gained affection points remained unchanged, wouldn't that allow for infinite affection grinding? The planners certainly wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. Therefore, NPCs who have heard the player's true name will never forget it until death. And you don't have to know the name of any of them. In this player-centered single-player game, only the NPCs visible to the player have any significance. So you haven't deceived Gaara. As long as he is seen by the player, his existence has the most unbreakable reason. Why don't you respond to them? Why don't you respond to them? Gaara couldn't help but ask. Ever since meeting Misaki Sato, everything about her puzzled him. Can a person care so little about others' attitudes and still receive such love? Can a person live in the sight of others, yet live freely without any concern? Because I don't remember their names. She spoke such cold words with a tone of complete conviction. You don't remember their names, yet they are so kind to you. I don't understand. What is there to understand? Is others' kindness so precious? Am I asking them to be kind to me? The kindness of nameless people holds no value for me. I don't need their recognition, and naturally there's no need to respond to them. I only need to respond to those I wish to respond to. Nameless people. Misaki Sato smiled. Gaara couldn't describe that smile. As if it were only natural for anyone to love her. As if anyone's feelings were inconsequential. As if she could choose freely among anyone's love. A completely free and unrestrained smile. Indeed, nameless people. Misaki Sato leaned in a little closer, whispering as if it were amusing. Of all the people here, I only remember your name. Amidst the noisy calls, Gaara recalled that phrase again. Your existence's meaning is to please me. Without reason, Gaara suddenly felt his existence very real. In Misaki Sato's eyes, this world exists solely for me. The great heavenly lords him of praise. Dedicated by all artists of the world to the supreme, the most honored, the great heavenly lord. He is the origin of all things. He is the end of the world. He walks on earth in human form. He knows all in the world. Heaven is his form. Earth is his body. Sun and moon are his eyes. Mountains and rivers are his bones and blood. He stands in the torrent of time. One step is 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the six paths created humanity. 1,000 years later, war still rages. He listens to the cries of war. He states the sins of the six paths. Is this the cruel, inhuman beast of calamity you created? Is there a single person under heaven who is not entangled in it, facing death? Ninjas are constantly driven by war, crushed into mud by its commands. War does not leave parents their children, nor does it leave children their parents. Day and night it roars, its arrogance and fury never ceasing. Is it the master of humanity? Is it the destination of life? Only because it is mighty, brutal, cold, and ruthless. It gives humanity death, just as heaven gives frost to grass and trees. Can grass and trees escape the erosion of frost? Can humanity escape the devastation of war? This is the sin you have committed. He came to this world. From the blood of black and red was born the incarnation of white and blue. He made the first great vow. Filthy money, stinks of blood stench, cold numbers, are more precious than life. Is this not a sin of blasphemy? I have come to this world to cleanse this filth. The people answered, what you say is the truth of heaven and earth. Human greed is not enough to resist the brilliance of gold. We wish to offer all our gold. to build you an immortal palace. He came to this world, in the land of ignorance and numbness, was born the incarnation of awakening and wisdom. Is there a single person under heaven who is not entangled in it facing death? Ninjas are constantly driven by war, crushed into mud by its commands. War does not leave parents their children, nor does it leave children their parents. Day and night it roars its arrogance and fury never ceasing. Is it the master of humanity? Is it the destination of life? Only because it is mighty, brutal, cold, and ruthless. It gives humanity death just as heaven gives frost to grass and trees. Can grass and trees escape the erosion of frost? Can humanity escape the devastation of war? This is the sin you have committed. Wow, this feels great. You sit up from the embrace of three beauties. So the player is this great. It's the first time you've known this. You prepare to read it carefully. Too many words don't read. Someone reward. Feng Hua Xiaoxua steps forward to ask for your instructions. By my decree, let today be Saint Praising Day. All ninjas in the world have 15 days off. Your holy will be obeyed. 1,000 years later. On the day before Saint Praising Day, Game Palace No. 3 attached Ninja School. Compulsory course, Great Heavenly Lord Thought Class. The Great Heavenly Lord's Hymn of Praise is the greatest documentary literature of the ninja world 1,000 years ago. It was co-created by hundreds of outstanding artists incorporating the true views of everyone from upper nobility to commoners, and can be called the literary work with the most participants in history. It truthfully describes the origin of the Great Heavenly Lord, records his deeds in the most objective and realistic style, inspiring countless people to goodness over 1,000 years, leaving precious enlightenment for later generations. Speaking thus, the ninja school teacher respectfully placed down the Great Heavenly Lord's Hymn of Praise, with both hands facing the holy statue of the Great Heavenly Lord at the entrance of the teaching building, and knelt devoutly. All the ninja school students also knelt in worship. Knees together, hands clenched into fists placed one above the other before the knees. This was the ritual passed down by Lady Feng Hua Xiaoxua, the class monitor of the first generation of the makeshift troop. Legend has it that when the Great Heavenly Lord manifested his incarnation in the mortal world, unable to bear the tragic sight of war and flames, he wished to return to heaven. Lady Feng Hua Xiaoxua, as the representative of the ninja world's people, knelt like this, grabbed the hem of the Great Heavenly Lord's robe, looked up at his holy countenance, and begged the Great Heavenly Lord to stay in the mortal world to bring eternal peace to humanity. Then everyone looked up together toward the direction of the sun. They were moved to tears by the dazzling sunlight. Indeed, it is the Great Heavenly Lord's eyes, always so brilliant every moment. After the worship, everyone returned to their seats. The ninja school teacher wiped away the tears bestowed by the Great Heavenly Lord. All right, it's time to dismiss school. Wish everyone a happy Saint Praising Day holiday, and don't forget to do your homework. The class monitor stood up and led everyone in a bow. Long live the Great Heavenly Lord. You took Gaara to eat ramen. Staring at the menu with prices, you sank into contemplation. Though you acknowledged Gaara as a dog, when it came to dog food, you prefer to think of him as a human. A player's perception is highly flexible. You could leech off your girlfriend, but why should Gaara get a free ride? A player's money had more important uses. Xiaoai, do you have any money? No, the Sand Village provides me with living supplies. I never need to spend money. A spark of inspiration struck you, and you instantly teleported behind a lucky ENBU member. Hey, give me money. You? Didn't Yamato tell you to stay hidden? So you were hiding. I thought you were cosplaying. Cut the crap, give me money. What nonsense are you talking now? Why should I give you money? If you don't give me money, I won't let the Sand Village's jinchuriki eat. You don't want the Sand Village to attack over a starved jinchuriki, do you? How much do you want? You thought it over. Gaara was only in his teens. Conservatively, he could live another 70 or 80 years. Calculating 90 years, estimating based on Hinata's appetite, plus your living expenses, the 100,000 Ryo lost. While playing with Master Tsunade, the 100,000 Ryo Shino bet for you. At the casino, the money spent on toys. In the shopping district, movie tickets. The future collection of the complete Make-Out Paradise series. Just give me a modest 100 million Ryo. How could I possibly agree to that? He quickly quieted down, lowering his voice. At most 500,000 Ryo, no more. You were disappointed. That wasn't even enough to buy Make-Out Paradise. TSK. Freeloader. Give me back my money first. Right now you must be joking. You calmly pocketed the gold coins you just looted. You should take less kickback. You eyed him warily. Was this masked man a little too familiar with you? Moreover, his attitude gave you a subtle sense of déjà vu. You ripped off his mask in a zero-frame move. You quickly put it back on. Since you already saw, don't pretend you didn't. Hello, Yamato-sensei. Goodbye, Yamato-sensei. You leaped down from the tree branch he was hiding in. You had no desire to talk to Yamato. Who knew if this mid-aged menopausal man would make things difficult for a poor player just because you looted him twice? You pulled out 50,000 Rio and handed it to Gaara. Here, food money. Spend it wisely. Thank you. They'll take on missions to pay you back. You waved generously. It's only right for a master to feed their dog. No need to pay me back. When it ran out, you just hit up Yamato again. Even if Yamato refused, it didn't matter. In a month, the Sand Village would come for the Chunin exams, and you could loot them instead. You'd heard that the Kazakage Raza had a knack for gold panning, and the Wind Country was a desert nation. The Sand Village must be swimming in wealth. Tucci, the ramen shop owner, greeted you warmly. Misaki. Long time no see. Have you made a new friend? Thanks for bringing him to support my business. Long time no see, shop owner. You explained seriously, not a friend, he's my pet. Cough, cough. I seem to have choked. I am in need. Do you need a glass of water? You kindly offered to help. Careful, I am. Tucci grinned. Kids these days call their friends like that. How trendy. Old man here doesn't understand at all. You couldn't be bothered to explain further. You try to remember what Naruto liked to eat. Well, you had absolutely no clue. Dogs probably have similar tastes. Tookizan. Give him a bowl of Naruto's favorite ramen and the usual for me. Put it all on his tab. Coming right up. After breakfast, you headed home. You hadn't checked on the new resident in your fridge. Plus, there were new skill books to use. Earlier, after Sato Chinxiang had handed you the stolen, no borrowed, forbidden scroll, you sent him off to the Cloud Village. That's right, you still wanted that cat. According to Chinxiang, the Two Tails was a cat with two tails, and its jinchuriki was a proud older sister. Suddenly, the new dog you just got didn't seem so appealing. Chinxiang, upon hearing your command, said, I understand. Is this mother's new hobby? Chinxiang will surely present you with a satisfactory gift. With those incomprehensible words, he left. What kind of gift, you wondered? As you approached your home, you spotted a familiar figure. That familiar crouching pose let you recognize him instantly as Naruto. Misaki. He rushed over happily and hugged you. Naruto, were you waiting for me? I saw Shino, so I knew you were back. Naruto is so smart. You ruffled his hair. Indeed, quite impressive deductive skills for a dog. Hehe. Who's the raccoon-eyed? Gaara silently observed your interaction with Naruto. When Naruto asked, he replied calmly, Who are you? I've never seen you before. Don't act like we're close. You don't know me, but I know enough. What are you talking about? Do you know my favorite ramen is from Ichiraku? Do you know my dream is to surpass all the Hokage? You know nothing, so stop pretending, Databeo. I may not know those things, but I know you want to be Sato Misaki's dog. How do you know that? Stop, stop. You held Naruto's red-hot head, preventing him from lunging at Gaara. No fighting. You two need to get along. I don't want to get along with this raccoon-eyed guy. Naruto bared his teeth. No need. I'm not interested in such weaklings. Gaara crossed his arms, looking haughty and disdainful. You gave each of them a quick punch on the head. Stop arguing. You're both dogs, no hierarchy. Why is he one too? I've known Misaki for so long. I was the first to be Misaki's dog. You'd accept even a clueless weakling like this. Stop, stop. White Album fans don't chase. You shut them up with physical force. This was the pain of having a second child, wasn't it? The player conceded defeat. Naruto, did you need something? Naruto shot Gaara a wary glance. Gaara remained impassive. This is a secret between me and Misaki, so make the raccoon-eyed guy leave. What? You had a secret with dog number one. The player had completely forgotten. You glanced at Gaara. He took the hint and left. Can you tell me now? Naruto blushed. Well, Misaki, you're a vampire. You haven't come to drink my blood in a while. Are you okay? Or have you been using someone else's blood? You had completely forgotten about that setting. You never expected him to remember. Since that was the case, you couldn't bring yourself to tell Naruto you'd been lying. Thanks, Naruto. You're so thoughtful. Naruto's eyes lit up. Misaki, I took a shower before coming. All right. Unbutton your collar. Naruto took off his jacket, revealing a black undershirt. He tilted his head slightly. You grabbed Naruto's right arm with your left hand, held his head with your right, and leaned in toward his unguarded neck. The scent of citrus shower gel. You had once told him you liked that fragrance. I'm going to bite, okay? He sounded very nervous. You gently pressed your lips against his skin, not biting immediately, giving him time to adjust. The skin under your lips trembled slightly, feeling warm. You found the old bite mark. Due to repeated injury and healing, the white scar stood out clearly against the slightly darker skin around it. You applied slight pressure. Ugh! The sensation of teeth-piercing flesh was strange. The blood was warm and the metallic taste was not pleasant. You sucked a symbolic amount, then released your teeth. Does it hurt? Not at all. A little red blood seeped from the wound. You gently licked it away. The skin your palm touched grew even hotter. Thanks for the meal. Don't say weird things. You opened the fridge. Obito Uchiha's body was folded up by Sato Chinxiang, fitting neatly into the fridge's interior. At least Chinxiang hadn't dismembered him before putting him in. You pushed his eyelid open with your thumb. One eye was a Mangekyo Sharingan, the other a strange ringed eye you'd never seen. Appraisal. Rinnegan, the supreme dojutsu, also known as the eye that governs life and death, originating from the fruit of the god tree's chakra. The wielder of the Rinnegan automatically masters all 5 nature transformations, controls yin and yang, and possesses extraordinary abilities. They can be either a creator god with world-creating power or a destroyer god with world-ending might. Another new eye added to the collection. Would the village battle eventually escalate into an eye battle? These eyes had abilities more absurd than the last, even creation and destruction. How could a ninja without a dojutsu even fight? Itachi, come with me. Uchiha Fugaku observed from outside the training ground for a long time before finally speaking. Uchiha Itachi followed behind his father. He was still very young, but already possessed the demeanor of a ninja, showing no curiosity about where his father was taking him. The essence of a ninja is to obey orders. Uchiha Fugaku led him through layers of courtyards to an extremely secluded mansion. It was a clan forbidden ground, never allowed entry to anyone. Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Guarding the entrance was none other than Shursui. Uchiha Shursui glanced at Itachi, knowingly smiling and nodding at him. Uchiha Fugaku nodded to Shursui in acknowledgement. None of the 3 spoke a word throughout, and the atmosphere inexplicably turned solemn. Uchiha Itachi entered the mansion for the first time. The room was neatly arranged with many items, yet these objects clashed with the tidy style, and Itachi naturally deduced that the owner and the arranger were not the same person. A green tight-fitting suit, a puppet cat, or perhaps a cat, made of blue and white spheres. A red hammer inscribed with 10T, a bamboo dragonfly that even Sasuke wouldn't play with, a stack of make-out paradise. Itachi could not imagine what kind of person the owner of these items was. At the head of the room stood a veiled deity statue carved from white jade with 2 prayer cushions beneath it. Uchiha Fugaku knelt respectfully on one of them. Itachi, kneel. Itachi obediently knelt on the other. Then he watched as his father carefully took out a coin. Fugaku bowed deeply. Lord Deity, I Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, present to you. Itachi is the most talented child of this generation, and his appearance is also quite passable. I request that he become your divine attendant. Having said this, Fugaku tossed the coin into the air. The coin landed, showing the obverse side. A hint of ecstasy flickered across Fugaku's stern face. Then he regained a serious expression and looked at Itachi. Itachi, take off your shirt. I will imprint the divine mark on you. Itachi did not understand, but he obeyed. Fugaku retrieved a blue seal from beneath the shrine. With his keen eyesight, Itachi saw unfamiliar characters engraved on it. The characters read Pulse. Itachi did not understand the meaning of those characters, only feeling that compared to the rounded and graceful script of the Land of Fire, these characters were as if carved by knife and chisel, possessing a peculiar rhythm. Fugaku pressed the blue seal onto the nape of Itachi's neck. Itachi silently endured the pain of burning flesh, making no sound. The imprint was completed and a strange fervor burst forth on Fugaku's aged face. Itachi, from now on you are the attendant of the Lord Deity. You are now my property. Itachi looked at the shrine in shock, seeing a strange girl sitting before the statue. Her hair was the color of soft moonlight and her eyes were the vast sky. One leg was bent and resting on the altar while the other dangled casually beneath the table. In this solemn and sacred place, her carefree posture exuded an inexplicable sense of holiness. You have died. Detected. Your spirit attribute is 1000. You may choose to resurrect in the form of a deity. Yes, no. Oh, this is interesting. Yes, you have become a deity. Please input the method of communication with your followers. Normally one would shake bamboo sticks for divination, but you don't know how to interpret them. Coin toss. Please provide the coin design. You opened a search engine and carefully selected an image of a game coin stamped with 888. No other reason, just that the number is auspicious. The followers you have chosen can see your divine form. Please select your divine mark. Since it's a seal, a flat coin won't do. You searched for images of plastic bottle caps. Cestbon and others were printed on Sopass. Finally, you chose a three-dimensional carved pulse bottle cap, which even matched the player's eye color. It was a heaven-sent seal. Loading. The Uchiha clan voluntarily vows to worship you eternally. Uchiha Fugaku requests to become your divine attendant. This old man is really ugly and has a big face. Reject. Uchiha Fugaku requests that Uchiha Shursui become your divine attendant. Such a sunny young man. Fugaku does have some taste after all. Agree. Uchiha Fugaku seems to have understood something. Bastard, what did you understand? Uchiha Fugaku requests that Uchiha Itachi become your divine attendant. He understood quite well. This kid is also a real beauty in the making. Agree. Uchiha Shursui has entered a state of depression. Uchiha Itachi has entered a state of depression. Alright, so being a dog for the player makes them this depressed, even though they beg to be one. How ungrateful. Itachi, my lord, not feeling happy lately. No, you can't lie to a god you know. The Uchiha want to start a rebellion in Konoha. Why can't they just live peacefully? Why must they destroy the hard-won peace? I've been trying to think from the Hokage's perspective, but why doesn't it work? You 6. Kid, you've got your stance twisted at such a young age. The Uchiha are one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha. The Senju have held the Hokage position twice, but the Uchiha haven't gotten a single one. It was supposed to be an election system, but Tobirama Senju directly passed the title to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Isn't that just waiting to be slaughtered and eaten? And thinking from the Hokage's perspective, who is a mere pawn to consider the Hokage's interests? A failed rebellion is called a revolt, a successful one is called a revolution. You quickly save the game and use the item memory immunity on Uchiha Itachi. Memory immunity allows an NPC to retain memories from non-current cycles. Since you're so stubborn, go see for yourself. The cycle who knows how many times. Uchiha Itachi was drenched in cold sweat. Uncontrollable heavy panting. The tragic and absurd fate of the Uchiha still echoed before his eyes. Unconsciously, Itachi's pupils contracted and his hand involuntarily reached for his own neck. A hand utterly devoid of warmth pried his fingers apart without allowing refusal. I haven't permitted you to die yet. Your life belongs to me. My lord. Still conflicted. Still want to kill all the Uchiha. What are you waiting for? The Konoha higher-ups won't wait for you to think slowly. No, I can't. Itachi's voice was as hoarse as if he were on the brink of moi. I understand. The 3 tomo in Itachi's eyes spun and formed a shuriken shape. The next day, root leader Danzo Shimura brutally murdered the 2 Hokage advisors and finally perished together with the 3rd Hokage. The Uchiha clan had strongly condemned Danzo Shimura's cruel acts and mourned the 3 unfortunate high-ranking officials. The sky cannot be without the sun for a day, nor Konoha without a Hokage. As a descendant of the Uchiha, the clan had resolutely accepted the order of the 1st Hokage and assumed the position of the 5th Hokage of Konoha. The people of Konoha rejoiced and wept with joy. A happy ending for all, isn't it? Neither the Uchiha nor Konoha have to be destroyed. Yes. Don't brood alone in the future. Thinking is for a god to do. All you need to do is carry out my will. Because I am always right. Yes. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head. You have a great fondness for Jishui. He possesses exceptional talent, a righteous character, and values emotions and loyalty. But none of this has anything to do with you. You simply like his lively and cheerful demeanor. He is a rare ray of sunshine in the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Jishui is showing you a bright and sunny smile. Your Highness, I've found a wonderful gift that you will absolutely love. Oh, what is it? You are intrigued. Haha, I have to keep it a secret for now. That's what makes it surprising. Uchiha Obito finds it rather puzzling. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Zishui's expression is calm and unruffled. He does not smile during battle. Phasing quite the ability. Your Highness should enjoy this new toy. Your Highness. Which noble has taken a liking to his Sharingan? This is getting even more puzzling. Zishui's body flicker technique lives up to its reputation. He quickly seized the moment when Obito's phasing was undone. From now on, your purpose of existence is to serve Lady Misaki. You must live for her, carry out her will, and offer her everything you have. Uchiha Obito lost consciousness. Jishui grabbed Obito by the hair and removed his spiral mask. The right side of your face is somewhat disfigured, but the left side has some charm. You shall live forever wearing a half mask. This is truly an intriguing gift. Your Highness, this man is named Afei. I accidentally discovered his eyes. They have an interesting and useful ability, and his left side looks decent, just perfect for you as a new toy. Do you like this gift? I like it very much, but I appreciate Jishui even more for gifting me something so fitting to my taste. What reward do you want? Jishui rarely blushes. That expression is quite adorable. Your words are the best reward for me. As he says this, you find yourself intrigued to tease him. No, if I must reward you, then why don't you pet my head? Jishui gently guided your hand to his head, smiling at you. Quite bold. His curly hair looks stiff, but it feels soft to the touch. Uchiha Itachi silently observes. Jishui bends down, allowing Sato Misaki to ruffle his hair. Catching Itachi's gaze from the corner of his eye, Jishui slightly tilted his head and flashed a refreshing smile at him. Uchiha Itachi averted his eyes. Itachi is not as adept at interacting with others as Jishui. He does not display the kind of smile that His Highness likes, nor does he openly show affection toward him. His expressions are always quite restrained. Even toward family, he only softens slightly. However, people who possess pure smiles like Zishui's are not non-existent. Itachi believes his younger brother Sasuke has the cutest smile in the world. Sasuke is innocent, kind, gentle, and also quite handsome. Though his talent may be somewhat lacking, it's enough that he is strong. Sasuke, come with me. I will take you to meet a great person. Brother, who is this great person? He is the savior of the Uchiha clan. And then, Afei, I exchanged the 5th Hokage's document for Hatake Kakashi's intimate paradise. Fugaku's old face must have shown an interesting expression, or it's such a pity I couldn't see it in person. If His Highness wants to see it, I'll arrange for a photographer to be by the 5th Hokage's side. Jishui is truly to my liking. Afei possesses a bit of a comedic talent. At least you find it quite amusing. Your Highness. Uchiha Itachi kneels outside the door to report. Come in. A boy is tugging at Itachi's clothes, peeking out from behind him, his face flushed with nervousness. So cute. Uchiha Zishui's smile grows even more radiant. Itachi, I never expected you to learn this as well. You truly are a genius. You? Hello, Your Highness. My name is Sasuke, and I am Itachi's younger brother. Itachi has clearly taught Sasuke beforehand. He is shy, but still very polite. You already have 2 divine attendants. Afei doesn't count as he is just a toy. So you ask Sasuke, would you like to be my male shrine attendant? The shrine maiden and male shrine attendant, also known as Shinko, are one of the divine positions in the shrine, serving as a sort of divine representative responsible for conveying the will of the deity, as well as performing prayer, exorcism, and sacrificial duties. In the current era, a Shinko must dedicate body and soul to the deity during their term and must not involve themselves in romantic affairs. Itachi immediately kneels, saying, Your Highness, it is an honor for Sasuke. Sasuke looks at his brother, who is kneeling and whose expression is obscured, then glances at you, who is smiling warmly, and inexplicably feels a weight of mission, a solemnity of honor. 2 will do my best. I won't let Your Highness and brother down. Please let me bear the divine mark for Sasuke. Itachi's voice is steady, revealing no emotion. The mark of pulsation. You can't bear to see such a cute child suffer. You tousle Sasuke's messy hair and casually reply, No need, Sasuke is the child I have chosen. There's no need for him to endure pain. Itachi remains silent, still kneeling. Sasuke feels a bit uneasy in the silence, tugging at your clothes in supplication. Your Highness. But he does not voice a request. You certainly won't speculate on the NPC's thoughts. Jishui also says nothing. He never opposes your will. What is it? What is the divine mark? Is it your highness' exclusive sigil? Afei wants it too. Afei's airy voice breaks the silence. You can't help but laugh at Afei's twisting posture. Alright, I will personally give you the mark. Your highness. Jishui finally spoke, casting a faint glance at Afei. Leave such trivial matters to me. Afei is merely a toy. How could he be worthy of laboring your highness' hands? It's fine by me, you reply. The stagnant air finally begins to flow. Today you have 2 tasks to complete. First, take Gaara to buy a doghouse. Second, assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. You possess a commendable habit tackling challenges in ascending order of difficulty, starting with the easy and progressing steadily toward the hard. Thus you decide to eliminate the daimyo first. On the eve before the deed, you retrieve the Forbidden Scroll, multi-shadow clone technique. You've coveted this jutsu for quite some time. Though you as the player already wield peerless power capable of subjugating the entire world, and matchless intellect capable of manipulating it at will, commanding an army of one remains undeniably majestic. You have used the skill scroll multi-shadow clone technique. Skill multi-shadow clone technique has been acquired. Activation confirmed. You attempt to create a single clone. Instantly your perspective bifurcates. You effortlessly control both bodies in tandem, their actions synchronize, their memories seamlessly shared. A marvel of chakra-based artifice, akin to birthing an entirely new sensory apparatus. You pause, then reshape the clone into Danzo's likeness. You unearth the map of the Land of Fire's capital defenses, delivered by White Zetsu, as well as the daimyo's itinerary. Though such fortifications are flimsier than soap bubbles before your might, you relish the thrill of covert infiltration and silent assassination. You clothe the clone in the black cloak stripped from Uchiha Obito. Elbow, slay the daimyo, and seize the throne. You deploy a jinjutsu, a technique you've never before had occasion to employ. You stride boldly into the daimyo's private chamber. Who are you? Ah, what an excruciatingly unappealing toothpick. Truly his wife must suffer greatly. You reflect, wearing Obito's robes and bearing Danzo's visage, no absurdity you utter could possibly stain your dignity. So you reply with inscrutable gravitas, I am Sweetheart Superman. Sweetheart Superman, what is your purpose here? You stand poised, hands clasped behind your back. To kill you. He recoils in terror, every hair on his body bristling upright. State your name. I, Sweetheart Superman, never slay the nameless. I am Sunjua. Well said, some courage indeed. Relax now, I shall begin striking you shortly. Pain is inevitable. Don't kill me. Who sent you? I'll pay double. You open your meticulously prepared ninja toolkit, revealing a month-old sock belonging to Uzumaki Naruto. At this very moment you're surely jesting. Do you grasp how much that august figure paid? Even selling the entire Land of Fire wouldn't suffice. Come now, bite down on the sock yourself. I'd rather not soil my hands. Move, or I'll strike you myself. Trembling, he reaches out, retrieves the sock, and forces it deep into his mouth. You observe his throat convulse violently. He desperately wants to vomit, but glancing at your expression, he suppresses the urge. You draw forth a barbed iron chain purchased from the commercial district. Kneel face down. I shall now administer your punishment. Indeed. As the last glass shinobi remaining in the Land of Fire, this moment truly tests whether your shiart still beats with its former fervor. The moment you don the Danzo mask, you also cast off your own. He kneels before you, back exposed, flab quivering faintly. Wait. Your gaze sharpens with suspicion. Let me ask plainly. Aren't you an M? Better not accidentally pleasure him. Oh great sweetheart, what does M mean? Never mind. Consider it a bargain. For now, no more suitable candidate presents himself for discipline. She'll crack. Aya. Barbs tear deep furrows across his flesh. Blood gushes freely. Click for instant access to 100 consecutive lottery draws. After this thunderous symphony of suffering, he lies prostrate, breathing shallowly, his skin reduced to a tapestry of raw mangled ruin, not a single square centimeter left unscathed. Yet you feel only hollow indifference. Disciplining such an unsightly creature holds no allure. No spark ignites within you, not even a flicker of satisfaction. You deem the effort utterly wasted. Next time choose someone beautiful. You kick him lightly. Listen, compensate me with 1,000,000 Rio, and gift me 2 lovely maidens. Anything, name your price. Spare me. My entire harem is yours to command. My children are exquisite too. All may be yours. Ugh, how utterly pathetic. With disdain you wrench your leg free. Foolish. Killing you renders all these possessions mine anyway. First strike yourself 100 times. Perhaps it will amuse me enough to spare your life. Why wise? I shall strike myself at once. Your delight is my highest honor. He delivers the performance with desperate, unwavering zeal. Finally, cradling his grotesquely swollen face, he whispers timidly, "To be finished. How do you find it? Then you may die." You lift a kunai with a serene, smiling countenance. "Why, you said you'd spare me if I struck myself." You widen your eyes in genuine astonishment. "I said I'd be pleased. Whoever claimed pleasure guarantees mercy. Sweetheart Superman abides by no one's terms, but his own." Annoyed, you slap him sharply. "Never meet again." The kunai descends. Slain. Then what? If you replace him with a player clone, what if his concubines seek you out later? You summon a white Zetsu. White Zetsu, assume his form. From this day forward you are the daimyo of the land of fire. When the time arrives, proclaim me the long-lost heir of the daimyo's bloodline. Lady Misaki, does the daimyo of the land of fire consume only the finest fare? Surely his excrement must be extraordinary. You regard him blankly. Indeed. You'll even answer nature's call upon a golden toilet. Truly magnificent. This one is profoundly unreliable. You reshape the clone into Yamato's likeness. Announce publicly that I am your personal guard, and under no circumstances mention excrement in front of others. How unfair. Lady Misaki, how could you? Silence, or I'll transform you into excrement. Now the wealth of the Fire Nation belongs to you. Although a portion still resides in the nobles' wallets, you can withdraw it at any time, just like today. You pondered carefully. These nobles might not necessarily heed Baiju's words, and it would be unfortunate if they interfered with your plans. You even planned to stage a grand reception for the king when you betrayed Konoha, but what if they don't show respect to Baiju? However, there are only a few Baiju, and they are responsible for intelligence work, so you can't assign one to each noble. You created several hundred shadow clones. No problem. The shadow clones are controlled by the player's consciousness, so they can certainly utilize the skills in the player panel. A small amount of chakra was separated, but in an instant, it was fully restored. They'll take over as the Minister of Finance. On what basis? I also want to count money until my hands cramp. Fool, the Ministry of Finance is responsible for distributing money to others. Why are you still competing with her? Oh. The first shadow clone was driven to headache by hundreds of voices. A player with such a friendly disposition actually argued with themselves. It must be a scheme devised by the dog planners against the players. Enough with the noise. Let's draw lots to decide. You brought out the roster of officials from the Fire Nation court, and most of the shadow clones received identities, while those who didn't were sent out to loiter on the streets. Sir, there's still one question. Shadow clone no. 88 raised their hand. Speak. Shouldn't our large group have an organization name? That's a valid point as expected from a player's clone. Shadow clone no. One pondered for a moment, and then a light bulb went off. Hey folks, I have an idea. Oh, do tell. Since our ultimate goal in usurping is to have the main control openly wear the yellow robe, and this plan requires the cooperation of each one of us, why not call it every group? Done. You have created your own faction, every group. The faction module has been activated and you can view some information about the organization members. The loyalty ratio of members in your faction has reached an astonishing 100. What a miraculous achievement. Congratulations, you have earned the title One Sun in the Sky. One sun in the sky, there can only be one sun in the sky, and in the hearts of the organization members, there can only be one leader. During the title duration, the loyalty lower limit of all members is locked at 60. Good. Then I announce that the first major task of every group, the elimination plan, is now activated. You ordered Baiju to issue a command for all officials to attend the meeting. Your Highness, today is a rest day. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss? It's a blessing for you to let players work overtime. Who dares to cross the player? Shadow clone no. One stepped onto the meeting table with a sinister smile. Don't be afraid, my beloved ministers. You will no longer have to work overtime from now on. Vines sprouted from the chair, swiftly turning the heads of the attendees 360 degrees before they could react. Report, sir. No bloodline users have been detected. You couldn't help but feel pity for Uchiha Obito. It seems this time the fridge cannot accommodate new tenants, and he will still be left alone with Uchiha Itachi's eyeballs. Received. Those who drew the blank lots can take the corpses to feed the pigs, and those who drew identity lots can use transformation techniques. If discovered by someone familiar with their identity, just use talk. Yes, sir. You easily took control of the upper echelons of the entire Fire Nation. Political struggles are as easy as turning over your hand. To be honest, you also don't know what Konoha has been doing all these years. In a world where the upper limits of extraordinary power are extremely high, how can those who possess power willingly serve as tools for the powerless? Is this reasonable? It doesn't matter. If Konoha doesn't want to rule the world, that's fine as long as the player wants to rule it. You came to play the game to become the emperor. You sent the shadow clone that drew the blank lot to various countries. In the land of grass, clone no. 66. You infiltrated the hidden grass village. You plan to gather the forbidden techniques from all the ninja villages. Not for any other reason, but because you have obsessive-compulsive disorder and can't stand seeing. In the exploration catalog, you sensed the most heavily guarded location, and found it. You opened illusion of the O slipping in silently. It didn't seem to be a storeroom, and there wasn't a single scroll. Only a group of people was gathered together gnawing on a red-haired girl. Are you not taking me with you to impart? You were slightly angry and used vines to lift the group of people. The red-haired girl looked at you in confusion, her exposed skin covered in deep and shallow bite marks. You were greatly displeased. This game can only have one S player. What level are these nameless, ugly creatures to use the same gameplay as the player? Are you here to suck blood too? The girl reached out her scarred arm towards you. A surname hint. No, that's too dirty. You stepped back in disgust, distancing yourself from the drool of the ugly creatures. Sorry. You paused and softened your voice. I'm not disgusted by you but by them. Did you volunteer to be bitten by them? She looked at you, and then at the group of people bound and gagged, still too scared to speak. You understood. You tossed her a kunai. Go on, give them back tenfold for what they did to you. Don't be afraid of retaliation, I will take you away. She trembled as she made eye contact with you, not picking up the kunai. You looked at her calmly. Tears gradually welled up in her red eyes. You knew that wasn't weakness, for anger ignited her face. Ah! She gripped the kunai tightly and charged forward, crying out. This map has a particularly interesting setting. No matter how powerful a ninja is, their resistance to sharp weapon damage is nearly zero. Except for players whose defense increases in sync with their physique, even the legendary god of the ninja world could be pierced by a kunai. Kushina's strength was weak and her speed was not fast. But that was enough. The NPCs were torn to pieces by her frail hands, and the vines firmly stuffed their mouths, preventing them from even letting out a scream. You admired this act of revenge, sincerely believing it to be more thrilling than Hamlet. The smell of blood filled the small room. Kushina sat in the pool of blood. Tears had long soaked her furious face, including that contented smile. You walked slowly up to her and cupped her face. Well done. Good girl, tell me your name. In the twilight, her tear-streaked red eyes shone exceptionally bright. I am Uzumaki Kushina. You cast appraisal on Uzumaki Karen. Uzumaki Karen: weakness, loss of vitality, exhausted chakra, mental debilitation. Oh, this one. This must be the kind of beautiful, tragic NPC designed to awaken the player's desire to save. But you haven't learned any medical skills. You flip through the game panel. Drain LV. 2. You can absorb any form of energy and convert it into chakra. When this skill reaches its highest level, LV. 5. Perhaps you could even absorb the sun. See Chapter 19. Able to absorb any form of energy. Then it doesn't have to be turned into chakra, does it? Karen, do you remember everyone who bit you? I remember every single one when I'm conscious. But sometimes I couldn't help fainting, and I couldn't remember those who bit me during that time. Karen gritted her teeth. You smiled. It's fine if you don't remember. They'll make them confess themselves. You took Karen's hand and led her out of the dim little hut. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Yamato could use this jutsu to create a small forest in an instant. But your chakra was countless times greater than his. Having never had the chance to unleash your full power, you didn't know how far this skill could go. Even though this shadow clone had only a fraction of your chakra, it could still produce a more powerful effect than Yamato. 100 giant trees rose from the ground, endless trees sprouting from other trees layer upon layer, enclosing the Kusagakure village, forming an impenetrable barrier hundreds of meters thick. Kusagakure instantly plunged into darkness. Sunlight vanished completely from this land. Your cheerful voice shattered the darkness like the rising sun. Oh dear, look what we've done here. Sorry about that, sorry. They'll light things up for you right away. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Flames ignited the inner surface of the barrier, but only burned on the surface, instantly bathing Kusagakure in a fierce red glow. Under the flickering light, you saw faces drowned in fear. A faint murmur arose. No one dared to move. You manipulated the trees to weave a temporary podium for yourself. Hey, can everyone hear me? No one answered. Silence means consent. I'll take that as a yes. So then, your cheerful voice suddenly turned cold. All who have bitten this girl step forward now. Under the power of talk, hundreds of people involuntarily lifted their legs and walked forward. The firelight flickered, illuminating their twisted faces. From your perspective, it was like red pigs being herded into a slaughterhouse. Karen, your voice was gentle. What do you want to do? Karen gripped your hand tightly, a strong tremor running through her arm. Whether from excitement or fear, she said, I want them to tear each other apart until they bleed to death. You squeezed her hand back, slightly wanting to give her strength. Then you turned to the crowd. Did you hear that? Tear each other apart. Don't stop. A hellish scene unfolded below, and you laughed heartily on the stage. Uzumaki, Karen's current affection, 100. You then remembered the daily activity you hadn't done in a while. You wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of your eyes, raised your right fist, and declared to the world, my name is Sato Misaki. Name never forgotten, in effect. Congratulations. You have gained charm 256. The people knelt on the ground, revering you as a god for your power, yet fearing you as a demon for your cruelty. A true river of blood flowed, and you activated Drain LV. 2. Surging life force turned into green waves flowing out of the blood river, surging into your raised right hand, then flowing through your left hand, which held Karen's into her body. The bite marks all over her body disappeared rapidly, leaving no trace behind. Just like those filthy, painful past, evaporating with the blood in the boiling flames. Uzumaki, Karen, healthy. Do you want to come with me? Or stay here? I can make you the new village. You noticed this village seemed to have no Kaguya, otherwise they would have come out to confront you long ago. But whatever the situation here, you didn't care. You yourself were the prevailing force. If Karen wanted to be the village chief, you could easily secure her position and then lead the entire grass country under your banner. Karen suddenly hugged you tightly. You were a bit surprised. This was the first time you had encountered such an enthusiastic and bold NPC. Your 3 love interests were all easily embarrassed. Could this be the power of 100 affection? You hugged Karen back. I don't want Kusagakure, nor do I want to be the grass shadow. I only want to stay by your side. Please allow me to follow you. But I'm from the land of fire. I have no homeland to begin with. The land of grass was just a place of wandering. Wherever you are, that is my home. The writing team really deserved a raise. You admitted you were a little charmed. Aren't you always longing for freedom? Following me, you won't be free. I'll order you around as I please. A born workhorse, and you were pushing her away. Because you were genuinely curious how far she would go. She lifted her head from your embrace to meet your eyes. Being by your side is my entire world. Having the whole world, I possess the grandest freedom. Saying such deeply infatuated words, Karen's eyes were utterly unwavering. The weight of 100 affection. You admitted you were pleased. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the future daimyo of the land of fire, the destined ruler of the world, Sato Misaki. Are you willing to join my organization, become my subordinate, and dedicate everything to me? I am willing. Almost without hesitation. Uzumaki, Karen has become a member of every group. Uzumaki, Karen's loyalty, 100. You took off Karen's glasses. Why are you still wearing these? Didn't the treatment cure your nearsightedness? Oh, this I forgot. Karen's face turned red. So the girl who firmly said being by your side is my entire world also had such a scatterbrained side. Cute. You gently tucked her stray bangs behind her ear. I prefer you without glasses. Karen's eyes are the color of dawn. They're not that pretty. Misaki-sama's eyes are the most beautiful color in the world. You watched Karen cover her face and squirm, a hint of amusement flickering in your eyes. A knock sounded. A white-haired, dark-skinned girl with ringed eyes entered. "Excuse me, Misaki-sama. I am Ryugo. The elders of Kusagakure must think you have a liking for young girls." Well, they guessed right. "What? The elders sent me to ask if you would grace the Kusagakure management meeting with your presence." "No need. I've already killed those who needed killing. I have no interest in Kusagakure for now." "Understood." Ryugo withdrew. "Do you prefer brown skin? I can tan too." Karen's dissatisfaction was undisguised. "Karen is perfect just as she is." You smiled and stroked her red hair. "Now shall we elope?" In the background, the player has occupied the land of fire, and Hinata remains in the Konoha camp out of concern for Hanabi. On the first day after your departure, I suddenly felt compelled to write you a letter. I wanted to tell you that today during our walk the stray cats we fed gathered around us. You would surely want to play with them. I wanted to tell you that it rained lightly today, and the little fish in the river darted to the surface. Perhaps you might catch your first fish. I wanted to let you know that this afternoon I dined at Ichiraku Ramen, and the owner asked why I wasn't with you. He has introduced some delicious new dishes. I didn't know how to answer him. On the second day after your departure, I managed to hold on for 5 minutes under Teacher Kai's supervision for the first time, and I was filled with joy. Would you be happy for me? Imagining your smile, I couldn't help but smile myself. I felt like a fool. On the third day after your departure, the moonlight tonight is beautiful. The glow of the moon on the windowsill reminds me of the strands of hair that fell into my hand when we slept side by side. At this moment, are you perhaps also looking up at the moon? Thinking this way, I sat on the rooftop for a long time. On the fourth day after your departure, I find myself constantly thinking of you. Are you eating on time? Is your allowance still sufficient? Is someone doing your housework? Is your journey smooth? Do you still train until you faint? At any moment have you perhaps thought of me? On the 15th day after your departure, where are you now? Who is by your side? Do you show him that precious smile, just like you did when you were with me? I'm sorry. I don't mean to blame you. I have never regretted meeting you, never regretted falling for you, never regretted being one of your admirers. That day you accidentally stumbled into my mundane life. From then on, everything about me became connected to you. I have come to understand this land, these people, and everything that exists anew through the connection between you and the world. Everything has been given new meaning because of you. Do you know my thoughts? Perhaps you do, perhaps you don't. Do you care about my feelings? Perhaps you do, perhaps you don't. But I know you have never seen me, because I have always watched your silhouette. You have always been so carefree. Your happiness is light, your anger is light, as if nothing in this world could leave a mark on your heart. You are willing to give your feelings to anyone, willing to save every fate, but I know they have never been seen by you. Because you do those things without any intention, without any purpose, without any ulterior motive. Because you just play as you wish. Because I have never seen you cry. Without pain, you want genuinely care. So I never expect to possess you. So I only hope to be possessed by you. On the 31st day after your departure, I visited many places today. Your home, your fishing spot, the ninja academy, the training ground, the ramen shop, the bookstore, the flower shop in the mountains. I measured your life step by step. I anticipate. Would you suddenly appear from the rooftop, from the bushes, from the crossroads, saying, "Ah, Hinata, long time no see." Yet you did not appear in the end. However, I am not sad. As I walk through these places, your figure emerged from every corner. The time spent with you is my most precious treasure. The only thing that truly belongs to me. On the 43rd day after your departure, today a member of the Hyuga branch family was killed before my eyes by the elders of the main family. He wanted to kill the eldest son of the elder. I did not have time to stop it. Would you hate me? I'm sorry. I'm actually not a very kind person. I care more about my own fate and Hanabi's than about the fate of the Hyuga branch. If one day both Hanabi and I could escape the fate of caged birds, I might completely forget about the Hyuga branch and ignore it, rather than helping those who hate me. I want to cherish and protect those who love me. Would Misaki hate me? Niji, being allowed to follow you as you left, I suppose Misaki also hates those caged birds. If this is Misaki's wish, I will fight for you. Because I want to be seen by Misaki. Would Misaki be proud of me? On the 67th day after your departure, Team 9 has been ordered to the battlefield. War will equally claim the lives of everyone, regardless of branch or main family. regardless of wealth or poverty, strength or weakness, friend or foe. Bless me, Misaki. I will definitely protect the comrades of Team 9. The courage to trust oneself. The courage to trust others. The courage to bear the trust of others. This is the greatest gift I have received from you, Misaki. Look at me, Misaki. On the 81st day after your departure, we encountered a strong enemy. Kiba suffered serious injuries. Teacher Kurenai is also missing, having protected us during our escape. I feel so useless. Will my comrades die? Will Teacher Kurenai die? Will I die? If I were to die on the battlefield, would you cry for me? I really am a fool. Misaki should not cry. If one day I truly die in war, I hope you will never know. I love seeing you happy, Misaki. However, before I die, I still want to tell you. I want to tell you that I remember every moment from our first meeting until now. I want to tell you that every day I love you. I am filled with anticipation for life. I want to tell you I love you. Hinata felt herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. A drop of hot liquid fell onto her eyelid. Could it be your tears? Hinata could no longer see clearly. It was blood. 1 minute ago, you were lifting weights in the land of fire. Your pursuit of numbers never wavered. Congratulations. The special item Scarf of Love has been upgraded to the final scarf. The final scarf, carrying the unfinished words of Hinata Hyuga. This character curses you not to be bound by any feelings, to always carry out your true will. Wearing this item enhances your resistance to mental skills by 1000. BR. The developers should explain to the players how such a good wife turned into a ghost secretly. Hinata loves you so much as she could never curse you. You quickly pull out the Book of Bonds. Hinata Hyuga. Favorability 100. Status near death. Wait for me, wife. I'm coming to save you. You tore a page from the Book of Bonds to teleport over. The chaotic time-space current left you beaten and bloodied. It doesn't matter, anyway it won't hurt. You picked up the fallen Hinata. Blood dripped from your jawline onto her vacant eyes, flowing down with gravity like a stream of bloody tears. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. You hurriedly leaned your ear close to her lips. The unfinished words dispersed in the wind. After collecting all the forbidden techniques of Kusugakure, you prepared to leave with Karen. Wait. You turned back. You? Is there anything else, sir? Let me ask you, where are the possessions of those I killed? According to Kusugakure law, if there are relatives, they inherit. If not, it's confiscated. Is there a problem, Misaki-sama? You were greatly displeased. How dare an NPC embezzle a player's hard-earned gains? Who gave them the courage? Even if a player doesn't loot, the dropped gold coins belong only to the player. You have 3 minutes. Return them quickly. This 3 minutes really isn't enough. Haggling counts as time. Yes. He even used the clone technique. Bored with waiting, you used would release to weave a flower crown for Karen. Is this for me? I'll water it with my blood every day so it never withers. You laughed in exasperation. Karen covered her forehead where you had flicked it. Don't even think about it. Your smile carried a hint of threat. Everything about you is mine. Without my permission, you are not allowed to shed your blood. But I really like it. Karen's lips pouted pitifully. You ruffled her red hair, earning a glare without anger. Didn't you say you'd follow me forever? If you like it, I can make you a new one anytime. But this is the first one. It always has special meaning. The meaning of a gift is given by both giver and receiver. Making you happy is its only meaning. Oh. Karen blushed, spun around with her hands behind her back, then suddenly tiptoed and kissed the corner of your mouth. You widened your eyes in surprise. This is my gift to you. Did it make you happy? Her moist eyes met yours, then shyly darted away. You smiled. Yes. Karen puffed her cheeks and lightly punched your shoulder. You jerk. That was my pure first kiss. Don't tease me. Me, Misaki-sama. Save us. You deftly dodged the elder who lunged at you. Before you could speak, Karen had already kicked him. Bastard. Can't you see I'm having a private moment with my beloved? You ruined such a perfect atmosphere, you scumbag. Apologize to a young maiden's tender heart. Karen stomped several times before angrily hoisting him up. Speak. You'd better have a good reason. Explosion. Someone's throwing explosive clay into the village. Oh. You signaled Karen to drop him. So what? None of my business. Karen, take the money, and let's go. You couldn't be bothered to get involved. It wasn't your territory, so why save it? It was a pity about Ryuzetsu. Her model was quite unique. A rare white-haired dark-skinned beauty. Boom. You shielded Karen behind you, but the flying dust still made her cough uncontrollably. An arrogant voice rang out from the sky. Hey, so you escaped here, old man. Are these two brats your trump card? You had said you hated it when people stood higher than you and acted even more arrogantly. Would release great forest technique. Several thick vines surged forth like wooden dragons, instantly binding the clay bird and its rider, yanking them down and smashing them into the ground. Cough. Now it was his turn to eat dirt. Cough, you're pretty strong. Daidara, the artist of explosion. Tell me your name. This guy, even in a situation where he was completely at your mercy, could still laugh with such excitement. The weak are not worthy of knowing my name. You stepped on his chest. Don't insult my art. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat a white substance at you. You casually caught it. Boom. The clay exploded in your hand, dealing 0 damage. Misaki-sama. Karen frantically grabbed your hand, turning it over to check. Relax, I'm not hurt. Such a petty trick is completely painless. You bastard. He'll kill you. Karen punched and kicked Daidara, dealing 0. Daidara ignored her and shouted at you. Explosion is no petty trick. It's the most sublime art. Art is the instant of passion born from cool emotions. The village behind you is the stage for my explosive clay to display art. White hair. He'll kill you. Your art can't even harm a single hair of mine. It seems my art is superior to yours. No. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Art is explosion. Is that so? Then let me show you what a real explosion is. You casually spun 2 raisin gans in opposite directions, forcibly compressed them into one, then quickly hurled it out. Boom. The mountain ahead instantly turned to dust, leaving only a massive crater hundreds of meters in diameter. You manipulated the vines to lift Daidara, allowing him to fully appreciate your art from above. Daidara trembled all over, unable to speak. How about that? My explosion surpasses your explosion. You watched his incoherent state and modestly suppressed a smirk. Alas, it seems you still don't understand true art. How lonely it is to be invincible, how lonely. Grandmaster. Please accept me as your disciple. The disciple-taking function was about to unlock. You were eager to try? Although your understanding of art is utterly shallow, and you may never grasp even a fraction of my essence in your lifetime. Having reached the pinnacle of the path of art, I feel the coldness of the heights. I wouldn't mind guiding a junior who pursues art. Let me test your talent. You lifted his bangs. He looked quite cute, so his talent must be decent. This bastard is a rogue ninja from a Wagakure. Karen hugged your arm and watched. What? You completely forgot the headband designs of the various ninja villages. You kicked the Kusagakure elder, who was still lying on the ground playing dead. Do you know this guy, He's an Shrank rogue ninja from a Wagakure involved in multiple terrorist attacks. A very dangerous individual. The elder answered tremblingly. Shrank rogue ninja. That title sounded 1,000,000 times more impressive than Jinin. Disciple, the time has come for your test. Yes, master. He'll complete the mission. How does one become an Shrank rogue ninja? I don't know either. After I left Yenin village, I became an Shrank rogue ninja. Master. Daidara revealed his egg-like eyes. You mercilessly stepped on him again. Lady Misaki, that. The elder of Grass Hidden Village stammered awkwardly. You're still here. Yes. I've been waiting for your command. That. The rank of rogue ninja is actually determined by the original ninja village of the ninja. You pondered for a moment, realizing you still needed to use the identity of Sato Misaki, and you certainly couldn't let Konoha have the chance to judge players. It's one thing for players to want to be Shrank rogue ninjas. How to achieve that is up to the players to decide. You glanced at the timid elder of Grass Hidden Village. A flash of inspiration struck you. How about this? You all register me as a ninja of Grass Hidden Village. No, register me as the Shadow of Grass. Then I blow up Grass Hidden Village, and they announce me as an SS Shrank rogue ninja. How could an ordinary Shrank be worthy of the greatness of a player? If you're going to do it, then do it as an SS Shrank. Is the master planning to personally demonstrate the art of explosion? That's so cool. No, absolutely not. Lady Misaki, this is really. The elder was drenched in sweat. Xiang Lin looked at your slightly cold expression and punched the old man's face. Lady Misaki can do whatever she wants. No one is allowed to defy Lady Misaki. The elder trembled, anxiously answering with trepidation. What Lady Xianglin said is right, it's all my fault, but you really don't have to blow up Grass Hidden Village. The ninjas of the village are eager to repay your kindness, so please give them a chance to fulfill their dreams. Oh, is that so? Then it really would be inappropriate to blow you up. You certainly knew he was speaking nonsense. What kindness did you owe to Grass Hidden Village? The kindness of having killed half of the core ninjas for the people. But does the truth really matter? His words were enough to please you. Well, since you want to serve me so much, I cannot refuse your enthusiasm. Then I will become the shadow of grass, and all of you will become rogue ninjas, joining the rogue ninja organization I established, supporting me to become the strongest SS rank rogue ninja in history. How does that sound? This. The elder's clothes were soaked with sweat, sticking to him in patches. You gracefully distanced yourself without saying a word. What? Are you unwilling? Willing. To become a rogue ninja alongside you is our greatest fortune. Seeing your kind smile, the elder genuinely accepted your decision. 3 days later, Konoha Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the documents in his hand, lost in thought, the cigarette hanging from his mouth forgotten. To Hokage of Konoha, I am the new shadow of grass, Sato Wakako. You may not know me, but I know you well. When you played at your home as a child, I played at mine, and we had a great relationship. Now I've fulfilled my dream from 20 years ago, becoming the admired shadow. I hope you can bless me. Wherever the grassroots dance, the fire continues to burn. This is our will of grass, and it is also my ninja way. Not long ago, I sorrowfully discovered that a total of 114514 people in the village betrayed the will of grass. I heartbrokenly announced them as Shrank Rogue Ninjas, only for them to kidnap my wife Xianglin and my disciple Daidara, claiming that the heavens have but one son, and that I am their forever and only shadow, threatening me to continue being their leader. You know, I've always been a devoted husband who loves my family. Just thinking about them being beaten up by my wife makes me very worried, so I had no choice but to agree. Now I am a rogue ninja. My subordinates all say that the shadow cannot share a title with ordinary ninjas. Thus they nominated me as an SS rank rogue ninja. I had no choice but to agree. Additionally, since the purity of rogue ninjas in our village reaches 100%, I had no choice but to rename Grass Hidden Village to Rogue Hidden Village. Hokage, from now on, please call me Rogue Shadow. I fear they might misunderstand. Rogue Shadow Sato Wakako signing off. Illusion. Am I really getting old? Not to mention how this Sadakin obtained the consensus of the two factions of Grass Hidden Village to become the shadow. Does Grass Hidden Village even have 114514 people, including civilians? The entire village is composed of rogue ninjas, and you are the only inheritor of the Will of Grass. This nonsense Will of Grass is even a direct copy of the Great Will of Fire. Most importantly, why signing off? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not comprehend it, and after staring at it for a long time, he finally deciphered it, realizing the page was filled with the words going crazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a lot to say, but without anyone to confide in, it stuck in his throat. Monkey. The door slammed open. What happened? Why did Grass Hidden Village suddenly announce the termination of our alliance treaty? Tuanzong. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never seen Tuanzong look so amiable. Who do you want me to ask? Rain Country, Matsushita Village. A sneaky figure poked his head through the door. What are you doing, brother? A passing merchant patted. Shoo. Are you stealing? Go away, I'm looking for Sato Wakako. The merchant stood in awe. What? Are you causing a ruckus over Sato Wakako too? Causing a ruckus? Where are you from, brother? I'm from Tianzhong Village. Is there a ruckus over Sato Wakako there too? Causing a ruckus? How could there not be? It's quite a stir. The two sighed in unison. Sighed. Two. At this moment, players were flying in the sky of Rain Country on Daidara's clay bird. You've been enjoying yourself lately. After playing house in Konoha's beginner village for so long, you had no idea the outside world was so exciting. The outside gold exchange is not as stingy as the old elder, allowing players to take on tasks regardless of whether they have the proof of being a chunin or jonin. Of course, now that you are a rogue, shadow proof can easily be tossed aside. In this free atmosphere, you accidentally snatched 50 billion Rio from Kato Company in the Land of Waves. You inadvertently collected some items and money from villagers in the Land of Rain. You accidentally dropped rare treasures from the noble families of the Land of Thunder into the player's pockets. You accidentally entered the Princess of the Land of Snow's boudoir at night. You have obtained Windflower Zyoksu's signed photo 1. Mom, life is truly a wilderness. A clay giant bird. You are conceiving a brilliant idea. You desire a flying mount. In this world where extraordinary powers reign supreme, yet the majority cannot take to the skies, does that seem reasonable? Deidara is the second ninja you have encountered capable of flight, the first being Sai. And you can at most elevate yourself with wood release. The player has already been bullied twice by these flying NPCs. Back then you politely asked Sai to teach you the ninja art super beast imitation drawing. This automaton actually dared to refuse you. His feigned smile did not waver in the slightest, and he gazed at you with that infuriating expression saying not yet. If not now, then when? You truly could not fathom him, so you gave him a beating. Yet he was not as sensible as usual and stubbornly refused to comply. You could only start with Deidara. My beloved disciple, I shall grant you an opportunity to present your clay secret technique to your master. Thank you, master. But master, you cannot use it. It is my Kekkei Genkaim. Deidara spread his hands and extended them toward you. You were profoundly astonished. This man has 2 mouths on his hands, with teeth and tongues. How could such a Kekkei Genkai exist? You instantly cast aside the notion of flying mounts, now captivated by something far more intriguing. Then aren't you the first person in the world who can kiss themselves? Yes, I can. Deidara demonstrated it himself. The 2 tongues on his left and right hands immediately entwined intimately. It was somewhat disgusting, yet due to its sheer oddity, you could not help but stare. It was moist. You observed it. Excellent flexibility, a certain elasticity, almost like a real tongue. Do the tongues on your hands also have taste? You asked curiously while peering into the oral cavity. No, they don't. Deidara held his hands flat and motionless, allowing you to explore. Your fingertips traced the skin of his arm. And master, it tickles. The tongue writhed in protest. The mouth on his hand is not closed. Your fingers had already extended beyond half the length of his palm, yet he claimed there was no bottom. Could it be that the throat of this mouth runs through the entire arm? Your curiosity was instant. A slender vine extended from your arm poised to probe that mouth. Deidara's other hand swiftly grabbed the vine, and you angrily lashed him with it. But he refused to let go, and thus you remained locked in a stalemate. This mouth is for releasing explosive clay, while sticking other things in there is strange. You deliberately used your fingertips to gently scratch the skin beneath your hand. Deidara's arm suddenly trembled violently, reflexively retracting. You curled your fingers to hook his arm, preventing him from retreating. This feels so strange. Stop messing with me. His voice trembled. It seemed truly sensitive. You understood the principle of taking an inch and gradually advancing, so you decided to let him off today, leaving more for future amusement. That is how the player spoils a small NPC. Then answer my question. Hearing that you mercifully abandoned the idea of using the vine, Deidara breathed a sigh of relief and no longer minded your fingers still resting on his arm. Okay, where does the throat of this mouth lead? Shoulder? Brain? Could it be the stomach? Which organ produces the clay? I don't know that. Why are you bullying me again? Deidara was so startled, he nearly jumped. It could even induce retching. Then it's practically no different from a real mouth except for the lack of vocal cords. But lacking vocal cords also made it amusing. Tormenting the mouth on his hand produced no sound, only weak protests from the mouth on his face, unexpectedly satisfying your sadistic soul. Not answering the question naturally warrants punishment, or a mischievous glint danced in your eyes as you maliciously rubbed the flesh beneath your fingers. Do you prefer the vine over answering my questions? Who would like the vine? Deidara's face flushed crimson. Returning to Konoha. The daimyo was killed, the land of fire was successfully stolen, you became an SS rank rogue ninja, and a new wife was unlocked. But you forgot to buy a doghouse for Gaara. Truly a task more difficult than killing the daimyo. The player was indeed prescient. Gaara, why don't you buy a bed yourself? Use the 50,000 Rio I gave you earlier. Does your house have room for a second bed? That made some sense, but Gaara was not the type to say such things. Saying I'll just sleep on the floor would be more in character. You felt a novelty at Gaara's anomaly. Are you being spoiled? Do you want to sleep with your master? Gaara looked at you calmly without refuting. Really being spoiled? Your eyes widened slightly. Is that not allowed? You smiled. Of course it is. My bed is quite large. Gaara gazed at your smile, as if confirming something. He said abruptly, today, people from Sunigakure came to see me. The gold deliverers finally arrived. Good. Yamato had been avoiding you lately, and Gaara's 50,000 ryo was almost spent, though most of it was spent by you. Why didn't they come to me first? How inconsiderate. Why do you want to see them? Do you want to hand me over to Sunigakure? You inexplicably read accusation on Gaara's expressionless face. How could that be? Once something comes into my hands, do you think it can go back? I'm just worried about running out of money. You answered without hesitation. Gaara's expression softened. I understand. You don't need to go to them. I will ask them for money, and I can also earn money. You don't need to worry about finances. A dog that hunts for itself and can support its owner. Good. Reward with a head pat. Gaara relaxed and squinted his eyes. Aren't you curious about what they wanted from me? You casually scratched his chin. Aren't you about to tell me? They want me to release Shikaku and cause chaos during the Chunin exam. You pinched his cheek, so you just told me. Sunigakure is your former employer after all. Gaara grabbed your roving hand. Didn't you say I belong to you? You took his hand in return. Of course. Aren't you afraid I might actually obey their orders? Would you do that? Gaara answered with a question. Do you want me to do that? What if I say no? Then I will follow your command. He let out a soft laugh, cupped Gaara's face, and leaned down. Good child. Your cascading hair obscured his vision, with only a few streaks of light filtering through the gaps. Gaara panted slightly. Is this my reward for being obedient? If you wish it to be. Xianglin was secretly observing. That cynical-faced pineapple head. How dare he seduce Lady Misaki? She hasn't even found a chance to seduce her. Damn it, it's just because he has a shadow, but Xianglin has one too. Useless ancestor of the Whirlpool clan, why didn't you leave some useful bloodline limit for the descendants? Hiding behind the wall, Xianglin watched as the pineapple-headed vixen carried Lady Misaki into the same room, tears streaming down her face as she bit her lip hard. The pineapple head will definitely come out, definitely. Definitely. Damn it. Why isn't he out yet? Lady Misaki has been inside for an entire night. Xianglin stood by the wall for an entire night. Lady Misaki has come out. The feeling of chakra has changed. The temperature has risen slightly compared to before entering that sinful room, and it feels light. Why did this change happen? Why is Lady Misaki so happy? Xianglin can't figure it out. How could she not figure it out? Whoa. She must have been heartbroken. Suddenly Sato Misaki looked in Xianglin's direction and walked over. Whoa. Lady Misaki's pink face is so beautiful. Xianglin really wants to kneel down and beg herself to stop looking. But when she kneels down, she finds this angle more stimulating. Lady Misaki's dominating aura is perfect for viewing from a kneeling position. Whoa. Sato Misaki, seemingly unaware of Xianglin's twisted expression, smiled naturally as she reached out her hand, gently touching Xianglin's cheek, prying open her jaw, with her thumb firmly pressing on Xianglin's lower lip without giving her a chance to refuse. Why are you biting your lip so hard? You're bleeding. Sato Misaki's fingers were completely smooth, perfectly fitting Xianglin's lips. A slight caress on the wound sent a series of tingles, a bit of pain, a bit of itch, and a bit of heat. At such a moment, speaking felt like actively sucking on Lady Misaki's fingertips. Xianglin couldn't utter a word, but Sato Misaki was still looking at her. Do you not want to tell me? After listening to the corner for an entire night, how could she possibly say it? Blood is flowing out. Don't waste it. What a waste. Lady Misaki couldn't possibly have been injured recently. Sato Misaki's lips pressed against hers, but the fingers did not move away. The upper lip was intimately pressed against hers while the lower lip was separated by a knuckle, only touching intermittently in a strange state that made Xianglin feel a strange thirst. In this bizarre illusion, Xianglin didn't care if talking would touch the fingers. Please don't bully me. Sato Misaki let out a soft laugh. Words faded between their lips and tongues. The wound was licked. I insist. At such a close distance, Sato Misaki's slightly hoarse voice echoed directly in Xianglin's mind, making her dizzy. She couldn't possibly refuse Lady Misaki's insistence. Xianglin simply let go of herself, grabbing Sato Misaki's collar and eagerly tilting her head to entangle with her. The sweet metallic taste of blood exchanged on their tongues. Breath was fought over and intertwined in the narrow space. Xiang Lin was lost in a sweet dream as Sato Misaki's voice seemed to come from afar. There was no waste. That kiss. Xiang Lin gave the blanket 2 punches. Oh, just thinking about it makes her so shy. But she wanted to do it again. Twice. 3 times. Hee hee. If Lady Misaki is willing to kiss her, does that mean she has a little bit of feelings for her too? Just thinking about this made Xiang Lin restless, wishing she could teleport in front of Sato Misaki and ask for an answer. But she hesitated. Xiang Lin, this name can also be called Karen, meaning one and all. Xiang Lin always believed she was someone who dared to love and hate someone who would forever persistently follow the one she chose. But, facing Sato Misaki, she didn't dare to love, let alone gamble. What if Lady Misaki only kissed her on a whim? What if she was disliked if she confessed? Being disliked doesn't matter, but what if Lady Misaki abandoned her and didn't want her to continue following? Thinking this way, Xiang Lin couldn't take that step. Yo! Sato Misaki squatted on the windowsill, smiling at Xiang Lin, the moonlight casting a soft, ethereal glow around her. Lady Misaki. Despite being troubled just moments ago, the instant she locked eyes with Sato Misaki, Xiang Lin instinctively revealed a surprised smile. Sato Misaki jumped down naturally, sitting on Xiang Lin's bed as if she were at home. How is the wound? It's completely healed. From the Invincible Whirlpool clan. Let me check. That. Would that be okay? Not that it's impossible. Hee hee. Oh, she was flicked on the forehead. What were you thinking, addicted to kissing? Ugh, that kind of talk is too unfair. Xiang Lin covered her blushing face. So hot. Lady Misaki must have noticed her red face. I like Lady Misaki the most. I know your affection for me is at 100. Xiang Lin, rarely not responding, just spoke her heart out, fearing that after tonight there would be no chance to say it again. Being able to follow Lady Misaki is already the happiest thing in the world. I have no dissatisfaction. Really none at all. It's just that, is there any possibility? Is there any possibility that you have the same feelings for me? Even just a little bit would be fine, even just for a moment. Can I allow myself to gaze at you in the name of lovers? Sato Misaki's expression remained serene. There was no ripple in her calm demeanor from Xiang Lin's confession. Xiang Lin almost thought she had been rejected. She hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting Sato Misaki to see the tears welling at the corners of her eyes. A hand lifted Xiang Lin's face. The fingertip that had caressed her lips brushed away the tears from her eyes. That warmth reminded Xiang Lin of the hands that had lifted her from a pool of blood years ago. Why are you crying? A gentle kiss fell on Xiang Lin's forehead. Isn't this moment exactly what you sought from me? Background: in the Warring States era, you the player are the same age as Zhu Jian. The newly generated model randomly appeared red-haired and reedied. It had originally been conceived that way, but to catch a passing trend they altered it to white hair and blue eyes. Please choose your birthplace random. Please choose your family background random. Please choose your age random. Your identity has been generated. Enjoy the game. Loading. You opened your eyes in a mountain forest. You tried to move your limbs. You failed. You discovered that the main character was a swaddled infant. You 6. Damn the designers, who would abandon a baby deep in the mountains. The player is about to call for help. You bored, keep skipping. A wolf passes by and sniffs the back of your neck. Are you going to become a wolf child? That would be striking. You feel a small thrill of anticipation. The wolf tears away your swaddling. You roll twice and lie upon the damp, cold leaves. A day later. System: notice your stamina has fallen to a critical level. Keep warm and eat promptly. Designers, maybe check whether the main character can move before you abandon them. Before you earn the shameful achievement of starving to death, a furry face pressed against yours. It was a monkey. Detection: your kind has been identified. Language module unlocked. The monkey pawed you twice as if about to leave. You hurriedly called after it. You cried in monkey-like sounds, a pleading call of woo. Literally, look at me. The player emitted that same monkey-like cry. Oh ho oh. Are you a monkey too? The monkey answered with a similar call. You were brought back to the troop. Well, being a monkey child will do. You are a diligent player. Since you have become a monkey child, you will strive to become the Monkey King. You swing and leap tirelessly among the branches. Your agility increases. You snatch food from animals along the path. Your charm increases. At last, You used charm to win over the troop and strength to defeat the old Monkey King. Congratulations, you have earned the title Monkey King. Your aura of leadership has grown. Your communication skills have improved. Your renown has risen. You have acquired the exclusive talent, Wang Lai Beifu. Wang Lai Beifu. The king bears, the king permits, the king carries the world. Your charismatic leadership is greatly amplified, making it far easier for others to follow you. When feats that seem nearly impossible arise, people will believe you to be the chosen one. What impossible feat could a monkey accomplish? Perhaps to vanquish the tiger and become the true king of the forest. Hojia, do you have any ideas? Hojia looks at you with pride. She was the very monkey who brought you back to the troop. At that moment she had lifted you high before the others to display this strange hairless infant, and you had summoned every ounce of strength to emit a cry that was scarcely monkey-like at all. Xian Ba. From that instant, Hojia knew you were no ordinary creature. At the very least you would stand above 100 ordinary monkeys. Thus, Xian Ba became your name in this lifetime. Now Hojia serves as the troop's chief secretary, and you are the unrivaled new Monkey King exalted in heaven and earth. Hojia may not understand what leaves you unsatisfied, but she is certain that if it is you, you can achieve unprecedented deeds, perhaps even defeat the wolf packs and become the forest's second-in-command. You give Hojia a smile utterly unlike any humans. She returns an unmonkey-like grin. The two of you are instantly in accord. Zhu Jian off to the back mountain again, the blacksmith uncle calls with a laugh. Yes, uncle, farewell. You rascal. Come back. I heard from the hunters next door that strange things have occurred in the back mountain. Be careful. Strange things. Has an outsider ninja slipped in? Zhu Jian's expression grew serious. No, our Qianshou clan's defenses remain a point of pride. It is the animals in the back mountain, the animals themselves. They say those monkeys have slaughtered tigers and wolf packs, those large carnivores. Now they run rampant. How curious. When did monkeys learn to kill tigers? Zhu Jian grew even more excited at the news. Uncle, I'm off. Thanks for the tip. You patrol your domain. You are now in truth the king of the forest. You cruelly made the wolves who once looked down on you into the troop's pet dogs. Such is the turn of fortunes. Do not scorn the poor young monkey. Your monkey subjects now swagger through the forest, walking every which way. No beast dares complain. This is the majesty of a forest king. The renown of your Monkey King Xian Ba will echo to the heavens. Congratulations. You have conquered a land and founded a realm that exists to exalt you alone. Your deeds will be sung among the beasts. Even passing birds will admire your exploits. You have been granted the title One-Word Conqueror. The one-word conqueror in your domain. Every heart will heed your speech, obey your commands, and carry out your will. A realm with only your voice. This is heaven's ascent to a conqueror. You laugh aloud and raise your arms. Your chief steward Mao Mao and her godson Gigi leap forward bearing your monkey robe. Your monkey robe, modeled on the 100-beast garment, is pieced from the softest pelts of each foe you have conquered, crowned with a tiger's head. The entire robe sewn by kind Hojia with her own hands. You set out toward the place where the monkeys reported animals found butchered. You have discovered Hua Wai Mani, literally the uncivilized outsiders. Subdue them and achieve the merit of civilizing the barbarians. You blanch. Aren't those humans? So this is not an animal world simulator after all. Zhu Jian had just slain a wild hare and prepared to roast it. Sudden footsteps, unmistakably human, echoed through the forest. Under the dim light, a solemn figure walked slowly toward them. He wore a fearsome tiger head, a mottled beast-hide cloak, and ankle-length red hair that burned like flame, so bright Zhu Jian felt his eyes might be scorched. He walked barefoot upon leaves and soil, yet bore not a speck of filth. Thud, thud, thud. The sound instilled the tense fear of facing an unsurpassable being. When he stepped into the sunlight, Zhu Jian realized he was about the same height as himself. It was the overwhelming majesty that lent him a towering presence. His face was revealed in the light, and Zhu Jian almost held his breath. What a pair of eyes, scarlet as if tempered in blood and flame. Yet it was not merely their rare color that stunned, but the sky-high, unfathomable gaze that could not be looked upon directly. An uncontrollable sense of submission rose up in Zhu Jian's heart. Under that gaze, Zhu Jian found himself strangely convinced that this being could accomplish every great deed and forge every miracle, and that bewildered, ignorant humans needed only to bow, to trust, to submit. Are you a mountain god? Are you the mountain god? He babbled, nonsensically questioning why he was wearing pure cotton clothing when even players could only wear stiff animal hides. You pinned him down and started to strip his gear. Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Wait. Ignoring the noisy background, you grabbed his resisting hands together and lifted them above his head while your other hand tore off his outer jacket. Stop. I said stop. At least not my underwear. Who still fantasizes that others want their underwear? You looked down at him in shock and disdain, throwing the clothes to the monkeys in the trees before immediately releasing him. Ah! He shamefully hugged his bare self, pretending to be a mushroom. You kicked him. Stop playing dead. I'm hungry. Get up and roast some meat for me. Whoa. You stole my clothes, yet you make me sound like a pervert, and now you want to take my lunch. He complained, tears and snot streaming down his face. You elegantly sliced the skin and flesh of the rabbit folk, glancing at him coldly. Ugh, the snot is so disgusting. Whoa. You were annoyed by his crying and began to ramble. Actually, you guessed right, I am the mountain god. The rabbit you killed is my subject, and I took your clothes to make a burial outfit for it. You should be kneeling in apology. Really. I'm sorry. Did he really believe it? You sighed with pity. Alas, considering your ignorance, I forgive you on its behalf. You were so nice. Thank you. But why are you skinning your subjects? Ahem, the doctrine of the mountain god is that the souls of the deceased return to the pure land within my belly. Eating them is a grace for them. Oh, it's ready. You come roast it. Oh, Senju Hashirama threaded your subjects onto branches, sprinkled a little coarse salt, roasting them to a crispy outside and tender inside, fragrant and juicy. Slurp. Are you drooling over your own subjects? Senju Hashirama looked at you in disbelief. You heard wrong. I am a ninja. How could I be mistaken? How can a god be such a jerk? The followers would definitely cry. What's a ninja compared to me? I am the mountain god. What you heard just now was the murmurs of the mountain spirit. Spirits. Those who are not consumed by me turn into ghosts wandering in the mountains after death. So hurry up and roast my subject. And accept the grace. Oh, you happily devoured the fragrant subject. Just for yourself. You had acquired a noisy human. He said his name was Hashirama. Didn't you say burial outfit? Why are you wearing your subject's burial outfit? It's for commemorating it. You lay on the belly of a big tiger basking in the sun, while Hashirama roasted an accidentally deceased subject. This is obviously a knife wound. It accidentally ran into my knife. Having a god like you is truly a blessing for the followers. Thank you for the compliment. They think so too. Hashirama looked enviously at you, leisurely eating an orange peeled by a monkey sister. Haven't you thought about coming down from the mountain? There are many fun things in the human world. My subjects still need me. I am a good god who cares for them. Not really. You had gone down the mountain before. You knew this was the Warring States era, but no one told you this game was so realistic. Hashirama was surprisingly from a relatively well-off family, while most NPCs down the mountain were pale and thin, unable to afford firewood for bathing, and were barely holding together. You felt bored. Such NPCs even drained your interest in bullying the weak and dominating the strong. You might as well continue playing the Animal World Simulator. Hashirama brought you another human. Are you the mountain god that Hashirama spoke of? This black-haired, frizzy NPC frowned and stared at you. What? Are you unconvinced? Humph. Mimi, bite him. A tiger pounced. The frizzy NPC jumped back, alertly drawing a diamond-shaped knife to confront the tiger. You were astonished and knocked him down with a punch. Bullying a little kitten is wrong. He glared at you angrily and jumped up. You scared him with another punch. He fell asleep. Young people have such good sleep quality. Hey, Ban, don't die. Hashirama knelt next to Uchiha Ban, sobbing. You, enjoying the spectacle, said, so pitiful, you should hurry and bury him. He can't die without a burial place. King Simba. Don't say any more. How about you eat Ban instead? I will try hard to roast him better. Woo. I don't want to. He is not my follower. Woo. I'm sorry, Ban. You will become a wandering spirit in the mountains. Woo. You impatiently lifted Ban's head and knocked it back down. Hiss. Why does my head hurt so much? See, it's fixed. Ban. Don't defy King Simba anymore. He is truly a powerful god. Uchiha-ban looked at you. You gazed back at him with interest. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to say something about your defeat? Humph. I reluctantly acknowledge you as a strong person, but... Before he finished speaking, you punched him again. Defeated dogs have no right to yap, furball. Oh, Kingham here. This is the new stray monkey that just arrived outside by number. He is called Monkey 1250. You take him to get a branch, and that will be his new home from now on. Don't talk to yourself over there. Yo, are you getting anxious? Can't take a loss. Stop acting dumb from now on. Call me King Simba. You now have two humans. Although they are both weak and silly, at least they look decent. King Simba. Uchiha-ban stood in front of you, oddly restrained. It's King Simba. For some reason, when he called you that, you felt like you were missing a pair of glasses. This do you want it? He took out a bundle from behind, opening it to reveal a piece of women's clothing. Although it's not made of precious fabric, it should fit you better than what you are wearing. Oh, Ban, you are so thoughtful. King Simba indeed cannot keep wearing my clothes. Hashirama laughed and hugged Ban's neck. Your clothes. Your clothes. Yes, after all, I was the first to meet King Shinba. Zhu Jian smiled with pure innocence. After knowing each other for so long, you never thought to buy Shinba Ji a proper outfit. Cold sweat trickled down Zhu Jian's face. King Shinba, please let me explain. You stroked your chin. Monkey 1250 is right, so we'll punish you by making you Monkey 1251. Great King Monkey 1251 was just born a few days ago. Sister Monkey reminded you. In that case, you can only be Monkey 1252. Monkey 1252, remember to go pay respects to your elder brothers and sisters later. Oh. Zhu Jian hung his head in dejection. Monkey 1252 was unusually silent today. Monkey 1250 kept pressing him for answers. My younger brother has passed away. Tears streamed down Zhu Jian's face, his voice trembling. You were eating grilled fish. Great King, how vast is your domain? The entire world belongs to me. You stated matter-of-factly. Zhu Jian pulled out a bottle. Great King, my brother. His body was not left intact. I preserved a bit of his blood. And so? Zhu Jian's swollen red-rimmed eyes looked at you pleadingly. I beg you. Drink my brother's blood. You stared at him in shock. Did he still believe in the jest of the Pure Land, even now? Zhu Jian did not stop speaking under your gaze, but only stared at you with unwavering obsession. Then on the day I die, I beg you to eat me. Congratulations. You have gained your first fanatic believer. Your faith has spread to the barbarians for the first time. Wherever a believer is, that land is sacred ground. Your domain has expanded. Continue spreading the doctrine and gain more faith. What is this? Inverting cause and effect. Has it really made you a god? Monkey 1250, oh, I command you to believe in me. Ever since the missionary quest began, you had been pondering how to convert Uchiha-ban into your second believer. No choice. You only knew these two humans. Am not a fool like Zhu Jian, oh, I won't believe in a god. I only trust in my own power. Monkey 1250, you will regret this. Even if it's Shinba Ji, I won't willingly become a dog. You gave up on this stubborn barbarian. Monkey 1252, it seems you've brought a little tail along. Zhu Jian dragged out from the woods a struggling, white-haired child. Feijian, why did you follow me? Big brother, is it these women who have bewitched you? That black-haired one is a Uchiha. You were quite displeased. Compared to the brilliant, majestic player, this NPC had noticed Monkey 1250 first. How tasteless. With ill intent you said, Monkey 1252, is this your younger brother? How about I eat him now so he can reunite with his deceased brother? Great King, it's better to wait until Feijian dies before eating him. Zhu Jian thought for a moment, then laughed heartily. Big brother. Feijian stopped, struggling in disbelief. You inherently evil white-haired brat, answer my question. What are you doing in my territory? Big brother is secretly meeting with someone from the Uchiha clan. That's extremely dangerous. I must inform father. You. Wait, why is he so obedient? The white-haired brat also looked shocked. You tested, say everything is dedicated to King Shinba. Everything is dedicated to King Shinba. You. What have you done to me? You didn't know either. You opened the game panel. Conqueror of a single word. Within your domain, everyone will sincerely believe in your words, obey your commands, and carry out your will. In a kingdom, there is only one voice. This is heaven's recognition of the conqueror. The title glowed, indicating it was active. Wait, weren't you by the river outside the mountain? Searched game log with keyword domain. Wherever a believer is, that land is sacred ground. Your domain has expanded. I see. Because Zhu Jian was here, this place was also considered part of the domain. How then why could Uchiha Ban refuse your command? Based on your experience, only commands that have been completed failed to take effect. Hehe. Oh Ban, you little rascal, saying you wouldn't be a dog for the player, yet you secretly became one. Monkey 1250, in terms of being a believer, I Shinba acknowledge you. You patted Uchiha Ban on the shoulder. Qian Shou Feijian gratefully received the title of Monkey 1253. One day I will definitely defeat you. I will make my brother see your true face. Mumbling something. Go mend the clothes. Yes. Oh, you bastard, stop commanding me. After that, chop the vegetables. Yes. Oh. Qian Shou Feijian raged helplessly. You loved seeing him unable to do anything but obey your commands. Just you wait. One day the Qian Shou clan will trample this inherently evil mountain. Even if you're a mountain god, you need a mountain to exist. More trash talk. Only the player was allowed to trash talk in this game. You grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground, your tone gentle. Do I look very gentle? You have quite the nerve. Huh. Cough. Qian Shou Feijian struggled to push your hand away, his face turning blue, yet he could not budge your single-handed strength even a bit. Your overly long red hair swept into his eyes. He closed them uncomfortably, then forced them open against the irritation to look at Qian Shou Zhujian. Big brother. A breathy sound squeezed from his throat. Zhujian gave him an encouraging smile. Feijian, don't be afraid. King Shinba is just playing with you. If he wanted to kill you, he wouldn't restrain his strength like this. Keep it up. Feijian looked at you in despair. The corners of his eyes were red, and he desperately gasped for air, almost making you lose your beastly instincts. That inherently evil white-haired NPC certainly had his tricks. Krot, you commanded. Under the gaze of his believer, Zhujian Feijian could not resist your order, and two slender streams of tears slowly flowed down, wetting the hand that held him as they traced his jawline. Feijian closed his eyes in humiliation. You gently wiped away a teardrop. You're not so bad when you're like this. You released the trembling neck beneath your hand. Cough, cough. Feijian lay on his back, coughing and gulping down air. Be good from now on, understand? The sudden rush of fresh air into his trachea gave Feijian the illusion of a near-death revival, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. In his vision blurred by tears and fleeting shadows, the eyes of the person looking down from above almost made Feijian feel a sense of tenderness. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara became the patriarchs of their respective clans. You were once again astonished by the game's setting. Generally, the principle of the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal is considered normal. However, in the judgment of the faith system, the vassals of your followers are indeed your followers. The moment Hashirama became the leader of the Senju clan, you distinctly felt the essence of the main control changing. The first thing that emerged was a cacophony of murmurs. Let the war end quickly. We must take revenge. Kill the Uchiha. We must grow stronger. I want to go home. Then came the sublimation of spirit and flesh. You discovered that you could freely transform between the virtual and the real, and could act in a non-physical form, escaping the constraints of the game's physics engine. This action consumed no stamina and imposed no speed limits. You could freely traverse within your domain. You felt streams of mysterious energy surging into your body alongside the murmurs of your followers. They could be used freely without any techniques or seals. As long as this energy was abundant, you could accomplish nearly anything. It felt as if you had transformed from survival mode into creation mode. You tentatively named this energy the power of faith. Hashirama alone could turn an area the size of a village into your territory. If the principle of where the followers are there is sacred ground applies to any NPC, then dispersing enough Senju clansmen would mean the world would belong to the players, wouldn't it? You patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder meaningfully. Monkey, you need to step up. Hurry and become the patriarch to contribute more livestock to the players. I've decided. I want to establish a village and let the children grow up in peace at school so they won't have to go to the battlefield at a young age. That's impossible. The Senju and Uchiha have been enemies for generations. How will you resolve the hatred between ninja clans? Senju Tobarama immediately shot down his brother's dream. You toyed with the Rui Jingu Bang crafted from the power of faith and confidently replied, "What mortals cannot achieve, let me King Simba resolve." Tobarama glanced at you refraining from mocking. How will you resolve that? If both the Senju and Uchiha believe in me as my followers, they shall not fight each other. Peace will be as easy as turning one's hand. What a genius idea, truly worthy of King Simba. Brother, for the Senju and Uchiha to worship King Simba is simply wishful thinking. Tobarama could not hold back his anger. Since they are all my followers, why should those nameless ones not believe in me? When did I? You looked at Tobarama but smiled silently. Thus you are immortal while I am a god. This is the gap in our capacity. Witness it with your own eyes. Senju Banta awaited the return of his two elder brothers. During times without wars or missions, they would go out almost every day for a period. Banta did not know what they were secretly doing, but he believed his brothers were certainly engaged in something of great importance for the clan. Every time they returned, elder brother Hashirama was always cheerful, his eyes shining, while second brother Tobarama, despite his perpetually sour face, gave Banta the feeling that he was not unwilling. Today it was not just them returning. The two elder brothers, Banta deeply admired them, followed respectfully behind a figure like loyal attendants. The reason for being attendants rather than guards was that the one striding ahead exuded an unmatched aura of power moving through this land without needing any guards. That majesty was as bright as the heavens and as deep as the abyss. Seeing him, mortals could glimpse a mere fragment of the iceberg that is the grace of gods is like the sea, and their might is like a prison. This could not possibly be a mortal. Banta steeled his courage to look upon the person's face. The moment he made eye contact, Banta was scorched and lowered his head, overwhelmed by a sense of submission that crushed all distracting thoughts. This is the Lord of the Senju, the god of the world. That voice stated this fact in an undeniable tone. Banta could not help but prostrate himself on the ground. This could not possibly be a mortal. Only when his forehead touched the ground did Banta see that behind him the clansmen were already kneeling like reeds swept by a gale. It was not only him submitting. This could not possibly be a mortal. Speak and offer everything to King Simba. The divine oracle had descended. If that person were not a deity, Banta believed the world would certainly be devoid of gods. Offer everything to King Simba. The Senju and Uchiha became your followers. Then came Sarutobi Nara Yamanaka Akimichi Hyuga. Finally, the daimyo of the Fire Country became your follower. Supreme King Simba, this wretched mortal has stolen your scepter on earth with ignorance and foolishness. If I could repay even a fraction of my sins, please allow me to offer the throne of the Fire Country. I grant it. You withdrew the Rui Jingu Bang, shattering the throne with a single strike, brushing your long bangs back behind your head. No one can stand atop the heavens from the very beginning, neither you nor I the god. But the unbearable vacancy of the throne of the heavens is finally coming to an end. From now on I, Simba, shall stand high above. The continent offered you submission. The land of waves presented you with a red-haired priestess. I, Uzumaki Mido, greet King Simba. Why have you come? I have come to serve you. Do you know your father wishes for you to be the vessel for the tale? I am aware of my responsibilities and have resolved to never leave the capital of the Fire Country. Do you like me? You are both powerful and beautiful, I have no reason not to like you. Step back. 3 days later you saw Uzumaki Mido again. She respectfully bowed. How have you been these past few days? You have granted me unimaginable freedom, and I live very comfortably. Do you like me? You possess the vast heart of a deity and are willing to protect my freedom. I have no reason not to like you. Step back. 3 days later Uzumaki Mido proactively requested an audience. Why not let me serve you? Is it because I do not meet your expectations? You are excellent in every way with no shortcomings. Do you like me? Your divine grace is as vast as the heavens, and no one does not bow to your achievements. I have no reason not to like you. You have sought so many reasons just to convince yourself that you like me. I, Simba, do not need such affection. You can live freely on this continent without being a vessel. I will protect the Uzumaki clan as I do the Senju and Uchiha. Step back. At the moment she decided to no longer like King Simba, Uzumaki Mido truly fell in love with that deity. Why can you forget that night? Why can you laugh so carefree? Every time Uchiha Sasuke sees Sato Misaki's unclouded smile, he wants to question her like this. He clearly shouldn't care this much. Uchiha Sasuke used to only care about his family. His mother and brother gave him enough love, so he had no need to seek any recognition, affection, or attention from others. How others perceive him, how they depict him, is completely irrelevant. After that tragic event, Uchiha Sasuke became an even more vigilant, solitary figure. He had a goal to accomplish. Naturally, he had no excess passion to spare for the trivialities of life. He had no interest in loving others, nor in receiving love from others. He certainly knew that many people liked him, whether it was because of his appearance, personality, or the reputation of being a genius. After all, he was not dull, and was even quite sensitive to the emotions of others. But that had nothing to do with him. He did not believe he had any reason to like others, nor any reason to accept their affections. But you, Sato Misaki, how can you be so calm? Don't you smell the blood from that night? Don't you see the unblinking eyes of those who died? Don't you feel the moonlight splashing over you like boiling blood, causing you to tremble uncontrollably? Is it because you are strong enough? Is it because the dead have no names? Is it because... Uchiha Sasuke pondered for a long time, thinking of many reasons. So he completely understood Sato Misaki's indifference. But why are you so calm after witnessing his most wretched moment? After discovering his weakness and despair? After becoming an accomplice in killing his brother? How can you be so calm? As if the hell of that night only trapped him. And Sato Misaki briefly barged in, leaving without a speck of blood, continuing her carefree life. Only Uchiha Sasuke was left behind, stranded in that blood-colored moonlight. It's not fair. It's not fair. Let's fight again. Uchiha Sasuke gasped, grabbing Sato Misaki, who was too lazy to form the reconciliation seal, and was turning to leave. In the battle during class, he unsurprisingly lost to Sato Misaki. No one can only gain experience once a day. I want work for free. Sato Misaki looked at Sasuke in confusion. You think I'm weak? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. You said that yourself. Again that carefree smile. Let's fight me one more time. Sasuke tightened his grip on Sato Misaki's arm. Hey Sasuke, don't keep others waiting too long. Someone else is waiting to duel. Nara Shikamaru frowned, pulling Uchiha Sasuke's arm, trying to pry it away with slight force. Sasuke ignored him, gripping harder. Nara Shikamaru couldn't pull away, his expression turning cold. Let go. Fight me one more time. Uchiha Sasuke continued to gaze at Sato Misaki. Sato Misaki belatedly realized he was holding on tightly, her face showing some anger. She was always so slow, as if she had no sense of pain. Even if Sasuke tried his utmost to leave a mark on her, to let her feel some pain, she remained completely unaware, thinking he was just throwing a tantrum. Perhaps she was actually aware, she just didn't care about the existence of Uchiha Sasuke, and naturally, she wouldn't care about his pain and struggles. Uchiha Sasuke hated this aspect of Sato Misaki the most. Sato Misaki punched him down, looking down at him. Don't interfere with my experience farming. Huh? Sasuke sneered, persistently locking eyes with her. As expected. I still really dislike you. Sato Misaki stepped on his stomach with a puzzled look. Who said I liked you? Teacher Iruka finally noticed them. Sato Misaki, don't bully your classmates. Nara Shikamaru sighed, raising a hand to signal. Sorry. Teacher, it was during my duel with Sasuke that I lost control. Hypocritical guy. Hey, can't you see him waiting for you? Uchiha Sasuke called out to Sato Misaki, who was sprinting towards the river. Oh, so you were waiting for me. Why didn't you say so earlier? TCH, I knew it. What are you mumbling about? Give me 100 Rio. I want to buy a fishing rod. Did you spend all the money from last time? I didn't spend it all. Are you giving it or not? If not, don't disturb me. You'll go ask Niji. If we fight seriously one more time, if you win, he'll give it to you. Alright. Uchiha Sasuke charged forward. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke was knocked down and couldn't rise again. Give me the money. They'll bring it back when I go. Don't rummage through my clothes. I don't have that much cash on me. Well then hurry back. Can you still get up? Do you want me to drag you back? At times like this you remember to care about your opponent. Truly, Sato Misaki. Sasuke inexplicably wanted to laugh. That day, why did you come to the Uchiha clan? It can't be to kill the unfamiliar Uchiha Itachi, right? Which day? Sato Misaki's face was filled with genuine confusion. Oh, you mean the day of the cruel, despairing night of annihilation, the pride of the Uchiha. What else could it be? Of course it was to kill Uchiha Itachi. Her tone was completely indifferent and mocking. Why didn't you let me die? Wasn't it you who shouted, "Brother, don't kill me"? I heard that as soon as I entered. I hate you, huh? Sato Misaki's expression finally shifted. Whatever you want, many people like me. I also hate you. TSK. What are you laughing at? Like you? Who? Let me see. Her pupils unfocused for a few seconds. Hinata, Hyuga, Naruto, Uzumaki, Nara, Shikamaru, Shino, Aburame, Ino, Yamanaka, Sakura, Haruno, Niji, Hyuga. Why are you also on the list? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't understand what she was saying, only sneering. That kind of childish feeling can't be called liking. Sato Misaki punched him again. If you envy me, just say it. I don't need that kind of shallow emotion. Then what do you want? Do you want me to give you 2 punches? Uchiha Sasuke did not respond. I hate you. Oh, so what? I hate you. Transfer to another person. I hate you. Then I hate you too. Sasuke looked at Sato Misaki's carefree face, finally showing a hint of a smile. Good, then let's mutually despise each other until we fall into hell. Loading. Hello, player. This world has been growing in obscurity for over 1,000 years. Humanity cries out for divine guidance. Please play the role of this world's creator God and lead them according to your own will. No matter where the future flows, the world will bless you. Please start your game. A miraculous perspective. You float amidst the stars and the world transforms into a sand table shrouded in mist. When you wish to observe, the mist dissipates at the corresponding location, revealing an enlarged image. Compared to this world, you are a giant, but not excessively so. You randomly select a point to observe. 2 people have bubbles above their heads. You pop the bubbles. If only there were a canyon here. You gently press your index finger onto the ground. A canyon appears. Exclamation marks pop up above the people's heads. If only there were a canyon here. A place veiled by trees. Indeed suitable for building a village, but a canyon can't appear out of thin air. Bah! Ban! Look! It really appeared out of nowhere. Don't be absurd, don't talk nonsense, Zhujian. Despite this, Yuzhibo Ban still followed Zhujian's startled gaze. What a... Now both of them are stunned. See, could this be a heaven-given land? Zhujian, let's build the village here. Have some caution for once. The unspeakable. That is what people call the unknown being. No one knows its origin, location, purpose, or appearance, and even the pattern of its manifestations is utterly erratic. Since an unknown time, the unspeakable has begun observing the shinobi world and exerting influence on reality. I received the sacred land bestowed by it, and thus geniuses have been born there endlessly. The second Hokage Chinsho Feijian is said to have received its enlightenment, thereby inventing a series of formidable forbidden techniques. Yunin proclaimed to have obtained its guidance, thus finding the divine artifacts left by the Sage of 6 Paths. The unspeakable has left countless legends, yet people still cannot depict even a fraction of it. It must be huge, enormous, and transparent. The Mai Canyon looks like it was poked out by a finger. Chinsho Zhujian asserted confidently. Grandpa is lying to me again. If it were really that big, how come people never accidentally bump into it? Does it float in the sky all the time? Chinsho Gangsho was dissatisfied with Zhujian's answer. Its voice is that of an old man, said one who claimed to have received guidance. No, its voice is a child's. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao spoke in unison. Isn't it a young man's voice? Fadewan was confident he was right, being a devout follower of the unspeakable. That is clearly the voice of a woman, said Queen Sarah of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Opinions were divided and no conclusion was ever reached. But how could a real being be simultaneously huge, yet occupy no land, intangible, yet affect the material world, and possess voices of men, women, old and young? What nonsense are the adults talking about? Xuanhua Mingren carefully held a small cotton doll. You are clearly tiny, not transparent, and your voice is neither old nor young, neither male nor female. They don't understand you at all. The cotton doll emitted a peculiar electronic sound. That's right, that's right. The world really misunderstands me. You had been watching the sand table ever since you poked that spot. There was constant fighting. Like watching ants battle, so boring. So you opened Oh Yali Kwai Pao. Spun time. Spun. Couldn't remember how many turns. Chinsho Feijian is said to have received your enlightenment. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao claim to have received your guidance. Fadewan claims. Wait, who are you all? Someone is impersonating a player. Who is plotting against you? You zoomed in on the hole you had poked earlier. A village had already been built there. These little ones can even build houses. How amusing. You gently pinched off the roof of the tallest building. A swarm of exclamation marks appeared. The little ones were busying themselves inside their tiny self-made blocks. You chuckled and put the roof back. Even larger exclamation marks appeared. Ah, the Hokage building. Protect the Hokage. Lord Third Hokage. The Umbu members were in chaos surrounding Yuanfei Risen. Yuanfei Risen sat in his office chair staring rigidly at the ceiling that had vanished above him. Was the sun always this blinding today? His mind, overloaded, Yuanfei Risen could think of nothing else. He had always been skeptical about the existence of the unspeakable. The first Hokage insisted that the unspeakable definitely existed, while his teacher, the second Hokage, was cryptic about it. Given his understanding of the first Hokage's personality, he had thought it was a joke. The legends turned out to be true. Two distinct indentations appeared on the ends of the roof, as if pinched by two fingers. Such obvious damage would normally require immense strength, yet considering the origin of my Yuanfei Risen, inexplicably felt that it had been very restrained. So what was the unspeakable here for? Yuanfei Risen took a deep breath and gazed solemnly at the sky. For the sake of Mai, he would not flee. Come on, let me see your purpose. A being possessing power that even the teacher feared. What exactly does it want? It put the roof back. Yuanfei Risen. You panda view. Ah, I smell a foul odor. This guy has no family. Monster. A yellow-haired person stood alone, weeping bitterly. Little ones are into bullying. Tisk, how amusing. Let me show you how to deal with this. Crush them with a finger. Might accidentally kill the little yellow-haired one. Use the guidance function. Your human is being bullied. Please guide him, slaughter, kneel, and apologize. This is obvious. Even with your feet you could choose. Slaughter. A doll materialized out of thin air on Xuanhua Mingren's shoulder. Mingren felt an overwhelming surge of power flowing into his body. A strange inhuman voice echoed in his ear. Kill. So Mingren began to move involuntarily. Oh, what now? Everyone is lying on the ground. But why does it feel so exhilarating? Were those eyes that once looked at me with contempt really so easy to crush? Were those legs that once trampled me so easily broken? Why do they kneel so humbly at my feet, begging for my forgiveness? So this is how you earn their recognition. Xuanhua Mingren, under the guidance of the unspeakable, finally understood. Please select your identity. Civilian. Ninja Clan. Noble. Ninja Clan. Please select your stance. Justice. Please enter your name. Rizabin Yaowan. Loading. You are born. You are the eldest granddaughter of the third fire shadow of my ninja village Yuanfei Risen and the daughter of Yuanfei Shinjiju. Yuanfei Risen lifted you high in your swaddling clothes. Ho ho ha, this old man finally has a grandchild. Shinjiju, does this child have a name? Yuanfei Shinjiju bowed respectfully. Please, father, name this child. The third great ninja war has just ended, and the QB incident was not long ago. Mai is truly in ruins now. I hope this child can grow into a talent who heals Mai. She shall be called Yuanfei Yaowan. Your grandfather named you Yuanfei Yaowan. Detected conflict between self-named and identity. Do you want to modify the name? No. No, of course not. Although you don't necessarily have to be called this name, why should a mere NPC change your decision? Yuanfei Risen has been renamed to Rizabin Risen. Rizabin, take care of your granddaughter. This old man doesn't want to see her en route again. The door slammed. Jitsuin Tawanzang burst into the Fire Shadow's office. Rizabin Risen took a guilty puff of his pipe. Ahem, Tawanzang, what did Yaowan do this time? Calm down, take it easy, don't argue with a child. That brat shouting about justice and bonds charged into Root's experimental forbidden zone and captured a batch of my carefully trained talents. And killed dozens of Root elites. Yaowan is really amazing. I mean, this is her fault. But then again, can't you just let her off? The child is still young. Just consider those people as taken by me. Rizabin. You Rizabin Yaowan, the eldest granddaughter of the third fire shadow of my ninja village Rizabin Risen, and the eldest daughter of his eldest son Rizabin Shinjiju, are the absolute eldest of the eldest, the legitimate of the legitimate in the Rizabin clan, the undisputed candidate for the fifth fire shadow, the inheritor of the will of fire, and the future master of Mai. Since birth you decided to be a partner of justice. On your full moon day, a scarred-chinned, bandaged old man at the third suggestion held you for a while. You ugly thing, stay away from the player. You kicked his chin with all your might. Congratulations on your first strike against a criminal since birth. Your current stance is justice. You have obtained the Partner of Justice auxiliary system. You can see the past, present, and future evils of all people. When you execute justice on evildoers, your reputation will increase. When your justice reputation exceeds 80, everyone will firmly believe you are the Partner of Justice. You looked at the old man's name card, which was red to black, and revealed an excited smile. Ha ha, Tuanzang, it seems Yawan really likes you. Look how happily she laughs. Oomph, oomph. You made a cold and proud stance, despising Ujiboyu. Miss Yawan, is there something? Ujiboyu skillfully ignored your gaze. Name Ujiboyu. Age 10 years old. Future evil, 3 years later kills hundreds of Uchiha clan civilians. In subsequent years, continues to participate in terrorist attacks, killing civilians. Oomph. You were too lazy to talk to him. The reason you dislike him so much is not because he is an inherently evil Uchiha brat, but because he still needs 3 years to turn red name. 3 years. How can you bear it? Ever since he was appointed as your guard by Rizabun, you have been eyeing that future evil, which looks like it's worth a lot of reputation every day. Damn it, why can't the player get rewards for cutting down future criminals with the present blade? When exactly will you annihilate the Uchiha clan? Miss Yawan, I currently have no plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Ujiboyu's expression stiffened slightly. I said you will. Don't defy me. If Ujiboyu doesn't annihilate the clan, who else will you execute justice on? Such high-quality red names you have only seen on Tuanzang. If one day I really might annihilate the Uchiha clan, it would definitely be to maintain the peace of mind. You gave him a headbutt to interrupt his casting. A dropout who only attended 2 years of elementary school is not worthy of reasoning with you. I don't care why. The Uchiha are Mui's Uchiha, which means they are my Uchiha. Before you kill my things, you must notify me. I'm still waiting to kill you. Yes. Rizabun Yawan is recognized by all my people as the Partner of Justice and the nailed-in 5th fire shadow of the future. When she was 1 year old, she spoke for the first time. She didn't call out mom or dad nor cry for hunger or sleep, but shouted clearly, "Justice!" That day the childish voice inexplicably echoed throughout my. The 3rd fire shadow, Rizabun, was filled with awe, believing Yawan had the demeanor of a destined one. Thus the 3rd built a prison in Rizabun Yawan's name as her first birthday gift. At the age of 3, Rizabun Yawan sent the 3rd fire shadow into Yawan prison. The reason was that he installed surveillance on a 3-year-old boy suspected of pedophilia. Today you are still executing justice. What the 3rd fire shadow said back then was right. You really like Tuanzang very much. To the extent that you haven't killed him yet. Because you discovered that his subordinates can constantly refresh their crimes. Every time you send his subordinates to prison, collect a wave of rewards, and then send them back to Tuanzang. After a while you can catch them again and farm another wave of rewards. It's like a crime perpetual motion machine. The only thing to note is that you can't leave people en route for too long, otherwise the red name becomes too bright, and you can only kill, not capture. What a waste of resources. You would call Jitsuin Tuanzang the Moriarty of the Yawan era. Tuanzang opened the door. Water meter check. Just bear the player's love well. Yawan prison gradually became overcrowded. Mui's atmosphere gradually flourished. Rizabun found you. Yawan, maybe you should restrain yourself a bit recently. At least don't use the prisoners in the prison for breeding. Risen, I am the future fire shadow. Are you trying to stop me? No, it's just that this is a bit against the will of fire. You think he is completely unreasonable. Where leaves dance, the fire also burns endlessly. My flames have already burned onto the criminals. Why shouldn't they be endless? If they don't breed, where will I find people for root to commit crimes? Risen, you always fail to see your own position. Do you want root to commit crimes against my villagers? You are too extreme. You need to learn to think from the perspective of a fire shadow. The Justice Perpetual Motion Machine plan is now entrusted to you. You must ensure that a stable criminal chain forms within the criminals, maintaining the balance between executing justice and the safety of the villagers. Risen, let me see your capacity. They say that a few years ago being a /youth was all the rage. Even as a seasoned drifter you long to taste such a kaleidoscopic life within Second Life. Even as a mere passerby you insist on being the most vivacious passerby on earth. You spent 20 minutes dyeing your hair and eyes into prismatic hues. Miss Xingxing, please help me. Xuanhua Mingren bowed to you, clutching banknotes. You sighed inwardly. What can you do? You were born to be helpful. You took the cash without leaving a trace, your black coat billowing though there was no wind. With a flourish of your right hand, you cried, "Minions, move out." Boss. A band of black-clad men readied their tools with military order and followed you in silence. Wherever you passed, people made way. That's right, you are the head painter of my. Finish painting Hoying Rock in 10 minutes, not a drop of paint left. Can you do it? Yes. Xuanhua Mingren looked at you with worshipful eyes. Your prismatic hair streamed in the wind. Even the sun could not match your brilliance. You plucked the lollipop from your mouth, exhaled softly, closed your eyes, and stared up at the blinding sun, remembering that afternoon when you first set foot on the path of labor. The craft of ramen cannot be exhausted in a lifetime. Xingxing Zhuangyuan, do you possess the resolve to devote your life to it? Yes, Captain. And so you became an apprentice at Yao Ramen. You stood in solemn awe. The art of ramen is indeed unfathomable. A month later, impossible, absolutely impossible. Ramen could be this delicious. To witness the ultimate ramen, even death, would be worth the fare. Zhuangyi Wanson. No, Master Xingxing. Please become our shop's head chef. In that instant you understood that ramen was merely an inconspicuous blossom in your career. The moment you plucked it ceased to merit your attention. You were fated to become the queen of odd jobs. Invincibility felt strangely hollow. You became a gravekeeper, a free, yet utterly unambitious profession. You chose it only as a temporary respite from your bustling chain of jobs. You sighed deeply. Whenever you sought to try a profession, you somehow became its luminary. Even the most ordinary post could not conceal your dazzling, world-shaking wit. Fortunately, the gravekeeper job allowed you a period of calm. What is the meaning of life? A child's voice asked. You tensed. There is no meaning. If any exists, it belongs only to the eternity of life. What was this person saying to a child who seemed afflicted with Yu syndrome? You were aghast. Even a pension-like job, such as gravekeeping, could not give you a moment's peace. The child stood for a while, then suddenly walked out of the cemetery. That direction is. You swiftly marshaled the ace experience from your postal career. A cliff. Damn, could the brat intend to kill himself? If you're going to die, don't step out of a cemetery to do it. You trailed him quietly. He moved without a sound. You deduced he was a ninja. Not an ordinary one, but the sort who serve as covert guards for the elite. He could not detect you. He walked to the cliff's edge. Life has no meaning, he murmured, relaxing his body and leaning forward to fall. No. The player's all profession acclaim achievement. You screamed silently. You lunged, grabbed his hair, and with extraordinary arm strength, hauled him back up. At last you exhaled in relief, flicked the hair you had pulled from your hand, and put on a practiced smile. May I assist you with anything, dear? Yuziba, you silently rubbed his sore scalp and oddly asked, what is the meaning of life? You recalled the original purpose of this gig and answered solemnly. My company hired me. You swiftly ended the perilous gravekeeper stint and became a cleaner. Xuanhua Mingren sat on the swing, crying with tears and snot all over his face. What's the matter now? Lift your leg a bit. It's blocking the fallen leaves. Zhuangyi Wanchen, why does everyone hate me? I want to be acknowledged too. Would becoming Hoying win everyone's approval? Your overthinking. Hoying can never be approved by everyone. You mercilessly struck at the child's dream. He stared blankly at you. You naive brat. There is only one person in this world who can gain everyone's approval, and that is. It's me, Xingxing Zhuangyuan. Zhuangyi Wanchen lied to me again. You scoffed him. If you don't believe me, come and see. Miss Xingxing is a top ramen head chef, an outstanding painter, a responsible postman, a cashier with a fire in her heart who warms people's souls. Is it Lord Sandai? A resident mumbled, resting his chin, not really sure. Though powerful, he hasn't seen much battlefield experience, so he can't protect us. Many children have gone missing in the village. The orphan next door hasn't been seen for years. I hate the rich. Mingren could not perform the transformation technique. But you are a stylist. You disguised him as an unremarkable ninja school student and led him to interview the residents along a street. You also raised the reporter profession by 3 levels. Now you understand. Mingren looked dazed. Why is it like this? Zhuangyi Wanchen. Because Huaying is too far removed from the masses, whereas I stand among them. I need not beg for others' attention or approval, Simply doing my work well is already enough to shine. Mingren's expression was moved, as if he had understood. Zhuangji Wanchen. No, Lord Xingxing, please accept me as your disciple. Mingren, have you thought this through? Yuan Fei Risen's face grew grave. I have made up my mind. Xuanhua Mingren's gaze was resolute. I remember you wanted to be Huoying as a child. You can't be Huoying without becoming a ninja. Grandpa Sandai, that was an immature childhood notion. Now there is a world far broader than the ninja world waiting for me to explore. The title of Huoying. I already know it is not what I truly desire. My real dream is to follow that great person and become someone like her. If anyone in this world were most suited to be Huoying, it must be my teacher, the world's foremost ramen sage, delivery sage, dusting sage, cashier sage, cleaning sage, farming sage, pig-raising sage. Lord Xingxing Zhuangyuan. You came to the Cheyenne Village delegation to extract some gold. It's you. Hand over what AI Luo. Kanjiu Lang, carrying something like a mummy, made himself even uglier. You averted your gaze, unable to bear the sight. At least Shouju was kinder to your eyes. Shouju looked at you with a complex expression, not echoing Kanjiu Lang's words. Lady Shouju, what AI Luo has received the best treatment while staying at my home. The total living expenses amount to 10 million taels. Please inform the Wind Shadow to reimburse this amount. Who are you kidding? How much could one person spend in 3 months? Kanjiu Lang immediately jumped up. Was I talking to you? You gave him a light glance. Kanjiu Lang instinctively flinched, averting his gaze, not daring to meet your eyes. TSK. Even his protest was so timid, useless NPC. You looked at Shouju. Her voice was steady, neither loud nor fearful. The Cheyenne Village can pay this money, but we demand to see what AI Luo first and understand his true situation. Fine. For Shouju Sake, I can give you a discount. Just pay me 9,990,000 taels. You were very satisfied, so you decided to be modest. No need, the Cheyenne Village still has 10,000 taels. You led the 2 siblings to the player's home. Forgot the key. Not having a portable space is such a hassle. Why can't the damn game designer make the home accessible without a key? Wait a moment. You exerted a little force and took the door off its hinges. All right, come in. You flashed a warm, hospitable smile. Is this really her home? Did she steal it? Kanjiu Lang dared to mutter under his breath. Shouju elbowed him and smiled at you. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. You're welcome. You turned and saw what AI Luo standing quietly at the door. What a coincidence, were you going out? Good dog, already learned to greet the master returning from the hunt. No, I heard you coming back. You left without your key, so I came to open the door for you. What AI Luo reached out and took the removed door. It seems I don't need to open the door now. You're alive, what AI Luo. What is that ugly monster saying? The player is not a lowlife who would abuse a dog. You showed displeasure. What AI Luo finally spared a glance at Kanjiu Lang. Hey, what are you doing? Kanjiu Lang's foot, about to step into the home, was suspended in midair, unable to move, with flowing sand slowly creeping over it, exuding a dangerous aura. Take off your shoes when entering someone else's home. That guy hasn't taken his off either. Kanjiu Lang didn't dare point at you. Take off your shoes. What AI Luo stared him down. TCH. Shouju calmly patted Kanjiu Lang's shoulder, took off her shoes, and entered the home. Sorry for the intrusion. What AI Luo used his sand to block the door. What's wrong? No one will break in. You looked at him with question. I just don't want outsiders to see our home. Please sit. You and what AI Luo sat on the only 2 chairs. Where are we supposed to sit? You rolled your eyes at Kanjiu Lang. Does a barking stray dog need a chair? You. Shouju had already sat cross-legged on the floor without a care. After a moment of hesitation, you manipulated the potted plant in the corner to weave a chair for her. Shouju accepted your kindness with slight surprise. Thank you for your consideration. What AI Luo looked at you with a hint of reproach. That potted plant was selected together by us. You said you liked it very much. You reached out a hand and pressed it on his head, giving a perfunctory pat. I don't like it anymore. What AI Luo lowered his eyelashes. Shouju quietly observed you too. It seems what AI Luo is very happy living here. Of course, you said, lifting your chin proudly. So give me the 10 million taels quickly. On what basis? What AI Luo, tell me, how much did you spend here? 10 million taels. Huh. The sand blocked Kanjiu Lang's mouth. Shouju pondered for a moment. We can give it to you. However, what AI Luo must return with us to Shine Village. Impossible. I'm not going. You and what AI Luo spoke at the same time. Shoja's expression turned serious. Are you going to tear up the alliance between my village and Shine Village? So what? You stood your ground. Being greedy is the traditional virtue of a player. Of course, both the 10 million taels and what AI Luo belong to you. I see. Then, what AI Luo is yours. Shoju suddenly smiled. You were caught off guard. Qin Jiolang's eyes widened, and he struggled desperately. Shoju ignored her glaring brother and simply looked at you with a smile. Shoju paused, then continued. I came as a representative of Shine Village, and also as what AI Luo's eldest sister. As his eldest sister, I can see that he is very happy now, and that is enough. I will not destroy my brother's happiness. As a representative of Shine Village. Just from seeing how you two get along, it's obvious that what AI Luo must have already told you about Shine Village's plan. So the proposal to let him return to Shine Village never existed from the start. I will take responsibility for convincing father and the others. Moreover, Shoju rubbed her fingers, showing some hesitation. Speak. Since you're willing to give me this level of trust, you might as well believe that I will help you. I have a feeling that Shine Village's plan will not succeed. Qin Jiolang stopped struggling and stared blankly at his elder sister. If the plan fails, both Qin Jiolang and I will not escape death. I came to with the determination to die. If it really comes to that, I hope you can protect Wei Ai Luo. You are strong, very strong. If it's you, you can definitely. Shoju's nails dug deeply into her palms. You took her hand and pried open her fingers one by one. I promise you, protecting what AI Luo is my responsibility as his master. But there is one more question. She unconsciously followed your eyes. What question? You gazed at her solemnly. If Shine Village forces you to march toward destruction, would you become my companion? Please adjust your model. You are too lazy to customize the face, so let's just build it with a blank. Oh, it turns out this map has alien settings. Moon. Please allocate your attributes. Physical Constitution 0, Agility 0, Spirit 0, a Charisma 100. With this you plan to follow the path of wealth. You just want to play easily, not to grind for stats. Loading. You have been born. Your name is Otsutsuki Misaki. Your younger brother Otsutsuki Shuren grabbed your hand. Just such a simple action can promote him to an NPC with system prompts. He is definitely one of the main characters. You struggle to open your eyes. Although a baby cannot see right after birth, the main control is clearly not a real baby, and the game cannot allow players to experience half-blindness. A woman is holding you and speaking to a middle-aged man standing by the bed. They are twins. The girl is very weak and the boy is born blind, but their bloodline purity is very high. Even as a baby, you with a natural charisma of 100 are quite adorable. But the middle-aged man only picked up your younger brother Shuren. You are born weak. Your father Otsutsuki Fuin expresses disdain for you. You are greatly saddened. Someone once said that when you feel sad, think more about your loved ones. You have gained the talent Beloved Kin. Beloved Kin, when you kill an NPC related by blood, you can randomly obtain dropped attributes and skills. You see a bloody skull mark appear above Otsutsuki Fuin's head. You know that is the mark of blood relation with the main control. You smile. Poor child. Clearly abandoned by his father, yet only able to smile innocently. The woman lovingly touches your face. You attempt to kill your brother, but your attributes are completely skewed with 0 points in physical constitution. Even if he offered his neck, you couldn't strangle him. You are slightly angered. How can you cut the stats of other clan members if you can't even kill the weakest Shuren? Sister, are you angry again? Shuren obediently allows you to fumble around his fragile neck. Despite having no eyes and not being able to see your expression, you really don't know how he perceives your emotions. This perceptive talent you lack makes you dislike him even more. No, I'm just playing with you. You dismiss him, perfunctorily picking up chopsticks and aiming at his carotid artery. After all, in a game with a neon background, the chopsticks are sharp and can barely serve as a weapon. Shuren grabbed your hand. Not yet. You rudely yank his hair. Don't touch me randomly. Damn, even like this you can't pull his head. You dislike him even more. Shuren's expression remains unchanged as he obediently releases your hand. Father will be angry if he discovers that I died, and sister still can't kill father. You punch him in the face in displeasure. Even if this is the truth, how could a mere NPC say this to a player? You know your weaknesses well enough. Just wait a bit. It will be soon. Shuren took the chopsticks from your hand. Once you become the strongest, you will definitely bring him down and make him work hard for the stars. Otsutsuki Misaki dislikes Otsutsuki Shuren. To be precise, she dislikes anyone stronger than herself. But Otsutsuki Shuren really likes his sister. In a world eternally devoid of light, Otsutsuki Misaki is his first impression of the world, his initial perception of self-existence. The most blurred memory of the very beginning is the warm touch and weak strength of Otsutsuki Misaki biting his carotid artery. Otsutsuki Misaki always persistently touches Shuren, sometimes with a fist, sometimes with her mouth. At that time, Otsutsuki Misaki hadn't even grown teeth, and sometimes used hands and feet. In this long persistence, Shuren felt immense happiness and satisfaction. Is this the bond of twins intertwining their bones and muscles? A connection that can never be severed. Shuren groped in the dark, wanting to respond to his sister. He touched Otsutsuki Misaki's face. Otsutsuki Misaki's hand rested on Shuren's arm, and Shuren felt an extremely weak push, so slight that he couldn't discern his sister's intentions. He explored his sister's face. The shape of her eyebrows, the contours of her eye sockets, the frequency of her eyelashes trembling, the arc of her lips. So this is how sister looks. In the darkness, he awkwardly sketched the contours of the unknown. The world is no longer empty. Otsutsuki Shuren felt happiness. Sister, follow me. Shuren took your hand. You kicked him. He didn't change his expression. It's something sister has always wanted to do. What is it? You have no clue and decide to follow this side quest. Shuren led you around the clan members, arriving at a closed room. On the ground lay a sleeping clan member, his sunken eye sockets indicating that he had just lost his eyeballs. This person sister can kill. Shuren kindly handed you a short knife, knowing that without tools you couldn't harm the clan member's body. You were greatly shocked. The disobedient younger brother finally decided to transfer his pain to the clan members in the player's assassination. Whatever the experience package is delivered to your doorstep, isn't it human not to drop? Swoosh, the sound of the knife entering flesh. After playing with a low-level interface for so long, you finally felt the thrill of a 999 damage hit. Your four-dimensional attributes have been enhanced. How does sister feel now? I want to know. Shuren touches your face. Given he offered you a head, you kindly didn't refuse him again. Sister is very happy. Shuren pursed his lips and suddenly grabbed your hand, squeezing it against his own neck. Are you really asking me to kill you? You look at him in surprise, tightening your grip. Shuren's lips curved slightly. Not yet. Sister still needs me. TSK. You are indeed very annoying. You almost finished off the branch family members. To be precise, you didn't kill them. What you had were clan members who had lost their eyes and were close to death. You merely transitioned them from near death to death, utilizing their last value. Quickly thank the players. Before they could crawl out from the ground to thank you, Shuren brought you new gifts. Wow. Did the little pervert finally go after the main family? This time the clan members are clearly conscious, but bound by ninja techniques. They can't move, unable even to curse, only able to emit suppressed sounds. Their resentful eyes stare fiercely at you both. Shuren reached out and gouged out the white eyes of the one with the most twisted expression, tilted his head, and asked in confusion, "Why are you so angry? Offering your life for the reincarnation is an honor for the Otsutsuki. Making sister happy before the sacrifice is your greatest value." He even gently touched the bleeding eye sockets of Otsutsuki Fuin. The Otsutsuki's long-cherished wish is about to be fulfilled. Aren't you happy, father? You couldn't help but laugh. With the selfless help of the deceased branch family members, your attributes are now quite impressive. As the easiest to grin, attribute charisma has even reached an excellent 700. Thus, even if you smile, without grace you remain quite beautiful. However, the Otsutsuki cannot appreciate this beauty, they can only feel fear. You no longer need a short knife to strangle their throats with your bare hands. Each time a clan member loses their voice, your beauty increases by a fraction. When you reach the last clan member, your beauty had almost reached an inhuman level. Meanwhile, Shuren followed behind you, collecting fresh eyes. The clan members trembled, shedding tears. For their impending deaths, and for your face that they could not bear to look at. Thank you. You politely thanked him for his selfless donation while ending his life. Now only you and Shurin are left on the moon. Shurin blushed at this intimate speculation. Sister, you just quietly looked at him. It's your turn. Okay. You pushed him to the ground and knelt down to strangle his neck. Now you can easily break him. But you did not do that. Having just lost so many beloved kin, your head felt light, your spirit high yet weary. You didn't even know what you were thinking, almost cheerfully applying a bit of pressure, causing his breathing to quicken. Sister, Shurin remained as gentle as ever. He reached out a hand to feel your face, just like when you were young. The air was serene to the point of tranquility. Shurin carefully touched every inch of your face with his fingertips, finally resting at the corner of your eye. He finally spoke. I remember sister's face now. Your modeling is always changing, so he can only remember each of your changes. Only then can he feel at ease. Only then can Shurin contentedly head towards death. You are in a good mood, so unusually tolerant. Is there anything else you want to say? Yes. Shurin nodded obediently. Go ahead, I'm listening. He bent his closed eye sockets. Ever since you said you disliked his hollow eyes, he had kept his eyes closed, facing you. Sister's warmth and scent have never changed. Even if I don't see sister for many years, I can definitely recognize her. So I feel very happy. You shivered. Curse you to death. Players are immortal. Farewell, I still dislike you. Shurin blissfully became part of the main control data. Now there's only you left on the moon. How are you not the master of the moon? So, you want the ninja world too? Would you like to become my companion? Shoju's eyes widened. Even though she had always maintained a composed demeanor, hearing such an outrageous invitation left her stunned into silence. Do you even know what you're saying? You're the Mu Dunsher of Mu Yi and am the daughter of the Feng Ying. How could I possibly? Why not? Because of our positions. It's utterly impossible from a standpoint, you idiot. What if I'm not the Mu Dunsher of Mu Yi? You wouldn't be planning to defect, would you? Shoju nervously glanced between you and Wai Luo, as if ready to take him and leave your unreliable master at the slightest nod. You couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is your capacity truly this limited? Didn't they say a ninja is merely a tool to complete missions? Does a tool feel loyalty to its creator or its user? I have never belonged to Mu Yi, so how can you speak of defection? Shoju stared at you in shock. A terrible suspicion lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Could it be that you've never considered yourself a ninja? I could be the daimyo of Huajigwa, the rogue kage of a rogue village, or the Mu Dunsher of Mu Yi. The definition of a ninja is not what I should be. My existence is what defines a ninja. I am no one but Zwa Tong Mei Shao. Shoju couldn't meet your eyes. Wait, did this guy just casually let slip something incredibly dangerous? She absolutely did not want to know such perilous information. She should have never come. Anyway, even if he defected, he'd definitely take Wai Luo with him. Shoju desperately wanted to flee, but you didn't release her hand. Shain Cun lacks top-tier combat power to rival other ninja villages. Your strength is insignificant to them. But I admire your wisdom. I need you more than Shain Cun does. Is your loyalty to the name of Shain Cun or to the people of your homeland? If you're willing, I can turn Fengjigua into an oasis and most villagers can enjoy a better life. Do you want to become my companion? You've already grabbed my hand so tightly. How could I possibly refuse? Shoju closed her eyes in despair. I want to become your companion. To Shoju's own surprise, her voice didn't tremble in the slightest. It was even eerily steady, as if carrying a faint hidden excitement. This can't be. But, someone so self-centered. How could anyone refuse to follow him? So, Shoju firmly gripped your hand back. Shoju, current affection 80. You smiled genuinely. MMM. Kinjio Lang was still struggling. What are you planning to do with this ugly thing? Shoju glanced at him helplessly. What else can I do? You take your dog, and he'll take mine. Kinjio Lang was in despair. Shoju left with her dog. You agreed to leave Mu Yi together during the chaos in Shain Cun. Of course, you could also have your noble shadow clone from Huajigwa directly declare you as the heir to the daimyo, and then have your companions gather at the capital of Huajigwa. But this is a defection, right? Even though you've already become a rogue kage, you've never had this experience before. It feels like it would be as thrilling as real-life CS. So you eagerly began crafting an escape plan. Do you like Shoju very much? Wai Luo suddenly spoke. Huh? Why do you ask so suddenly? You put down your pen. That day you alone showed her mercy. You still remember something from so long ago. Didn't I also bring you back alone? It's different. You said you need her. What's different? If Shoju were willing to be your dog, you'd welcome her with open arms and legs. Of course she's smart, calm, and beautiful. I can help you too. The monster inside me has a... You rubbed his hair in surprise. Is this jealousy? Because a guest came to the house. What immense power could that soft, fluffy little thing possibly have? It can only be kneaded and flattened by the player like this. Yes. Not anymore. You can even soothe yourself. Good dog. Don't worry, you have a role in my plan too, you know. It's a very important part. He'll do it well. Before leaving Muyi, there was one more thing you couldn't let go of, one person you couldn't leave behind. That's right, it was Ji-Cun Tuan-Song. You still remembered the information you saw before entering the game. Family members who need Xiaolunyan are in luck. NPC Ji-Cun Tuan-Song is suspected to be a Xiaolunyan merchant. Obtain it free after a battle victory. Unlimited power cheat, please click. Xiaolunyan merchant. Isn't this a must-drop? Your shadow clone tried it while acting as a rogue ninja outside. This game actually allows zero-price shopping. Second Life. The player knew you were different from other money-grabbing games. Players will forever support your flexible shopping mechanism. Though you also have no idea how to use this rare item called Xiaolunyan. Since you've decided to take down Ji-Cun Tuan-Song, you should make his life yield the greatest value. You still remember, he is Yujibwa Zuozu's target of revenge. The Yujibwa brothers dropped several excellent titles and a huge pile of gold coins and skills for you. Truly extraordinary potential. What do you think he'll give you this time? You looked forward to it. You threw the Pashangfeng Shuriken. You had lent Zuozu to kill his brother into his room. On it was written, easy revenge. Pleasant revenge. Village melee map certainly has an English name. Otherwise, why would the ninjutsu levels be D to S instead of Jia E Bing Ding? You stick the commemorative shuriken into Sasuke's bedside, then open Phantom of the Nth Person and stand in the corner of the room. Why not tell Sasuke directly? Because you are a girl of ceremonial sense. Just like a phantom thief sends a warning letter before a heist, how could a player miss such a rare opportunity to show off? Uchiha Sasuke returned home utterly exhausted. The Chunin exams were approaching. Although Sasuke did not rely on Konoha's training to become strong, it was indeed a good opportunity to test his own strength. The genin from other villages were valuable references. After all, it was unlikely that another monster like Sato Misaki would appear. Sasuke opened the bedroom door. He immediately noticed the extra object on the bedside. His excellent eyesight allowed him to clearly see the rust on the shuriken. The rust he would never forget until death. His body, still radiating heat from training, quickly cooled and stiffened. Wherever he looked there were mottled bloodstains. But the thought that this shuriken could only have been placed by Sato Misaki inexplicably calmed his breathing. The bloody phantom gradually faded away. Sasuke took 2 deep breaths, stepped forward, and removed the shuriken. Easy revenge. Pleasant revenge. Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips. Meaning unclear. Not a single key piece of information was written, yet it exuded a self-righteousness that assumed he would definitely understand. Completely Sato Misaki's style of unrestrained imagination. But this was an invitation. An invitation from Sato Misaki to Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore Uchiha Sasuke naturally decided to join this unknown adventure. Humph. So there are times when you need me. Sasuke covered his face with one hand, tilted his head toward the ceiling, and let out a deep, wild laugh. Ahem, there are still people here, please restrain yourself. I'm feeling second-hand embarrassment. Sato Misaki's voice came from behind like a ghost. Sasuke's laughter abruptly stopped. You hid in the corner just to hear the NPC's amazement and admiration for your literary creativity. But he started posing and laughing wildly on his own. You stood there uncomfortable. This kind of chinibu behavior looks cool when done by a player, but when done by an NPC it's awkward, like hearing Siri yell Amaterasu. Was Uchiha Sasuke always this kind of show-off? To be honest, you don't have much impression. After all, you're not very familiar with him. You only have memories of him inexplicably pestering you to beat him up. In that case, isn't he just an M? As the only S in Second Life, you decided to bravely interrupt his one-man show and save the poor M about to leave a dark history. Ahem, there are still people here. You lightly patted Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder. You felt the muscles under your hand instantly stiffen. You curiously leaned in to see his expression. A black tomo rotated in his reddened eyes. The pleasant revenge seemed to have a not-so-pleasant start. Of course it was Uchiha Sasuke who was unhappy. You were still very happy. His one wild laugh seemed to have earned him a lifetime of introversion. You sat cross-legged on Sasuke's bed while he sat on the floor. The always friendly players certainly wouldn't force him to sit on the floor, but Sasuke absolutely refused to give you a chance to see his face, so he voluntarily gave you the entire bed. He kept his mouth tightly shut, obsessively wiping the shuriken again and again. No time to mourn Uchiha Sasuke's social death. Next up is the Sharingan merchant Shimura Danzo's downfall. I'm going to kill Danzo later. You come too. You got straight to the point. Sasuke's wiping hand trembled. Now, are you sure? Foolish. Delays lead to changes. Sasuke hesitated and asked, are you planning to defect tonight? Killing a Danzo is worth my defection. I killed your brother and still went to school as usual. Sasuke showed a pained expression. He hated how you downplayed everything as if he was the only one who was powerless. Since you're so strong, why bring me along? Sasuke instinctively retorted in a cold tone, but regretted it as soon as he said it. Sato Misaki had almost never been rejected. Would she be upset hearing such petulant words? Sasuke pursed his lips, the apology on the tip of his tongue, but unable to come out. But you completely failed to detect his sarcasm. Bringing you along is to be a witness. It's not like I expect you to throw kunai from a kilometer away, right? You really want me to witness it? Why me of all people? After all, it's your revenge. If Sasuke didn't come, who would give you achievements? Humph. Did you agree? You know I won't refuse, so why ask? You don't even know where Root is, do you? You came to me without knowing. You and Sasuke looked at each other. Nonsense. Of course I know. Everything is under my control. You certainly didn't know. Shimura Danzo seemed to be a traveling merchant without a fixed shop location. Maybe he would flap his little wings at night and migrate everywhere like a pixie. But Sai definitely knew. You still remembered that Shino Aburame said Sai was a mole under Shimura Danzo. You also didn't know where Sai lived. But you had the Book of Bonds. Sei's current favorability 85. Apparently, he had secretly made it onto the tracking list of the Book of Bonds. The Emperor arrives. Kneel. You kicked open the door to Sei's house. Sai startled awake, leaping from his bed, his eyes dazed and uncomprehending like an old computer with a sluggish boot up. Seeing it was you, he let out a sigh of relief, discarding the kunai he had reflexively grabbed. You seized his arm. Come on, take me to kill Danzo. Sai obediently let you drag him off the bed and took a few steps before he realized what you had said, then forcefully halted. His strength was negligible to you, and you didn't notice his resistance pulling him off balance. Your Majesty, I am actually one of Shimura Danzo's men. Bringing a double agent sent by the enemy to kill the enemy. That hardly seemed right. Even Sai felt a sense of disorientation. He looked at you expectantly, hoping you would realize how ill-conceived your plan was. But how could you be anything less than flawless? The player's plan was impeccable. Sei's favorability toward you was 85. Sai couldn't possibly love that old codger Danzo. Sai had already been won over by you. A perfect chain of logic. You lifted one long leg and placed it against the wall beside Sei's ear, trapping him in the narrow space between you and the wall. You studied his eyes. You're unwilling. If it were Sasuke, he would surely purse his lips and turn away. But this was Sai. Though you suspected the crafty game designer had deliberately modeled him similarly to Sasuke, their personalities were completely different. For instance, at this close distance with breaths mingling, Sai could still meet your gaze without changing expression. I cannot. Not unwilling, but cannot. Sei's fake smile did not waver in the slightest, yet his silence conveyed a subtle confusion. That confusion was not directed at you, and you were distracted. Who would have thought this NPC slept with his waist exposed, even in such a state? Under the uneven moonlight, it was almost blindingly white. What a shameless tease. Before you knew it, your hand had been drawn to his waist. Quite the skillful move. The cool skin beneath your palm trembled slightly. Sato Misaki was still as capricious as ever. Barging into his home on a whim, demanding he betray his superior on a whim, saying things that shook him on a whim. And now touching his body on a whim. The warmth of her palm radiated endlessly through the skin of his waist. That patch of skin felt overwhelmingly present. Sai had never known that his skin could be so sensitive. His breath caught almost imperceptibly, but he did not pull away from Sato Misaki's hand. What was she going to do? Why didn't he want to pull away? Sai, who never questioned things, was now bewildered. He didn't even dodge. You vaguely remembered how he used to be, like a chaste man. I don't like being touched by others. If he didn't like it, why expose his waist? Exposing it was just to tempt the player into touching it. You opened the favorability list. Sai, current favorability 86. Unable to comprehend. Tisk, just one touch, and it went up by 1. A pushover. You actually preferred his former defiant attitude. Since he came to you willingly, you smirked slyly, brushed your bangs back with one hand, and lifted his chin with the other, letting out a greasy, flirtatious tone. You like me. Sato Misaki chuckled softly, caressing his cheek. You like me. Low, and almost like a sigh. At this moment, why did this heart leap? Sai didn't understand. I have no feelings. A kiss brushed his cheek. I won't have any thoughts. This time it was his eyelid. His forehead. He could no longer maintain his smile. At this moment, why was his breath so erratic? The mingling breaths almost made Sai feel as if he were drowning. Why was I so shaken? Not going to continue. Sato Misaki was watching him. I guess I have feelings for you. What part of him would be kissed this time? Very honest. It was the lips. They were just two ordinary pieces of skin, no different from any other skin on his body. Why did their contact and friction stir the heart's chamber to tremble? Sai couldn't help but clutch at Sato Misaki's clothes. His lower lip was bitten gently, as if whispering, don't make a sound. Sasuke is outside the door. Strangely, his mind grew even hotter. Sai actively mimicked Sato Misaki's actions. You're still so eager to learn. Her voice, laced with laughter, seeped through their pressed lips. Again the heat flared on his waist. Sato Misaki was an excellent pianist. Fun to play with. Such a tiny NPC, yet so much potential. You almost lost yourself in the moment, forgetting the world. Luckily, you were a dedicated player, and the thought of Danzo waiting alone at the stronghold and Sasuke waiting outside the door pulled you back in time. Stop! Stop! You pried off Sai, who was clinging to you like a koala. Now can we go kill? The player had even sold their body for this. Though you had enjoyed it too. On one side, the infinitely youthful and adorable player. On the other, the wrinkled, horse-faced Danzo. Even a stray dog on the street knew which to choose. All right. From the very beginning, refusal had never been an option. Sasuke was outside, hands in his pockets, blowing cold air. You and Sai, now masked, walked out of the room. So slow. If you dawdle any longer, it'll be dawn. Sasuke glared at you in dissatisfaction. His gaze stopped. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. NPCs aren't allowed to talk back to the player. What happened to your lips? Sasuke's voice carried a strange chill. What's it to you? You were completely baffled. Your relationship was merely that of NPCs for achievements and a player collecting achievements. Not that close to share details about your sex life, right? Suit yourself. I never cared anyway. Sasuke stared at you for a second, then turned and started off first. Let's go. I won't wait for you. I'm leaving. I won't wait for you. Sasuke. You can't help but call his name. What now? He half turns his head, hands buried deep in his pockets, voice brimming with impatience. Yet his expression softens inexplicably from moments before. You're heading the wrong way. Sai said this path. Sasuke turns away, utterly unruffled. I know. You don't need to tell me. He's practically moving like a marionette, same side limbs flailing. Strong brother. Is this it? You stand balanced atop a branch, gazing down. A perfectly unremarkable forest stretches beneath. Precisely. This location is exceedingly remote, hardly ever visited, and further concealed by layered illusionary arts, rendering it extraordinarily hidden. According to the last transmission, Lord Danzo will remain stationed at this hideout over the coming day. So well hidden. This wily old fox, fond of maintaining 3 burrows, undoubtedly prepared countless contingencies. Charging in recklessly would shatter the silence and alert every sentinel. Troublesome. You rarely engage in stealth operations. What if you simply eliminate everyone? You still recall that Aburame Shino's elder brother serves within Root, so there's a real risk of killing him by accident. But you don't care. An NPC's emotions hold no weight against the player's agenda. If Aburame Shino withdraws his affection merely because you clear obstacles from your path, then his feelings were never truly profound. Love that isn't ranked first was never worthy of a player's possession. Sai reads your eager, gleaming eyes instantly, and knows exactly what you're scheming. Impossible. Before His Majesty eliminates them all, Lord Danzo will inevitably learn of our presence. I see. You withdraw your foot disappointed. Then you begin sifting through your game interface. The most reliable stealth technique is of course Phantom the Zeroth person, but it only affects a single target. Wait, or perhaps not. Clothing and accessories are undeniably part of you, and thus fall within the concealment radius. So, if you equip Sasuke and Sai as wearable accessories, Your Majesty, will this truly work? You perch atop Sai's shoulders, tugging irritably at his hair. Do not question the Emperor. Both of you, silence. And stop moving. Sasuke grits his teeth, whispering furiously. He bears the full weight. Sai lies sprawled across his back. A shinobi lacking even this basic balance. How utterly pathetic, Sasuke. You sway deliberately, and give Sasuke's head a light mocking kick. Hey, you bastard, if you get me exposed I'll never forgive you. Yet despite such bravado he's already agreed to try your plan. Sundara mechanics have long been deprecated. You activate Phantom the Zeroth person. Detected oversized carried object. Please designate your attire. It works. You begin inputting selections. Pants Sai. Shoes Uchiha Sasuke. Stealth radius confirmed. Phantom the Zeroth person activated. Victory. The three of you, stacked like a living totem, march openly into Root's secret headquarters. It actually worked. Uchiha Sasuke stares stunned. He'd already braced himself to salvage your reckless gambit. Sai guides you silently toward Danzo's office. You slip inside behind a Root operative reporting for duty. Skip. The masked figure departs. Danzo raises his right hand slowly, covering his bandaged eye with solemn gravity. With this power, this old man. But none of you linger to hear the aged tyrant's grand pronouncements. Beneath the cold silver moonlight, the Sharingan blazing on the back of his right hand sends shockwaves through Sasuke's very being. His pupils dilate violently. Your calf resting upon his shoulder trembles with his suppressed fury. Yet you pay him no mind now. Your gaze is locked ravenous upon Danzo. Haki Danzo. You still peddle Sharingan like a merchant even when grafted onto your own flesh. What a treasure trove of a boy. You decide to strike first. Skill conversation LV. 3. Target Hashirama Danzo. Don't move. Time freezes around Danzo. You leap down, step forward, and peel away his bandages. Whoa. A grotesque yet priceless hand. But the true prize lies in his right eye, radiating unwavering confidence. Indeed, its pattern mirrors the single Mangekyo Sharingan you acquired from Uchiha Itachi, a spinning shuriken motif. Just as you reach to pocket the freshly extracted Mangekyo, you've even brought an ice pack. Uchiha Sasuke grips your forearm with desperate force. Can I be the one to kill him? Two Tomo whirl within his irises. Ah, you nearly forgot the achievement trigger. You gently withdraw your arm, and clasp his hand firmly in return. Is mere death enough? Don't you wish to repay him? Tooth for tooth. Like the night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke surrenders once more to your seduction. Help me. You smile. You scroll through the recap of the night of the Uchiha massacre quest. Tooth for tooth. But even a naturally compassionate player remains no beast like Hashirama Danzo. You sever Danzo's right arm in a single clean stroke, and plant it upright upon the floor. You sigh, sorrowful yet serene. I am no demon. Thus, let this suffice: all members of the Danzo clan taller than this arm shall perish, except civilians devoid of chakra. Only you, the one who bore unbearable shame and ordered the annihilation of the Uchiha, can accept this task. You spare the youngest NPCs out of kindness, not for their sake, but because you refuse to witness child model data suffer. That mercy ends there. Collateral harm is inevitable, and this is a game. You have no interest in verifying whether nameless NPCs are innocent, nor any obligation to uphold cybernetic morality. You smile faintly as you staunch the blood flowing from Danzo's severed stump. Will you accept this mission? Say I do. I do. Crimson tears stream from Danzo's hollow, empty right socket. You crouch on a telephone pole, watching this grand performance with keen interest. Some of the Shimura clan members not on the kill list have escaped. No matter. Your shadow clones are stationed at the perimeter. Until you've had your fill of amusement, Shimura Danzo's performance, must be as silent as the Uchiha extermination mission. Sai hands you a soldier pill. Aren't you hungry after running all night? He's accustomed to such scenes and can still fill his stomach without changing expression. No thanks. You don't bother nullifying your taste buds unless you're eating garbage. Soldier pills, those compressed biscuit-like things, are out of the question. Is that guy okay? Sai points at Sasuke's back. He should be happy, right? After all, he's finally avenged his clan. You answer uncertainly, then promptly dismiss the thought. Shimura Danzo has finally returned. If not for his ugly appearance, his one-armed silhouette could pass as a cosplay of Yonggwa. Unfortunately for NPC's ugliness is a lifelong affliction. The chance of the modeler making him handsome is almost zero. That old geezer loves the Sharingan so much. He must have no bloodline limit worth a fridge slot. Should I just kill him? Feels wasteful. A ninja of his level is quite rare. Might as well use him to practice skills. Infection. I've only used it once since acquiring it. Besides, isn't the raw material lying all over the place? Target Shimura Danzo. Convey the emotions of all Shimura clan members. Danzo's wrinkled face twisted as if encountering something utterly terrifying. His features contorted grotesquely, tears and snot streaming as his remaining left hand clawed bloody gashes across his face. Kill me. Kill me. He twisted his body, crashing to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. Now this is what it means to bear a burden. Slaughtering your entire clan without a scratch and then claiming to carry all their pain. That's nothing but self-indulgent delusion. Danzo's screams jolted Uchiha Sasuke from his blood-soaked trance. His gaze fell upon the writhing Shimura Danzo, devoid of both joy and sorrow. Use this ability on me. You're genuinely surprised. Can't you see his suffering? Precisely because I see it clearly, I must experience it myself. This guy really is a scheming masochist. Fine, you asked for it. You think for a moment, then can't bring yourself to waste Sasuke's superior model. You'll just lightly infection him with the emotions of 100 Shimura clan members. He should be able to hold it together without making that ugly face like Danzo. Probably. Infection. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively grabbed your hand tightly. Then he quickly released you, gripping his own arm instead. Then he could no longer spare the thought of whether he might hurt you. This was the pain of an enemy. This was the pain of the innocent. This too was the pain his clansmen had once felt. Thus the more pain, the more joy, the more satisfaction, the more sorrow. Tears and laughter, anger and grief. All the emotions of the human world converged on Uchiha Sasuke's face at that moment. The muscles of his face, pulled by countless opposing forces strained beyond endurance, snapped and stiffened. So in the end he could not make any expression at all. In his unfocused vision, Sato Misaki's conspicuous green figure flickered in and out. Even without seeing her face, clearly Uchiha Sasuke could feel her gaze upon him. At this moment her eyes must be as calm as ever. Beneath that eternal, unchanging gaze, Uchiha Sasuke felt a strange tranquility. Amidst such surging emotions, a familiar childish irritation clearly emerged. I will never let you abandon me so calmly. Sasuke raised his nearly numb hand and grasped a wisp of swaying white shadow, forcing a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. You think you can. A familiar voice seemed to reach his ears. But Uchiha Sasuke could no longer make out the words. Your control over the skill is indeed exquisite to the extreme. Uchiha Sasuke did not display the same loss of composure as that old geezer Danzo. He, even with not so innocent little hands, grabbed your hair and flashed a strange grin, one you couldn't quite describe. In any case, it wasn't a smile that a human could make. Considering the vastness of this game, a momentary glitch in the expression system is only natural. You magnanimously forgive the game company. A crimson six-pointed star appeared in his eyes. Hey you. It seems the Tutomo has evolved into a Mangekyo. Before you could finish, he collapsed toward you. Sai caught Sasuke's collar swiftly. He'll take him back later. He nods at you. Oh, okay. Your attention shifts to Shimura Danzo, whom everyone has forgotten. He's still writhing. You vaguely recall that the Yamanaka clan has a secret technique to read memories from corpses. No need to worry about the Shimura clan members' memories. Your shadow clone used Uchiha Obito's image to approach them. But Danzo saw the three of you. Since you've already used Uchiha Obito, you might as well go all the way. You summon a bootleg Obito clone and toss Danzo's corpse, whose skull has been crushed, to her. You just do this and that, then that and that. Saratobi Hiruzen jolts awake in bed. He feels as if some unbreakable bond has suddenly snapped, a piercing pain beyond words. Must be a hallucination. Boom. Hiruzen immediately rushes out the door. A black figure stands in the sky holding a familiar form in its arms. Years of familiarity allow Hiruzen to instantly recognize that as Shimura Danzo. The earlier thunderous sound was a great fire annihilation that swept through the entire Shimura clan grounds. Then the black figure speaks. Pain, too much pain. Eternal loss of my beloved, all is desolation. Danzo, 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 open your eyes and look at me. A world without you is nothing but a counterfeit. This is hell. I will create a world with Danzo. After a wanton slaughter in Second Life you grew weary. After all, what was the point of hacking away at these cyber plebeians? Their death throes were all so monotonous. Nothing but crying or begging for mercy. Was there no one who could react a little differently? Like admiring the player's tight suit, laughing while asking if the sword was for sale, blushing and begging the player to be a bit rougher. Something along those lines. Game should be played with a smile. You decided to bring joy to everyone this round. Please choose your profession. Whose smile is the most unpretentious? A farmer's smile is the most unpretentious. Farmer, please choose your estate location. A free estate to start. That's quite generous. Based on the weather and geography, the land of fields was the best for farming. But from your experience in the last round, that country was too weak and the grain you grew would easily be stolen. The land of fire had good geographical conditions and was undoubtedly the strongest militarily, but you were certain the Konoha plebeians would steal your vegetables at midnight. In the end, you chose the flat lowland downstream of the river near Konoha village, with Konoha as a military barrier and abundant water sources. Please name your estate. As I said, games should be played with a smile. Laughing manner. Loading. So a single grain in spring, reap 10,000 seeds in autumn. A bountiful harvest is the best reward for a farmer. Your estate has received the initial boost, favorable weather. Within your estate, you can adjust the most suitable climate for your crops. Please plant your first seed as soon as possible and start your joyful farmer life. Laughing Manor was an empty shell of an estate. It had neither seeds nor fertilizer. You decided to condescend to seek some seeds from the Konoha commoners. As you stepped out of your house, you saw a dark shadow drifting on the river. What the hell was that? It startled you. You approached and saw it was a person. Surely the game wouldn't be so realistic as to give you a bloated corpse, right? You hesitated, then used a branch to drag him ashore. Maybe he had money on him for you to swipe. No money. You were sorely disappointed. He was a good-looking NPC, but a pauper. See if you could save him. If you did, you'd blackmail him for all his assets and make him work for 50 years in gratitude. Appraisal. Uchiha Shursui deceased. No saving him. Take him back for compost. You diligently stripped his gear and buried him in the soil. Congratulations. You have planted your first crop. You have received the reward Diamond Hoe. Diamond Hoe, this is an indestructible premium hoe. With it you can farm with less effort. Huh. What could possibly grow from a corpse, you ask? Though extremely puzzled, you wouldn't pass up free crops. Eyes can grow. Your confusion was resolved. A new problem emerged. The crop Uchiha Shursui bore fruit, called 3 Tomo Sharingan, 20 fruits per tree, but now only 19 remained. Because a crow had pecked one away yesterday. Such is the life of a farmer. You never offend anyone, yet all sorts of random troubles hinder your farming. You decided to steal a scarecrow to intimidate the crows since you couldn't afford to buy one. Once your crops were on the market, you'd surely become the richest landowner. After encouraging yourself, you began scanning the entire map for scarecrows. The brightest spots were 3 located at. Isn't that the Konoha Hokage mountain? You still set out for Konoha at midnight. Uchiha Shursui, the player has really gone to great lengths for you. Hope the 3 Tomo Sharingan is a very valuable fruit. In this round, as an honest and weak farmer, the game at least gave you a portable backpack, so you didn't have to worry about how to transport the scarecrow. You climbed onto Hashirama Senju's head. You pulled out the Diamond Hoe. There were 4 heads on Hokage Mountain, and you decided to solve the problem once and for all by taking the biggest one. Diamond Hoe was indeed sharp. You packed the big head into your backpack and quietly returned to Laughing Manor. The scarecrow certainly couldn't occupy farmland space. You decided to place it at the entrance facing the Sharingan fruit tree. You have equipped your estate with a scarecrow of intimidation level 100. Your fruit growth speed has increased. The crows never stole your vegetables again. The crop you planted, 3 Tomo Sharingan, has matured. The trading system is now open. Please bring your crops to market as soon as possible to exchange for currency. You set off with a small snake sack full of Sharingan. Exchange office. Are you sure this is the farmer's market? You open the door with a nervous heart. And from the countryside got a fresh batch of goods. You take him here. The receptionist stared at you in astonishment, but still forced a professional smile. Hello, may I ask what goods you wish to consign? You shyly open the snake sack. I don't know the market rates. They say this here thing is called 3 Tomo Sharingan. No idea how much it's worth. If the price was too low, you wouldn't sell. Every fruit was the fruit of the player's labor, and you had grown attached to the Sharingan. The receptionist had a look of suffocation. I beg your pardon, esteemed guest. Please come to the VIP room. The appraiser examined it carefully for a long time. 99% authentic, a rare item. As fresh as if just plucked from an eye socket. We would be honored to sell it on consignment. We offer 350 million Ryo per fruit. Are you satisfied? Deal. Kakashi Hatake had a bad feeling. He was currently pursuing a cloud shinobi. Kakashi subconsciously touched his left eye hidden under his forehead protector. It must be an illusion, right? With this 3 Tomo Sharingan, gifted by Obito, all ambushes and traps would be seen through. Ha ha ha. Copy Ninja Kakashi, is that all you've got? Let me show you the new power I've obtained. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. Huh. Well then, let's begin the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen swept his gaze solemnly across the assembly. Is there anything else to discuss? Danzo, it was you. Mitokado Hamura glared at Danzo. What reason would I have to leak the Sharingan? And those were all 3 Tomo. Danzo slammed the table. You useless fools, in the end you still have to rely on my root. Take a look, this is the intelligence root gathered. Hiruzen took the papers Danzo tossed over and read them carefully. I see. Artificially cultivated Sharingan. What is the name of this supplier? Danzo touched the bandage covering his right eye with a deep expression. She calls herself. From Huxiao Villa. Laoxiangji. Itachi, you are the only one who understands the Sharingan and can stand firmly with the village. Are you willing to accept this mission? Uchiha Itachi put on his mask. Operation Capture Laoxiangji. A plan to investigate the source of leaked Sharingan, retrieve artificially cultivated Sharingan, and invite Laoxiangji to join Konoha. Uchiha Itachi recalled the day the crow brought back the Sharingan. Brother Shursui, I will never let anyone desecrate your remains. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fist, leading Root and Umbu members toward Huxiao Villa. Stop! He raised a hand to signal his comrades. That's the missing first Hokage statue. An Umbu member gasped in shock. Uchiha Itachi's face turned grave. Ever since that big head statue was placed at the entrance that day, his crows would fall in fear whenever they approached Huxiao Villa. Itachi was certain it was just ordinary stone, so the intimidating effect could only be caused by that Laoxiangji. Moreover, the cut on the back of the statue was exceptionally smooth. He wondered what divine tool could slice off such a colossal statue as silently as cutting tofu. And the one capable of wielding such a divine tool was undoubtedly unfathomable. Uchiha Itachi cautiously infiltrated the manor. Is that the Sharingan tree? Why was there no defense at all? Could it be that she was not skilled in sensory abilities? Itachi suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and without thinking he immediately rolled to the side. Boom! A thunderclap struck from clear skies, and a root ninja screamed before being reduced to charred earth. What terrifying heavenly might! You are now exploring the favorable weather function. Crops. Uchiha Shursui upgradable 3 Tomo Sharingan through the tempering of blood and fire has a chance to evolve into the higher grade crop Mangekyo Sharingan. As for fire, lightning fire is also fire, right? Don't waste free things. Since it promised to provide the most suitable climate for crop growth, lightning can be easily generated, right? Fire is taken care of, but where to get blood? You're an honest farmer after all. How about applying the fire first and later substitute with chicken blood or pig blood? Thinking this, you casually cast a lightning bolt beside the Sharingan fruit tree. Fire has been replenished, the crops are thriving. Indeed possible. Blood has been replenished, the crops are thriving. Where did the blood come from? Did you hit a passing crow? You felt annoyed for a second, then quickly put it out of your mind, and continued striking gleefully. Whether it's a bug or not, you saved another sum of money. How wonderful. Uchiha Itachi fled desperately. He could no longer care about Shizui's remains. The important thing now was to bring the news back to Konoha. Lord Danzo. Itachi gasped as he pushed open the door to Root. How come you're back alone? Where are my subordinates? Dead. All dead. Are you mocking me, eh? Those were all elite Root and Umbu members. What kind of person could annihilate them? Not killed by a person. No, we didn't even see her shadow. It was lightning. That was no lightning release. It was heavenly thunder. Even the blood was devoured by the Sharingan tree. Shimura Danzo was shocked. After the tempering of blood and fire, the Sharingan had a bountiful harvest. Mangekyo Sharingan even grew, which could serve as seeds for the 3 Tomo fruit trees. So a single grain in spring reaped 10,000 seeds in autumn. You gradually opened up vast fields of Sharingan fruit trees. You became the largest Sharingan wholesaler in the ninja world. Let me reiterate, you are just an honest farmer. Sharingan loans this way, dear, apply now for a limited time offer. 1 step ahead, every step ahead. A 50-year Sharingan loan lets your child win at the starting line. Right, even if you've shut down a tiny bit of your conscience to make money, you're still an honest farmer. Can't you see the smiles of joy mixed with tears on the faces of customers who bought the produce? You were immensely gratified. Huxiao Villa had finally lived up to your high expectations. One day everyone in the ninja world will happily install Sharingan. You were not worried at all about selling the produce. If you meet on the battlefield one day and the enemy has bought them while you haven't, or the enemy buys 2 while you buy 1, wouldn't you be doomed? That's why Sharingan is a necessity. Lady Laoxiangji, this is Lord Danzo's sincerity, hoping to exchange for the priority purchase rights of Huxiao Villa's products. Okay, let me have a look. You open the coffin-shaped box, revealing a black-haired, pale-skinned body. Riang. You have acquired a new seed. The Root leader Shimura Danzo madly exterminated his entire clan. Before he could kill all the Shimura clan members, he was exhausted to death and his corpse was taken by his accomplices. Although it sounds absurd, this is the truth that the family in the mountains deduced from the corpse. The entire Konoha was stirred up because of this incident. Of course, this is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. He had tried hard to save his friend's reputation. But it hurts. It's so painful. Moegi cried out in anguish, holding the unconscious Konohamaru. I have lost my love forever, and the world is in ruins. This is hell. I want to create a world with hidden treasures. Indeed, the commotion caused by the masked man that day was too great. It seemed he used wind style to amplify his voice, and almost everyone in the village was drawn to the excitement. The commercial street quickly launched the same tiger-striped masks and black cloaks, and the children were fighting over who would play the cool masked man. Danzo had always wanted to become Hokage, and now his fame in Konoha was no less than that of Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was quite fortunate for Danzo to have died before the public outrage exploded. Because, due to Danzo's consistent mystique, very few people knew what he looked like, and even fewer were commoners. But the protagonist of widely circulated stories must have a concrete image. Thus, under the creative efforts of many fan authors, Danzo had transformed into a chosen Omega with a milk-scent rosy eyes and delicate jade-like feet. Even angels had come. No, I can't recall any further. Remembering the works presented by the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen painfully rubbed his eyes. Such words. Indeed too spicy. While the Obito IP was trending, what were you doing? You used Shadow Clone to register the copyright for the Obito set, and passionately provided a counterfeit tiger-striped mask, which was actually the original. Then you summoned 50 Shadow Clones to write a large number of beautifully crafted fanfictions overnight, causing a tremendous impact on the barren cultural field that only had Paradise of Affection. You successfully capitalized on the heat of Danzo's corpse. Sai, renowned for his exquisite artistry, was called upon by you to illustrate the novel, of course, as unpaid labor. What is this milky white pink little oo? Do I really have to draw this? You are a very tolerant editor. Just do as you see fit, it's okay if it looks strange. These works are meant for peculiar people, and who knows, they might be even more excited about it. I understand, Your Majesty. Just as you were writing vigorously, Sasuke finally woke up. Why am I on the floor? Because I only have 2 chairs at home. Is the only choice between the floor and the chairs. Do you want to sleep in my bed? You were greatly surprised. So you are such a lascivious person. Oh, idiot. Who would want to sleep in your bed? He turned red. You have cultivated the Byakugan. Crop. Hyuga clan upgradable. This crop has a low bloodline concentration, and using the juices from its progeny to irrigate has a certain probability of purifying the bloodline, upgrading it to the rebirth eye. You have grown 3 generations of Byakugan, selling half and extracting juice from the other half, yet still failed to upgrade it. Of course, the crop output cycle in the game is quite short, maturing every 24 real-world hours, so the 3 generations of Byakugan didn't take too long. However, it is the easily upgraded Sharingan that truly captures your heart. With the higher return rate of the Sharingan, you naturally wish to discard the useless Byakugan, treating it as an ordinary product for the general market. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a bespoke service prepared for your VVVIP clients who have spent over 10 billion Ryo. That's right, custom-made. Mangekyo Sharingan unripe. The Mangekyo Sharingan will produce different ocular techniques due to varying maturity reasons, and strong emotional fluctuations can shorten the maturation time. Following the planting tips, you divided the Mangekyo fruits of Uchiha Shursui into 4 sections, each using a different cultivation method. To prevent them from interfering with each other, you even specially hired ninjas to set up soundproof barriers. Mangekyo of Love. During the early maturation stage, play sweet romantic dramas daily, and in the later stage, play action films featuring minotaurs, causing their romantic illusions to shatter and mature. Mangekyo of Rage. Rotate through short, torturous stories downloaded by players switching to the next chapter during the face-slapping scenes, causing their frustrations to accumulate continuously until maturation. Mangekyo of Hatred. Crush counterfeit Mangekyo Sharingan models in front of them every day. You have obtained a Mangekyo Sharingan with various ocular techniques. My dear fellow, your Mangekyo is indeed powerful, but it requires too much skill. Do you have a recommendation for an eternal Mangekyo that won't go blind no matter how it is used? Yes, my brother, I have plenty of those eternal Mangekyo available. The so-called Eternal Mangekyo is a Mangekyo that can only be activated by transplanting another person's Mangekyo Sharingan, with a higher success rate the closer the bloodline relationship. No matter how close the human bloodline is, can it compare to fruits grown from the same tree. You cut off branches with Mangekyo and grafted them together. Congratulations, you have obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu is watching you. Huh, who is this? Following the game's guidance, you looked down at the ground where a red exclamation mark was appearing in front of Uchiha Shursui. You took out the diamond hoe. You have captured Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, a creature of unknown material, its body possesses extreme plasticity, able to transform freely, and can sustain life without the need for food or excretion. This is question if an item can operate without needing to be charged and possesses multiple tentacles. What is it? Of course, it's an automatic petting machine. Congratulations, you have discovered the rare item, automatic petting machine. Automatic petting machine. Black Zetsu petting can increase the mood value of small animals, helping them grow healthier. Wild animals are petted by wild men, and your animals are petted by Black Zetsu. You have unlocked the animal husbandry section. Hurry up and start raising small animals. You turned your gaze to the tailed beasts. Don't be afraid, children. You no longer have to fear being unpetted, for your petting lord has arrived. 6-year-old Hyuga Niji awoke from a dream. The memories within the dream were as distinct as if carved by a knife. Alone, he had watched 2 movies in his dream. One was where he, a self-proclaimed genius, was defeated by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, forgave his uncle, who had caused his father's death, and ultimately, as a branch family member, took the fatal blow meant for the main family's Hyuga, Hinata, thus facilitating the romance between the Hyuga heiress and the 7th Hokage. One was where a deity named Otsutsuki Misaki descended from the moon, slaying all the grown Hyuga clan members, bringing an equal death to both the main and branch families. All the yet unripe clan members were branded with the caged bird and confined, given the best nurturing. Niji still remembered the temperature of her fingers. She caressed the corner of Niji's eye and said with a soft laugh, "Grow up quickly, Niji. You are not yet worthy of becoming my beloved kith and kin. I look forward to you becoming a part of me." Thinking of this, Hyuga Niji blushed. Rather than living absurdly and dying miserably, he would rather die for that lady. Hyuga Niji decided to go to the moon at any cost. You plan to loaf around the streets this round, meaning wandering, idly mooching meals and gatherings from strangers. Where did this garbled code come from? Whatever, it's just a bug I'll play anyway. 10-year-old Uchiha Itachi awoke from a dream. The memories within the dream were as distinct as if carved by a knife. Alone, he had watched 2 movies in his dream. One was where he annihilated all his clan members with his own hands, allowed Sasuke to grow up bearing hatred and pain, and ultimately died at Sasuke's hands, leaving his beloved brother to wander alone for decades. One was where the young mistress of the Hai no Kuni main family crushed Konoha with absolute justice, clearing all chaos, turning the Uchiha police force into the fangs of justice, while he became a shadow hunting criminals across the ninja world for her. The current 3rd Hokage was still called Sarutobi. Uchiha Itachi felt a bit disappointed, but quickly perked up. He believed that the goddess of justice would surely descend, and he would surely walk this solitary pilgrimage again, becoming her disciple. Before meeting the goddess, he had to send Sasuke to school. Itachi left the school gate planning to buy some 3-colored dumplings. A not-so-clean little hand reached out from his arm and snatched 2 of the 3 skewers of dumplings. "Thanks, buddy, this stuff is pretty good." Such a familiar voice. Uchiha Itachi's heart began. He turned his head stiffly and met a pair of familiar eyes. Heaven, how generous it was to him. 5-year-old Uchiha Sasuke awoke from a lesson. The memories within the dream were as distinct as if carved by a knife. Alone, he had watched 2 movies in his dream. One was where he lost his home forever, killed his last family member Uchiha Itachi with his own hands, and then wandered alone outside Konoha, which could never again be his home. One was where his clansman Uchiha Misaki killed Itachi, and together they wrought the greatest slaughter in ninja history, exchanging the most brutal deaths for eternal peace. And Uchiha Misaki sat high on the throne, lonely and demonic. Uchiha Sasuke decided to sacrifice himself to the demon. He couldn't wait to go home. Not the one he lived in now, but the one where Uchiha Misaki was. Sasuke couldn't help blaming himself for not learning the shadow clone technique, so he could have left the ninja academy directly. If he skipped class, Itachi would surely investigate. He understood the current Sasuke too well. Itachi, big brother. Thinking that he had once wanted to kill Uchiha Misaki, the brother who had been bathed in soft light in Sasuke's memories, was now shrouded in shadow. Uchiha Misaki had started to go mad from that moment. That day, Uchiha Misaki carried Itachi's head, waded through the river of blood left by the Umbu members, and came to see him still weak and ignorant. Her gaze did not rest on him, but on the moon. Her expression held a calm sorrow. Finally, she raised the sword that had cut off Itachi's head and blew away the blood of someone unknown. Cherry blossoms fall, life is lightly scattering like snow. She lowered her eyes and recited a haiku that cherished the cherry blossoms. Sasuke couldn't see her eyes, but somehow felt she was gazing at Itachi's head. Her haiku was for Itachi. Thinking of this, Sasuke clenched his fists. What kind of story had Uchiha Misaki and Itachi once shared? Was it worth her starting a slaughter for Itachi, staining her hands with blood, and overturning this world that had forced Itachi to death? At their closest, Sasuke had once asked this question. Nothing at all, Uchiha Misaki answered with a smile. Then, after killing the daimyos of all nations and annihilating the combat forces of all villages, she died silently in her sleep. Only Sasuke was left, never knowing until the end the past that had driven Uchiha Misaki to despair over her loss. He couldn't think anymore. Sasuke gritted his teeth and lowered his head. There is nothing between you and this boy before you. But he is looking at you with a strange expression, isn't he? Could this save file have added meta elements? NPCs breaking the game to talk to players. You flipped through the previous save records. The conclusion was that there was nothing between you and him. Whether as an elite monster, a passerby, a servant, a beast of burden. There was no memory between you and Uchiha Itachi that could justify the look in his eyes now. What the hell? Then could it be a non-existent memory? Like a plot where the player travels back in time to fill in this memory. You weren't really interested. Going back to the past for an NPC, having to go out of your way to get to know them. That's just forcing the player through the story. So you seriously pointed the skewer you had finished eating at him. Big brother, why are you looking at me with that strange expression? Are you a lolicon? The dumpling shop owner looked wary, secretly gripping a kitchen knife. Uchiha Itachi's expression froze. He remembered Hai no Kuni Hinatazaka. Can you please not send me to prison? You knew which save file's data he belonged to. By the way, you pulled out a mirror and pointed it at Sasuke's face. Have you awakened your man? I have no memory of what happened before I fainted. He strained his eyes wide open, furrowing his brow, but the Mangekyo did not obediently appear. You can't even tame your own power. You're really pathetic. That's not my fault. It's already impressive to awaken the Mangekyo at this age. Oh, how did you suddenly become so confident, ha loser? Humph. With these eyes, I will no longer be easily defeated by you. You don't understand the immense power this brings. He covered his still straining eyes and gave a crooked smile. You glanced out the window. It wasn't even a sunny day. You extended a hand towards him. Since Sasuke-kun is so confident, let me help you open your eyes. He instinctively leaned back to dodge. He shot you a glance from the corner of his eye, bit his lip, and forced himself to lean closer to your hand. Your hand hovered in front of his forehead, just touching, but not quite. If you're scared, you don't need to pretend. I'm not scared. He glared at you fiercely, grabbing your wrist and pressing it against his head, closing his eyes in a show of bravado. Nothing happened. Not painful. Sasuke opened his eyes slightly, looking confused. You smiled at him, using a mocking head pat. Don't treat me like a dog. Sasuke indeed turned red, gripping your wrist tightly, trying to pull away. How could a mere Konoha genin have the confidence to compare strength with a player? You remained unmoved. Didn't you initiate this touch? Men are so fickle, they just bully honest people like me. Your Majesty, you can bully me. I'm not like Sasuke, that fickle man. Zai watched at the right moment. Indeed, Zai is the most in tune with my heart. You were greatly impressed. Sasuke suddenly relaxed his grip, leaving just the palm of his hand resting on your wrist. You turned your gaze back, seeing him expressionless, his head turned slightly away, showing you half of his pale, stubborn face and a hint of red at the tips of his ears. You suddenly felt the air grow oddly quiet, creating an atmosphere of warm ambiguity that began to envelop the small room shared by the three of you. The plot seemed to be heading in a strange direction. You couldn't help but turn to look at Zai, and as expected met his gaze. 3 hours ago you told Zai Sasuke is outside the door, and now both of them were inside. Do you want to say to Sasuke Zai is still watching? In a story of 3 people, is it only 2 names? Why can't the sleeping husband join in? Your choice is A. Let Zai leave. B. Let Uchiha Sasuke leave. C. I'm in good shape, I can take on 2 at once. Physique 300, spirit 200. The world suddenly paused and turned gray, popping up a plot option that had always felt insignificant. Damn game, daring to interfere while the player is contemplating. Your eager gaze lingered on C. Then you quickly clicked the X in the upper right corner. You were afraid you would regret it if you were slow. It was definitely not because you just finished with Zai and entered a state of fatigue. No, it was due to the sage time. No matter how you think about it, 3-way is absolutely not allowed. So you pretended not to notice the unusual atmosphere, calmly turning back and casually giving Sasuke a dose of emotion of a mere 1 before Shimura Danzo's death. He let out a pained cry, caught off guard, then bit his lower lip tightly, unwilling to show his embarrassment. You awkwardly patted your head. I'm sorry, Sasuke, this won't be the last time. You turned your gaze toward the tailed beasts. You demanded the 9 tails from Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have obtained the 9 tails. Did you say the Lady Xiangji wants what? Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered if he had misheard. 3rd Hokage, that lady has specifically requested the 9 tails. The Anbu delivering the message dared not lift his head, but no matter how absurd the task, it had to be completed. Monkey, have you grown so old that you can't understand human speech? It's merely the 9 tails. If she wants it, give it to her. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. It wasn't to oppose Sarutobi that he supported the Lady Xiangji. He genuinely believed the 9 tails was no longer important, or at least not that important. As the largest ninja village, Konoha possessed enough wealth to order the maximum number of Mangekyo Sharingan, and the tailed beasts had lost their significance as weapons of mass destruction. But that's Minato's child. I will never hand Naruto over. Are you choosing Minato Namikaze, or are you choosing Konoha? Who can guarantee the consequences of refusing her? If she forbids Konoha from purchasing products from Hushao Manor, sooner or later the village will be annihilated by other ninja villages. Monkey, the times have changed. The one who dictates the world's direction is overlooking the entire shinobi world from Hushao Manor. Shimura Danzo fixed a cold gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage finally lowered his head in defeat. You have assembled all the tailed beasts. You stared solemnly at the few little brats before you. Well, and a few old brats as well. You had thought the tailed beasts were creatures like Pokemon, but it turned out your VVVP Shimura Danzo sent someone to inform you that they were chakra-sealed within human bodies. In that case, how were you supposed to breed and multiply them? Make these people mate with each other to produce little peas. Then try to extract mixed chakra from those little peas. Wait, is chakra something inheritable? No, that's not the issue. The important thing is that half of these people are children, and there are a few old men. Pedophilia is illegal even in games. Anyway, you all just stay in the tailed beast pen for now. You gave up thinking in frustration and arranged them into the breeding facility built to pigsty standards. It seemed a bit immoral, but the farm had no residential building models other than the staff dormitory. Fortunately, this was a game and NPCs didn't need to excrete regardless of species, so maybe you wouldn't actually be embarrassed. Yujito Ni's Diary. April 1st, Sunny. Today is my first day living in Hushao Manor. The mistress of the manor, Lady Loxiangi, looked at me and the other jinchuriki with a very strange expression which felt quite terrifying. We were placed in a very crude hut, and there was no dinner. I'm so hungry. Lord Killerbee secretly slipped me a soldier pill. I ate half and saved the other half for tomorrow. The Rakage said we must be obedient here, and that Lady Loxiangi had signed an agreement promising not to kill us. But soldier pills will eventually run out. Lord Rakage, I might starve to death here. April 2nd, Sunny. Lady Loxiangi saw me and exclaimed, "So there's a hunger bar. I've been raising animals for so long that I completely forgot. What is a hunger bar?" Lord Killerbee said kids shouldn't ask too many questions. I think he definitely doesn't know either. Lady Loxiangi gave us something called energy cubes. She said they were made from 3 Tomo Sharingan, very nutritious, free of charge, and could be self-produced and self-consumed. Food made from eyes sounds strange, but it's delicious, and after eating it the speed of refining chakra increased. Lady Loxiangi has a lot of Sharingan. She must eat these energy cubes every day, which is why she's so strong. April 3rd, Thunder Sunny. Lady Loxiangi said she needed to fertilize, and then thunder began to strike incessantly over the orchard spanning thousands of miles. It was far more powerful than the Rakage's lightning release. I dared not go outside. She noticed I was a bit scared, so she took me to see a pitch-black thing. She said that thing was called Heijua. Heijua stretched out its tentacles and touched my head. My fears seemed to be absorbed. Lady Loxiangi said my mood value had increased. Lady Loxiangi doesn't seem so scary after all. You took the little girl to enjoy the automatic petting machine. To your astonishment, Heijua had transformed into Heijua Two Tails Chakra Storing. So it wasn't just an automatic petting machine, but also a Pokemon egg. You had a sudden epiphany. You immediately ordered that all tailed beasts be petted by the automatic petting machine for 2 hours every day. 2 hours wasn't the limit for Heijua. It was that petting Pokemon for too long would lower their mood value. 10 days later, you paced anxiously outside Haiju's delivery room. If the birth went smoothly, your Hushao Manor would successfully enter the livestock industry. You had to get a piece of this pie. There was no wailing cry, only an unremarkable prompt sound. You have obtained a new hybrid-tailed beast, 3 tails, 9 tails. You have obtained a new hybrid-tailed beast, 1 tail, 6 tails, 7 tails. You have obtained. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 tails, egg 10. Hooray. You kicked open the delivery room door excitedly. Father of the child, are you alright? If you're fine, get up and continue petting. Haiju's eyes were dazed, and he gently cradled several black eggs. So this is love. Mother Heijua seems to understand. You snatched a 10 tails egg from his hands. Bounty Exchange Farmer's Market, this old farmer has arrived. You continued to nibble on the meatballs without revealing your emotions. Although you knew that Uchiha Itachi possessed the memories of the village's second-generation branch, you had no intention of acknowledging him. If you still have a trace of nostalgia for that save file, why not just load it and continue playing? Why bother interacting with the old NPCs in a new save? The story of the old save ended the moment the conclusion was reached. You have now embarked on a new journey. Big brother, what is your name? I am Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. You furrowed your brow. It seemed he was significantly affected by the memories. If he were the normal Uchiha Itachi, he would certainly introduce himself with his surname first. You shoved the bamboo skewer back into his hand and calmly met his gaze. I am Gieliozi, and my dream is to mooch off the food of everyone in the village, becoming a wasteful salted fish that consumes air and food. You turned away from his despondent face and left. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, standing still, gripping the empty bamboo skewer tightly, the broken splinters deeply embedding into his flesh. How merciful the heavens were to him, yet how cruel. The moment of gaining was also one of irrevocable loss. Lord Pill of the Sun, does this world truly not hold your existence anymore? Uchiha Misaki, does this world truly not hold your existence anymore? Uchiha Sasuke stood vacantly before the former home of Misaki. For decades another Uchiha had lived here. Sasuke felt an unprecedented confusion. If it weren't for the pursuit of you, where should my life lead? No, that's not right. That Uchiha Misaki, that fierce demon king, was a presence stronger than anyone else. She would never allow this world to remain unmarked by her presence. If the Uchiha clan land cannot be found, search through Konoha. If Konoha cannot be found, scour the shinobi world, even if it means venturing into the realms beyond. Only then could Uchiha Sasuke's resentment find a place to settle. You cannot abandon me. Although you did not wish to engage with repetitive NPCs, it did not hinder you from taking advantage of the old save's memories. Hinata, your ticket to the player's dinner. Wife, you must obtain the memories of the first playthrough. You strolled to the Hyuga household, stopping in distress. You had never entered the Hyuga household through the front door. You usually snuck in through the walls. But now your blank slate attributes could not support such covert actions. You decided to look for a dog hole. Would you like me to carry you in? Hey, you were startled, thinking you had been discovered by the Hyuga clan members already. You angrily punched Neji Hyuga, who had popped up from behind. He gently bent forward, allowing you to strike him on the face. You struggled to judge which save file he had crossed over from. In your memories of your interactions, Neji always seemed so gentle. You pondered in silence. Neji did not interrupt this tranquility. He carefully traced your brows and eyes with his gaze, yet strangely did not make you feel offended. Perhaps it was because he regarded you as a divine being, making even the most direct gaze seem reverent. You are like this now. Neji took your hand and placed it on his neck, the vibrant pulse beating under your fingertips. Do I now qualify to be your first source of strength? It turned out to be him. You, a blood relative from a certain playthrough, were granted with the same surname. Otsutsuki Neji. Am I now qualified to be your first source of power? As a ninja, Hyuga Neji easily entrusted his life to you, a being he perceived as weak. His stance of complete trust reminded you of a lamb led to slaughter. You obediently pressed down on his strong pulse. Neji reflexively swallowed, but restrained himself from showing any signs of weakness. Such a good boy. Are you my little lamb? It would be my honor. Neji's eyes suddenly brightened. You felt a subtle pleasure. This version of Neji truly appealed to you, to the point where you forgot to conceal your knowledge of his memories from other timelines. Forgetfulness was inconsequential. The game was meant to be played freely. Neji gently grasped your wrist, looking up at you with concern. Neji was slightly older than the main character, and of course a bit taller. However, upon first seeing you, he naturally leaned down to maintain a height where he could look up at you while being within your reach. Your strength seems to have diminished. Will you still make use of the Hyuga bloodline? If my power is insufficient to offer you, I will strive to grow stronger and harvest them for you. Would he believe that you were pretending not to know him? You felt a bit anxious starting off with such a significant play. There's no need. This time I wish to experience an ordinary life. I understand. So, may I continue to serve you? The ninja world is perilous and your daily life requires protection. I can take on missions to earn money, and my father also left behind considerable wealth. He spoke at length, but you heard none of it. You merely focused on his downcast eyes, his long lashes trembling slightly as they concealed his pupils. You released his neck. Neji instinctively grabbed your wrist, only to quickly let go. I'm sorry. 2VE offended you. You watched him stumble over his words and suddenly reached out to grasp both sides of his face. Neji's eyes widened slightly. He usually maintained a composed demeanor. His delicate face had shown smiles, resentment, indifference, and anger yet it had never worn such a comical expression. You were amused by his bewildered expression. Upon seeing your smile, Niji's stiff limbs inexplicably relaxed. Now that's cute. Why did you look like you were about to cry just now? I didn't bully you, did I? Niji blushed with embarrassment, saying I was afraid I would be of no use to you. How clumsy. Even speaking honestly was done so plainly, couldn't he say something more touching? Well, I truly don't need a follower at the moment. You elongated your tone, taking delight in watching the light in his eyes dim gradually before continuing. However, I do need a male servant. Please accept me, master. You'll need to wear a servant's outfit. Ah, yes. Yes. You happily returned home. Leaving the Hyuga clan to come to your side would surely not be easy for Hyuga Niji, but that was not something you needed to worry about. If he wished to follow you, it was natural that he should find a way to deal with the ensuing troubles himself. Niji didn't mention any of the potential complications, nor did he request your help. He merely handed you all the money left by Hyuga Hizashi and then returned alone to the Hyuga clan's territory. A month later, you opened your bedroom door to find a strange NPC sleeping at your doorstep. Niji, this disguise technique is quite impressive. He woke up immediately, looking tired yet spirited, saying it's, Master, how did you manage this? The Hyuga clan hasn't let out a whisper. I followed the guidance from my past life to free the caged bird, then carved the caged bird symbol on the elder's child to coerce him into helping me escape. Now Hyuga Niji is recorded as dead. Your side is my only refuge. Saying this, a hint of cunning flickered in Niji's eyes. You chuckled lightly, pulling out a cat-eared servant outfit. Let's skip the boring details and try this on. Yes. Niji's voice trailed off. You unexpectedly ran into Sakura near the publishing house. Misaki. Oh, it's Sakura. It's been such a long time since we last met. You quickly hid the manuscript of Danzo behind your back. What is Misaki hiding? Sakura tilted her head curiously to look. You wrapped your arm around her neck and smiled sheepishly. Haha, it's nothing. How was Sakura's mission experience? Sakura easily allowed you to change the topic. It was extremely exciting. We encountered some formidable enemies, and there was it the Naruto bridge? You widened your eyes. What is this? It's so cool. Even the buildings aren't named after them. You've decided that once you ascend to the throne, you will immediately have your shadow clone change the name of the land of fire to Sato country. By the way, last night was terrifying. Who was that masked man in black who was roaring while holding Lord Danzo? You maintained a calm expression. I don't know, maybe it was the defected Itachi Uchiha. The masked man also had black hair and used the Uchiha signature fire release right. So he's Sasuke's brother. Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, but then felt it inappropriate to spread rumors about a teammate's brother, so she stopped talking. Just then a little girl with blonde hair bumped into you. You grabbed her by the back of her collar and lifted her up, causing her to kick and struggle fiercely. She had quite a bit of strength. Upon closer inspection, you were stunned. Tsunade Zensei. Is Lord Tsunade here? Oh, Sakura is a fan of Tsunade. You handed Tsunade over to Sakura. Look, she's right here. What? This little girl. Sakura fumbled to catch her, but Tsunade skillfully wriggled free and jumped to the ground. Tsunade pretended to adjust her collar and struck a dignified pose. Ahem, I am on a major confidential mission, and this is my disguise. As fellow shinobi, I hereby command you to assist me in escaping. Wise. We will ensure the mission is completed. You grabbed Sakura, who had even drawn her kunai, and mercilessly exposed Tsunade. Stop lying, you just want to escape from your gambling debts using transformation jutsu, right? Tsunade was furious. Then can't you just help me pay back the money? You should at least call me sensei. You coldly refused. No way, I still call the ramen shop Uncle Sensei too. Then are you interested in being my student for real? What can a sensei teach me? How to lose every bet. That would be useful. Misaki. Sakura urgently whispered to you. That's Lord Tsunade, one of the legendary three. The most powerful medical ninja. Moreover, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. But I don't want to be Hokage, nor do I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Oh, is that so? Sakura's expression briefly showed disappointment. You thought for a moment and gently pushed her from behind. Misaki. Tsunade Zensei Sakura is more suitable to be your student than I. She has solid theoretical knowledge, a quick mind, strong jinjutsu talent, and a resilient and patient personality, making her perfect for learning the intricate medical ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at you with a complicated expression. I never said I wanted to take someone else as my student. Are you making decisions for me? Well, Tsunade wasn't called back to the village willingly, right? It was the third Hokage who summoned you back. Was it because of my wood release? Tsunade didn't answer, which could be seen as an acknowledgement of your assumption. You smiled. But Tsunade doesn't even know wood release, right? Since you're here, why not try out a more suitable new generation? You annoying little brat. You grinned as you bound her with a vine and held her out in front of Sakura. Sakura quickly called Tsunade, I've caught her. No. Isn't Tsunade Sakura's idol? Sakura raised her drooping head and looked directly into Tsunade's eyes. Even if I become her student now, I won't earn Lord Tsunade's recognition. She won't teach me seriously. I want to prove myself to Lord Tsunade so that you will willingly accept me as your student. Sakura has become more confident. Tsunade gazed intently at Sakura, her expression softening to a near nostalgic look. Who was she seeing in this moment? Then you better show me what you've got. My test won't be easy to pass. Yes. This woman is definitely suspicious. Shimura Danzo had been observing Sato Misaki for many days. The more he observed, the more a chill crept into his heart. She never needed to use the restroom, felt no discomfort, no matter how bizarre the food she ate, had her home restored to order every day regardless of how messy it was, never broke a sweat, even after intense exercise, could fall asleep the instant she lay down, became an instant acquaintance with every villager she introduced herself to, and spent her days eagerly running errands for the entire village. There were far too many anomalies. Oh my, what do we have here, a little mouse? When Howie Shimura Danzo was plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a dim, windowless chamber. Shimura Danzo, 18 years old, was now a prisoner. His captor was none other than Sato Misaki, the wood release user who had mysteriously appeared in the village and been accepted as the first disciple of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. As an ardent admirer of the second Hokage, Shimura Danzo was determined to catch this strange woman in the act. And then he was caught. Give me back my clothes. Shimura Danzo, stripped of every garment, lay on the cold floor of the small dark room and cried out. You, Sato Misaki, 18 years old, now found yourself in a prison play scenario. Of course it wasn't your fault. You only wanted to become Hokage. Although various plays were an unavoidable part of the adult-oriented full dive game, you resolutely decided to reject the temptations of impropriety. Damn it, get away from me, you perverts. Is peeping at you. Ate the leftovers from your meal. Took the clothes you wore. Disguised themselves as a villager and talked to you. Spent a night under your bed. Is peeping at you. By heaven above you, Sato Misaki, swear enmity against gambling and drugs. The game log was the proof. The black square was the one making the first move. You couldn't help but be moved by the black square's persistent shady behavior. Five-star General MacArthur once said the ultimate destination for a stalker is a small dark room. Whether he actually said it or not, you decided to follow the advice of predecessors and respond to the black square's feelings. You captured. You finally learned the black square's name. Shimura Danzo. When you were little, I even held you in my arms. Under Shimura Danzo's terrified gaze, you stripped him of his clothes with a single click. How should a mature master treat their pet? Based on your extensive gaming experience, the first step was to correct its human habits and crush its dignity. Then apply both kindness and severity, making it fear you from the depths of its heart, while still harboring a sliver of hope for the master's mercy. Finally, gradually cut off its unnecessary social connections, creating a completely isolated environment to cultivate its dependence on the master. This was where the pet's love for its master was born. In layman's terms, it was Stockholm Syndrome. You bound Shimura Danzo's arms behind his back, placed a dish of food on the ground in front of him, and smiled as you pressed his head down. Come on, you need to eat properly. Come now, you must eat properly. The demon above him said, pressing down harder on the top of Tuanzang's head, making it unmovable. Tuanzang's face was forced against the food bowl on the ground, the blockage of food causing him to cough uncontrollably. What's wrong? Can't you even lick it up? How could you make such a mess? Truly a useless dog. The voice of Sato Misaki carried a hint of disappointment. It seems a thorough cleaning is in order. Water-style water chaos waves. A torrent of cold water poured down heavily on Tuanzang's back, soaking him completely, without any fabric to hinder it. Water cascaded down from the top of his head, further blocking the already limited space for breathing. Cough, cough. You piece of trash. Before he could finish, his jaw was gripped tightly, yet the hand above him did not relent, forcing Tuanzong to lift his head in this utterly undignified manner. If you keep making noise, you'll lose your tongue. In the dim chamber, the light blue eyes of Sato Misaki glinted with a chilling glow. For some reason, Tuanzang's voice was stuck firmly in his throat. He couldn't. He instinctively felt a twinge of the impulse to apologize. No, absolutely not. Sato Misaki's dark expression turned cold as she released her grip, calmly stating, "It doesn't matter. Even if you throw a tantrum, I won't let you go." The vines covering the walls slowly closed in, and Sato Misaki's voice drifted in from outside the door. "See you tomorrow." Once again, Tuanzong was left in complete darkness. "Your little pet seems to be a bit disobedient." You frustratedly flipped through the SM Play handbook, unable to figure out what you did wrong. Living in captivity like a livestock, it should naturally lose its self-esteem, distort its perception, and develop a sense of tameness over time. Was there something wrong with that? Why can't Shimura Tuanzong just listen to you? You're not someone who enjoys making things difficult for yourself. If the scientific method doesn't work, then why not try an unscientific approach? Unlock your heart. A small item that when used can subtly alter an NPC's mental state, allowing them to open up and lower their defenses. All items activate, and also this. Initially, Tuanzong frantically squeezed his chakra, attempting to break free from this pitch-black cage. However, all the jutsu he used not only failed to damage the vines, but instead absorbed his chakra, causing them to grow even thicker. When he finally exhausted the last bit of his strength, he collapsed to the ground in despair. This secluded chamber was not just dim. It allowed no light to penetrate and was eerily silent. Whether his eyes were open or closed, the world before him remained unchanged. Even pressing his ears against the walls and floor, he could only hear his own voice. How long had time passed? An hour? A day? Perhaps a month? Tuanzong had no way of knowing. This complete sense of isolation rendered him restless, and he could only spiral into chaotic thoughts. Had the monkey noticed his absence? His family? No, even if they did, Sato Misaki would not be suspected. As the student of the second Hokage, her credibility was far greater than his. And to be blunt, why him? If Sato Misaki wanted someone, why would she take the risk of imprisoning him? Did he deserve this? Even the foolish Sarutobi wouldn't believe such accusations. The more he thought, the more despair he felt. Was his ambition destined to die in this narrow corner before it even took root? No, he couldn't think like that anymore. Calm down. In dire straits, one must remain calm. Let's count to keep track of time. 1, 2, 3. 864. 3761. How long had it been? Tuanzong gradually lost his sense of time. A sudden chill emanated from the ground. Was it night? After all this torment, it was still only evening. So when would he reach tomorrow? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. Sato Misaki said she would see him tomorrow. See him tomorrow. Tuanzong suddenly felt a secret anticipation for their meeting. Perhaps Sato Misaki had her own reasons for imprisoning him. As you stepped back into the small dark room, warm light cascaded down with your figure, and you seemed to see Tuanzang's gloomy eyes brighten for a moment. In that moment, Shimura Tuanzong felt as if he had been saved. Loading. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary identity card. You were born of peace, nurtured in chaos and blood. You grew amidst blades and slaughter, and matured in despair and weeping. People support you, believe in you, follow you. People fear you, evade you, and hate you. Humanity can never escape from you. Your identity is the whirlpool. Kushina is about to face her destiny. Tonight her emotions are complex, turbulent, and restless. I am doing the right thing. This is good for everyone. This is for the whirlpool, for Konoha, for Grandma. This is the ninja's mission. I am willing. That's right, I'm not afraid at all. Kushina unconsciously muttered. Really? Kushina quickly drew out her kunai and turned to look. On the windowsill sat a strange girl, one leg propped up the other, hanging loosely, swinging in the air. Her appearance is quite unusual. This does not mean she has any features that differ from humans. Her hair and eye color are both common black. However, anyone who has seen the statue of the Valley of the End would definitely notice that her face and aura embody the shadows of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The girl did not react to Kushina's caution, leisurely munching on the apple in her hand. Pe. Bad fruit. The apple arced through the air, accurately striking the edge of the trash can with a clang. The girl frowned as she picked up Kushina's water cup and drank it without any hesitation. Apples are such annoying fruits, aren't they? Clearly the insides are infested with worms being quietly devoured, yet the outside remains so bright, not revealing anything at all. Why did this inexplicably turn into a casual chat? Kushina, feeling tense as she sensed the movements of the guards outside, shouted, "Who are you really? What do you want it?" "Me? The girl stroked her chin and suddenly smiled. "I am Cupid. Do you want to sign a contract with me and become a magical girl? Your identity is, you are the embodiment of the entire ninja era." "Yay? The embodiment of the era is interesting. This identity card gives you a wonderfully novel perspective. If the ninja system is your bones, then every ninja active in this land is your cells, and the lives of all ninjas are your life force. But saying that you care for these cells is not necessary. Just like the human body loses 33 billion cells daily, simultaneously 33 billion new cells are born. Aging and injured ninjas die while healthy and active ninjas are born. To you, war is no different from the renewal of cells. In fact, the more chaotic the warfare, the greater the demand for ninjas, leading to the emergence of stronger individuals, and your power becomes even more boundless. At this moment, chaos reigns as a wave of renowned strong individuals appear on the battlefield, what the three legendary ninjas Kin and Jin and the Golden Flash. To the point where you open your game panel and all attributes show up as have turned into. If this were the boss panel in a game, you would surely curse the lazy planners for filling in values with their feet. But this is your panel. You can only say that they can fill in as much as they want. To protect the fragile pride of the ninjas, you decided to hide in plain sight. When happy, you help others help the elderly cross the road. When unhappy, you personally intervene to help the elderly cross the road. Living this plain and unadorned life for some time, you find there aren't many opportunities for you to show off, so you decide to find some fun for the unremarkable ninja world. Would you like to sign a contract with me and become a magical girl? You? Don't you have anything serious to do? Why do you follow me around every day? Kushina fumed, throwing a punch that passed right through your intangible form. So Kushina likes me that much. She even imagines him watching her every move. Ugh, how embarrassing, disgusting. Don't talk to me in that weird tone. Alright. You're about to become a mother, so try not to be so irritable. By the way, are you sure you don't want to make a contract with me? No way. Only children would believe in such a childish contract. The air suddenly fell silent. Kushina turned around to find that familiar noisy figure had vanished. Are you angry? Kushina lowered her head in disappointment, gently stroking her swollen belly. She actually didn't dislike you that much. Ever since she first encountered you, that strange creature 10 years ago, you had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously by her side. During missions, when she was injured, when she accepted the Nine Tails, after dates, when she first learned to cook for Minato, when she discovered she was pregnant. She had long grown accustomed to your presence. Magical girl. Damn. I'm already too old to believe in such things. In the last 30 seconds of her life, it was your face that appeared in Kushina's mind. Would you hide here? Were you watching her? Over 2 decades of life, Kushina never failed in her duty to Konoha. But Naruto, he was still so young, hadn't even called out for his mother or father once. Was the fate of a jinchuriki destined to continue for this innocent child? Why? Even at the moment she received the Nine Tails, Kushina had never felt such resentment. Having experienced this pain herself, she couldn't bear to watch her child walk the same path of suffering. For the first time in years, she called out to you of her own accord. Kyubi, please make a contract with Naruto and turn him into a magical girl. A faint laugh echoed from the void. Kushina closed her eyes in peace. And just like that, you effortlessly became a parent without lifting a finger. This isn't right. You like playing raising sims, not babysitting games. You swiftly extended a tangible hand across the void, grabbed a few white Zetsu by the scruff of their necks, and dragged them over as Black Zetsu watched in horror. Take care of the children. If you refuse, I'll fly to the moon and flog Kagaya Otsutsuki's corpse. After leaving those words, you vanished nonchalantly under Black Zetsu's furious glare. Yes, children, plural. Raising one is the same as raising a whole bunch. Since you don't have to nurse them yourself, the more the merrier. You decided to snatch all the good-looking young jinchuriki. Yujito hugged your leg and looked up asking, Lord Kyubi, where is your hometown? I was originally a goddess from the moon. 1,000 years ago my children betrayed me and sealed my body on the moon. Now I've been reborn, and this time I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Vimy 50 and I'll appoint you as the left guardian of the magic fairy castle, leading you to fight back to the moon. Me too. I want to be the right guardian of the magic fairy castle. Fu crashed into your arms. Gara stood quietly nearby, hands clasped, looking at you expectantly. After a brief thought you waved your hand grandly, deciding to fulfill every child's wish. Yes, all of you. Each of you is my wing. The fourth great ninja war battlefield. Amidst the tense crowd, 4 people suddenly descended from the sky. Naruto, he'll be the head. Fu, he'll be the torso. Yujito, he'll be the arms. Gara, he'll be the legs. We are the Magical Girl Squad. In the name of the moon and the goddess, we will destroy you. Edo Tensei Minato stood frozen. Sugoi. But what the hell is this? Good question. You lurked in the shadows beyond the battlefield, casually explaining to the readers. Of course it's not a real magical girl transformation. After all, I'm not really Kyubi. I am, after all, the legendary incarnation of the ninja era. It goes without saying that no one knows ninjutsu better than I do. It's just a 4/10 of Ten Tails youth version I cobbled together by referencing Sage Mode, adding a genderbender mod, and using the connections between tailed beast chakras. I can't fabricate any more principles. Hopefully no one questions the author, right? That wouldn't be very cool. You secretly worked behind the scenes, helping the children put an end to the war. The various factions were forced to the negotiation table. Magical Girl Squad. What exactly do you want? Amid wary and speculative gazes, the 4 stood solemn, as if bearing a sacred mission. Our goal is, of course, to assemble a ninja army, charge to the moon, and reclaim everything that belongs to the goddess. Henceforth the era of magical girls had begun. Your friend Xiaoe recommended an interesting mod that, once installed, can display the number of NPCs killed under that account. Since one account can be linked to multiple games, it shows the total kill count across all games. You, Xiaoe, dare to show me your stats and give me a shock. Xiao, you know me, I'm a player of the Monkey God server, just a mere 1,000 kills to my name. You, not bad. Xiaoe, so stubborn. Let's see your strength. You, Image, please don't laugh at me. Xiaoe, damn, 1,000,000 kills. Xiaoe, boss, can you help me find where the decimal point is? I can't seem to find it. Boss, I'm logging off for now, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. You, strong players don't need decimal points, they just need to wipe out the zeros. Xiaoe, little sister has quit, and once she's out it's for a lifetime. But I still have a question, just one. You, ask away. Xiaoe, boss, what have you been playing to get so many kills? You, Plants vs. Zombies. After boasting about your glorious achievements, you happily entered the game. After having dealt with Tuanzong so many times, this time you decided to give him a chance to collude with the players. The new nickname is decided to be yours, Shimizu Shikako. One day Shimizu Tuanzong found the world had become incomprehensible. A number inexplicably appeared on everyone's forehead, precisely in the position that could be covered by a headband. At first no one could make sense of the pattern of this number. Out of a spirit of cautious inquiry, Shimizu Tuanzong had all the roots remove their headbands for him to observe. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became. This bizarre number followed some hidden pattern, with the assassination group and research group being nearly equal, while both outnumbered the infiltration group, and his own number was particularly high. You come here. Shimizu Tuanzong extended his hand, grabbing one and killing him instantly. He then waved everyone away, walked to the mirror, and unwrapped the bandage from his forehead, revealing that the number on his forehead had increased by 1 since this morning. Indeed. Shimizu Tuanzong furrowed his brow tightly. The anticipated difficulty had arrived. What impact would this number bring? He could not know. Thud thud. Enter. A root member entered from behind. He was the trusted aide responsible for monitoring the Shimizu family. Lord Tuanzong, your sister-in-law has given birth to a girl. Since when did such trivial matters need to be reported to me? Go claim your punishment yourself. That girl. The number on her forehead is 1,000,000. Shimizu Tuanzong turned around in shock. He hurriedly rushed into his brother's room. That newborn child is mine. Ooh, I will cultivate her into the heir of the roots. Brother. Tuanzong ignored his brother's urgent words, picked up the child, and returned to the roots. In the mountains, check this child's memory. Yes, Lord Tuanzong. The memory is very clean, completely without issues. Dismissed. Once the room was empty, Shimizu Tuanzong couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Truly, heaven is aiding me. This child must be the reincarnation of a killing god sent by the heavens. Your name shall be Shimizu Shikako. I hope you can become the most ruthless hunter on the battlefield. Oi Tsugen, how are the harvests today? 36 people. That cursed number has turned into 36. The masked oil girl Tsugen sadly squatted on the ground, hugging herself. Not bad. And what about yesterday? Oh, we should reciprocate, right? Then let me show you my record. After saying that, you pulled off the headband. 1/10,000. My nano poison finally infiltrated the brain. Shimura Danzo was truly a model guardian. Not only did he never push his children to excel, but he actively encouraged you to pursue your hobbies, offered you opportunities for arson and murder, and even assigned you a strikingly beautiful innocent young boy as a playmate. Good. I acknowledge your love for the player. Uncle, do you have a dream? Shigari, in all my years of wandering, I've had only one obsession: to become the Hokage. I have no heirs. When the time comes, you will be my sole successor. You will help me, won't you? Shimura Danzo gripped your shoulders tightly. Okay, you decided to fulfill his dream by cutting straight to the chase and passing the Hokage title to yourself. As the most loyal of the root, how would you become the Hokage? You decided to sell out Uncle Danzo. Let Danzo suffer the hardship, and let the player bear the infamy. As for whether Danzo wanted to be sold out, you felt the question needed no answer. Danzo had yearned to be Hokage his whole life, but never succeeded. Now, by selling him off lightly, you could seize a chance to become Hokage yourself, proving through your own relentless efforts that Danzo's worth was exactly one Hokage position. How could he not be grateful to you? Shimura Shigari, you finally have a chance to repay Danzo's upbringing. No one knows filial piety better than you. Since you had decided to sell him, how to sell and how to get a good price were crucial. Danzo only needed to dutifully take the blame, but the player had far more to consider. You snuck into the third Hokage's bedroom, ready to reveal yourself like a werewolf. Lord Hokage, there's something I've held back for years, but today I can no longer bear the guilt. I must tell you. You abruptly pushed back your forehead protector, startling Sarutobi into 3 sharp gasps. Shigari, why don't you sit down and calm yourself first? Your face was full of righteous indignation. I can't calm down, Lord Hokage. The moment I think of the will of fire hotter than the sun, my heart ignites uncontrollably. Do you know what I've suffered all these years? Do you see the cursed number on my forehead? It was all Master Danzo who made me do it. Please think about it, Lord Hokage. I'm just a mere genin of Konoha and never even taken the Chunin exam. How could I have the power to kill 1,000,000 people? In truth, this is all a conspiracy orchestrated by Master Danzo. The missing orphans in the village, the prisoners unjustly sentenced, the seniors who fell on the battlefield, the corpses from the hospital. Every unsolved murder in the ninja world Master Danzo forced me to commit. Who's the deadliest reaper in the ninja world? Look to Konoha's root, find Danzo. Though Master Danzo is my uncle who raised me with painstaking care, a debt of gratitude I could never repay in a lifetime. But above family stands Konoha, stands Lord Hokage, stands our supreme will of fire. Loyalty and filial piety rarely go hand in hand. Today I, Shimura Shigari, will place righteousness above family. I can also negotiate. I too have a dream of being Hokage. I too can love Konoha. Lord Hokage, I revere you all. Above is the testimony of Konoha Jinin Shimura Shigari regarding the crimes of Shimura Danzo. The third Hokage slammed the table solemnly. Danzo, do you have anything to say for yourself? You took the opportunity to echo Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Danzo, stop being stubborn. You. Danzo fainted from rage. But the kill count on your forehead was the most irrefutable evidence. Without Danzo's help, how could you have reaped 1,000,000 lives? Even Might Guy wouldn't believe that. You're still a child. Danzo, have you run out of arguments? Sarutobi sighed deeply. Execute him. After selling out Danzo and whitewashing yourself, you went through a series of events the author is too lazy to fabricate and became Hokage. You stood on the mass grave in your Hokage robe. Here lay your dear Uncle Shimura Danzo. Though the Shimura family had its own ancestral cemetery, Danzo was a heinous criminal who had killed 1,000,000 people. Under the raging public fury, the Shimura family swiftly disowned him. Now only the loyal and sentimental player would come to visit him. Alas, if only Uncle were by my side now, how delightful that would be. You burned the third Hokage's robe to ashes and scattered them on the grave, letting Danzo smell the scent. Until the moment of execution, Danzo still harbored hatred for you. But you had a clear conscience. Don't ask whether Shimura Danzo ever became Hokage. Just ask if your Shimura family would become the Hokage's in-laws enjoying the imperial rice. Though Danzo couldn't understand you before his death, you believed his spirit in heaven would one day proudly puff out his chest because of your glory, Shimura Shagari. For the sake of your shared Hokage dream, you were willing to endure humiliation and bear his dying hatred. Rest in peace, Uncle. Now Konoha is my Konoha. Unlike Danzo, a fake hawk, you were a hawk among hawks. Since you had become Hokage, you would step by step reach the highest. You came to the ninja world to be emperor. You decided to raise the stakes for the ninja world. Without a sense of crisis, how could the player become the emperor of the ninja world? You split into shadow clones, and following the kill count leaderboard given by the game, began assassinating NPCs from the top, quickly causing massive panic across the ninja world. The end of the world is coming. Ninja are all sinners. The heavens will execute them one by one according to their sins. You dispatched the professionals left by Danzo, the same ones who had spread rumors about Tsukumo Hitaki, to disseminate such rumors throughout the ninja world. Truly a political legacy from Uncle Danzo, excellent and worthy of a 5-star review. Soon you received news of chaos in every nation. People accused, blamed, and hated each other. How could laying down the butcher's knife instantly make one a saint? Sin is sin. Repentance can only erase future sins, meaningless to the dead. The ninja world fell into collective panic. Now it was time for you, the savior, to appear. You convened the 5 Kage Summit and broadcast it live to the entire ninja world. You ascended the platform. You declared to heaven and earth, "Let all sins be upon me. I, Shimura Shigari, under the coercion of my uncle Shimura Danzo, killed 1,000,000 lives, committing the greatest sin the ninja world has ever known. The sins of all of you are nothing compared to mine, yet my sin originates from you. I believe the revelation from the heavens was not meant to annihilate the ninja world, but to grant a glimmer of hope to a world torn by endless war. If the gods must judge someone, then let me, Shimura Shigari, bear the sins of the entire ninja world for the sake of everlasting peace." After speaking, you secretly removed the NPC from the mods range in the background and changed your own number to 30 million. If you were human, how could you have the power to manipulate an unbreakable technique covering the entire world? If you were a god, why would you orchestrate such a grand drama merely to gain the allegiance of tiny humans? You were surely the destined savior. The second sun of the ninja world rose from that moment. The first sun rose and set, the second sun would shine forever. Congratulations, you have become the ruler of the ninja world. You bear the greatest evil, yet grant the greatest good. You kill the most, yet save the most. Your title is the Never-Setting Savior Demon Lord. Because you have developed feelings for new games, the memory of the holographic pod is somewhat insufficient. You cannot bring yourself to uninstall any. Each of them is a precious asset you purchased, meant to be inherited by your friends and family. In a state of helplessness, you are forced to reduce the graphics quality of Second Life from the highest to energy-saving mode just to barely run it. Loading. No. How could my ninja world have turned into this? You pound the ground in mock sorrow, moved to tears. As you look around, all you see is a barren landscape, the sparse green clinging to the ground like plastic, creating a kind of self-deceiving beauty. The passers-by, whom you could count their eyelashes on a normal day, have transformed into blocks of color resembling humans, their blurry faces rendering all normal activities eerie. What actually, it really wasn't intentional. With this situation, how can I flirt with beautiful NPC? Your sorrow remains uncomprehended, while the NPC's fear is deafening. On a certain date in the year XX of Konoha, the apocalypse has arrived. There were no signs, like a whimsical joke from a deity. On the first day, the vegetation vanished. Only a thin layer of grass as light as paper remains on the earth. All higher plants, including crops, have disappeared without a trace. Large fruit trees, and those bearing fruit, still persist, but all the flowers have vanished. This world will no longer birth new fruits. This day is called the Great Agricultural Extinction. It marks the beginning of the apocalypse. All the stored food can last for 3 more years. Sarutobi looked at Yamato wearily. Your wood release is our only hope. Humph. Danzo smirked only. I think, Hizashi, you are too weak. The village's food is depleted, but isn't there still the national treasury of the Land of Fire? We've protected the daimyo for so many years, it's time for some compensation. Danzo eyed the Hokage. Ninjas are merely tools for carrying out missions. Tools do not devour their masters. The next day, physical collapse occurred. The first to encounter trouble was Minato Namikaze. When he used the Flying Thunder God for the first time after the Great Agricultural Extinction, he did not arrive at the mark, but at an unknown void. 30 seconds later, his body, trapped in a temporal blockade, finally moved, arriving behind the enemy. But he had no time to care about the enemy now. The panic brought by these 30 seconds was far beyond what this commonplace war could compare to. Is the world really going to end? Minato attempted nearly every jutsu he mastered, unable to suppress this confusion. Not only was the chakra inexplicably delayed, while activating jutsu, even physical techniques were inexplicably stuttering. This phenomenon was not unique to him. If it were, he would feel reassured. Yet everything capable of motion, people, animals, vehicles, even the wind, was jerkily stuttering without any pattern. God, did you take away these existences for a few seconds? But what use are a few seconds to a deity? Perhaps the world is truly on the brink of destruction. Minato gazed up at the moon in bewilderment. If what was taken away was the time of the moon or the earth, would the moon fall from the sky? The moon did not fall from the sky. Thus the apocalypse continues. On the 3rd day, humanity's existence was halved in a cruel jest by the Creator, leaving only blurred forms. The disputes between Danzo and Sarutobi, the ninja's code and mission, will and lies, hatred and obsession, war and peace, all lost their meaning. The world is undoubtedly destined for destruction. How could even a conspirator hidden for 1,000 years shake the deity's joke by even a fraction? Humans no longer have the chance to struggle. In the very end, perhaps it is a peace that has never come, truly belonging to dreams. In this despairing calm, what resounded was, Hyomomoda, you took action. There is no time to mourn the end of the world. Now enters the XX accelerator. Yar, how dangerous, I almost forgot. I still have a Onedui free acceleration membership card to use. Hooray. I have returned my beautiful NPCs. Keek. While the accelerator has not yet expired, let's talk about some adult topics. Previously mentioned, your 66th clone, Shadow Juezi, has become the traitor shadow of the hidden village of traitors, living a happy life, embraced by a red-haired, bespectacled sweet girl on one side, and a blonde, blue-eyed hot dude on the other. At this moment, Shadow Juezi is persistently protesting to the 3rd Hokage, who claims that the Chunin exam does not accept the participation of all rogue ninja villages. So what are your other clones doing? Yes, there are certainly more than one such clone. You still have a total of... Actually, there are not 9. It just sounds more impressive that way. Your 88th clone is currently stealthily lurking in the Land of Rain. This historical event is also known as the Sato Misaki Western Expedition. The Land of Rain is located to the west of the Land of Fire, a country known for its continuous rainy weather. According to your esteemed disciple Daidara, it is a very interesting and dangerous place, and all the rogue ninja who have visited say it is good. It is said that the leader of the Land of Rain's ninja even uses poison, which is truly evil. Players have yet to receive the poison resistance buff, so NPCs are not allowed to use poison. In any case, you decide to pay a visit. Due to the first-hand experience of your 66th clone, rogue ninja are indeed very enjoyable, so you plan to use your 88th clone to join the infamous terrorist organization the Akatsuki. Heijua heard about this plan and expressed that he could help dear mama. Thus you changed the clone to a black-haired, black-eyed female, and specifically copied the Sharingan pattern of Uchiha Obito. Through Haiju's introduction, you met Pain and Conan. You want to join the Akatsuki. State your name. I am Uchiha Madara. You raised your voice slightly. I said, I am Uchiha Madara. I don't like such boring jokes. What do you have any evidence proving that I am not Uchiha Madara? Everyone knows that Uchiha Madara has never claimed he is not me. Until Uchiha Madara himself shows up to accuse me of not being Uchiha Madara, no one can be certain that I am not Uchiha Madara. At least I know that Uchiha Madara is a man. This story starts from Konoha. It is well known that Konoha has a rising genius boy whose name is Sato Misaki. She is brilliant, strategic, courageous, noble, and most importantly, she is an unparalleled genius. If we were to talk about her strengths, we could go on for 3 days and nights without finishing. Pain's voice grew cold, then make it brief. Alright, since you look decent, I'll indulge you. You smirked, smiling indulgently. That unparalleled genius boy has a unique bloodline limit that can reverse a person's gender. Although I, Uchiha Madara, am one of the few strong ones in the world, I couldn't last 3 moves in her hands, captured instantly and reversed. In terms of power, I, Uchiha Madara, would gladly call Sato Misaki the strongest. You've never heard of such a bloodline limit. That's because you have short hair and limited vision. If you're foolish, you should read more books instead of arguing with me here. This bloodline limit certainly doesn't end there. It also has a contagious nature, and I can demonstrate it for you. You glanced around, spotting Zetsu, Pain, and Konan. Zetsu is your ugly son. No way. Pain dares to challenge the player's words. Pass. Konan is a cold, beautiful woman lick. You grabbed Konan and instantly reversed her. Xiaonan, of course, couldn't catch you and could only suppress her anger to calm down. Fortunately, she was wearing a loose cloak which fit her well even after the transformation. You brushed aside the death glare she was directing at you, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Just then you felt a light tug on your back. There was no one behind you. You scratched your back in confusion, and that strange feeling vanished. Pain finally stated, since you have proven that this bloodline limit indeed exists, I shall tentatively believe that you are Uchiha Madara. From now on you are a member of Akatsuki, and your code name is... You hurriedly interrupted him. I am the Emperor. There is no such code name. Your code name is... You interrupted again. I am the Emperor. Pain's fist inexplicably tightened. Then your code name is Emperor. Hooray. Zhu immediately knelt down to support you. Your subject congratulates your majesty on your ascension. Long live the Emperor. Nagato, do you really believe she is Uchiha Madara? Xiaonan irritably tugged at her ill-fitting inner clothing. She never thought she would have a day as a male, and had not prepared male attire. Whether she is or not is not important. What matters is that she truly possesses powers akin to Uchiha Madara. What do you mean? Pain stared at his palm and said solemnly, I used the universal pull on her, and she seemed completely unaffected. Even if Uchiha Madara were to come back, it would likely be no different. Since she wants to be Uchiha Madara, let her be. After becoming a makeshift version of Uchiha Madara, you felt an inexplicable sense of possession towards the Uchiha clan. It is known that Uchiha Madara is already an acknowledged corpse, yet you not only possess several pairs of Sharingan, but also are a handsome young man with black hair and eyes backed by the consciousness manifestation of Uchiha Madara's black Zetsu. Clearly you are the first in line to inherit the title of Uchiha Madara. Even if the authentic Madara were to be reincarnated through Edo Tensei, he could only end up as the runner-up in the Uchiha Madara imitation contest. To get back to the point, since you are the most authoritative Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan is naturally your property, and at least half of Konoha belongs to you. Moreover, since you can use would release, the Senju clan is also your property, and the other half of Konoha should rightfully belong to you. Upon deeper reflection, it turns out you are the legitimate heir of Konoha. You were filled with righteous anger. The Uchiha dare to betray me, Uchiha Madara not assisting me in fleeing with the funds leading to my assets being swallowed by Konoha. Uchiha, you have chosen the path to death. Wait, it seems the Uchiha are on the verge of extinction. Shimura Danzo, you dare to covet the Hokage position that rightfully belongs to me, Sato Misaki, inciting the Uchiha clan's people to turn against each other, resulting in the vast Uchiha territory being polluted by corpses and becoming a haunted house, forcing Sato Misaki, an unparalleled powerhouse, to reside in her original home. Shimura Danzo, you have chosen the path to death. It seems Shimura Danzo is also dead. You pondered for 3 seconds before a light bulb went off in your head. Konoha, you have reduced my Uchiha clan to just myself and Sasuke, while even Obito and Itachi, who have fallen outside, had to be killed by me. You also deliberately threw out Danzo's corpse to lure me into impersonating Obito, leading to the Uchiha's reputation being damaged. Finally, you violated the original intentions of my Senju clan, daring to refuse to accept the examination application of the traitor Kido Akatsuki and disrupting the peace I have worked hard to maintain. Konoha, you have chosen the path to death. You never expected the charges against Konoha to be so numerous that even if you mobilized the entire shinobi world to attack, it would still be considered justifiable. The righteous army, who else but you? Your Majesty, truly you are a rogue ninja. A jolt of shock surged through you. Had pain somehow pierced through your deeply concealed, benevolent, compassionate, and magnanimous heart. Playing a rogue ninja was proving exceedingly difficult. What prompts such words from you, Pain-kun? Explain this declaration of war upon Konoha, under the banner of avenging the Uchiha and Senju clans. Those were Konoha's shinobi clans, and they were my Uchiha, the Uchiha of Madara Uchiha. And you glared at Pain with icy fury, brows drawn tight, eyes blazing. Pain faltered, speechless. Though he had verbally acknowledged you as Madara Uchiha, he harbored no true belief in it. In your zealous appropriation of a long-dead name, so fervent that even you seemed convinced, left him utterly speechless. And what of the Senju? Must Madara Uchiha also avenge his political rivals? A cold, mirthless smile curled your lips. How could you possibly fathom the bond between me and Hashirama? We were eternal secret partners. His clan was my clan, his wealth my wealth, his wife? No, wait. Yes, that too belongs to me. I have never encountered a rogue ninja so brazenly, unapologetically self-assured. Pain-kun, the age has shifted. Your voice dropped low, resonant with layered meaning. Have you heard of Lady Kurushiko, the rogue shadow of the rogue village? She was a prodigy rivaled only by Sato Misaki, a figure of transcendent brilliance and peerless genius. Commander of 80,000 rogue ninjas, she stood alone as the sole SS-rank rogue ninja across the entire shinobi world. In the art of roguehood, Madara Uchiha bows to her as supreme. Once launched into praise, you lost yourself utterly, carried away, intoxicated, oblivious to heaven and earth alike. Noticing Pain's expression harden further and the air grow thick with icy silence, you gracefully steered the conversation back on course. In short, she is the undisputed authority on roguehood, sovereign among rogues, ruler over rogues, master of rogues, terminator of rogues, monarch, sage, deity, emperor, dark lord. The overwhelming pinnacle and immortal zenith in the annals of human rogue history. My code of roguehood descends directly from her. Integrity and openness are my rogue Tao. You, Pain, mere novice, dare question whether my roguehood is authentic. Preposterous. Absurd. So she is your accomplice. Pain interjected, calm but cutting. You recoiled in genuine alarm. How did you know? Did I just slip up, frantically retracing your thoughts, you realized only one being knew the absolute secret of Identity 66. Black Zetsu, you fatherless wretch, betraying me. Enraged, you delivered a thunderous maternal slap across Black Zetsu's face. I never had a father to begin with. Mother. Black Zetsu tried to protest, but bound by your decree, he dared not utter the word. He whirled helplessly in place, stung and flustered. Pain watched him passively. Cease, this is hardly the place. Take it outside. You responded instantly, slapping him as well. Silence. When the emperor acts, eunuchs dare not speak. Pain clenched his fists tightly. He longed to unleash Chibaku Tensei, but even his universal gravitational pull couldn't dislodge a single hair from you. Yet if you were untouchable, others were not. Such as, Black Zetsu hurtled backward, struck midair. I said stop. He did not betray you. Pain raised a single hand, lifting Black Zetsu by the throat. His Akatsuki cloak billowed without wind, an aura of sovereign dominance. He nearly mocked your self-incrimination outright, then remembered the force of your casual slap and held his tongue. My question is this: do you believe the Akatsuki could cooperate with the rogue shadow? Your identity is merchant. Your name is Kai Meningzi. The world welcomes your arrival. Please begin your game. Loading. Love, I want to love fiercely. Your best friend told you a few days ago that she achieved her childhood dream, buying a big villa and giving it to 8 pure and delicate boys, causing tears of disdain to quietly flow from the corners of your mouth. You were contemplating whether to tease the boys when you witnessed the daily tug-of-war and jealousy among the 8 men, creating a commotion like 800 quacking ducks. No thank you. Doing this in reality is indeed too exhausting. You are just an honest person who loves a peaceful life. but doing it in the game is quite enjoyable. As everyone knows, NPC affection is generated by gifting, and to create a harem, you naturally need to use your financial abilities. Old dang, I've hit the jackpot with gold coins. Based on the intel from the previous round, you chose the identity of a merchant, and indeed you have arrived as the only son of Cardo. That's right, the Blackheart capitalist who plays the role of an early minor antagonist. Although Cardo's conscience is clouded, he possesses a keen eye for discovering beautiful things. Ingzi, open the door, daddy. The entrance fee is 100,000 liang. The meeting fee is 200,000 liang. Hurry and see what gift daddy brought you. Ding ding ding. You received the 300,000 liang of silver notes that Cardo pushed through the door crack and followed the sound only to see a slender, beautiful young boy with black hair and black eyes. How gentle and graceful, so charming and lovely that I find it hard to look away. To put it artistically, it is akin to the gentleness of a lowered head, like a water lily shyly resisting the cool breeze. You have always been polite and graceful towards beautiful girls. With a charming smile, you flick your bangs and inadvertently pin her against the door. Sister, my tongue can tie a knot around a cherry stem. The pretty girl tilted her head and smiled softly. Just as you were about to be lured in, you heard a similarly gentle voice, Miss, I am male. You skillfully performed 2 push-ups against the door and stood up straight. TSK. This trash game draws female characters, but insists they are male. I can hear that. Forget it, a male can still be played with. Do you need me to pretend I didn't hear? You ignored the interaction initiated by the young man and simply tossed him an identification. Name by. Likes Peachland Zaibujan. There are cows. Such modeling clearly seems prepared for players' harems. Why does it also have a setting of liking others? You hesitated for a second, tossed the setting aside, and cheerfully decided to pursue. Today Kai Mening Z is going to be the best. Although you decided to be the Minotaur, figuring out what gift to give by is another issue. This guy's preferences only list one name. Damn it. You called the omnipotent butler and issued a task. Find out about Peachland Zaibujan. Miss, this person is currently in the manor. How come I didn't know? Is he a relationship brought in by the old man? You have seen him before, the last time the master brought Peachland and by to meet you. So there was someone else last time? You thought it was just old Dang's background character. It's all Peachland Zaibujan's fault for being so inconspicuous. Wait a minute. You remember there was only one female present at that time. The cunning Nan dared to seduce the player. If it weren't for the inherent kindness of players, you might have lost your bottom line and become a minotaur. You reluctantly abandoned the plan to steal love and were gloomy for quite a while. Your state naturally attracted Cardo's attention. Ingzi, why aren't you happy? Why don't you talk? Even if you want the Hokage rock, daddy will buy it for you. Thinking about how old Deng actually sent you a beautiful Nin, someone you can admire, but not sleep with, a wave of frustration surged in your heart. So you melancholically recited, if life were only as it was at first meeting, why mourn the painted fan in the autumn wind? Ingzi, are you lovesick? Get lost. Don't make me slap you while pretending to be artistic. Ingzi, our family can only endure the bitterness of coffee, not the bitterness of love. Isn't it just lovers? Just go to the ninja village to issue a task and recruit a few as you wish. Old Deng makes it sound as if ninjas are like male escorts. But it seems to make some sense. You stroked your chin and recalled other rounds as a ninja. Isn't the ninja code just to go to any lengths for a mission? If they can abandon their lives, what's wrong with selling their purity to you? American 5-star General MacArthur once said, the more lovers, the more prestigious. You wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, adhering to the principle of casting a wide net, fishing for many, and developing comprehensively on multiple fronts, you issued a task to all ninja villages. Recruiting multiple lovers open to all genders aged between 18 and 25, because men over 25 are essentially 85. For women, age requirements may be relaxed based on appearance. Looks must meet the standard no lower than the average appearance of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Body type requirements apply. Slender waist and lean muscles are ideal. Those with ample chest may have relaxed standards. Stamina requirement no lower than the perseverance of Konoha's copy Ninja Kakashi. Character requirement magnanimous and tolerant. Those who are narrow-minded and jealous need not apply. Male virtue requirement based on purity of body and mind. Women may ignore this clause. Those meeting the above requirements, please submit applications at shops under the Gato group. Task reward 10 million Ryo per year. No one paid you any attention. How infuriating. It was impossible that no one took the task. The only ones who came were nameless NPCs barely resembling humans, and each one was incredibly self-assured. The only named one was an ugly guy called Kakuzu who wanted to freeload long-term. Get lost. In this game, only the player can be the freeloader. After a moment's thought, you understood why. The truth was simple: the ninja world was still too peaceful. Named NPCs hadn't gone to war, so naturally they had no craving for money. Could you expect someone whose greatest desire was to eat ramen every day to sell themselves to you? You decided to bid farewell to this era devoid of love and head to the warring states period where you belonged. Ingzi, don't go. Leave some gold for daddy before you leave. Goodbye, old man. Today I set sail with billions of family assets. Thanks for the invite. Currently in some nameless forest in the warring states period with 100 stacks of gold, 9,999 in the game backpack, waiting for a guide named Paimon to take the bait willingly. Hello. Anyone here? Where am I? Is this still the ninja world? Who are you? Following the voice, you saw a vigilant, slender, black-haired, handsome youth who bore a striking resemblance to young Sasuke, and you grew somewhat excited. Fellow gamers, do you think the player can get a substitute in the warring states period? Although the original is accessible, there's a certain forbidden thrill in having a substitute. You secretly used a cheat to max out all your stats, then confidently approached, "Hey sweetheart, I want to sleep with you." The black-haired youth wore a stunned expression like a cosmic cat head sublimation meme, staring at you for a long time without uttering a word. You didn't need his response, you directly cast appraisal on him. Name: Uchiha Azuna. Hobbies: practicing with Uchiha Madara. The moment you saw the hobbies column, it felt as if the folds of your cerebral cortex were instantly smoothed and stretched, a momentary relaxation, like strolling through a Norwegian forest or swimming in the Pacific off Sanya, feeling like a lively Sakanabana. Have mercy on the player. You are just an innocent little girl who wants to build a harem by sending gifts in the game. Why do you always encounter beautiful NPCs who like someone else? Anger and malice surged within you, and you decided to defy the NPC's cyber rights and play a forced love game. You grabbed Azuna, instantly pinned him to the ground, and intended to have your way with him right there. Hey, let go of me. Damn it. Lights out. Congratulations. You have completed a dual cultivation interaction with Uchiha Azuna. Affection 10. Huh. Wait, this works too. Fine, love grows over time, huh? You pinned him down again. Aren't you tired? Why? Affection 10. Affection 10. Affection 10. Izuna. One more time. Affection 10. Finally maxed out. You felt refreshed. Hey you. What's your name? Me. I want change my name. Ooh, I am Shimura Danzo. Even the best dish tastes stale after 10 times. You didn't want to get entangled with an NPC. After all, Shimura Danzo had already taken countless blame. One more wouldn't crush him. I am Uchiha Azuna. You. Which country are you from, my lady? Uchiha Madara sensed something was off. After returning from a mission, his younger brother Izuna had been in a daze and gloomy, though uninjured, and the mission completed successfully. Why did he seem so devastated? Izuna, you're hiding something from me. Brother. Uchiha Izuna snapped back from his memories, his eyes unfocused. I think I've been heartbroken. The Ninja Commission world lost you like a fish without a bicycle. You copied and pasted the previous task and posted it again in the warring states period. One day your intermediary told you had found a candidate who perfectly met the requirements. Though not a slender, delicate youth, even through his clothes you could discern the extraordinary magnitude of his chest. The contracted ninja was named Uchiha Madara. The name sounded familiar, but you quickly dismissed it and invited him to your villa for a chat. Indeed, the chest was impressively large, but his temper seemed equally large. So you're the one who toyed with my brother. Not this again. You are just an honest person. Why do you always get caught in such complicated, cheesy entanglements? Your brother is. Uchiha Madara was furious. You toyed with someone's heart and don't even remember the name. Blah blah blah. Once you take the task, you're mine. You directly cast appraisal. Name: Uchiha Madara. Hobbies: the path to peace. You sighed in relief. Finally an NPC not already smitten. Your conscience would twinge if you were always the homewrecker. Using the assets Gato had donated, you ordered a series of books from the shop. What more can I say, buddy? Erase the wealth of nations, das Kapital theories of surplus value. Wah. What? Congratulations. You have gained Uchiha Madara's affection, 10 congratulations. Uchiha Madara's current affection 100. The person opposite fell into a daze. You snapped your fingers and the lights went out. Anyway, can we get down to business now? Izuna, do you still like that woman? Brother, you don't need to persuade me to give up. My heart has been stolen by Lady Danzo, or perhaps there will be no more joy or sorrow in this life. Brother. Izuna, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me, brother? So much fun. Indeed, the Warring States period was the best era for a player. The moral standards were far looser than in the village period, even accommodating brotherly meals. You had a blast, and were debating whether to change maps when a new ninja accepted the task. Oh, so you're the lady who toyed with Madara's feelings. Amazing. Not kidding, are you all lining up to be served one by one? You were numb. Yeah, that's right. Ishimura Danzo shattered all the young ninja hearts in the ninja world. Now can we sleep? Huh. By the way, if you have any brothers who want to come and fight for justice, tell them to come now and sleep together. I'm in a hurry. Huh. You have been refined. Farewell to the loving Warring States era. You shall return to the pure and conservative era of the shinobi village to cultivate your mind. 3 days ago on a dark and windy night, you said to Senju Hashirama, if you have any brother who wants to seek justice, tell him to come over and sleep together now. I'm in a hurry. Hashirama scratched his head and replied, I actually have a younger brother. Should I call him now? Just a moment. I notified him. Tobarama said he's on his way riding a horse. But did you call us here for something? What is this commission for me to do? You were greatly shocked. You don't know. Hashirama laughed heartily. I truly do not know. That intermediary said I have extraordinary qualities and am naturally suited for this line of work. And I am really curious about what kind of person can manipulate Uchiha Obito. You face-bombed and smiled wryly. How did you end up looking like a scoundrel deceiving innocent good families? Sleeping with a fool is illegal, you know. Never mind, anyway, you will be on the run tomorrow. It wouldn't hurt to act as an outlaw in the game. Identification. Name Senju Hashirama likes methods to achieve peace. Good. No wonder he is Uchiha Obito's brother. Even his likes are identical. For the price of one gift, you can sleep with 2 styles of NPCs. Everyone, this is a reward from the dog planner for the player. You boldly stuffed the book set into his arms, and predictably heard the familiar notification sound. Reward affection. Current affection for Senju Hashirama 100. How strange, why is my heart suddenly beating so wildly? Relax, take a deep breath, it's just my illusion. I can't believe I didn't even realize when I fell into the illusion. In this illusion, I am your master. If you disobey my commands, you will never wake up. Without pity, you led the fool on saying this and that. Stop, don't you have too much stamina? Isn't no concern the same as having it open? Although you had also opened up, you still remembered his brother, and even for the sake of the 3 of you, you had to reserve some energy. By the way, when will your brother arrive? I don't know. Never mind him, let's fight another 100 rounds. You continued. At this moment, Tobarama was still on his way riding a horse. Big brother. Tobarama finally arrived at your villa, rudely jumping in through the window. You and Hashirama looked up in confusion, with Hashirama's red double-sided belly band still hanging on your outlaw waist. Tobarama's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, you wicked demon, is it not enough to toy with the Uchiha brothers, but you even spare my big brother? You laughed heartily. You came at just the right time. I accept you, and I also accept you. Humph. You think I'm as easily fooled as my brother? I will not comply. Why comply? Struggling has its own flavor. If you dare to take on the Uchiha brothers, what is Senju Tobarama worth? Hashirama, tie up your foolish brother. Emi, big brother, don't come over. The next day, you were sucking on a lollipop, feeling completely revitalized, entering a state of enlightenment. The taste of Senju is truly delightful. However, I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Now it seems that the fun of teasing is just like this. From today onwards, I abstain from lust. 3 days later at the Cardo family. Miss, someone has rejected. I have no interest in this path anymore. But the other party is a handsome young man. Yes, I will refuse him right now. Wait. Show me the photo. Cough while heaven and hell take their toll. It's not too late to abstain tomorrow. Let's put off celibacy until tomorrow. Your vow of abstinence lasted only 3 days before it shattered. This was certainly not because the legendary big-chested handsome boy had hooked you with just a single photograph, but entirely out of a player's meticulous investigative spirit toward the characters of the story. Farewell to those who don't understand how pure a player can be in that tone. The photograph the butler handed you was of an old acquaintance from many playthroughs ago, a character whose adult model you had almost never seen. Uchiha Itachi. No help for it. This guy always liked to go crazy during the newbie phase of the player. For the sake of the player's safety, you had to take him out directly. Oh, you're too powerful, I want to seal you. Although he always died young, you still recognized the adult Itachi's photo at a glance. What a poignant bond. Speaking of which, I thought Uchiha Itachi was only fixated on his little brother and was sexually impotent. Never knew he had a sideline as a host behind the village's back. People are indeed unpredictable. Uchiha Itachi found himself in an awkward predicament. Kaimin Ingzi was originally a legendary figure recorded in the secret history of the Uchiha clan. Legend had it that she possessed unparalleled charm. Anyone who saw her would instantly fall at her feet and become a pathetic star slave. Even the clan's most outstanding ninjas, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna, could not escape her trap, toyed with in the palm of her hand, and then ruthlessly abandoned. Normally such tales of the clan's strong being reduced to losers would not be passed down, but after abandoning the Uchiha, Kaimin Ingzi chose the Senju brothers instead, and then abandoned them as well. The Senju were the Uchiha's lifelong rivals, and after the founding of the village the position of Hokage became a one-man show of the Senju. Naturally, the Uchiha were resentful. They couldn't stand the Senju yet couldn't defeat them. Thus, driven by some unknown psychology, the author of this clan history chose to hurt the enemy 800 points, while losing 1,000, preferring to expose the embarrassing past of the clan leader's brothers, just to mock the similarly afflicted Senju brothers. It was from reading the clan's archives that Uchiha Itachi learned of Kaimin Ingzi. Now this legendary dangerous figure had reappeared in the ninja world after many years, posting the same mission as before in all major ninja villages, including Konoha. What was her purpose? Friend or foe? Would it affect Sasuke and Konoha? Uchiha Itachi did not know, so he decided to sacrifice himself to investigate. And that was precisely why he was here, asked to strip off his shirt for the butler's appraisal and photograph. Take off his clothes. No way. He would just have to use his all-purpose jinjutsu to bluff his way through. Uchiha Itachi calmly wove his half-naked illusion, strictly adhering to Kaimin Ingzi's standards. Slim, fair-skinned, innocent, big chest. Cough, cough. Why did he feel as if he were being teased by an invisible gaze? Jinjutsu. It was all just jinjutsu. A divine specimen, absolutely divine. Even I must bow to that one in terms of physique. The butler had assured you on his chest like that. Liar. That scheming man would say anything to sideline his master's new favorite. As one of the butlers carefully selected by your father, who worked when there was work and was at your service when there was none, naturally his appearance and physique were quite beautiful. And Uchiha Itachi adult version, so highly praised by the butler, naturally made you harbor a tiny bit of expectation. Really just a tiny bit, because having experienced the Warring States period, you had seen every kind of physique, and you had long become indifferent and unmoved. So the moment Uchiha Itachi appeared, you secretly used appraisal on him. Based on your experience, the higher the constitution, the better the physique. Uchiha Itachi's adolescent constitution had once made even the player of that time a little envious. Surely he must have improved by now. Uchiha Itachi's current constitution 78. What? Dude, how did you get so weak in just a few days? If you remembered correctly, the player's base constitution in the first playthrough was 100. Fraud. This was definitely consumer fraud. Your eyes gleamed with wisdom and sharpness. Kaimin Ingzi's eyes gleamed with clarity and disdain. At this moment, only one thought occupied Uchiha Itachi's mind. Had his Mangekyo Sharingan finally given out? The moment he entered, Uchiha Itachi locked eyes with Kaimin Ingzi, trying to trap her in his Sharingan's jinjutsu. But the only effect was that Kaimin Ingzi asked in confusion, "Let me ask you, why are your eyes so red? Let me ask you." Could it be that he himself was caught in a jinjutsu? Uchiha Itachi did not know that his only mistake was arriving too late. The current player was a cheater who had maxed out all stats to sleep with the four beauties of the Warring States. What level was his Sharingan to dare to cast Jinjutsu on a max-level player with 999 spirit? If he had come 3 days earlier, he would have encountered a fresh player who had put all initial points into money, and then his Jinjutsu would naturally still have failed. What level was his Sharingan to dare to cast Jinjutsu on a non-living player with 0 spirit? This was the player's passionate combo move with the newbie protection period. Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu didn't work, so he had to step up himself. Yingza-sama. Kaiminingzi suddenly interrupted him. Stop. Take off your clothes first. What was this? A feeling of fear for the future, normally never wavering, inexplicably rose in his heart. A cold sweat faintly emerged on his back. Uchiha Itachi reluctantly took off his shirt. Kaiminingzi nodded repeatedly. Very good, very good. Although it's all show and no substance, it's still pleasing to the eye. I don't mind putting in some effort on top. Wait. Do not answer. Do not answer. Do not answer. This is the final prophecy bestowed upon Jiraiya by the Maimu Mountain. You hate meta-elements. The so-called meta-elements break the fourth wall, allowing game characters or systems to converse directly with the players, aiming to pull players out of their immersive experience to experience a sense of loss of control. Unfortunately, you are a player with a strong desire for control. Though you are a source of amusement, whether it's overturning the world or manipulating characters, even in a game the experience of losing control must be entirely your own choice, fully grasped in your hands. And Second Life is a game with a high degree of freedom where most NPCs are portrayed by advanced artificial intelligence. In other words, the probability that NPCs are aware they exist within a game is not low. You find the recent NPCs somewhat strange. Clearly it is your first meeting, yet their favorability rapidly shifts from stranger to a significant change, generally exceeding 60. From the game's data, this is already a very intense emotion. Even in a charm-maxed playthrough, you have never witnessed such a widespread loss of favorability. Just like Jiraiya suddenly appearing before you, wanting to take you as a disciple. Current favorability of Jiraiya, 80-80. I will definitely do my best to guide you, leading you down the correct path. Jiraiya's incessant chatter finally came to an end. You remained silent for a second, suddenly asking Teacher Jiraiya, do you know you are a game character? He was unable to give a complete answer. But not answering is another form of response. It is evident that he has some awareness of this concept. You suddenly feel bored. Once again, you hate meta-elements. If this playthrough has already been tainted, all you need to do is delete the save and restart. Bye. Perhaps next time we will meet again. Wait. You submitted the conclusion of this. What exactly should I do? Jiraiya awakens in a familiar scene. During the last reincarnation, Jiraiya suddenly acquired memories from hundreds of reincarnations. Some of these memories span decades, while others last only a few minutes. Each reincarnation's development exceeds Jiraiya's comprehension, almost more absurd than a novel. With information, Jiraiya utilizes his long-neglected extraordinary wisdom, keenly sensing the center of the storm within those memories, the greatest variable in fate. The sole protagonist, that is Sato Misaki. Though she is often not called by this name, and even her appearance may change, it is not difficult to see that her rebellious and self-centered nature is indicative of the same person. Jiraiya finds himself in a dilemma. What attitude should he adopt towards Sato Misaki? At times she is the revered savior, at other times she is a calamity that brings destruction, sometimes she is a tyrant who enslaves the masses, at times she is an emperor who commands respect from all. Sometimes she is merely a traveler in the game world engaging in acts of aid. Yet at other times, she is a capricious traitor instigating chaos and war. She is completely unpredictable. Unpredictability means no weaknesses. Without weaknesses, there is no way to control. An uncontrollable powerful presence is a latent disaster for those seeking peace. Jiraiya is also someone who enjoys teaching others. This is not a derogatory term, but rather indicates that he possesses a sense of responsibility and confidence in guiding others. Last time he intended to personally guide Sato Misaki's path, yet unexpectedly initiated another reincarnation. This time, how should he choose? The power of choice has never been in Jiraiya's hands. Just as unexpected events always occur around the eye of the storm. Once again, seeing his beloved student lost in thought, even with a heavy problem weighing on his heart, Jiraiya could not help but express concern for Minato. Minato, what happened? Teacher. Have you ever cared about someone? A flicker of understanding broke through Jiraiya's somber expression, forming a faint smile. Minato has reached that age, huh? Haha, let this worldly wise adult who has weathered countless storms be your confidant and big brother. I think Sato is very cute. Sato. Jiraiya's brain instantly sounded an alarm. Perhaps it isn't her. Sato is not a rare surname. In the commoner district, if you dropped a brick, there's a 1 in 3 chance it would hit a Sato. What are the odds? But. Jiraiya gritted his teeth in silence, still holding onto that last glimmer of hope, cautiously asking, that Minato the Sato you're speaking of is? Minato once again gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Jiraiya stiffly turned his neck to look, almost hearing the creaking sound of his rusty cervical vertebrae. In the distance, a white-haired girl intimately linked arm in arm with Uzumaki, Kushina, her figure so familiar, as if you had just seen her. Not her, please, not her. I beg you. As Jiraiya's desolate prayers echoed, the white-haired girl naturally turned her head. A pair of sky-blue eyes. Jiraiya's heart let out a wail. It's over. The boy by the window slightly tilted his head to gaze outside, his sky-blue eyes half closed under the warm sunlight, exuding an air of mystery. What could she be thinking? Surely it must be a profound and lofty question. Boys are often filled with philosophical thoughts. Naruto inexplicably lowered his voice and poked Sato Misaki's arm. Misaki, what are you thinking? I was thinking, Sato Misaki replied with a serious tone, about how to elegantly and discreetly pull out the pants that got stuck in my butt crack. Gintama, you've ruined the audience. Ever since I watched Gintama, I feel that some of my good qualities and noble sentiments have vanished along with my integrity. Some lowbrow interests have wormed their way into my mind like succubi, enticing me to ponder to the point of neglecting food and sleep. I really don't know what to say, huh? Sasuke must know about this, he loves to show off. Naruto's brain, which was functioning at 99, contemplated for a long time before proposing a constructive solution. Sasuke shot him a cold glare. I don't need to know about that boring stuff, idiot. You fanned the flames, saying, oh really? What a useless genius. I bet when he shows off he secretly puts his hands behind his back to adjust his pants, right? Who would do such a thing? He. Ha ha ha. I've got it. Naruto suddenly burst into a wild laugh. What's going on? Has this fool imagined something again? You quickly glanced around, quietly distancing yourself from Naruto. Thankfully there are no onlookers, so you won't be mistaken as one of Naruto's kind. Sasuke, things you can't do will be accomplished by me, Naruto Uzumaki. I already know the answer to the problem. That kind of nonsensical answer has no value, right? Ignoring Sasuke's retort, Naruto confidently placed his hands on his hips, looking up at him. Since you can walk on water with chakra, all you need to do is attach chakra to your butt and treat your pants like the water's surface. Skuo-e. You applauded enthusiastically. Naruto is truly a genius of ninjutsu, the creator of the Shrank Ninjutsu reverse harem technique. Aha! It's not that impressive. Sato Misaki is a student. Can you really keep staring at the teachers? But I was just contemplating a serious question. Yamato's fist hardened skillfully. Speak. An adult's, but is larger than a child's, and a ninja's well-trained, but is even firmer than an ordinary person's. As a seasoned adult, Jonin Yamato-sensei is, but must be exceptionally full and firm, making it particularly easy to get pants stuck right. Does Yamato-sensei also face such troubles? Yamato's face became increasingly stiff. We are not close enough to discuss such trivial matters. You are being too presumptuous. Yamato-sensei, could you stop being so childish? Who is being childish here? Of course it's you. Soldam, this is not a trivial topic, but a question concerning the fate of all humanity. If a person gets their pants stuck in there but crack 100 times in their life, and each time it takes 3 seconds to pull them out, that adds up to 5 minutes over a lifetime. For 10 million people, that's about 100 years. Throughout the history of human civilization, there have been thousands of years spent on the repetitive act of pulling pants out from between the buttocks. Is there any topic more serious than this? If this problem could be completely solved, wouldn't even a Nobel Prize need to be created specifically for the solver as a human development award? That's just pure sophistry, and there's no such strange award. An hour ago, the great Misaki-sama just established this award, and presented it to the great inventor Naruto Uzumaki, commending his epic-making proposal of using chakra to walk on water to separate pants from buttocks. I don't want to know about such things. You don't need to be so detailed. Wow, what are you laughing about? You waved to Sai and Yamanaka Ino. Sai approached, following your gaze, and his fake smile grew even more eerie. Wow. Yamanaka Ino leaned in subtly. Wow, what are you all laughing at? Yamato awkwardly turned to avoid your gaze. Teacher, don't hide it. You think this method is useful too, don't you? That's why you secretly tried it, right? Don't assume everyone is as boring as you. Yamato Sensei, take a look behind you. You gave a thumbs up, Yamato Sensei, but is now sticking out enough to hold a bottle of soda. Warning: players with a strong birth plot should avoid this. The victims include a large number of civilians from the ninja world. The author has always believed these to be neon individuals with empathy not exceeding that of star players towards NPCs. Moral criticisms of the author will be deleted. The enhancement system refers to individual strengthening, including organs and physical attributes. The Hyuga and Akimichi clans are typical examples of this system. The representatives of the control system are the Nara and Yamaka clans, while the most intriguing of the transformation system is the Kirigakure clan. As for the Uchiha clan, it seems they possess the potential for all three. In this round, you want to be a summoner who can create an army by yourself. You have always believed that puppet techniques hold great potential. After all, the flair of a single person is different from that of an entire legion. It's decided you will choose the control system. Sunagakure, here I come. Limited time offer. For just 0.01 yuan you can purchase an unlimited chakra gift pack. You just signed in and cashed out 15 yuan, a mere 0.01 yuan fortune squan. How could it be a Yamanaka? Sadness flows like a river. You want to manipulate a mecha full of strength and beauty, not a swarm of bugs. Thinking of the powerful external tool you just spent a fortune to acquire, you grit your teeth and decide to play this round a bit longer, at least to earn back your investment. Not having drawn your ideal identity, you decide to become a twisted crawling cockroach to darkly take revenge on the world. The oil family's insect manipulation secret technique requires ninjas to cultivate specially nurtured insects from childhood, feeding them with their own chakra. The insects you can control are limited to those residing within your body. Normal insects from the outside have no effect. This is easy to understand. The dead soldiers you have been cultivating since childhood will naturally obey orders while randomly feeding passers-by. Just to make them fight for you is quite fanciful. But you are different. Your chakra is more formidable than that of Nangong Wanya's head pats. You can not only control wild insects, but also commandeer the carefully cultivated bugs of others. You utilize this trait to bully all the ninjas of the oil family, causing many children to cry loudly. Keek, with these experimental materials, my plan for mosquito invasion is bound to succeed soon. You snatch things from children not out of childishness. Even if that were the case, it would only account for a tiny part. The situation is as follows: although this game is realistic, it still shouldn't allow players to suffer inexplicably. Therefore, many concepts do not exist in this world, such as menstruation viruses, mosquitoes. Even when discussing these topics with NPCs, they are automatically ignored, making it a VIP version of Earth Online that optimizes away various bugs. The foolish NPCs have never experienced the fear of being ruled by insects. Now that players have arrived, the mosquitoes have a bright future. Keek, what adorable little bugs you are. Just go ahead and mate. Add a bit of blood-sucking ability, a bit of strong absorption capability, a bit of high reproductive ability, a bit of cold and heat resistance, a bit of high perception, and make the needles both hard, sharp, and long. Keek, truly the perfect mosquito. Even I tremble at the thought of it. Go suck all the blood from the ninja world. NPCs feel the pain. People refer to the recently appeared mosquitoes as demon bugs. A new species has been discovered. Biodiversity surprise one. Yet people seem unhappy. Why? The player doesn't know whistles. What's with this name, demon bug? It sounds so dark. Why not call it gluttonous bug, demon dance, O wretched bug, or Dio Oran bug? These NPCs have no sense of abstraction whatsoever. Protest, affirm, protest. You would rather stake Shimura Danzo's life to defend the naming rights of the players. Feedback received: your creation has been renamed to gluttonous bug. Why not the latter too? Because this book is a Naruto fanfiction, we do not hold the copyrights to Demon Slayer Oblade and JoJo's O Bizarre Adventure. Hey, only this player and the narrator can break the fourth wall. A mere game system should not be so arrogant. Feedback received, please wait while we prepare to execute you. Exposed. Once they got the player's money, they immediately revealed their true nature. My 0.01 yuan was ultimately a wasted investment. Although the newly born gluttonous bug bore criticisms it should not have at its age, there were still discerning individuals who appreciated it. Orochimaru was amazed by your invention. What a marvel! Is this something that humans can create? Orochimaru became your first major customer. You deployed a massive number of mosquitoes around the world, commanding them to suck blood specifically, while people were asleep, sucking one bite and spitting it back out. Hey, even if I'm full, I'm not leaving him, just playing around. It is well known that humans in the ninja world have zero resistance to sharp objects. As a mosquito modified by the strongest chakra in the player universe, it is easy for you to break through the defenses of even the strongest. When humans are bitten, they bleed. You collected the blood they lost and sold it to Orochimaru. If you want it, I can even return Orochimaru's blood to you. Don't conspire about my blood in front of me. In summary, Orochimaru expressed high recognition of the quality of your products. They are indeed diverse, excellent, and priced fairly. His base is overflowing with Uchiha Senju and Hyuga blood. The first 5-day plan for revenge on the world was a great success. Next, you decide to play a bit. Ding ding ding. Dear customer, look, bees that can't collect nectar. What useless bugs. Shouldn't wasps be stronger in this regard? What advantage do these bees have? They do have an advantage. These are all male bees. They can pass on the not collecting nectar genes stably to their offspring. Sounds even more useless. Well, you'll soon find out what use they have. The reproductive method of bees involves sexual reproduction for female bees and parthenogenesis for male bees, with special cultivation producing the queen bee. In other words, the genetic makeup in the queen bee comes from the previous generation's queen bee and male bee. Therefore, as long as you deploy enough modified male bees, you can contaminate a large number of newborn bees with the not collecting nectar gene. From a scientific perspective, producing a sufficient number of modified bees to overwhelm the entire ninja world is nearly impossible, but you are on the metaphysical side, especially since you have an external tool. Unlimited chakra means you can cause insects to proliferate to a terrifying number in a very short time. Moreover, the pollination by bees directly affects about 1/3 of the world's food production. Before people could discover the abnormal changes in the bee colonies, you deployed the second nuclear bomb, locusts. In the first phase, insect-mediated crops collapsed on a large scale. Following closely, the second phase dealt a devastating blow to the surviving wind-pollinated crops. Under the double disaster, the reduction in food production was not just a simple number addition, but a catastrophic collapse. Famine occurred. People were caught completely off guard. The incredible technological tree of the ninja world had developed close to modern reality, and the locust plague had almost become a legend in the book. Such a coincidental double disaster of insects was something no one had anticipated, and there was no time to react. The daimyos and nobles frantically hired ninjas to deal with the locust plague in their territories, but the ninjas were shocked to find that the chakra in these locusts was denser than that of elite jounin, and unlike ninjas' specialization in ninjutsu, it was all used for body enhancement. Even the ever-reliable exploding tags could not break the shell's defenses. This world had faced countless disasters, yet it was the first time it faced the apocalypse of insects. And this first time meant that humanity would never have the chance to experience a second time. Despair was spreading. You were pondering, why hasn't the settlement conclusion been reached yet? Did I really play it wrong? Damn is the correct way to play, to become the only bright spot among the shadows of the oil family, to have pure friendships by playing around in the ninja academy, to team up with classmates like Hinata and Inuzuka after graduation, to celebrate our passionate youth on the battlefield, earn the title of Master of Insect Manipulation, and then carve your modeling into the Hokage rock.